our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
To win it in overtime, he scores! Nathan McKinnon wins it in overtime, and the comeback is complete. Trailing 4-2, the Avs rally all the way back to win it by a final score of 5-4.
Oh, that was Colorado TV with the call. That's a bad loss for the Stars last night. On home ice, they blow two-goal leads in this one. They lose 5-4 in overtime. It's Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out sick.
Allegedly.
A 3-day week. A 3-day work week for Shan Sharif. He is out, so Bobby is taking his place today. Peyton and Ryan alongside.
He was a little stuffy.
He wasn't going
to be able to
talk. Wasn't even stuffy. He was just runny.
Yeah, just wasn't going to be able to handle it. I had no voice last week. Managed to power through 4.5 hours.
You did.
A little bit of I've managed to power through a stuffy nose my entire broadcasting career. Chop.
Yeah, I got a deviated septum.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
I thought you got that corrected.
No. Do you see this? Do you think this nose?
That schnoz?
Looks like it's been corrected with anything?
No. But I mean, isn't that a thing up here? That can be, I guess, kind of a painful recovery, the deviated
Yeah, I've heard
septum.
it's awful. So I there's no chance I do it. Not a chance. I'm just going to deal with the fact that I'm a mouth breather.
Well, you know what the good news is?
What?
Is that we got enough of an advance notice that I was going to be here at 5:30, so I could prepare for it and make sure that Peyton texted Brian last night and said, "Y'all ready to go at 8 o'clock tonight? Y'all want to record a podcast at 8 o'clock tonight?" So that was good. That gave me enough time to properly bitch about the 8 o'clock at night recording that Peyton had to suggest. Which, if you suggest any work to Brian Broaddus, what does Brian always say?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do 3 of them.
Yeah, why not? I had a podcast yesterday to do.
Well,
was it
at 8 o'clock at night?
No, it was at 5:30. 5:30.
That's good.
You know, see, Bobby, you complain about the 8 o'clock start. See, I have to actually do the work of the podcast and edit it and everything, throw it out there.
What editing do you do? You just
Oh, well, it's audio and video.
Audio
and video. So I got to do Carter's job and Ryan's job back here. Except they make my thumbnails. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I still get up, 3:30. So.
Yeah, and pull your 6 cuts that we have
Well,
on the
you
sheet
didn't send me
today.
anything.
I mean, I sent you a lot of things the other day. I don't see any of them on here.
Yeah.
No,
Whatever.
your Gardner Minshew's on there, Rory McIlroy.
Did we not get at Ross? I saw Ross busting his ass sending 11 cuts of Lyle Collins yesterday. Why aren't all 11 Lyle Collins?
Because I have
cuts
one
on
up
here?
there. The other ones suck.
One. Okay. All right.
The other
great.
ones are him going,
Didn't Lucius send us some Zach Martin audio?
They're bad cuts.
None of them are on
Wow, I
there.
don't see any of them on here.
Wow.
This is unbelievable, Peyton.
I
Fantastic
tell you, all
work.
of his time,
Friday. Check it out.
All of his time was taken up by scheduling Love of the Star recordings on short nights.
And it's out right now, by the way.
And just
Go
a
download.
good deal. Thank God for that. And then also he was drowning himself in tears over the injury to Miro Heiskanen.
Is that what it was? Were you upset?
Yeah, I just bought the jersey too.
I've got the Miro.
yeah.
I've got the Miro sweater. It just crashes into Wedgwood. Pete DeVore last night after the game was like, "Yeah, we're gonna get some tests." No tell him, but he goes out. They were up 4-2 when he went out, weren't they? Or was it 3-2?
I think it was. Well, I think it was 4. No, it was 3-2. I think it was 3-2.
And then they go up 4-2, and then they just get overwhelmed by an avalanche.
An avalanche.
And it just
Wow.
5-4. Ultimately, it's frustrating because this is a game that you should have come away with 2 points.
Yes, when you have two 2-goal leads, you can't lose it. You can't, especially when it's like there was less than it was about 10 minutes to go in the game when you had a 2-goal lead.
Yeah,
it's tough. It's really, really tough to have to deal with.
Suds.
But Stars wind up losing 5-4 in overtime to the Colorado Avalanche. So love of this. So how long?
I just saw your text, by the way.
Yeah,
I sent them into a mini panic this morning.
It wasn't a panic. I was actually kind of looking forward to you not being in here on time. It was like 5:25 or 24 maybe.
You know what? I was a little late. I had to stop at the sketchy 7-Eleven just down the street from us so that I could get a C4 because, God forbid, the Chevron downstairs. Is that a Chevron or an Exxon? What is that?
It's Chevron.
Chevron. The Chevron downstairs
The Mick Chevron
has their doors unlocked any longer before 6 a.m.
I hate that.
There were too many, I guess, incidents around that area, so they started locking the doors. Because you used to be able to go in there right at 4
You
a.m.
used to be able to walk in. Absolutely did. 5 a.m. really.
Now it's locked up.
And now it's locked up till 6.
Yep. You got to knock on the glass and ask somebody to go retrieve something for you.
Yeah, it's like you got to go through the pharmacy drive-through. They get the drawer.
Yeah,
that
and
slides out.
I have too much social anxiety about like, no, not that one. Not that one.
Right, you just take
that one. And yeah, you just honestly, whenever I've said something before and they bring me back the wrong one, I'm like, yeah, that works.
That's fine. That's
fine.
fine.
So instead, I had to stop at the 7-Eleven over there on Lemon, like near Lemon over there.
There's one over here on Fitzhugh, like right next to the station.
Well, I don't ever turn that way, so I didn't know it was there.
I make coffee, Bobby. I make some good coffee.
Yeah, but this is
C4. He needs energy.
Like I will physically feel this, and it's great stuff.
Yeah,
and C4.
You'll feel the coffee too.
Sponsor at the station. Coffee
Peyton,
is a
sponsor the station right here, Peyton. This is C4.
Right. Well, you can do both.
Yeah, I mean, my heart could explode. We do want me to be here for the next
Black
4.5
Rifle Coffee
hours.
coming up at 6:30.
Are we? Yeah, like Black Rifle Coffee. We're gonna talk with Mike McCarthy at 6:30.
That's not our sponsor, man.
So the biggest question I think everybody has today, knowing that Sean Sharif is out, is: are you gonna let Mike Bassick lead crosstalk again?
Absolutely.
I thought it went pretty well last week.
I'm a big proponent of chaos.
I love the Mike Bassick.
I'm like the Arizona Diamondbacks. Embrace the chaos. That's what I am. Okay.
Like Joker. I'm an agent of chaos.
I'm an agent of chaos. So Bassick, if it was up to me, Bassick leads crosstalk from here until the end.
I think Bassick should lead crosstalk every day, to be honest.
I don't disagree at all.
Yeah, why don't you work on that, Peyton? Why don't you work on
get his music ready?
On the lips because Tom Brady does it.
What was that
Wait,
drop?
What was that?
Hey, do you need a kiss on the lips because Tom Brady does it?
Oh, is that because he kisses his son on the lips?
Yeah.
You know, I've never kissed my son on the lips. Not even I don't even think as a baby.
I kissed my kids on the lips when they were like toddlers, but once they were past like 2 or 3, no, it wasn't. It was however they approached me. If they approached me like to give me a kiss on the lips, that's what I do. If they approached to kiss me on the cheek, I would do that.
My youngest refuses to let anybody kiss him. Period. If you kiss him, he gets all upset.
Like angry?
No, he just thinks he doesn't want to be like kissed by anybody. He won't kiss anybody.
Like even like a cheek or on the forehead.
No,
nothing. He just doesn't want lips on somebody.
He's just like, get off me! I don't want you to do that. It's very, whatever. It is what it is.
Where'd that come from?
Is
that you?
No, he's weirded out. He's weirded out by women's makeup.
Really?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Completely understand. Yeah.
He just finds it gross. Like he's like, if a woman, like especially a grandmother, grandmas love to wear blush.
Do they?
Who wears blush? Grandmas, right?
Yeah.
They do.
Old people.
Old people.
Mine's dead, and my mom
Your mom's
didn't get.
dead,
My
so
mom
you
didn't get
wouldn't know.
old enough to be a grandma that I could.
So, if he goes up and there's an old lady there, like my mom or his other grandmother, she's got blush on, it freaks him out, man. It's just he's just like.
Is that like what is
he's
that like an
grossed
OCD
out
thing,
by
or is
it.
he a germaphobe?
He's definitely not a germaphobe. That kid, you got to pull teeth in to wash his hands.
He just doesn't like makeup.
He just doesn't like makeup.
The chemically
It's
makeup.
just whatever it is. He just doesn't like.
He likes the all natural look.
I guess that's what it is. But whatever. I mean, we don't force him to do it. But it's he doesn't like to people eating freaks him out too. He just gets grossed out by people like smacking lips.
You know
eating.
what Kristen hates? Like the little sensory thing she can't stand is we've got like a glass container that like you take the lid off of and it's got like floss picks in it and stuff.
Right.
And if she hears the glass rattling around that lid, like as you're picking it up, that clanking of picking the thing up, she will like literally like shudder and just almost
really?
Yeah, she cannot stand hearing that sound.
Ugh. That's some sound. I never get freaked out by sounds. I get a lot of people do. They get freaked out by sounds. I don't.
I never have. I get freaked out by a lot of other things. I got a lot of other weird intricacies, but
Yeah.
not that one.
Huh. Interesting.
I'll tell you what I don't get freaked out by. The Sound of Love of the Star, which you can now download on the Odyssey app thanks to Peyton.
Well, we have Inside the Star coming up at 6 o'clock, but Bobby's got the latest on the Epstein list. Is Draymond Green already coming back? Is this happening already? We'll get into that next on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up.
aside, is Draymond Green already coming back?
Probably.
He is being allowed to return and start practicing and go to the team facility. It's only been 10 games. Well, now 11 after last night, I guess. Or that was 10. I guess. No, that was 11. But it's December 13th is the day that he was suspended. So we're not even a month in. They're going to wind up making this thing just a month suspension, 10, 11 games, and let's go.
Derek Lively's going to miss more time than Draymond Green did, probably, with that ankle and everything else. But, no, this is about what we expected, wasn't it?
10 games, well, like 10 to 15.
Once you could see the plan they were laying out for him, it was like, okay, this is going to be silly. It'll be a few weeks, he'll be gone, and then he'll be right back in there doing what he does. And
which is?
Swinging wildly and hitting people in the face and the nether region and the abdomen and everywhere else. And that's just what the NBA set themselves up to look like total morons.
He's the best.
He's not the best, Bob Huggins. They've set themselves up to look like total morons the way they did with Ja Morant. Where when they punished Ja Morant that time, and then they're like, but he's rehabilitated. And then it's like, he's on Instagram 2 hours later showing you a gun. And they're like, well, crap, now he's got to be suspended again, and now we got to look like we actually did something. It's going to be the same thing with Draymond Green. They have to set up they got to put up the illusion like they actually give an S, and that they're going to do something about it. And it's all just checking off boxes and going through the motions. Then he'll come back and he'll do some dumb mess again, and then we'll be in the same spot where the NBA now has to go, well, crap, we got to actually punish the guy now, just like they did with Ja Morant. So that's what I would anticipate is going to happen.
Yeah, it's a weird situation. Like, the jaw thing, I get it because he had so many other issues with, like, punching the 17-year-old or whatever. Like, is there any? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what the law is. I know it's not illegal for Ja to own a gun, which is odd that he got suspended for that. But I guess brandishing it in public could be viewed as a threat.
It's optics. Given the trouble the dude had been in, because it was illegal for him to have the gun in the strip club.
Yes,
that was illegal. And so when it's similar to the Ezekiel Elliott walking in a marijuana shop in Seattle his rookie year. It doesn't matter that it's legal. You've already gotten in trouble for things that, like, you need to avoid even the appearance of doing something that could be considered wrong or bad optics. Same sort of thing for Ja.
So what are the optics with Draymond, though?
What I'm saying is Draymond, he will do something dumb again like he always does. He will have a cheap shot. He'll, swing at somebody. He'll do some dumb Draymond thing like he always does because he's not good enough to just let his play talk for him. And then the NBA will be in the same position again where it's like, okay, now we look like fools and we're going to have to punish him again instantly. Because, how long was the Ja thing? Like wasn't it just a couple weeks? Ja was then on Instagram and had to go right back. It was really fast.
It was quick,
and that's the same position they're going to be with Draymond Green. So,
I mean, they may already be there. They may already be there with Draymond with the optics.
Yeah, but I mean, if this is the time where they're like, hey, we're taking it so seriously, he's punished it just like they did with Ja, and it's something. Yeah. I mean, this whole thing was just. They're going through the motions. Every step of the way has been completely predictable and something that we've talked about. So,
all right. So, what is the latest on the Epstein client list? I was all over this 2 nights ago. Yesterday, I didn't see much online about it. But
because they dropped more documents. There were like another 90 pages that were. Hey,
awesome!
Gotta put them out. Yep. So we got some additional names here.
When's your name going to show up on this thing?
It's not going to show up on there.
Okay,
never
good.
went to the island. Never had any interest in that. We got several names here, though. Some that we already knew.
Kyle,
the Independent over in the UK has collected several of the names that are mentioned in these documents. Now it's got to be. It's important to remember that just because your name pops up in here does not mean that.
Yeah, you could have just been mentioned as somebody that he knew, which he knew a million people.
So here's the list of names we have so far, according to the Independent.
They're saying that your name could have just come up in conversation with because this is a massage therapist.
Mm-hmm.
This is a masseuse that was doing this suit, and this person named a bunch of people that came up in conversation. Didn't mean that they did anything; it just came up in conversation.
So here's what I think we should do. I give a name, and then Peyton tells
jeez.
us. Peyton tells us why he thinks they were there.
Yeah, let's have Peyton be the
All right, let's do it.
be the filter.
All right, here's several names. Some of these we already knew. Prince Andrew, the second son of Queen Elizabeth II. Bill Clinton, named in these documents. Donald Trump. David Copperfield. John Connolly, New York police detective turned investigative journalist who investigated Epstein. So see, some people can pop up in these documents because they're included in investigations or whatever else. Alan Dershowitz. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, boy.
Have we not had several jokes for years about Leonardo DiCaprio and his taste in...
Younger people?
Yep.
I mean, isn't the rumor he's dating a 19-year-old now?
That's what they're out here saying.
I mean, he's my age.
Al Gore.
Invented the internet.
Stephen Hawking.
Did not invent the internet.
Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister.
Who?
Ehud Barak.
Just wanted to make sure you pronounce that right.
I did. Careful. Michael Jackson, known as the King of Pop. Marvin Minsky, an artificial intelligence pioneer. Here we're getting into some of the Hollywood names. I know you're going to like the Hollywood names, okay? Kevin Spacey.
Stunned.
George Lucas.
Star Wars.
Let's see here. Kate Blanchett.
All right, so what? Now, just never mind. Go ahead.
Naomi Campbell.
Okay.
Bruce Willis.
Man, it's sad seeing. I saw a photo of Bruce recently.
He's not doing well.
He's not doing well. He's so my dad's in a memory care center, and it's Bruce has got an affliction. I can't remember what it's called, but he's like basically you stop being able to talk, like your vocal cords just go away, and it's coupled with dementia. It's all under that umbrella. But there's people in my dad's home who are completely of sound mind, but can't speak anymore.
Gosh.
Oh, that's got to be the worst.
That's terrifying. And then the last, we mentioned Bill Richardson yesterday, former governor of New Mexico.
Man.
Cameron Diaz.
Uh-oh.
Is this why she retired from acting? Is this why she
retired?
I think so. She hasn't been in anything in 8 years.
I saw a thing with, well, maybe because she can't act.
That's harsh.
I don't know. I was just saying that.
Yeah.
I saw an article.
I'll take a little sip.
A couple weeks ago. I always liked her. She always said what a big farter she was. She likes to fart.
I don't like that. That's a massive turn
That's
off.
cool. That's cool to me.
It's cool for a girl to talk about that.
I think cool kids fart.
But women don't.
I think, I could get down with it.
Has Sarah farted in front of you yet?
Yeah, not of her knowing.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
See, that sounds like she has the proper understanding. Of
She
how
does.
that
She doesn't do that. But every once in a while, she'll just sleep, and I'm awake.
So
I'll be caught in friendly fire.
the last movie Cameron Diaz was in was Annie in 2014. It's been
Is
10
that like
years.
Annie, like the Broadway musical Annie?
Yep, like a remake. This is a remake with Jamie Foxx playing Daddy Warbucks.
Was Daddy Warbucks in Annie? I don't remember.
Was what?
I don't remember Daddy Warbucks the name.
Wasn't that the name? I don't
remember. I have no. I don't remember.
So here's maybe why she retired from acting, other than she had to go into hiding over her Epstein list name. Here are the IMDb ratings for her last several films. Annie 5.3, Sex Tape 5.1, The Other Woman 6.0, The Counselor 5.4, Gambit 5.7, A Liar's Autobiography 5.8. She just made awful movies at the end.
The Holiday. What was The Holiday?
The Holiday was a bad movie, dude. Did you like that one?
I mean, not really. It's a chick flick.
The Holiday got a 6.9. Nice.
Yes.
I still think that's one of the worst Christmas movies I've seen. I went to a theater and saw that.
It's
eh.
I don't know. I mean, I think the Brits make good Christmas movies. Love Actually is a good one.
Oh, Love Actually is a great Christmas movie.
Yeah, I think in general you put a British accent on it, and all of a sudden you get yourself a Christmas movie.
Peyton, why do you think Cameron Diaz's name popped up in these documents? Like, I have no context for it. I'm just curious what you think.
Well, she was in Spy Kids, right?
No, she was not.
Oh, she was not. Oh, okay, that was a different Cameron Diaz.
Just.
All right, I don't even want Peyton to say anymore. That was more than enough.
Yeah, what we really need is the flight logs. That's what we need.
Yeah, we do.
This is nothing. We need the flight logs.
We do need the flight logs, and I feel like there's been such a buildup here. They're not gonna let. I just feel like if there's anything really damning, we're never gonna find it.
January 22nd. That's when everything gets. That's when everything drops, right? That's when everything drops.
Is it supposed to? Is that when it
That's
comes
what
up?
I've heard. January 22nd is like the day.
I don't think we're gonna get anything super damning out of this, because I think if there's anything super damning, they're not gonna let it come out.
Cameron Cortez, by the way, Spike.
Carmen Cortez, not Cameron.
Oh, that's right, Carmen.
Peyton Russell, leave it to him. What's coming up in Love of the Star?
Oh, Lyle Collins is back, and we have one cut of him that we can play.
All right.
That's next on The Fan.
free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Lyle Collins is back, baby. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the show.
All the people listening.
Sean Sharif is out today. He is out sick. He's got the sniffles. He's got the sniffies. And so he is out today. It is myself, Bobby Belton, RJ Choppy taking you up till 10 o'clock this morning. Actually, till 9:40 when Mike Bassick takes over Crosstalk. And then it's the Mike Show.
Not quite till 10.
We get to hear his update on Miro Heiskanen, what he saw at the hockey game last night. Hockey Mike, man. He was wearing the hoodie yesterday. Lyle Collins was at the Star in Frisco yesterday. He is back, obviously. We've been talking about that for the last couple days. The weird scenario of like signing this contract was bizarre. Where it's like 2 days it took for him to actually sign the thing, which I've never seen a practice squad contract be so complicated where it's like he signed and people go, well, it's not official yet. Like, remember we had Patrick Walker on yesterday morning. He's like, well, we expect it to be done this morning, but it's not quite done yet. It's like, why is this so difficult?
I mean, when you have, when it's week 18 and you haven't played all year and all of a sudden all these teams are clamoring for your services.
So apparently a part of this, according to, I think it was Tom Pelissero had it yesterday. He was getting paid by the Bengals still, like I think due to an injury settlement or something like that. And so the issue was that Lyle Collins was getting paid by the Bengals, and something had to be cleared up with those payments and what the Bengals were doing in terms of whatever their responsibility was before he could sign with the Cowboys. So that got cleared up. He is back, and he talked to the media yesterday. Lyle Collins, why was the timing right for both sides for your return to Dallas?
I mean, it just was.
Chop. He had more to say than that. Peyton did it.
I mean, it just was. Honestly, I was kind of in a position where I was thinking about just letting my body rest as much as possible this year and maybe going back next year. But, it's right time, right place. I had got to that point in myself, like mentally, where I felt like, all right, my leg is good. I know it's good, and physically built that confidence up. And, now I'm just ready to play ball again. And I'm super excited. And 2024 couldn't start off any better.
See, I told you had more to say than just that. Your thoughts, Chop.
So,
that caught Choppy off guard.
He had no idea.
It's like back in the day, man.
It just was. That's as good a reason as any. It just was.
It's like back in the day, I was like, when I was doing updates, I was over at ESPN doing updates, right? Those minute sports updates,
yeah.
like, every 20 minutes.
You and Russell Scott.
That's a good reference.
Thank you.
I saw Russell not too long ago, man. But it's probably 3 years, but whatever. You're sitting there, you're trying to formulate this update, you're writing around it, and all of a sudden you're like, all right, let's see if I can pose a question and have somebody answer it. That's exactly what I would have done. So, Lyle, why the Cowboys signed Lyle Collins? They saw Lyle. Why was this the right time to come back? It just was.
Nick Van Exel scored 30 points last night.
You moved right
onto hoops.
You moved right out of the next thing with just the shortest cut. Can you find a way to shoehorn 5 audio cuts into 1 minute? And you've got to find a way to make each of them no more than 2.5 seconds long. Man, that made me laugh. I appreciated that one.
I don't think Choppy heard the rest of the cut, but
that
the timing was
I don't know
right.
What the hell he said?
He wanted to get healthy. He wanted to get his body right. And apparently his body's right now. And one of the things we're hearing is that he's moving around really well. Is it possible, RJ Choppy, they found a diamond in the rough? Or do you think, look, the reality is this probably isn't going to be anything. It's your lotto ticket, but you have just as much of a chance of this hitting as an actual lotto ticket.
I mean, no, there's a chance that it hits. I mean, he could be a serviceable player. Is he going to be a step right in and be a star? I don't know, but how limited is he? There's a reason he wasn't in the league.
He had, and we talked about this a little bit the other day. He had lost a lot of his ability to bend. They felt that he had lost a lot of his flexibility.
I mean, bending at the hips is kind of a big deal,
especially if you're playing on the interior. But his workout looked good. if you hear guys talk about it, we'll talk to Mike McCarthy here at 6:30, sponsored by Black Rifle Coffee. Get his thoughts on how Lyle Collins looked, the plans for him, also Damian Wilson, who they brought back. But one of the big things here is Lyle Collins is a really close friend of your starting quarterback. And those sort of connections, they matter, Chop. They really do. And you remember it was actually the Washington game in 2021 where there was a late hit on Dak Prescott and Lyle Collins got ejected. You remember that? Went up there, started a whole fight, got ejected. Dak paid his fine that week. So they're very close. He's a big emotional type of presence in that locker room, and there's a lot of people who think really highly of him. Dak Prescott, what does it mean to have Lyle Collins back in the locker room with you?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, just talking about friends away from here, that's one of the guys. A lot of these guys are, but Lyle just he's always been that way as he gives me the wink. He's always been a friend. He's been a brother. Excited for him to be back. I know how much he's want this. I know how much he's going to offer this team, and it's exciting. I know he's going to do his job at the highest level, and he's not going to let anybody mess with me. So always a fan of that.
All right, we're gonna do
What?
We're gonna do like a fake update later on in the show where we just
we
just try to shoehorn a bunch of like 2-second cuts.
You're gonna do your Sports Center update. Yeah, send you back in the booth over there.
Let's do it. Let's figure this out.
Lyle
We're gonna have
Collins.
It just was, and Dak say, "Yeah, it's great."
Yeah, there you go. Lyle Collins. Why was it the right time to return to the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, it just was.
There we go. That's Lyle Collins, ladies and gentlemen. Big game coming up this weekend, obviously against the Commanders, the number 2 seed on the line. And we'll talk about playoff scenarios a little bit here in the 720 segment. Just, what the Cowboys are facing, who you would prefer, who you would rather avoid. But I was doing the Cowboys crosstalk, RJ Chapman, with Nate Newton and Tony Tolbert the other day. And Nate Newton told a story about in 1991 how they went up to Milwaukee County Stadium and they were getting ready to play a game against the Green Bay Packers, who were one of the worst teams in the NFL. Brian Broaddus hadn't got there yet to fix the team. And he said that Jimmy told them before the game, he's like, you guys are so much better than this Packers team that if you just don't turn the ball over, you don't commit penalties, we don't have to go in here and beat these guys down. Just don't make mistakes and we will leave here with a victory. I don't care if it looks pretty. You're one of those guys. You don't want to style point road victories.
No, I don't.
So Nate said they won that game 20-17. It was kind of ugly. He said the announcers were killing them during the game, talking about, they don't look very into this. They're not going to. And he's like, the reality was we just wanted to get out of there with a victory. And that it's like, hey, let's not overthink this. Let's just not commit penalties. Let's not be stupid. Let's get out of here with a victory. Is that the approach heading into Washington this weekend, do you think? That the thought process should be, do not overcomplicate this. Just don't make mistakes, play safe football, and leave there with a victory.
Well, yes, essentially, but I still got to go to the weather report. That's still the big thing.
It does not look great from what I last saw.
All right, so
I think it's raining a lot the day before.
It's 100% chance of rain the day before, 40 degrees. Game day, high of 46. 16% chance of rain, partly sunny. Partly cloudy.
But still, you're talking about a field that's been rained on all day the day before, then it's in the 40s. I mean, that sets up for a pretty sloppy game.
It does, and then you got to ask yourself, as it's 4:30 start time, what's the temperature going to be? 4:30 start time in Maryland. Mm-hmm. What's the temp going to be then? It's probably going to dip in the low 40s, maybe high 30s by the end of the game.
And I know you always have a concern about that little plate in Dak's thumb when it starts to get a little chilly.
He mentioned it a couple years back, ever since he had that plate, or I guess a year ago, ever since he had that plate.
Which makes sense.
That it's just stiffer in cold weather. And they're in the same situation they were in last year.
Yeah. I mean, last year they had less to play for. This one, they've got something right in front of them, though. But
that last year's game, that's when it was confirmed that Dak can't throw in cold weather.
That was a pretty brutal performance. What was he? It was like 14-37. It was one of the worst games we've ever seen.
It was very, very bad. And that's the concern here. That's why I took Washington plus the 13.5. I'm assuming weather-wise it's going to be a very similar situation. I don't think the Cowboys are in danger of losing necessarily. They probably win by 8 or 10. But, there's no way of knowing what Dak can do in this game, especially if we get towards the second half and that temp starts hitting the 30s.
They are in the unenviable position of, if they don't blow the doors off Washington, though, there's going to be a lot of negative chatter on Monday.
Well, we would have. That would
Is
have
this
been
the right way to go into the playoffs? Whoa, does this give you any concern? How are they going to go in there? It doesn't matter that they're at home. How are you going to play a Rams team that after you put that performance on tape?
Because that would have been 4 weeks in a row where the offense wasn't great.
Yeah, and the reality is, though, like I said, what Nate had brought up the idea of like, hey, there are times that coaches will tell you you're so much better than them, just don't screw it up.
Yeah.
Just focus on not screwing up, and you will beat them naturally because you're so much better than them. Tony Tolbert had said when we were out there talking that he said the only games that they lost in the 90s typically, like in the regular season, he's like, a lot of times when we would lose a game, it's to a team we had no business losing to, and we just didn't take them seriously. And so that was something that Jimmy was always trying to guard against, was don't go in here just kind of, half-assing it. Go in there with the idea of just do not make mistakes. If you don't make mistakes and play your game, you'll win. Don't worry about covering a spread. Worry about getting out of here with a victory. And that's what the Cowboys have to do on Sunday. I think that's the biggest thing they got to guard against.
Yeah, I wonder, different league, cap league versus an uncapped league. And, the Cowboys had such a talent advantage. And they have a talent advantage here. But obviously the discrepancy between the talent advantages back in 1992 versus today is much, much different.
1991. RJ Chopping, 1991.
Or 91.
1992. 91.
91.
Yeah. We hadn't even reached the Clinton era yet.
Hadn't even reached the golden era of this Cowboy team yet.
Nope. Still fighting, still trying to make a name for themselves.
Still losing to Detroit's in the postseasons.
Yep. One more time before we get out of the segment. Lyle Collins, why was it the right time for you to return to Dallas?
I mean, it just was.
Yeah,
there we go. Thank you, Lyle.
Great work. We're going to do something with this later on. We got to figure this thing out. All right, Sean and RJ here at 105 through the Fan. The league has spoken. The Cowboys have the best coaching staff in the NFL. These aren't my words. These are the NFL's words. It's next on the Fan.
Take your
And RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, for free, contact the Frankels at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I mean, it just was.
Stop it. Mike McCarthy coming up at 6:30. We are going to do that. The inside joke is Bobby had that queued up to play last segment. Drew me offside.
That was a Peyton bit.
It was Peyton bit. Drew me offside. So I'm going to put together a little update circling back to 04.
I can't wait. I can't wait
And
for your
we're just going to use nothing but out of context 2-second cuts during the entire thing. We'll see what we can come up with. I'm going to have some fun with this.
Police are on their way, mofos.
I'm going to have some fun with this. It may fall flat. It may fall completely flat.
You know what? You
I don't care.
Can't
But
know
try.
unless you try. You can't
try it
know.
out.
You know,
Throw things against the wall, baby.
Can't have any fear of flying, Shop.
No, you can't. I have a fear of the NFLPA because they're a bunch of morons.
Why? What did they do?
So they did a survey identifying the top coordinators.
Steve Harvey
ahead of the
survey.
Is that a family
survey
feud thing?
says?
Yeah, survey says. Top coordinators, and more than 1,700 players responded to this report card survey, which will be released as it was last year around the scouting combine in February, March-ish. But they wanted to list the top 5 coordinators now ahead of the annual head coaching hiring cycle. To generate some attention for these coaches will be candidates. So they did 5 OCs, 5 DCs, and 5 special teams coordinators. And this list is the biggest bunch of garbage I've ever seen. So the survey was specific about who it asked. Offensive players were asked to rate their offensive coordinators, defensive players, the defensive ones, etc., on a scale of 1 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
The NFLPA said 864 offensive players rated their offensive coordinators, 774 defensive players, and 1,025 who participated on special teams rated their special teams coordinators. So there you go. There was your total of about. There's way more than 1,800 people that responded to this thing because some of them were mixed. Some offense, some defense were also mixed in the special teams one. So here you go. These are you want offense, defense, or special teams first?
The only side of the ball that matters, Job, offense.
Let's do it. Your top 5 offensive coordinators in the NFL according to the NFL Player Survey.
Yep.
By the way, who do you think is the best OC in the NFL?
Mike McDaniel.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan.
All right. Well, let's stay
Actual coordinators.
Actual coordinators.
Kellen Moore.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. There's a jumble. It's really hard sometimes to differentiate between what the head coach is doing. That's why I go to play caller, and I think more along the lines of Shanahan or probably Ben Johnson in Detroit.
Okay.
Bobby Slowick in Houston's really good.
All right, neither one are on the list.
Oh.
These are your top 5 according to the players. Frank Smith in Miami.
Okay.
Frank Smith doesn't do anything. Mike McDaniel's the OC.
Number 2 is Thomas Brown. Peyton, who he coached for? Thomas Brown.
AFC.
Yep.
Okay, we're getting warmer.
Definitely the AFC.
I'm gonna go AFC West.
Definitely the AFC
Yep.
West. You're close, man.
Yeah.
You're there.
It's gotta be the Chiefs.
It's not. It's
Wow, the
Carolina.
Chiefs-
It's very close. Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean,
Not
you,
even-
Oh, wait,
you had the wrong conference and as far away from the coast as you could have been.
Thomas Brown. The Panthers stink.
He is a well thought of coach around the league. though.
Wonderful. He's so well thought of that they're about to pick another quarterback.
Frank
this year.
Reich went in there and muddied the waters for
Number
him.
3, Brian Schottenheimer.
Hey, Shotty. Look at that. Shotty.
He doesn't even call the plays. We don't even know what he does.
No, but you
I
know
don't even
what?
know what Frank Smith does in Miami.
He is really well thought of, though.
Of course he is. Yeah, he is.
I think this is a likability thing for a lot of them.
Number 4, Brian Callahan.
Cincy.
And number 5, Kellen Moore.
There we go.
Ben Johnson did not make the list. Who is
Nor did
everybody's he is going to win assistant coach of the year.
Nor did Bobby Slowick.
Or Bobby Slow. All 5 of the top offensive coordinators, according to the NFLPA, the players, none of them, 3 of them missed the playoffs altogether. And then the other 2 don't even call plays for the team that they're supposedly the offensive coordinators for. Because McCarthy and McDaniel call the plays.
Yeah, but I mean, they're just asked to grade their coordinators. And so if they like working with their coordinator, play calling, I would guess, is not.
This is absurd. Now you go to the defensive side of the ball. Aaron Glenn, number 1.
Former Houston Texans legend, Aaron Glenn.
I thought he would be the Jets legend. Not
He
really
is.
the Texans
I was
legend.
picking a more random team. That is
Steve Wilkes, number 2.
well thought of.
Dan Quinn, number 3.
DQ, baby. That's what I like about Texas.
Brian Flores, number 4.
Boy, there was a lot of talk about how he was an unlikable personality in Minnesota and so or in Miami.
Miami.
So he is. I think you're seeing that a lot of people in Minnesota. And then where was he? Pittsburgh last year.
Yeah, I think so.
I think you're seeing that there was maybe a little bit of pretext there at times from
What does that mean, pretext?
in
this situation,
an
I get what it
excuse given for something that isn't the real excuse.
Oh, and then Raheem Morris, number 5. I think the defensive side of the ball is much better than the offense. Those are good coordinators. I'm stunned. Like, I just can't get past the offensive coordinator ones where these guys are so good. They've got like 2 wins, 7 wins, and 6. They're just so good. And then the other 2 don't even call plays. And then special teams, John Fossil's number 1. Chris Tabor, Carolina, who's currently their interim coach.
Is that Tabor or Tabor?
I have no idea.
I think it's Tabor.
Whatever, doesn't matter to me. Get a better spelling of your name. Matt Daniels, Minnesota. Dave Phipp, Detroit, and Darren Rizzi of New Orleans.
Could you imagine having the last name Rizzi or Rizzo in this day and age? It's a great last name to have.
Oh, because of Riz?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So the Cowboys, best coaching staff in the NFL.
Hey, they got somebody in the top 3 across the board in each of the top 3, and
Yep.
they're the only team who had a coordinator pop up in each category.
In each category. So they have top 5 coordinators across the board. Actually, they have top 3 across the board, although I still don't understand the offensive side of the ball. Nothing against Shoddy, but how Ben Johnson doesn't make this list blows me away. He is going to be a head coach. He had an opportunity last year. I don't get it. He's without question the best offensive coordinator in the game.
He's going to be a head coach, but you know who's currently a head coach?
Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy.
And he joins the show next on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Football Friday, quadruple bet payoff Friday, and Stephen Jones joins you at 3 o'clock, Nation 2 to 7.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out. He is out sick. A little bit of the sniffles. Bobby Belt, Peyton and Ryan alongside. And it is time for the head coach of your Dallas Cowboys, the great Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach. How we doing?
Doing well. Good morning, gentlemen. So Sean's sick, or he's got the sniffles?
He's claiming he's sick.
It's a little bit of both. It's a little sniffles, little allergies, things that keep a lesser man down.
I was going to say, that's pretty good time in a week off and then miss another week with the sniffles.
Not just that. He misses Friday, and you got to remember, Monday was New Year's Day. He had a 3-day week coming back, Coach. Just coasting.
Wow. Sounds like he's got a good agent.
Could be. So is this an easy week to prepare for? You just tell the players, you don't really have to say anything. They know what's at stake. You win, and you're the 2 seed, and you get to stay home until the NFC Championship. Is that kind of an easy thing to prepare for?
The word easy doesn't really fit. I think that's just something you want to definitely stay away from is that type of mindset. The reality is it's still a division game. It's on the road, and it's, as you see every week, over and over and over again. You got to line up and play your best football to win games in this league. So that's really what our approach would. We have clarity on exactly what this game means to us, and so definitely that's a big part of the motivation. But this is a got to have it win for us.
Coach, there's obviously been a lot of discussion this week with Lyle Collins returning to the practice squad. What does he just bring in terms of, it sounds like a lot of the guys are just really excited to have somebody that they're familiar with, a guy they consider a brother back in the locker room. What does he bring to your locker room culture and to your practice process?
Yeah, I think like anything, when players do leave this organization, and then you have an opportunity to bring someone back like LC. You can see right away just the reaction of the players that were here with him. So that's a big part of it. I mean, he's a big personality. Has good energy, and he's obviously been through a major injury. He's had time to rehab it. So I mean, it's great to see him, but we just got to get him back in the fold. We kind of took it slow yesterday with him in pads, but. Like I said, it was a great day. Everybody loved having that LC back in the building.
But you don't think it'll be a long time before he is in game shape necessarily? Then
I can't really tell you. To be honest, I'm going to be curious to see how he feels today. Just because it's been a while. I mean, it's his first time in pads in over a year.
Do you feel that because we've talked a lot about the run game this week, and sometimes it struggles. Where is the confidence in the ability to pick up a tough, set of yards, you pick up those third down conversions and such with the run game?
Oh no, we have confidence in everything we're doing. I think at the end of the day, we're focusing on the whole picture of the offense. And I get how the statistics get picked apart, and but we're still a very productive offense, and we haven't run the ball as well, really coming off the last game. But part of that too was some of the schemes that we were running against. We were put into heavy one-on-one blocks, particularly in our sub-run game, so that it really didn't give Tony and the running backs great looks. So it's something that we can learn from. But over the course of you build these. The run game protection and the pass game, you're always building momentum, for these playoff games. And, this gives us another chance to go win a regular season game and, make sure we're playing good in all 3 areas. But, yeah, we definitely have confidence in running it and throwing it.
Coach, there was we've talked a lot this season about, what was one of the big discussion points heading into the year, which was the communication on offense and how that was a big focus for you guys. When you've got the big touchdown that you hit to CeeDee Lamb on, kind of the scramble drill, and then, Dak and CeeDee kind of communicating with each other on the fly and freelancing a little bit, is that just one example of how good communication and that time on task can lead to really good things in the moment?
Well, I think the biggest thing in that particular play, it's just a great example why you keep playing. We're in a hot situation. We don't get the hot throw activated, and then basically Dak breaks a tackle, a potential sack in the end zone and keeps playing. And then anytime the first part of the pass concept is not completed in its normal time clock, and then you activate the scramble drill. So, I mean, you can see obviously Dak breaks the tackle, slides out to his right. CD takes the mailbox angle, and Dak gives him a chance to make a huge play, and obviously CD delivers. So it's something I think is just really the basics of our offense when you activate scramble drill opportunities. But really, there was a breakdown in protection, and Dak did a hell of a job avoiding a sack.
Coach, this was a big game this past weekend in terms of just for some milestones for CD. He sets the franchise record in the season for receptions, sets the franchise record for receiving yards in a season. Can you just talk about the growth you've seen from him and the growth that connection and that Dak and CD have? It's just I think everybody's been really impressed with how much CD has really seized that number one role over the last 2 years.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, CD's been an impact since he came here in 2020, and I just think just his production has grown just with more opportunities, and clearly this year we've given him more opportunities than he's had in the past, and he's delivered in a big way. And I think that's the biggest thing when you become this productive, week in and week out. That's a big responsibility, and it is a task to do this over and over again, because the defense is over there, trying to double them or roll their coverage to them and so forth. So just his sustainability and his durability, through this season has been so impressive.
We're talking with Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, one more thing on CD, just really quickly. There was a lot of discussion in the media and stuff like that about the idea of him taking on that number one receiver role and having the mentality of being a number one. Is that a discussion point we overblow, or do you think that's a real mentality that receivers have to step up into and welcome as being the guy, being the number one guy?
Well, it depends on the way your offense is designed, but yes, absolutely. I mean, there's more opportunity gathers more responsibility, and it just going back to my answer before, it's his ability to do it week in and week out, because we all understand it. He's a dynamic player. I think when a guy comes in the league as a high pick and also returns punts for you, and as a starter, as a receiver, I think that shows you what kind of flexibility he has and the skill set that he has. So, I mean, he's always been, had that type of ability, but now, the connection that he has with Dak and as his passing game continues to grow, CD is what I always look for as an impact player, an elite player, because elite players make others around them better. And just the fact that he's getting the recognition and, particularly from the defense coverage role each and every week, he's creating really good opportunities for his teammates.
Mike McCarthy joins us here at 105 through The Fan. How's Tyler Smith's health?
Good. He's getting better. Today is, kind of a, walk-through mock game, rehab type day, review for us. So hopefully it'll be another day of treatment for him, and we'll see what he can do tomorrow.
I wanted to get your take on this because this is all over social media during every game. I mean, by 3 plays later, there's a screenshot, and it's Micah getting held and not getting a call. He hasn't gotten a holding call against him, and probably since the summer, for crying out loud. Do teams go over like film with officials and send things to the league and show them, hey, our player's getting held here, he's getting held here, the call's not being made? I mean, does that happen?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a process that's been going on. I mean, pretty much I think as long as I've been a head coach. So, you're able to send in 10 plays a week, and ask them for clarification. So there is communication between the head coach and the officiating department. Then there's follow-up questions and conversations that you have if you want to have talk about something big. But the reality of it is we're coaches and players, we're responsible for our performance and evaluating and regulating our training to be better, and I'm sure the officials have a similar process.
Coach, there was obviously a lot of discussion about the whole 2-point conversion thing and reporting eligibility and everything like that. And Dan Campbell had talked about how he had, had discussions with the officials about his plans before the game. More specifically, that not on the actual play, but just kind of the broad concept again of talking with officials and communicating things. Is that something that you've engaged with a lot over your career? Is just like, hey, just so you guys have a heads up, this is what we're doing. I don't want you to be caught off guard with it. I don't want you to be confused by what we're doing here when we pull this out in the middle of the game.
Yeah, always. You do it. I've always done it in the pregame 90-minute meeting. You have a chance to talk to the officials, and if they say you have anything unusual, unbalanced, obviously we call it a jumbo tight end, or just so there's always a heads up, and you give them the numbers and so forth. And if you have anything different, I normally talk to them. So. But, also, I've seen it go the other way, too. So I don't even want to get into specifics. So that conversation really, it's just like anything. It's the crew in the white hat, really determines how some of those crews handle that information and what they do with the information. So as you evaluate those conversations, are they productive? Are they not productive? So, I mean, those are things that I've watched change throughout my time as a head coach. But yes, you have an opportunity to tell the officials everything and anything in pregame if you choose.
Coach, one of the things that's definitely changed since in your time in the league is the aggressiveness of teams, and both you guys in last week were pretty aggressive down the stretch. I love the aggressiveness, but just take us through the philosophical changes that's happened. Like, they went for 2 at the end. That's something that never would have happened, years ago. And then, you guys threw the ball on second down, and as opposed to just milking the clock because you wanted to keep possession and not even give them a chance to win. How different the philosophies are, and why teams will go for 2 at the end like that.
Well, I think it's, there's always an analytics component to it. We have a game management crew. We have one individual that clearly watches the clock, nonstop throughout the whole game. So, those are the conversations that are going on the headsets. Do I think it's more aggressive? I think the league's as competitive as it's ever been. I think the analytics effect of, shining a bright light on it and really the numbers tell you to be more aggressive if you just look at the computer outputs. So, but I've never totally, bought into just the analytics, the black and white of it. I think there's ebb and flow to every game. I think you got to recognize the other variables that go on in the game to tell you to, pump the brakes or keep your foot on the gas. And, that's just the way I've always done it. So, and I get the critique because if you're aggressive and it doesn't work, then you're a dumbass. And if you're conservative and that doesn't work, you're even a bigger dumbass. So I mean, I understand it, but there's other conversations that go on during the game about what we think to do. Because just clearly when we started that series after the turnover, we're first and 10 and we're second and 3, and then we get the penalty, and so now we're in that dead area out there. We're a little bit outside of the field goal range that we like, and so we're trying to get half of that back. And so you got to make a decision. Are you going to go and try to, win the game right there on offense? And and a big part of that is, what are you expecting from them defensively? We were expecting pressure. We got it. So you feel like you have a good call, but that's football. Sometimes you go for it, you make it, and sometimes you play it safe. And those are the decisions you got to make in the game.
Do you think it's a situation too? Does home versus road play into that? Like, hey, go for the win on the road, maybe in their situation, or not?
That's a great point. I know coming into the league, it was always go for the win on the road and play for the tie at home. And but once again, there's mathematics that support that, and then there's also you got to recognize what's going on that particular game, particularly inside that game, because momentum does factor in the outcome of games, and there's no statistics to really to support that. So you got to be in tune with the ebb and flow of the football game.
Last one for you here, Coach. Obviously, you guys finished 8-0 at home this year. That's now 16 straight at home. Just talk about, as this season wraps up, the regular season, what a point of pride that's been for you guys, your performance at home, and what a point of pride do you think it's been for this fan base to turn AT&T Stadium into such a big home field advantage?
I mean, I just can't say enough about the fans because it just seems like every time you walk off the field, you're thinking, man, I think that was the best crowd ever, and I feel like we've been saying that the last 2 years consistently, and just the way they bring the juice, going out there, Saturday night against the Lions. I mean, you can see it right away. I mean, our fans are incredible, and our team feeds off it. And winning your home games has always been important in this league, and we're doing a great job of it right now. And you got to give our fans a lot of credit.
Hey, Coach, best of luck this weekend getting that 2 seed. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, man. You guys have a great weekend. Thank you.
All right, you too. Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hopefully we get some Tyler Smith back in the lineup for this one. Although I wouldn't be mad. TJ Bass has done a good job. I would not be mad if you let him rest things, as long as it's productive. Because, Nate Newton, Stephen Jones told us on Monday, Nate Newton tore his plantar fascia and played the next week. And so I was asking Nate on Wednesday before we started, I was like, hey, Steven said you had this happen. And he's like, yeah, mine was training camp. And he's like, I didn't miss practice is what it was. I didn't roll into a game with it. But he said it even after you get the full tear, he's like, you're still dealing with pain. And he's like, it's not as bad. He's like, but it becomes a pain management thing. So he's like, if he can manage the pain, he's fine.
I'm sure they have numbing properties they can use. Properties might be the bad word. Medicines.
Properties.
They could use to make that feel better. But also, Nate just didn't want to go on the asthma field.
That's true. He was talking to us about the asthma field the other day. He said that he said he had some good Jimmy stories about the asthma. He and Tolbert talked about one of the guys had failed to go through or got like just winded at the end of a conditioning test, and right there in front of everybody, Jimmy just cut him, and he's like, "You're done." And he's like, "You can get out of here. See ya." And so they were all like just in fear of always like, well, we got to finish this thing. No asthma field for us.
No.
Which that's the famous story for those of you that don't know. They were going through conditioning drills, and somebody was having some difficulty catching their breath. One of the guys was, and Jimmy Johnson pointed over there and said, asthma field's over there.
It's a great line. It's a great line. It really is. Can't get away with that now.
Nope. Can't get away with
not.
a lot.
No, you definitely can't. Okay, there's Mike McCarthy here on 105 through the Fan. What'd you take away from that other than Tyler Smith, you hope he plays?
Yeah, I did like the awareness there to understand that, hey, this is these are going to be controversial calls late in games, but you're trying to make something happen. And as much as the talk is, well, that guy's a dumbass for being too aggressive, a lot of times you do get he's right. The criticism is oftentimes harsher when conservative doesn't play out the right way. I would rather have the Mike McCarthy method of, I'd rather aggressiveness backfire on you than just being too conservative.
I would too. I would too. I would like that, and I think the players would too. Like you heard Dak. Dak was asked about Campbell's going for 2, and he was like, "I love it, man. Put faith in your players to go for it."
I bet Dak loved it. Helped him win the game.
Yeah, right. I know, but he was like, yeah, I love the idea, the mindset. Just have put faith in your team, and
it just was,
and have it go for it. Because
Yeah, it's great.
As good as like a defense may be, offenses are the one that are in control. Like defenses aren't necessarily in control.
Sure.
Of any play, because you're at the mercy of how good the other team's pass is, and offenses are more in control than say a defense would be. All right, let's do this here. Rory and let's do a little golf. I want to talk about golf.
Rory from Gilmore Girls?
No, not Rory from Gilmore Girls. Rory has a change of heart.
Did he?
He has had a change of heart. He was all against the live golfers. All against them.
How much did his heart cost?
I don't know what it cost. Now, he said he was never offered anything. But he has had a change of heart because everybody's gone and everybody's bolted to the other tour to the point where they're going to change the Ryder Cup. They're going to change the Ryder Cup up. Here's Rory on a podcast. This is Rory McIlroy on the Stick to Football pod. This is not football. This is soccer football.
Well, even still, they're interviewing somebody who golfs, so they're clearly not even sticking to football.
They're not even sticking to football. This is soccer football. Rory McIlroy.
I think that was a bit of a mistake on my part because I now realize not everyone's in my position or in Tiger's position, and you get this offer, and it's what do you do? It's we all turn professional to make a living playing the sports that we do, and I think that's what I realized over the last 2 years. I can't judge people for making that decision, and so if I regret anything, it was probably being too judgmental at the start.
Oh, so Rory didn't realize that him and Tiger are billionaires.
A Hitler.
A Hitler, and that not everybody else is a billionaire on the tour. It's very nice of him.
He regrets being so judgmental of the color of money.
The color of money, absolutely.
Yeah. He realized, hey, it's all the same, baby.
Wasn't that a good movie? Wasn't that a Robert Redford movie or something like that?
I don't know.
I don't know if anybody's star taking a bigger hit in the sport than him. If I were him, I'd feel completely hung out to dry. Like they used to be their talker, and it burned him. But there's no way he doesn't regret not going. None. I mean, all these guys took.
Yes, of course he regrets it.
They're taking baths in cash. Baths.
What did it get him? What
Nothing.
did it get him other than egg on his face? It got him embarrassment is what it got him.
He claimed he never got an offer from them.
A hit live.
He says he never got an offer. I think he's full of crap if he thinks that's the truth. But I'm glad that he realizes that not everybody has much money as him and Tiger do.
Is it crap though? Like, I mean, if he was as outspoken as he was, maybe they just took offense to, well, we don't want the guy over here. Like, we got plenty of other stars we can pay.
Sure, but I think at the beginning, like before Phil left and Dustin, I'm sure they may have.
Old DJ?
Yeah, I'm sure they may have approached him. Phil did tweet on this about Rory speaking up.
Are they close?
No. He said, this quote and the many others made today by Rory probably weren't easy to say. Let's not use this as a chance to pile on.
How big of him?
It's time for me and others to let go of our hostilities and work towards a positive future.
That's very big of Phil.
Yes, he continues. Rahm's signing is turning into a bridge to bring both sides together, evidenced by the many comments today and a month ago about changing the rules for the Ryder Cup so John and others can play. So let's use it as such.
You know what that is? That's still ego. That's still that quote there from Phil. That's still ego, because when you're like super right about something. Obviously, I do know. Obviously, the inclination is, I want to come up here, I want to spike the football.
Yeah.
But there's almost a greater smugness even in just, let's let the facts stand for themselves.
Let's just relax.
I don't need to, like you get to look super mature and right at the same time. It's a great position to be in. Obviously, Rory just said what Phil wants to say, which is super immature response. Everything. Yeah. And so Phil's like, my words have already been said. Now I get to play. It's the same thing of, I was so against the Taco Charlton pick. And I thought I fought with people on Twitter for forever that when Taco Charlton got cut, everybody's like, all right, Bobby was right. Then I could just go, hey, fresh start is probably what he needs. Best of luck to Taco in Miami. I don't have to say anything. I can be smug and right. And have the moral high ground.
Man.
It's a beautiful position to be in.
Being right and having the moral high ground.
Man, I need to clip this and play it for my therapist probably. She can work through some of this.
You really, really should. That's all the drama going on right now. Are these Week 18 games even watchable? I will prove. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna read you the game with the quarterback matchups. And you tell me if you can even stomach to watch this thing.
Oh, yeah. Hell
you can even stomach to watch
Carson
this game.
Wentz versus Sam Darnold in the Ginger Bowl.
We are going to prove to you how you can watch every single NFL game this weekend, as bad as some of them may be. That's coming up next to The Fan.
DFW's number one. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
To win it in overtime, he scores! Nathan McKinnon wins it in overtime, and the comeback is complete. Trailing 4-2, the Avs rally all the way back to win it by a final score of 5-4.
That is Colorado TV with the call. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, boys and girls. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton and Ryan alongside. And the Stars lose 5-4 in overtime in a game. They were up 3-1, and they were up 4-2 with about 10 to play.
Yep, that's not how you want to come out of a game like that, especially at home with Hockey Mike in attendance. But especially when you come out of there with what seems like a little bit of a concerning injury, obviously, with Miro going out in this game after he crashed into the net with Wedgwood. And Pete DeBoer said afterwards, yep, we're going to get some tests on that. Hopefully we'll know some more in the morning. But concerning point right now with Miro potentially out for who knows how long. We'll find out some more this morning. But
we'll find out.
Tough loss for them, and just, giving up those 3 unanswered goals after Miro went out.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to take because they should have won this game. They should have gotten 2 points. Absolutely should have. They still got a point. That's good, but this really is a nasty one. It's a nasty one to take.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one where when you're up by 2 goals and 2 separate points, with or without Miro, you've got to close out those games. And ultimately just didn't get the job done. Right there on a platter for you against a really good Avalanche team. You just dropped the ball. Or the puck in this instance.
Yeah, or the puck. Off tonight. Back at it tomorrow at the American Airlines Center against the Nashville Predators.
The Preds.
7 o'clock on the puck drop. Mavericks
looking for some revenge tonight against the Portland Trailblazers. The Blazers will come to Dallas
again
for the home and home setup here.
Literally the home and home because they've been home. Both teams were the Blazers just stayed here.
Yes.
No home the other night.
No Derek Lively, no Grant Williams. Mavericks will be looking to hopefully get things on track with a back-to-back here without 2 of their big contributors, especially Lively, who has become such a defensive leader for them and somebody who really helps with their communication on the back end. Grant Williams, not as much. Been kind of a black hole. What did Bassick give him in crosstalk yesterday? An F grade this season for Grant Williams?
Yeah, that's Bassick's fault, though, for having expectations that are too high. Yeah, what?
Give it to us, Rocket Top. Give us your Grant Williams defense.
It's not defensive Grant Williams. I'm still dumbfounded. People expected him to be the 3 or 4 here. He was like 8 on Boston. That's your own fault for thinking that he's going to come in here and be a 3. If you thought he was going to be an 18-point-a-game guy, that's your own problem.
No,
it's
not 18 points a game, but more efficient
problem.
than he's been. He's been under 40% for 2 months.
But isn't that his game?
No, not quite that. And I think you thought
he'll take a random 3-pointer every now and then.
I think you thought with Luka as a distributor and the way that he works that you were going to get easier looks and it was going to set things up nice for him. And defensively, you have not gotten at all what he should have been.
He's 6'6", and he's a 2-guard size playing center.
He is playing the worst defense of his career.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And so he's not meeting that expectation.
Again, let's be fair. None of you watched Grant Williams in Boston, outside of a few playoff games.
People watched Boston's on TV enough that I think people had a pretty good understanding.
Nobody watches regular season NBA basketball out of market at regular season NBA basketball. We know this.
Speak for you in 337.
We have data. It's called ratings. Nobody watches. Nobody watches out of market NBA games. Nobody was watching Grant Williams play in Boston.
Well, that's only
y'all's fault that you overrated Porzingis and you expected too much out of him. And what he's doing in Boston now is what you should have been thinking of him, which is like a 3. And you overrated Grant Williams thinking he's going to be a 3 when he's really an 8. It's not my fault. It's not Grant Williams' fault that Bassick thought he was going to come in here and be Robert freaking Horry.
You hear this, Mike? When you lead crosstalk at 9:40, I want you to go after Choppy for this.
All right.
So by the way, you can't say anything about regular season NBA ratings anymore. We got the IST, bro. And the IST levels up the
tournament.
ratings. Yeah.
Yes, very nice. Okay, here we go, Bobby Belt.
Here we go.
It is time for Can You Even Watch This Football Game?
All right, hit me.
All right. These are your Week 18 games and quarterback matchups. Here we go. The Pittsburgh Steelers are a 4-point favorite over Baltimore. The over-unders this week, guys. If you want a good laugh, go to Vegas Insider and just look at the unders, the over-unders on these games. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, it's 35. Army, Navy is generally 30. Okay, and this is 35.
I think Patriots Jets is 30.
It is.
This week.
It is. It's like record time low. Mason Rudolph versus Tyler Huntley.
Hey, that's a Pro Bowler in Tyler Huntley, and Mason Rudolph's played some good football. I can't normally watch Baltimore and Pittsburgh, though, so I'm certainly not going to be able to watch it with backup players.
Also expect the Ravens to sit Zay Flowers, Odell Beckham, Kevin Zeitler, Kyle Hamilton, and Marlon Humphrey. Houston and Indy, I could get down with this one.
I will watch this game. This game I'm interested in.
Stroud and Gardner Minshew, I could get down with that game. Cleveland and Cincy. It'll be, of course, a Jeff Driscoll, Jake Browning special on this one.
Nope, not watching that.
Nope. Browns are expected to sit Myles Garrett, Amari Cooper, Denzel Ward, and others.
Big opportunity for Micah Parsons here. Myles Garrett's going to sit. If Micah Parsons can clean up in a game that he's actually trying in, might be enough to push him over the edge for Depoy.
All right, the Minnesota and Detroit. Detroit's a 3-point favorite. Nick Mullins will start over Jaron Hall. He replaced him at halftime last week. Jared Goff will start for the Lions. Now, it would not be shocking if Teddy Bridgewater comes in, or is Hendon Hooker even available yet, or is he still coming off?
Yeah, he was
ACL?
because he was.
Was he active last week?
No, he was not active, but I mean he was available to be active, I think.
Okay, so either way, you might get Teddy Bridgewater and Nick Mullins. You might get Hendon Hooker and Nick Mullins, but you're going to start with Jared Goff against Nick Mullins.
No,
Lions still have a chance.
Not gonna watch that game. Not just Lions. Vikings have a chance to make the playoffs still. Vikings have a chance to be the 7 seed. They need a number of things to go their way, but I mean, conceivably, you could at AT&T Stadium have the Vikings rolling in next week with Nick Mullins.
Okay, Jacksonville against Tennessee. Titans may be forced to go with Ryan Tannehill. Will Levis still dealing with a foot injury. Trevor Lawrence dealing with a sprained AC joint, so it could be Tannehill and CJ Beathard.
Did you see Mike Vrabel talk about why he's going to go ahead and just play through the end of the season, regardless of what they have to play for?
No, why?
They got asked about it. He goes, because losing sucks. Losing effing sucks. That's why it hurts. Just like total football guy answer. Just like, I'm not playing for positioning. Losing sucks. It hurts to lose.
Yeah. Didn't he say he's like super competitive to the point where like he sprints to get to the front of the line at roller coasters?
Yeah. Do you think like Vrabel and Dan Campbell, if you had them out at a bar together, they just like
they're arm wrestling,
leveling up?
There's a 100% chance they're arm wrestling the entire night.
Yeah,
just see who's better.
Yeah, absolutely.
No doubt. They're doing everything they possibly can. They're gonna crush chairs over their heads.
I think you'd like that. I think that'd be a good little bar trio. RJ Choppy, Mike Vrabel, and Dan Campbell.
Hey, those are my kind of people. Those are my kind of people. Not a big fan of Vrabel's like tech vest that he wears. The Patagonia vests that he'll sometimes rock.
Yeah, like he thinks he's Jim Tressel or something.
Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that, but I can get down with both of them. All right, here we go. How about this one? Trevor Siemian for the Jets. They're a 2-point dog to the Patriots. The over-under's 30.5 against Bailey Zappi. Can you watch?
Under. And no, I cannot. I cannot watch a game between the Jets and the Patriots, even if it's week 1, much less week 18, when neither one of these teams has anything to play for. I might pop in every now and then just to see, all right, let's see how hard the Patriots are actually trying for Bill Belichick in his final game.
Here's what I want to happen. I want the Patriots to win this game. I want Bill Belichick, after the game is over, to go full-on Undertaker style and leave his hoodie at midfield. Just take it off and then drop it at midfield like Undertaker did with his hat and his
walk to the locker room shirtless.
Just watch it
like when he was walking out of that house on the Ring doorbell camera.
I want to see that happen. I want to see him go out there, leave his headset and his hoodie right there at midfield. Full on Undertaker style. Atlanta, New Orleans. 3-point New Orleans is the favorite. They are at home. It is Taylor Heineke was limited in practice. If he can't go, it'll be Desmond Ridder and Derek Carr in a must-win game for both teams. They both have playoff chances.
Yeah, and both of them have playoff chances and still have something to play for because they are so average.
Oh, very average.
And so this in general is not going to be like a super entertaining game to begin with. I probably am not going to watch a single second of Saints-Falcons, Job.
Me neither. How about Tampa at Carolina? Another game in the 30s. This is a 37.5 point total. It'll be Baker. They need to win, so he'll be out there. He's played through some pain. He's got some shots at the ribs last week. And then Bryce Young gets his final start as a rookie, apparently with the second-best offensive coordinator in the NFL.
Yeah, that is another one that I'm not going to be too terribly interested. I'm going to be interested to see it for seeding purposes. And if you get a tie game, if the Buccaneers tie Chop, then we have a legitimate shot of getting the Buccaneers as the 7 seed and playing the Cowboys. But only in the instance that they tie. You can't get the Buccaneers unless they tie in this game. So if you want to play the Bucs in the first round at AT&T Stadium, root for a tie between the Panthers and the Buccaneers.
Bears, Packers, Fields, and Jordan Love. Green Bay's got a lot to play for.
I will watch this probably.
Now, who are you rooting for?
I would like the Packers and Rams to both win, because then I would like to play the Packers as the number 7 seed, which we can talk about during the next segment when we look at playoff scenarios. But I think that Green Bay is a team that I feel much more comfortable playing than the Rams. So give me the Packers in this one, because I would not want to play the Seahawks. Seahawks win and Packers lose. Seahawks get in. So.
Now, what if this? We'll do that next time. If the Seahawks win and the Rams lose, are the Seahawks the 6? I need to get into all
they're
that.
the 7.
They're the 7 then.
Yep.
Okay. Denver and the Raiders. Jared Stidham returning to his old stomping grounds, and he will take on Aiden O'Connell. This is a 38-point total. This is I don't know how. I hope they keep Antonio Pierce. I hope they keep him. What an awful game.
Which apparently Max Crosby and a couple others have been making the argument for Antonio Pierce to keep the job.
Yes.
Which you think he should get?
I think he should get it. I think he should get Coach of the Year.
My biggest takeaway.
That's a joke. I don't think he should.
My biggest takeaway about this game when you mention Aiden O'Connell is how much Aiden O'Connell looks like a guy who, he looks like if Nate Lowe ate Nate Lowe.
He looks like the guy we're going to go to the hockey game with in Vegas.
Does he?
Yeah, but boy, Nick.
Maybe it is him.
Yeah.
They're both in Vegas.
They're both in Vegas.
He's got the Peyton Russell mustache
He
there.
does. He does. A very bad mustache. I'm sorry, Peyton. I don't mean to get you with that one. Eagles, Giants. Now, keep an eye on live bet possibilities for this game, they say. If the Cowboys get up early, they may sit Jalen Hurts. So if the Cowboys are up 14-zip.
Then they may actually put a real quarterback in.
All right. Okay, I guess Jalen's not. Well, never mind. I'm gonna go there.
Nope, he's running.
But maybe Devontae Smith and other people. He may not even play because of the ankle. They may just rest him. And then, of course, you're gonna have Tyrod Taylor for the Giants. I don't see a way. I don't see a scenario that Philadelphia covers the 5. I don't know how they would.
No, I mean, I don't trust Philly to cover it all in general. What is it? They're on a really bad run of covers, aren't they? I think there's 6 weeks in a row of failing to cover.
I have to go look. They were good early on. Now they're terrible. Obviously, Cowboys, Commanders. Dak will start the game, but if they get up big, maybe Cooper Rush or there's no chance Trey Lance will make an appearance, right? Because he wouldn't be active.
I would doubt it. I wish he would be active. That'd be nice if he could get in the second half. But.
Sam Howell will go for Washington. Seattle, no worries. It's Seattle's 2.5-point favorite over Arizona. You have Geno and Kyler. Seattle still has something to play for.
Only 2.5. That's surprising.
I wonder if they're leaving it there because by the time they play, they'll know their fate.
Is Green Bay a noon game?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
And Seattle's a 3?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then yeah, I guess that's why.
Because if Green Bay wins,
then they're done.
It'll be just like last year where Seattle won and Green Bay knew that they won, that they were. Well, Detroit was done, but Detroit still won. Detroit still beat Green Bay. Kansas City and the Chargers. Kansas City and the Chargers generally would be a high-scoring game, you would think. Herbert, Mahomes. The over-under is 35. It is, of course, a Blaine Gabbert Easton Stick special with Will Grier as the backup in L.A.
Boy, that does both those names there, Blaine Gabbert and Easton Stick, sound like the made-up quarterback names of like a movie where they can't use NFL names, obviously, because of trademark. So it's like a game between the Sharks and the Tigers or something, and then the quarterbacks are Easton Stick and Blaine Gabbert.
Now, how about this one? Travis Kelce needs 16 yards to get to 1,000. That'll be an 8 straight for him. Do they dare play him to get 16 yards and risk it?
What does Tay want? That's what it comes down to, I think. What does Taylor Swift want?
Holy cow. Could you imagine they play him and he gets 17 yards and sprains his ankle?
Did you see, by the way, the
no
Kansas City
way.
Chiefs? Maybe this was in your prep email. Maybe this is where I saw this. I can't remember. Did you see the Brittany Mahomes story?
Yeah, I did.
$130 bill.
Well, hang on. Let's save this one.
Okay.
That's
I'll
for the
keep
junk drawer, man.
All right. I'll keep it.
All right. Rams and 49ers. Carson Wentz versus Sam Darnold.
The
Both
Ginger
Stafford
Bowl.
and Purdy, neither will play. The Rams also will sit Kyron Williams, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald, Ernest Jones, Puka Nacua. And Ernest Jones. Puka needs 29 yards to break the NFL rookie record for receiving yards, so they'll probably get it for him and then take him out.
I did it in 17 games, though. It doesn't count. Asterisk.
McCaffrey and Eric Armstead are already ruled inactive due to injury. So, good luck. Good luck watching this game. The Rams are sitting everybody. They may lose the game and be down to the 7.
And that would mean that is who your Dallas Cowboys will welcome at AT&T Stadium as long as you take care of the Washington Commanders.
That tells me that they want to play. They want to come. They would rather come here.
Seems like they're kind of welcoming it.
The Rams?
Yep.
Otherwise, it'd be like, because you would think, well, why would you just go to Detroit? Like, Detroit seems like the easier route than coming here where you already
Jared Goff
lost.
revenge game. Don't want to screw with it.
Don't screw with that. Bills, Miami, no question. That is, if you're not all in on this one, you don't like sports, you don't like competition. It's for the NFC, it's for the AFC East, for the 2 seed. It's for the 2 seed. Josh Allen, Tua, they both will play. Miami's got a spot locked up. Buffalo could miss the playoffs.
Who do you think the Chiefs are rooting for? Because there's a good chance loser gets the Chiefs
in the
first round.
Right, because Cleveland's already the.
So who do you think the Chiefs would be rooting for?
They're rooting for Buffalo to win the game.
You think they want to play Miami?
I think they would have to play Miami. Miami can't win away from home. They've already beat Miami this year. I think they want Miami. I would not want any part of Buffalo. So there's your weekend slate in the National Football League. We got a little junk drawer coming up next. The Cowboys do not want to see San Fran. Which team doesn't want to see the Cowboys in the postseason? We've got all your playoff scenarios for you as well. That's all coming up in the Expressway, commercial free until 8 o'clock. Next here on 105.
Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, it is a football weekend for you. We got no college over the weekend. First weekend.
Which, boy, no college football. That's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare. It is.
Peyton, how do you say that word?
Nightmare.
Nightmare. See, do you hear that, Chop? He says nightmare. We were talking about this during the break. I noticed this yesterday during crosstalk. Choppy doesn't say nightmare like
He's a mirror guy.
He says mirror. Nightmare.
Mirror sounds.
And he said that's how everybody says it.
I
Everybody
really
pronounces it that way.
say it fast, but I really say night mirror.
Why? It's not spelled that way. But you think most people say it like you do.
Yeah, I hear nightmare. But I hear it fast.
I can't hear anything other than night mirror now.
I hear nightmare.
Now that you say it, I hear nightmare.
That's how I say. I don't know. That's how I say it. Some people say. Some people pronounce. People pronounce words wrong all the time.
I know, but this is what sounds like you're willingly like. This is just how I say it. This is how everybody says it.
Yeah, it is how I say it.
It's often, not often.
It's not often. It is often.
Yeah, it's often.
It's often.
But everyone else says it.
Who?
Says often. Oh, a bunch of people. I mean, yeah.
Well, they're wrong.
You guys have given me crap for the way I say tour.
Tour.
No, that you guys say like tour, like you tore something.
PGA Tour.
I say tour.
Tour. Tour.
I thought I said it the right way.
Man,
tour.
when I was in, we went to play this golf course near Augusta. We went to the Masters and went to play this course near there. It's called Sage Valley. And that part of the country, there's that little pocket of the country where I think they still think it's like 1840.
Yeah, I mean, the Masters has a history of treating it like it's 1840.
And they pronounce their words so weird that they don't call it a tournament. They call it a tournament.
A tournament.
Oh, y'all here for the tournament.
You're here for the
and
tournament.
I'm like, it's just very like Savannah-y.
You know what
weird, man.
Kristen for a long time said, and her whole family said, her mom still fights me on this. Her mom will call it Kroger's.
I say Kroger's. I'm a big
But it's
Kroger's
not.
I mean, there's more
And
than
she's
one.
like, well, you say Albertsons. I'm like, because there's a second S in it. There's an S at the end of Albertsons.
Yeah,
There's not
I know.
a Kroger.
It's not Kroger's. I know it's not. But I will catch myself saying Kroger's every now and then. Sometimes I say Kroger.
I don't say Tom Thumbs.
I don't
Not
say
a Tom
Tom Thumbs either. But their prices, you might as well put an S on there sometimes. But I'll say Kroger's every now and then. I definitely say Albertsons. I don't say Albertson.
281. My wife says crayons as crowns. That's
weird, man.
Crowns and crayons.
Crayons is weird.
Crayons.
Crayons is weird. Crowns is weird. It's very weird.
What is your weird colloquial pronunciation? Hit us up on the truckreck.com fan. 877-881.
Unprecedented.
boy, Chris was talking S about your way of saying unprecedented.
What do you say?
Why is that? He was just like, and I know how to say unprecedented. Like when Sean was going back and forth with him at one point.
Yeah, what were y'all talking about?
Just how he's doing such a great job in your place. Yeah. Chris didn't ask me to record Love at the Star. Wow.
Don't do that, man.
You need to be careful.
You need to be careful, my friend. You are on thin ice.
Choppy, what do you got there? You got some fatal flaws
I do,
that we
man.
can talk about,
So
and not the ones that Peyton gets in trouble for?
I'm a big fan of Bill Barnwell. He went through each team's fatal flaws of the 9 that have clinched a playoff spot, so each fatal flaw, but the one team they also least want to see.
Okay,
all right. We'll have to go through all of them, but Cleveland. But by the way, they also have the chances of winning the Super Bowl. So those Super Bowl odds are from ESPN's Football Power Index. So Cleveland has less than a 1% chance of winning the Super Bowl.
I believe it. That is a tough conference.
It is. Their fatal flaw is turnovers. And the team they don't want to see is Houston. Which I found to be interesting. The Texans have turned the ball over on just 7% of their possessions this season, second lowest rate. The Browns forced 2 takeaways to get out of the big lead, to get out to a big lead against the Texans in a comfortable victory. But that was with Case Keenum. C.J. Stroud returned for Sunday's blowout win over the Titans. Will be back in the mix. And the Browns, and they could face the Browns in the wild card matchup if they were to win. So they don't want the Texans.
Boy, that is really impressive from the Texans that they turned the ball over that little. given the fact that, I mean, you've got a rookie quarterback. When you have a rookie quarterback, especially one like Stroud, who's considered kind of a, like, you know, big faith in his arm, gunslinger type, that's really impressive. D'Amico Ryans has done such a fantastic job there, as has Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, one of the guys we talked about earlier today when we were talking about the best offensive coordinators in the league. But, I mean, you look at the fact that Stroud, they've had to have Keenum start a couple different games. Keenum and Stroud almost have the same amount of interceptions. Stroud's thrown 473 passes. Keenum's thrown 53. Like, that tells you how well CJ Stroud has protected the ball.
Wow.
It's really impressive for such a young football team that they protect the ball as well as they do, because that's usually one of the killer things for young football teams is turnovers.
All right, next up, the Rams. Chance to win the Super Bowl, 1%. Their fatal flaw is kicking.
They got Brett Maher, baby. Money Maher.
So they've won 6 of 7 since their Week 10 bye. Their lone loss came in overtime to the Ravens. Now, it actually, kicking went their way last week, where the Giants, their 4th kicker of the season, Mason Crosby, missed a 54-yarder. McVay's team is last in the NFL in value gained on field goals and extra points. They've hit on just 81% of their field goal and extra point attempts in 2023, 31st in the league. Only the Patriots have been worse. They started the season with Brett Maher, and then they cut Maher in October and replaced him with Lucas Havrisik, who'd been on the practice squad of the Browns. He wasn't any better. And now they're going back to Maher for the final week of the regular season. Who do they want to avoid? This is going to hit you. This is going to hit you in the stomach.
The Cowboys.
No, Tampa, because they don't want to be cruel to Brett Maher making him kick in their postseason game.
That's mean.
That's mean.
That's
man.
mean from Bill Barnwell.
That is very mean. By the way, I don't think they have any chance of playing Tampa unless both make the NFC Championship game.
You know what? You know what's absolutely wild? Is that you mentioned they're 81% or whatever it is, and that was second to last in the league. This tells you how efficient kicking has become at the NFL level. Adam Vinatieri, who led the NFL in field goal percentage 3 different times in his career, just retired a couple years ago. For his career, he was an 83% kicker. And 81% is now second to last in the league.
Yeah.
I think Vanderjagt at one point when he held the record as the most accurate kicker in NFL history, he was at like 86% or something. Yeah, he was at first career, he was 86%. And now 81 is damn near bottom of the league. It's just become such an efficient position.
It really has.
That it stands out when somebody like Brett Maher has a meltdown.
And everyone still puts Vinatieri as the GOAT. Man, Justin Tucker. It is Justin Tucker.
J Tuck. Hook him.
J Tuck. Philadelphia. What are their chances to win the Super Bowl?
Phil is 0% with that football team right now. Realistically, they're probably going to say, what, 3%?
1.9.
That's generous.
Their fatal flaw is pass defense. They wonder, frustrated Eagle fans might wonder why we're being so specific by picking on one flaw. Now, their pass defense had 70 regular season sacks. Was about to light up the Giants and the 49ers in the postseason. And they lose Jonathan Gannon. They lose Javon Hargrave.
Oh, they wanted to lose Jonathan Gannon.
He's
an awful defensive coordinator. Fire him. He's terrible. He only, coached the defense that led the NFL. I remember one of the greatest tweets last year from an Eagles fan was, it's hard to communicate to people that Jonathan Gannon's bad at his job when the Eagles are about to set a record for sacks, but he's really bad at his job. I wish people could understand that. And then it's like, well, here you are.
Yeah, Philadelphia is 29th in QBR allowed.
817 wants you to quit biting your nails, by the way.
That's Sarah.
I don't know. It says 817 Choppy, quit biting your nails. It's probably Bassick.
Probably is, sir. I got a hangnail here thing. Not a hangnail, but it's like digging into my skin.
Ugh.
And it hurts. Philly's 29th in QBR allowed. They've allowed 34 TD passes, one short of Washington for most in the National Football League. Oh man, this is a shot. The Eagles turn average quarterbacks they face this season into a typical performance from Dak Prescott, who's going to be the outskirts of the MVP discussion. Okay, that's not a shot.
That's a big praise. That's a shot at the Eagles' pass defense, which is awful.
They do not want to face the Niners, who beat them 42-19. Next one's Detroit. Detroit Super Bowl odds 2.2. Their fatal flaw is beating pressure. Goff is one of the smoothest quarterbacks in the game with time to throw. 77 QBR without pressure, third best mark for any quarterback. He was fifth in 2022. But no quarterback in the league has a bigger discrepancy when facing pressure than him. He has a 68-point QBR difference between how he performs without pressure versus with.
That's significant, 68.
When not pressured, his QBR is 77. When pressured, his QBR is under 9. That is unbelievable. Second worst completion percentage over expectation under pressure. He's thrown 8 picks on just 135 pass attempts under duress. That's more than twice the league average for pressured quarterbacks. So there you go. Their team they want to avoid? The Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh, I think the Dallas Cowboys want to avoid the Detroit Lions.
Oh, explain.
I don't think that you want to welcome that angry hornet's nest 2-3 weeks after what happened in there. I don't think you want to welcome that back into AT&T Stadium. And the Lions showed you they can hang with you. They can play with you at AT&T Stadium in a way that nobody else really has this year.
Okay, well, here's what the write-up says. The Lions fans might feel they should have beaten the Cowboys after that controversial scenario on the 2-point play at the end of the game, but Detroit was outplayed by Mike McCarthy's team for most of the contest. The Cowboys lost a fumble through the end zone for a touchback and were in a position to seal the win late before that questionable tripping call on Peyton Hendershot. The Lions can beat anybody on their day, but there are far more comfortable matchups for the Lions in the NFC. I mean, yeah, I agree that I think that CD play, the fumble through the end zone, but let's not forget, I mean, that was a big time swing on the Dak TD pass to CD Lamb.
Oh yeah, that was a play that very easily could have been a safety.
It could have been a safety. It could have been a strip sack. I mean, it could have been. I mean, right? I mean, it could have been. That's a 9-point swing right there. So yeah, they lose the fumble out of the end zone, but they gain that. I mean, I don't know that I want to see Detroit here.
I would not want to play Detroit. I would pick Dallas to beat Detroit. Don't mistake it. I would absolutely pick the Cowboys in that game.
Yeah.
But I don't want to mess with an angry, motivated Dan Campbell football team, especially after Detroit just came in here and they outgained you. Like, Detroit played you pretty close. This wasn't just some fluky performance. Like, Detroit played you really well, and Detroit's a talented football team.
Yeah, they had almost 100 yards more on the ground.
Yeah.
It would be a tight game. It would be a tight game, I think. Number 5, Miami. Their chance to win the Super Bowl is about 4%. Their fatal flaw is red zone defense.
Their fatal flaw is playing teams that are good.
Their fatal flaw is road games, too. Teams to avoid the Buffalo Bills. The Bills have been the league's second-best offense inside the red zone this year, 65% of the touchdowns. Tied for the fourth most trips inside the 20 for any team, meaning they get into the red zone nearly as often as any NFL team. When these two teams played in Week 4, the Bills were 5 of 6 in the red zone. Dolphins need to stop that from happening again this weekend. Next up, the Chiefs at 4.
We haven't gotten to the Cowboys yet.
No, we've not.
Ooh.
Their chance of winning the Super Bowl is 4%. Their fatal flaw is catching passes.
That sucks.
Oh, man. Patrick Mahomes is throwing the shortest average pass in the NFL and ranks 28th in the league in QBR and deep throws.
Look, he took Dante Hall's advice. Become check down Brady. Everything underneath.
Check down. Andy Reid's wideouts are dropping about 7.5% of the passes thrown in that direction. Worst mark in the NFL by a comfortable margin. Who do they want to avoid? The Believe Land Browns. Jim Schwartz's defense in Cleveland has a league best QBR against running backs and tight ends this season.
Take away those options. Take away those safety valves.
Only the Panthers have allowed fewer receiving yards per game to backs and tight ends than the Browns. A matchup where Mahomes needs to throw to his wide receivers might not go well. Number 3, the Dallas Cowboys. Chance of winning the Super Bowl is what?
12%.
11.9. You read my email.
No, I did not. Don't Sean me. Don't Sean me.
Their fatal flaw is run defense. Cowboys are built to be bullies. They've got a great passing attack designed to get them ahead in early contests or at the very least dare teams to chase them in shootouts. Once they get a lead, they make you one-dimensional. It is curtains. Pass rush is too dominant when they can pin their ears back, go to the QB. Secondary has too many ball hawks. If you toss the ball at 40, 50 yards or 40 or 50 times, they will nab 1 or 2. If you get an early lead, though, you've got a shot. They're not effective when they're forced to drop back. They're forced into a drop-back passing attack. Most notably, they struggle to stop the run. 31st or 31th, as I've said before, in defensive success rate against the run, meaning opposing offenses stay ahead of schedule or pick up first downs or touchdowns on the ground at the NFL's second highest rate against them. A team that doesn't have Van Der Esch right now and uses a 200-pound converted safety in Marquise Bell as a starting safety most weeks doesn't want to be in a position to chase down ball carriers over and over and over again.
Fair. That's fair.
We've seen this prop up in their losses. In Week 3, the Cardinals ran the ball 30 times for 222 yards, 2 scores. The 12th most rushing yards by any team in a single game all season. San Fran dropped 41 carries and 170 yards in their blowout win a couple weeks later. They did hold Christian McCaffrey to 51 yards on 19 attempts. The Bills sealed the image of the Cowboys, though, racking up 266 on 49 carries. 25 carries for a 179-yard performance from James Cook. They are not the biggest team at the second and third level. Their issues on defense haven't really been about tackling. They're getting out-muscled at the line of scrimmage. Opposing rushers averaged 2.5 yards before first contact against the Cowboys, 23rd in the league. In their losses, that figure rises to 3.0, which is 29th. Without slowing those backs down, the Cowboys allow running backs to reach 15-plus miles an hour at the eighth highest rate of any NFL team. Nearly 22% of opposing carries reach 15 miles an hour.
It's not good. That's not good. So I can guess who the team they want to avoid is. Well, I know the team they want to avoid. There's only one team.
All right, give me both. The team you think and the team that they should be.
Bobby, it's the same one.
It's the same one.
It is the San Francisco 49ers.
Well,
you don't want to play that football team.
Yep. You've seen their 2 recent playoff games and the blowout loss this year. The Niners convert 29% of their rush attempts into first downs, second best rate, and 46% of their runs result in successful plays with the offense by EPA, fourth best. McCaffrey's calf injury could complicate things, but he's got 20 days off. Jordan Mason had 10 carries for 69 yards. Nice. When these two teams played earlier in the year.
Yeah, look, I don't have a ton of confidence that much has changed for the Cowboys since Week 5. I mean, do you feel like there's anything different about this team? I mean, the team's obviously different in certain ways, but do you think anything's different about that matchup? I think if they go up and play the 49ers tomorrow on a neutral field, I think San Francisco probably beats you by 14 to 17 points. That's just where I think it is. It is a nightmare matchup for them.
Nightmare.
By the way, we're getting several contributions for the things that everybody mispronounces, the things they say. 214 says Mike Bassett doesn't say opinion. He says opinion.
He says opinion. Yeah.
Opinion. I can't pronounce that one. A lot of people up here in Wisconsin, the older folk pronounce wash as worsh. Do you ever get that? The Yankee thing saying warsh or worsh?
You think it's a Yankee thing?
That's where I've heard it from people before. Up north in the Yankees, I've heard them say it.
I've always thought that was like an Alabama. That was big in Tennessee.
Was it?
Washington.
Warsh. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Some Washington here. 214 says library, pronounced as library.
Library.
Got that one there. Irregardless says 214, which is not a word. And I think that's what they're pointing out. 469, Chick-fil-A, correct. What is this? Chick-a-fil-A, how my southern butt says it. Chick-a-fil-A instead of Chick-fil-A. So you can keep sending in your mispronunciations on the TrekRex.com fan text at 877-881-1053.
All right, now more coming in. We ain't scared of Detroit. Let's see.
There's no, and somebody else said, Bobby, you sound scared. It's not scared. Like, you guys also sounded scared the first time the San Francisco playoff game came around. I was like, hey, this is a team that can challenge you. And then they beat you, okay? So, you just have to have a healthy respect for there are ways that these teams can challenge you. I would pick Dallas against anybody but San Francisco. But there are ways that those teams can challenge you, and they can beat you on a given Sunday.
Another one, to be fair, we fumbled on the one and had a fumble recovery that should have been challenged. We would beat them down if we played them again. I don't remember that fumble recovery that should have been challenged.
I don't recall that either.
Dallas outplayed Detroit pretty handily. They fumbled the ball through the end zone. They'd be favored by 5 against Detroit. Let's see. Have we outgained any team on the ground this season? That's a good question. Bobby, the Cowboys are the Dolphins. The only good team we beat with certainty was Philly. And we know now they weren't any good. I will say that one thing that
they beat Detroit. Detroit's a good team.
Right, they are. And I do think this. The Cowboys are much better when they know a team, when they're familiar with them. If they play Detroit again, that'd be the third time they faced them in a year. I think that they would be That's big.
It's a lot of familiarity.
That's familiarity right there. They're no longer an uncommon opponent, as coach would say.
It's just like anything.
It's just like anything. So the Cowboys were a 12% chance to win the Super Bowl. Number 2 is Baltimore at 29%. So there's a gap.
Oh, so number 1 is not the Baltimore Ravens.
No. So their fatal flaw is fumbles, and they want to avoid Cleveland. The Browns have forced fumbles on 3% of snaps.
Sounds like a lot of people want to avoid Cleveland.
For any defense, Jags behind them at 2.7. So there you go. And the number 1 is San Francisco with a 35% chance of winning the Super Bowl. And the team they want to avoid is Baltimore.
Yeah.
This one seems a little obvious. We just saw it a couple weeks ago, but Baltimore's been the NFL's best starting team. They're the best first quarter plus 66 and the best first half plus 142 in point differentials, making them the most likely team to get out to an early lead against the Niners. And as we saw on Christmas, if they get that lead, watch out.
Watch out. Honestly, to me, I think we are heading to that collision course, though. Ravens 49ers. That's what the Super Bowl is. That's going to be my pick at the start of the playoffs. Sorry to spoil it. But, I think if you can get somebody to pick off San Francisco for you before the NFC title game, that is going to be the best shot for the Cowboys. The Cowboys need somebody to do their dirty work for them.
Yeah. All right, there you go. There's your fatal flaws. Let's do a little junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
I'll let you start, Bobby.
Okay, so Texas colleges. This was an interesting story I saw from the Dallas Morning News. They were talking about what Texas colleges spend on official visits for football recruits. And this is all public information that you can get from universities and everything else. This is wild, though. From June 23rd to 25, so this was a 3-day weekend, the University of Houston spent almost $47,000 to host 9 prospective recruits, including DeSoto 3-star offensive lineman Ronell McClain, the 10th best offensive lineman and 79th overall player on Sports Day's Top 100 Recruits list. Nearly 6 months later, he remembered going bowling with then head coach Dana Holgerson and his staff. He goes, they have a competitive edge. It was still like a visit, but they were still trying to beat me. I like that. That trip to Pinstripes Bowling Alley cost $4,800 on its own. And you say, man, that's a lot of money there. McClain also mentioned this Taste of Houston event that they had at the stadium.
Oh,
they
yeah.
had barbecue catered.
Whatever.
That cost $5,000 right there. So you go, boy, that's a lot of money to spend in one weekend. $47,000 on recruits. That same weekend that McClain went to Houston, the University of Texas's athletic department hosted at least 20 recruits according to university records. 4 of the 6 Dallas area players listed as attendees were guys like Colin Simmons from Duncanville, the number 1 player on Sports Day's Top 100, Alex January, Allen, you had Lovejoy, wide receiver, Parker Livingstone. So different players that were there. How much do you think they spent, Choppy, on 20 players for a weekend? If Houston spent $47,000 on 9 kids, what do you think Texas spent on 20?
So $100,000.
$868,000 in 1 week.
I'm sorry, what was that?
$868,000. That's more than Brock Purdy's salary this year for the 49ers.
Oh my God! Now, who was on that? Was this Arch Manning weekend?
No. This was
this year.
Yeah, this was this year. So this is Colin Simmons from Duncanville, big recruit that they laid a top 10 kid. But my word, Texas spent almost $1 million just hosting 20 kids for a party basically over a weekend. That is absolutely wild. There's got to be, and this doesn't just go like, okay, it's just a Texas thing. Texas Tech spent nearly $194,000 on 2 visits in June, attended by several Dallas area players. So, man, they are just throwing money at the wall. But Texas, 1 weekend, is spending almost $1 million. And that's the thing. You feel like University of Houston dropping $50,000 on kids. That seems like a sizable investment. That's why it's hard to keep up here in this modern age. While Texas is spending damn near $1 million.
Guess what? You don't need to spend any money.
You just need to show them the love.
You just approach them with a guaranteed NIL deal.
Well,
I mean, like, look, are you going to go? Where are you going to go? Are you going to get wine and dine and get an NIL deal at one school and get $1 million a year? Or are you going to be the quarterback that they don't even bring you to campus? They say, here you go. Here's 4 years, $8 million.
But I mean, if you're going to spend, if you're going to get
right?
NIL from big programs anyway, you got to separate yourself from those big programs. So they had to invest $1 million.
Yep,
So all right, let's make this Austin experience as awesome as possible for these 20 kids. $1 million. That is absolutely wild. That means what Houston basically spent on those 9 kids. Texas was spending on average on one of those kids.
God,
$50,000 in a weekend
okay.
on one kid.
Wow, that's obscene. Boy, you know, the world needed this because Taylor Swift brought her into the cool club. She brought Brittany Mahomes into the cool kids club.
She is Brittany Mahomes with an acoustic guitar. I've always said it.
Well, so Patrick and Brittany started dating in high school. They tied the knot in 2022. She is the wife of the KC quarterback. She has basically rubbed people the wrong way. But there is a server who says that Brittany and her crew racked up a bill of $130.
It doesn't sound that big of a bill for a crew, to be honest.
It does not. It does not.
She wasn't invited to Taylor's outing, clearly, if she's only spending $130.
And they said that no one she worked with received a gratuity from the, quote, genuinely unpleasant Mahomes over the course of her stay.
It's pretty bad. Have you ever zero tipped?
No.
Like you've never as a statement just said,
no.
No, I've done it a couple times.
No, never have.
I did it a couple times. One time it was the
only time I would have wrote 0 on the tip, or I would write cash and I would leave cash.
So no, this is I gave nothing on 2 different occasions. One of them was we were taking my grandmother out for Mother's Day, and this server was just being kind of a jerk the whole time for no reason, and I couldn't figure out why. And then at the end of it, my grandmother, my damn near 80-year-old grandmother, hands her phone over to him and goes, "Will you take a picture of us, please, on Mother's Day?" And he's like, "Yeah, sir, I got a lot going on." And he just walked off. I was like, "You're getting nothing, dude." Wow. So I made sure he got nothing. And then the other time was I was at BJ's Brew House, and I walked in and I was like, "Can I get a shot and a beer?" And they went, "Yep." They got me a shot and a beer.
Shot and a beer, huh?
45 minutes later, I was like, "Can I get another shot and a beer?" And they're like, no. I was like, "Is there a limit?" And like, we had just started the night. It's not like I'd been out before this. I was like, "Is there some sort of drink limit?" And they're like, "It's server's discretion." It's like, okay, you can get me the bill now. I'm leaving.
Wow.
Were you being loud?
No.
Wait, they're trying to protect you.
No.
I was trying to protect you.
I was like just starting the night. It wasn't even my friend group really. And so I was kind of quiet. Like I was just sitting back on my phone, ordered 2 drinks. It had been 45 minutes. I had a shot and a beer. That was it. And they wouldn't bring me more. So I was like, all right, you get nothing, dude. 0 tip. Maybe that's what happened to Brittany Mahomes.
Did you see that new law that's coming to Texas?
There are several new laws coming to Texas. Which one are you talking about?
If you are a drunk driver and you get in an accident, you kill somebody, that you are liable for child support.
I like that. You don't? You look like you've got some reservation.
It's not that I don't. It's not that I don't like it. I'm
slippery slope.
I'm more interested in like how they're gonna. Like, let's say Peyton's driving. Peyton is over the influence. He is not at fault in the accident. Somebody hits him.
817. BJ's did that to my boss after 2 beers in 2 hours. She didn't receive a tip either. Look at that. So maybe that's a BJ's thing. Maybe that's just the service there at BJ's.
Yeah, it is.
But
like, let's say Peyton gets in an accident. Peyton's over the legal limit.
Mm-hmm.
He gets in an accident. He's not at fault. He gets T-boned, but the other person's car goes off the bridge, explodes, whatever, they die.
Mm-hmm.
Peyton's not at fault, but he is over the legal limit. Is he liable?
Probably.
That's not fair. He didn't do anything wrong.
I mean, well, he was driving drunk.
But he didn't cause the accident, right?
But he was driving drunk. He did do something wrong.
Hang on.
But I was being safe.
Well, we're splitting hairs here.
I was being safe.
Okay. He didn't do anything wrong.
I don't think we're splitting hairs.
We are because he was not at fault. He was not at fault. So I don't know. I just asked some questions. Got some questions about it. I'm very technical.
You're an asker of questions. Man.
I am very technical. I'm an asker of questions. So that's what I want to know.
Boy, this is pretty bad. This story I saw from the UK. A man has pleaded not guilty to the manslaughter of a woman who died at a slapping therapy workshop. Choppy.
Wait, say that again?
Slapping therapy. It's a form of alternative medicine.
And the man died?
The workshop involves this woman died.
Start the whole thing over.
This 71-year-old UK woman died. And it's not that she got slapped so hard at this slapping therapy workshop. It's that she had type 1 diabetes and she stopped taking her medication in form of the holistic therapy of slapping, where you receive slaps to the face.
On the face?
Yep, to the face. And so it involves therapy where patients are slapped or slap themselves repeatedly. And so he's being charged now as it's a 60-year-old man actually from the state of Washington is being charged in the UK for this. Here's the thing that I think this is the bad thing that I'm going to say, or this is my Peyton Russell take for the day.
Mm-hmm.
If you stop taking your medication for something that could potentially kill you in the name of, I'm going to let somebody slap me across the face and this will fix my diabetes. I think you kind of got to hold that L yourself. I don't think that you can charge the guy for his slapping therapy. He's an idiot, clearly, but I think it's pretty idiotic to say, I'm going to stop taking my medication in favor of getting slapped by this 60-year-old man.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't think the guy should be held responsible for somebody being that stupid.
And that's a personal responsibility.
That's how I feel about it.
That's personal responsibility. Okay, there is your junk. I almost said drunk drawer.
Well,
Junk.
I mean, it was if Peyton's just going to sit in his car drunk and get hit.
Jeez. All right, junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star Telegram, joins the show next on 105 through The Fan.
The Friday Football.
in studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on a Football Friday, getting you to your weekend. And Sean and RJ 105 The Fan. I am making myself giggle here in the break. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Ryan alongside. I'm writing this. I'm getting this ready here. So we're going to do this. So earlier in the show.
Get your Sports Center update ready.
Sports Center update. So that's what I did before. When I was at ESPN, I did these updates, these minute-long updates, whatever. But
you, Russell Scott, and Mike Taylor.
Mike Taylor, baby. So earlier we were playing Lael Collins, talking about him coming back. And
why was the timing right for both sides, Lyle?
I mean, it just was.
And that's all Peyton played. And I didn't know they were doing this. It caught me completely off guard. So I'm starting to die laughing. And I just got this idea that I'm just going to do one. I'm just going to do nothing but 2 seconds.
He's going to do one of his old school Sports Center updates he used to do. Where he had to fit in 5 cuts into a minute.
Where you try to just shoehorn anything in. And
so it'll be good.
Completely out of context. I hope it doesn't fall flat. It might.
It'll. Hey, look, if nothing else, it'll be informative. People will get their news.
I'll tell you, it'll be flatter. It'll be flatter than the first 3 quarters of Clarence Hill's Texas Longhorns against Washington.
It'll be flatter than Kyrie Irving thinks the earth is.
Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Good morning, man.
What's up, guys? How you doing this wonderful Friday morning, cold Friday morning?
Is it cold? I don't know. I haven't been outside.
I wish we were previewing a Texas-Michigan game. I can tell you that, Jill. What the hell was that last 4-play sequence Sark called against the Huskies? What was that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the game, Washington deserved to win. Texas did not deserve to win the game, but
sure.
After everything that had happened, you get the ball first down on the 11-yard line with 20 seconds left. Sark should have been in his bag. He's this guy that supposed to be his offensive genius. Those 4 plays were awful. That last play, the dude was wide open. I don't know what Quinn was doing, throwing the lofted a deep or a fade route or whatever he was lofting a jump pass when he should have just thrown the ball on his numbers. It would have been a touchdown.
It's time for Arch. It's time for Arch, Jill. It's
not time.
Yes, it is. Usher in the Arch era.
Oh, yeah. So are you on the Quinn 2024 campaign, or are you wearing the Arch pin?
I mean, I'm realistic and understand that you first in SEC, you're like a veteran quarterback. You don't want to be starting a guy who's never started before. Your first tour to the SEC, and you got games through at Michigan, and you're playing Georgia. When you want a veteran, you got to start. That's an advantage. You start to have a new receiving core. You're losing Worthy. You're losing Mitchell. You would like a veteran quarterback to take you into the SEC. That's an advantage compared to a lot of teams who are starting over. Don't do that to yourself. We love Arch is going to have his time. Arch did not come there to be forced on the field. He understands the process. This is a media-driven thing, a fan-driven thing. It's not an Arch thing.
Clarence, we got a big game coming up this weekend, obviously, for the Cowboys in terms of the implications. They just need to go to Washington, take care of business. They get the number 2 seed if they do. Couple of home playoff games. You guarantee you can avoid the San Francisco 49ers until at least the NFC Championship game. So in a lot of ways, this is setting up for a lot of playoff success. So with that in mind, how much pressure do you think is on Mike McCarthy heading into this playoff run? Is there anything that he's being evaluated for at all? Or do you think, hey, this is just they're happy. They've shown 3 years in a row what a consistent football team they are, and they're going to kind of let the chips fall where they may come postseason time?
Well, I mean, I think, there's a little bit of everything here with the Cowboys, with Mike McCarthy, with Dak Prescott. I mean, clearly, if they go 12-5 in 3 straight seasons, that's a great job. But that's a great job done by Mike McCarthy and what he's done and having to navigate things. Even last year, I mean, you lose your quarterback, and we see how teams perform when they lose their quarterback. You certainly saw that in New York. You lose Dak in 5 games, you still end up with a 12-5 record. He doesn't get enough credit for managing that team last year to get to 12-5 after losing your quarterback. And if you do that 3 straight years, that's a feather in his cap, starting new offense and everything he's had this year to do that. But at the end of the day, Mike McCarthy was brought here to win in the postseason. He was brought here to take the Cowboys to the Super Bowl. And, it all depends on how they perform. A one and a done, so there's a lot of pressure and a lot of blame will be placed on the coaching staff and even on Dak Prescott if they go one and done. But especially when there's been so much talk about not being able to win on the road, and you do have the benefit of now most likely having one, possibly two home playoff games, and you don't get it done. That's heads could roll for sure. I think Dak is back. He's played well enough. He's going to get his contract, but Mike McCarthy, with so much talk about DQ possibly leaving, it could fall on his lap. So, it's a big postseason. But again, it's a big postseason with Dak. We all know the legacy of the quarterbacks here. You got to win the playoffs. And as well as he's done, that's the knock. And we're going to continue to move the envelope, move the goalposts with Dak. You got to win the post. He's had a great regular season. He's not a turnover-prone quarterback anymore. He's not an interception quarterback anymore, but he still has not done it in the postseason. So what's he going to do here this year?
Have we oversold the psychological hurdle that San Francisco is for this football team, or do you think that's a real factor, that this team really does have some psychological hiccups with that football team?
Yeah, I think it's oversold. It's certainly, you look back at those games, and we act like it's really the playoffs. I mean, what happened this year, I don't know what happened, that blowout. But both games are one-score games. Those two playoff games are one. I mean, people act like they were just non-compete, in the playoff games. That's not true. Those games were there to be won. Especially last year's game was there to be won to a certain extent. Those are one-score games. So it's not like the 49ers on another level. And certainly you saw what Baltimore did to them. They're not unbeatable. They can be bullied. You just need to bully the bully. But the good news for the Cowboys is just take care of your business. Kind of what they've done. I like what they've done this year. And we kept asking McCarthy about looking around. And, I'm not looking around to look at 11 wins. And, we're focused on us. And, Dak said, they're running their own race. Run your own race in the playoffs. Just focus on winning your 2 home games. And if you look up, somebody may upset the 49ers and have 3 home games. You don't know. We don't need to worry about the 49ers at this point. It's looked at the home field advantage, or if they win the division when they have the 2 home games, just focus on those 2 home games. You look up, and if you get an NFC championship game in San Francisco, let the chips fall where they may. If not, somebody may upset them.
Yeah, Clarence, I can make the case that the Cowboys outplayed San Fran in the playoff game last year outside of the interceptions. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a discrepancy. This year it just throws everything off. But, if they do make the conference championship game and they lose again to San Fran, is that the only way that Mike doesn't return, is if a third loss is to San Fran, assuming they make the NFC championship game? A third loss to San Francisco then?
If they make the championship game, who are you getting? Why would you get rid of Mike?
I agree. I'm just saying, if you lose to the same team 4 times in a row.
Well, I mean, maybe that team is just better. Sometimes you just have to tip your cap to the other team, if that's the case. Because if this Cowboys team, which has not gone to the championship game since 1995, the 1995 season, gets to the championship game, no one's head's rolling. If you get that far, no one's head's rolling. You have to be appreciative of what the journey and what they've done. But you get that far, I don't think you can blame Mike or anybody else. Just tip your hat to the other team that they may just have a better squad at that point. But let's find out. That would be so delicious to be able to find out. It's so delicious. Mm-hmm. I've covered this team since 1997. You guys have been there right there a long time. Just let them get to the championship game. That'll be fun.
Clarence, there was a lot of talk after the Miami game about why did you go 2.5 quarters without getting the ball in your best player's hand? Like CeeDee Lamb seemed to be an afterthought in that game. Jerry Jones came on with us that following Tuesday and said, yeah, I don't really have an explanation for that. I'm not sure. Then they go out there in this game against Detroit. He gets 17 targets. He is clearly so important to what they do offensively. But this is twice now, San Francisco and Miami, where he doesn't seem to be enough of a priority. He has to kind of raise a fuss about it, and then they come out there and they recommit to him. Do you think that's going to be an issue at all the rest of the season, or do you think the Cowboys realize, hey, we can't have this happen again?
Yeah, I pushed back on they didn't try to get the ball to CD. There were some blocking issues in that Miami game during those quarters, and if you look at, they were backed up. It was just they didn't have the ball a lot. It was some issues there that slowed them down. There's no way they don't want to get the ball to CD. There's no way Dak is not trying to get the ball to CD. There's no way Dak is ignoring CD, especially after the run they've been on since the San Francisco game. And I don't think they went to Miami looking to not get the ball to CD, certainly after the way he started and certainly the way he finished. We were talking to Dak, after the Detroit game, and he said they kept playing man. He said that he didn't understand what they were doing. He said that, a couple of times in the Detroit game they were playing zone, especially because CD started out so well in the Detroit game, and then you really didn't get back to him until the fourth quarter when, they started playing man again. He was laughing at the fact that how they were playing them. So certainly depends on the coverage, but there's no question that CD is a big part of this offense. CD is what makes this offense go in a passing game. But what I like is that as much attention that they've given the CD and get the ball to CD, the last two games when they needed clutch plays in the fourth quarter, they got the ball to Brandon Cooks, and he made plays, and he came down with plays. The fact that they have a complement somewhere else to go where they need to make plays in Brandon Cooks as a number 2 receiver. He's been such an addition, complement as a number 2 receiver. And we started the season wondering why they not getting the ball to Brandon Cooks.
Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joins us here 105 through the Fan. All right, what's the deal with this Mozzie Smith weight loss? We talked about this with Patrick Walker a little bit yesterday. I mean, are they just trying to make him, so they can play linebacker, just replace him with Bell? What are they trying to do there?
First of all, they're not trying to help him lose weight. I think that's Mozzie, the season or whatever else, a young guy and trying to handle his diet and whatever else in the season, but weight loss is not weight loss. They did not draft him in the first round to be under 300 pounds and not be a wide body nose tackle, one technique, run stuffing animal with benches 700 pounds. And he's not shown that. And that's a disappointment. That's a huge disappointment. They don't want to say it out loud, but come on. We talking draft. I went back and looked at all the coaches draft night. And they said, my number one job is to stop the run. My number one job, I'll learn how to rush the passer. We have some pass rush technique. But Mike McCarthy talked about, we can rush the passer and we can turn the ball over. We can't stop the run. And this guy is a perfect fit for us. And what do we have? What do we see? What is he giving the Cowboys? Nothing.
Chill.
And that's a huge disappointment.
Chill, do you think that, obviously a disappointment there. Do you think their disappointment is sincere enough that they have regret at this point, or that you think like, hey, if we had a do-over, maybe we look at things differently, maybe we go ahead and take Berger on the offensive lineman, or do you think they're still high on what he can be into the future?
Well, first of all, we know the Cowboys, they're stubborn with their draft picks, right? Mm-hmm. They were stubborn with talk. They're stubborn with their disappointments until they have to cut bait, but you can't tell me that they don't regret or not disappointed, didn't expect more. They did not expect Jonathan Hankins to have to be there via. I mean, we love Jonathan Hankins. He was brought here as an afterthought last year to help show up the run defense. They gave up, Oakland, the Raiders basically gave him away because he wasn't playing. But for him to have to come in and be the savior nose tackle because the guy you drafted to replace him can't hold up, not holding up, not get up the ball. The biggest regret to me is that you draft a guy who played a scheme in Michigan that doesn't get off the ball, and now you expect him to do something that he hasn't done before and not used to doing, and you see how slow he is off the ball. I don't know how you change that.
Did they talk to Dalvin Cook?
Guys I talked to said they were doing their homework. I don't know if they got to the point of calling him, but I know that they were evaluating him. The guys in the front office said they were evaluating him. And, maybe I already have a deal done in Baltimore because he asked for his release, and clearly you don't ask for release with one game to go if you don't have an idea where you want to go. And he totally went quickly to Baltimore.
Thank you, Chill. Appreciate the time, man.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Hook 'em, Chill.
Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's interesting about Mozzie there. That it almost sounds a little bit like
him.
That it almost sounds like, from Chill's perspective at least, that it may be a little bit of just he's trying to figure out how to maintain his weight through an NFL season.
Well, look, I mean, what was he at before?
330. He's under 3 now.
That's beefy.
Yeah, but he was a brick. He was a strong guy.
So is he more of a 3-4?
I mean, I think he's supposed to be a 4.3 nose. That's what he's supposed to be, and it's not. He hasn't been able to maintain it yet.
Oh, they'll be able to draft on the Michigan guy this year in the the draft.
Bring a champion in here.
All right, let's do this coming up here on 105 to the Fan. The latest on Wander Franco is very, very disturbing. Plus, the one player the Texas Rangers have to go and get. It is a Football Friday here on 105 to the Fan. Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls.
Wins it in overtime, and the comeback is complete. Trailing 4-2, the Avs rally all the way back to win it by a final score of 5-4.
Bummer of a finish at the American Airlines Center. Stars lose 5-4 in overtime in a game they never should have lost. They're up 4-2, 10-ish to go. Should not have lost that hockey game. They do lose to Colorado. They are home to Nashville tomorrow night.
And we are waiting on potentially bad news. It couldn't be. Maybe it's not terrible news. Maybe we're going to wake up or we're going to hear reports from the Stars and it's okay. But we're waiting for news on Miro Heiskanen now, who left this game with a lower body injury. Yep, let's go Stars, baby. I wish I had that sort of optimism for Miro, who exited with this lower body injury after crashing in to Wedgwood in the goal. But Pete DeBoer said didn't have any update last night. They were going to get it looked at this morning. Hopefully have some answers. So now we wait for news on Miro.
Hit up 105throughthefan.com. A fresh edition of the Spits and Suds podcast is out. All right, so.
Or as I call it, Spits and Studs.
Spits and Studs.
Was he out when I said Spits and Studs? You were. I slipped up, but we were talking about the Spits and Studs, and I accidentally called it Spits and Studs.
Spits and Studs.
Yeah, and I think
Spits and Studs.
I think Gavin actually, after I said that, I think he referred to it during the episode as Spits and Studs.
Spits and
Studs.
And
I don't know that Ludwig noticed.
Good. Very nice. I like it. I approve of that. So Stars back at it tomorrow night. Mavs home tonight to Portland.
Let's go Stars, baby.
We're going to get Derek Lively. We
hope.
It's questionable. Grant Williams, questionable.
But we've seen questionable linger for a while for both.
All right,
those
so
guys.
In the NFL, you get in trouble if they're questionable and they play? Or
No.
Doubtful.
If they're doubtful and they play, you don't necessarily get in trouble, but it's like, okay, doubtful basically means there's a 25% chance or lower of them playing. So if they're doubtful every week.
I thought it was 5% if they're doubtful.
I think it's 25. Maybe it's less than that. But basically it's, if they're constantly doubtful and then they show up and they're playing in the game, that's a problem to the NFL because they're like, yeah, you're not totally representing this the right way.
Disturbing allegations involving Wander Franco have been revealed. According to the Associated Press, prosecutors in the Dominican Republic have accused the 22-year-old of commercial sexual exploitation and money laundering following allegations of a relationship with a minor who was 14-year-old reportedly at the time. They requested a judge hold him on an $86,000 bond, bar him from leaving the Dominican Republic, and place him under house arrest. They noted that the money laundering charges stem from allegations that he made payments to the minor's mother. Prosecutors asked the judge prohibit the minor's mother from leaving the country, and they placed her under house arrest. The judge has several options: release him on bond, temporarily arrest him, prevent him from leaving the Dominican Republic, or demand he make occasional appearances until the investigation or trial has ended. So think of this. The report is that he had an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old girl and then paid off the mother, and the mother was like, okay, cool, we're good. That's basically what happened. And he has been placed on administrative leave until further notice. And MLB is attaching this, like, effective immediately, by the way.
This is not a until further notice. That dude's never playing baseball
He's
again.
never playing again.
Can you imagine just like how triggered you have to be, or the sports PTSD you're going to go through as a Rays fan? You've got this organization that has refused to spend money for 20 years.
They give this guy $100 million.
They're like, all right, this is the guy we're going to invest in. And months later, it's, yeah, he's never playing baseball again. It's
crazy.
He was a POS. He's never playing again.
Yeah, and like, I have no problem with Major League Baseball doing that. Like, if the guy's having that's clearly statutory rape. It's an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old.
Maybe I've missed an update, and this is related, but how has the Josh Giddey stuff kind of just gone away in Oklahoma City?
So the last I heard about it is there was confusion over whether if he was 19 and she was 17 at the time, or 16. There's confusion over her age, and I don't know, but it's gone completely away.
Yeah, that one went completely away, whereas the Wander Franco one has, I mean, rightfully kept up. But it makes me wonder if, because the Getty thing has always had weird details surrounding it, or
a lot of unknown.
Not weird details, a lack of details. It's a very puzzling lack of details, and the fact that they say, we're not sure, the family's not really cooperating with police, and
family's not cooperating, which is tough for them to get any kind of information. A lot of it has to do with what was his age, what was her age. I'd seen reports that she was 15. I'd seen reports that she was 17.
He believed she was 19 is what one of the reports said. And so that he was under the impression it was presented to him that she was 19.
Which I'm not sure that matters. I don't know.
I don't think it does.
No idea.
I don't think in the eyes of the law it does. Now, maybe it does. We got a lot of lawyers out there who can tell us on the TrekRec.com fan text, but either way.
If he was 19 and she was 17, does that change anything? Because it's 2-year different. I have no idea. So that's... The lack of details is
either way. We have more than enough details on the Wander Franco one, and that's right now says this is a guy who's probably never played baseball again.
Another report with Wander is that there's 3 people, which makes this.
Which he was starting to have a lot of problems even before this. You remember he got benched by Kevin Cash.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Before after the All-Star game,
where it's just like
they're like where they're just like he's got maturity problems, and so we're sitting him. And so I mean he has had several problems right now. But you say that you have no problem with him playing again. I know you do have a problem.
Wait, what?
Or you have no problem with him never playing again, Wander Franco, right?
I have no problem with Wander never playing again.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if they throw away the key on him ever playing again, I'm fine with that, assuming he did this. Now, if he didn't do anything, then I have no problem with him playing again.
But you do have a problem. You do have a problem with Trevor Bauer never playing again.
I think Trevor Bauer, I don't like the
fact that he was, I mean, there's no legal hang up for Trevor Bauer any longer. All of this has been cleared up. Trevor Bauer actually talked to Fox News on Thursday, which the recapping that story, he was accused of something that he said all along was just an aggressive but consensual interaction that occurred is, I guess, the best way to put it. That he had been accused of assault, sexual assault, and that's all been cleared up now. Legally, it's been cleared up with the civil case. And so he gave an interview to Fox News. He said, I agreed to do things I shouldn't have done. It was reckless. It hurt a lot of people along the way. It made things very difficult for Major League Baseball, for the Dodgers, my teammates, friends, family, people close to me. So I've done a lot of reflecting on that and made a lot of changes in my life to address that. Asked if he was apologizing for his actions, Bauer said, I'm certainly taking accountability for my role in this. I put myself in a lot of positions that have made things very hard for people, and I'm trying to be better. But he says, I'd love to play baseball. I mean, that's my goal, is to play baseball here in the United States again. I'm still one of the best pitchers in the world. I'd like to compete at the highest level. I'm also really passionate about helping people, being good for the game. I think I've done a lot of damage, unfortunately, in the first half of my career, and I'd love a second opportunity to do things better. This sounds like somebody, because Trevor Bauer is a guy who
apologized.
Well, Trevor Bauer, forget just the off the field. So Trevor Bauer has been considered a prickly personality in the clubhouse for a while. That's kind of been his reputation as a bad teammate. And it sounds like somebody has talked to him and said, hey, you need to take a more contrite approach here. And I don't know if that's Major League Baseball or is that a crisis PR firm or whoever else, but somebody got to him, it sounds like, and said, you've got to take a new approach. Because he's owning a lot of stuff here that sounds like it's outside of just, and it sounds like it's stuff outside of just this one instance, this one case. He said, I've done a lot wrong in the first half of my career, and saying that he's trying to do better for teammates, and he put teammates in a bad position that made him a bad teammate. So it sounds like he's gotten somebody in his ear telling him like, hey, there's a certain approach you got to take here, and you haven't been taking the right one for several months now. He is a very, it's
I'm all in.
He mentions there, I know, he mentions there that he's done a lot to try and grow the game. I know Basket's talked about it. I think you have too, that his YouTube page.
His YouTube page is very, very good.
You can see why he's as good as he is. He's very cerebral, and he understands the game at a very high level.
So my kids, they watch his YouTube page quite a bit because they learn a lot about pitching, how to throw pitches, all that stuff, and there's some things that are kind of he's a big. I think it's called Driveline, which is a performance type style where they try to gain X miles an hour on your pitches. But there's also critics of that because it can lead to some injuries without getting all the details. But I mean, he talks a lot about that. He talks about how to throw cutters, how to throw changeups, how to throw curveballs. I mean, he just kind of goes through how to work hitters.
Do you think
It's really good.
Do you think he plays again in the majors?
Man, I don't know. This is my problem with Major League Baseball on this. Like, if he did something wrong, then fine, get him out of there. But if the courts say he didn't, all you're doing then is you're judging his particular tastes in the bedroom, and I just have a fundamental problem with that.
Well, and according to Trevor Bauer, at least here in this interview, it sounds like something that it's like, well, this isn't even this is something I agreed to do. It's something that I agreed to. And so the interesting thing is,
I mean, yeah, sure, I get it, but I mean, if he did something wrong, he did something wrong. If he didn't do anything wrong, and the courts say he didn't do anything wrong, then I don't know why Major League Baseball teams are against it. But
forget then just on that's on the broad scale of if this is the case, you think he should be back. What about here?
I would absolutely take him here. 100%, I would take Trevor Bauer here. They need starting pitching. There's no doubt about it. I mean, how many guys?
Do you think the Rangers are just waiting on him to get a Tommy John?
Yeah, probably. I mean, look, because DeGrom is out till TBA.
Yeah.
TBD, I guess I should
yes.
say. Scherzer, midseason. Malley, midseason. Okay, like
who knows how Evaldi's going to bounce back after the workload that he had.
Evaldi had a big workload, and then he pitched deep in the postseason.
Jordan Montgomery may not be back.
Here. I mean, Jordan Montgomery, we don't even know where he's going to pitch. He could pitch here. He could pitch in Boston. He could pitch in New York. He could pitch in San Francisco. I know his wife is doing her doctor's residency in Boston, so perhaps that makes the most sense for him and his family. Got no problem with that. If that's the case, do it, man. But there's so many question marks. So, we'll find out, as they would say.
We'll find out. A lot of question marks. There's also a lot of question marks about the Dallas Cowboys, about Tyler Smith and everything else.
There are. Real quick, let me do this. January 9th, that's next Tuesday, 6 to 8 here at the 105 through the Fan Studios in the Performance Showroom downstairs, 4131 North Central Expressway. Special hot stove broadcast show. Jared Sandler will host. Josh Spores will be here. Josh Smith and the World Series trophy. Take your picture with the trophy. Get an autograph. Watch the show. 6 to 8 on Tuesday. Right here at the 105 through the Fan Performance Showroom downstairs.
Be there or be square, as they say.
Or be
as
square.
the cool kids say.
Head coach Mike McCarthy joins the show coming up next.
Coming up on that.
It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out. He is out sick. A little bit of the sniffles. Bobby Belt, Peyton and Ryan alongside. And it is time for the head coach of your Dallas Cowboys, the great Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach. How we doing?
Doing well. Good morning, gentlemen. So Sean's sick, or has he got the sniffles?
He's claiming he's sick.
It's a little bit of both. It's a little sniffles, little allergies, things that keep a lesser man down.
I was going to say, that's pretty good time, and a week off, and then miss another week with the sniffles.
Not just that. He misses Friday, and you got to remember, Monday was New Year's Day. He had a 3-day week coming back, Coach. Just coasting.
Wow. Sounds like he's got a good agent.
Could be. So is this an easy week to prepare for? You just tell the players, you don't really have to say anything. They know what's at stake. You win, and you're the 2 seed, and you get to stay home until the NFC Championship. Is that kind of an easy thing to prepare for?
The word easy doesn't really fit. I think that's just something you want to definitely stay away from is that type of mindset. The reality is it's still a division game. It's on the road, and it's, as you see every week, over and over and over again. You got to line up and play your best football to win games in this league. So that's really what our approach would. We have clarity on exactly what this game means to us, and so definitely that's a big part of the motivation. But this is a got to have it win for us.
Coach, there's obviously been a lot of discussion this week with Lyle Collins returning to the practice squad. What does he just bring in terms of, it sounds like a lot of the guys are just really excited to have somebody that they're familiar with, a guy they consider a brother back in the locker room. What does he bring to your locker room culture and to your practice process?
Yeah, I think like anything, when players do leave this organization, and then you have an opportunity to bring someone back like LC. You can see right away just the reaction of the players that were here with him. So that's a big part of it. I mean, he's a big personality. Has good energy, and he's obviously been through a major injury. Had time to rehab it. So I mean, it's great to see him, but we just got to get him back in the fold. We kind of took it slow yesterday with him in pads, but. Like I said, it was a great day. Everybody loved having that LC back in the building.
But you don't think it'll be a long time before he is in game shape necessarily? Then
I can't really tell you. To be honest, I'm going to be curious to see how he feels today. Just because it's been a while, and that's his first time in pads in over a year.
Do you feel that because we've talked a lot about the run game this week, and sometimes it struggles. Where is the confidence in the ability to pick up a tough, set of yards, you pick up those third down conversions and such with the run game?
Oh no, we have confidence in everything we're doing. I think at the end of the day, we're focusing on the whole picture of the offense. And I get how the statistics get picked apart, and but we're still a very productive offense, and we haven't run the ball as well, really coming off the last game. But part of that too was some of the schemes that we were running against. We were put into heavy one-on-one blocks, particularly in our sub-run game, so that really didn't give Tony and the running backs great looks. So it's something that we can learn from. But over the course of you build these the run game protection and the pass game. You're always building momentum for these playoff games. And, this gives us another chance to go win a regular season game and, make sure we're playing good in all 3 areas. But, yeah, we definitely have confidence in running it and throwing it.
Coach, there was we've talked a lot this season about, what was one of the big discussion points heading into the year, which was the communication on offense and how that was a big focus for you guys. When you've got the big touchdown that you hit to CeeDee Lamb on, kind of the scramble drill, and then, Dak and CeeDee kind of communicating with each other on the fly and freelancing a little bit, is that just one example of how good communication and that time on task can lead to really good things in the moment?
Well, I think the biggest thing in that particular play, it's just a great example why you keep playing. We're in a hot situation. We don't get the hot throw activated, and then basically, Dak breaks a tackle, a potential sack in the end zone and keeps playing. And then anytime the first part of the pass concept is not completed in its normal time clock, and then you activate the scramble drill. So, I mean, you see, obviously, Dak breaks a tackle, slides out to his right. CD takes the mailbox angle, and Dak gives him a chance to make a huge play, and obviously CD delivers. So it's something I think is just really the basics of our offense when you activate scramble drill opportunities. But really, there was a breakdown in protection, and Dak did a hell of a job avoiding a sack.
Coach, this was a big game this past weekend in terms of just for some milestones for CD. He sets the franchise record in the season for receptions, sets the franchise record for receiving yards in a season. Can you just talk about the growth you've seen from him and the growth that connection and that Dak and CD have? It's just, I think everybody's been really impressed with how much CD has really seized that number one role over the last 2 years.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, CD's been an impact since, he came here in 2020. And I just think just, his production has grown just with more opportunities. And clearly this year we've given him more opportunities than he's had in the past, and he's delivered in a big way. And I think that's the biggest thing when you become this productive, week in and week out. That's a big responsibility, and it is a task to do this over and over again, because the defense is over there, trying to double them or roll their coverage to them and so forth. So just his sustainability and his durability, through this season has been so impressive.
We're talking with Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, one more thing on CD, just really quickly. There was a lot of discussion in the media and stuff like that about the idea of, him taking on that number one receiver role and having the mentality of being a number one. Is that a discussion point we overblow, or do you think that's a real mentality that receivers have to step up into and welcome as being the guy, being the number one guy?
Well, it depends on the way your offense is designed, but yes, absolutely. I mean, there's more opportunity, gathers more responsibility, and it just, going back to my, answer before, it's, his ability to do it week in and week out, because, we all understand it. He's a dynamic player. I think when a guy comes in the league as a high pick and also returns punts for you, and as a starter, as a receiver, I think that shows you what kind of flexibility he has and the skill set that he has. So, I mean, he's always been, had that type of ability, but now, the connection that he has with Dak and as his passing game continues to grow, CD is what I always look for as an impact player, an elite player, because elite players make others around them better. And just the fact that he's getting the recognition and, particularly from the defense coverage role each and every week, he's creating really good opportunities for his teammates.
Mike McCarthy joins us here at 105 through The Fan. How's Tyler Smith's health?
Good. He's getting better. Today is, kind of a, walk-through mock game, rehab type day, review for us. So hopefully it'll be another day of treatment for him, and we'll see what he can do tomorrow.
I wanted to get your take on this because this is all over social media during every game. I mean, by 3 plays later, there's a screenshot, and it's Micah getting held and not getting a call. He hasn't gotten a holding call against him, and probably since the summer, for crying out loud. Do teams go over like film with officials and send things to the league and show them, hey, our player's getting held here, he's getting held here, the call's not being made? I mean, does that happen?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a process that's been going on. I mean, pretty much I think as long as I've been a head coach. So, you're able to send in 10 plays a week, and ask them for clarification. So there is communication between the head coach and the officiating department. Then there's follow-up questions and conversations that you have if you want to have talk about something big. But the reality of it is we're coaches and players, we're responsible for our performance and evaluating and regulating our training to be better, and I'm sure the officials have a similar process.
Coach, there was obviously a lot of discussion about the whole 2-point conversion thing and reporting eligibility and everything like that. And Dan Campbell had talked about how he had, had discussions with the officials about his plans before the game. More specifically, that not on the actual play, but just kind of the broad concept again of talking with officials and communicating things. Is that something that you've engaged with a lot over your career? Is just like, hey, just so you guys have a heads up, this is what we're doing. I don't want you to be caught off guard with it. I don't want you to be confused by what we're doing here when we pull this out in the middle of the game.
Yeah, always. You do it. You know, I've always done it in the pregame 90-minute meeting. You know, you have a chance to talk to the officials, and if they say you have anything, you know, unusual, unbalanced, you know, obviously we call it a jumbo tight end, or just, you know. So there's always a heads up, and you give them the numbers and so forth. And if you have anything different, you know, I normally talk to them. So. But, you know, also I've seen it go the other way too. So I don't even want to get into specifics. So that conversation really, you know, it's just like anything. You know, it's the crew in the white hat, you know, really determines how some of those crews handle that information and what they do with the information. You know, so as you evaluate those conversations, are they productive? Are they not productive? So I mean, those are things that I've watched change throughout my time as a head coach. But yes, you have an opportunity to tell the officials everything and anything in pregame if you choose.
You know, Coach, one of the things that's definitely changed since in your time in the league is the aggressiveness of teams, and both you guys in last week were, you know, pretty aggressive down the stretch. I love the aggressiveness. But just take us through the philosophical changes that's happened. Like, you know, they went for 2 at the end. That's something that never would have happened, you know, years ago. And then, you know, you guys threw the ball on second down, and as opposed to just milking the clock because you wanted to keep possession and not even give them a chance to win. How different the philosophies are, and why teams will go for 2 at the end like that.
Well, I think it's, you know, there's always an analytics component to it. You know, we have a game management crew. We have one individual that clearly watches the clock, you know, nonstop throughout the whole game. So, you know, those are the conversations that are going on the headsets. So yeah, do I think it's more aggressive? I think the league's as competitive as it's ever been. I think the analytics effect of, you know, shining a bright light on it, and really the numbers tell you to be more aggressive if you just look at the, you know, the computer outputs. So, but I've never totally, you know, bought into just the analytics, the black and white of it. I think there's ebb and flow to every game. I think you got to recognize the other variables that go on in the game to tell you to, you know, pump the brakes or keep your foot on the gas. And, you know, that's just the way I've always done it. So, and I get the critique because if you're aggressive and it doesn't work, then you're a dumbass. And if you're conservative and that doesn't work, you're even a bigger dumbass. So I mean, I understand it, but there's other conversations that go on during the game about, you know, what we think to do. Because, you know, just clearly when we started that series after the turnover, you know, we're first and 10, and you know, we're second and 3, and then we get the penalty, and so now we're in that dead area out there. We're a little bit outside of the field goal range that we like, and so we're trying to get half of that back. And so you got to make a decision. Are you going to go and try to, you know, win the game right there on offense? And, you know, and a big part of that is, you know, what are you expecting from them defensively? We were expecting pressure. We got it. So you feel like you have a good call, but, you know, that's football. You know, sometimes you go for it, you make it, and sometimes you play it safe. And those are the decisions you got to make in the game.
Do you think it's a situation too? Does home versus road play into that? Like, hey, go for the win on the road, maybe in their situation, or not?
That's a great point. You know, I know coming into the league, it was always, you know, go for the win on the road and play for the tie at home. And, you know, but once again, there's mathematics that support that, and then there's also, you got to recognize what's going on that particular game, particularly inside of that game, because, you know, momentum does factor in the outcome of games, and there's no statistics to really to support that. So you got to be in tune with the ebb and flow of the football game.
Last one for you here, Coach. Obviously, you guys finished 8-0 at home this year. That's now 16 straight at home. Just talk about, as this season wraps up, the regular season, what a point of pride that's been for you guys, your performance at home, and what a point of pride do you think it's been for this fan base to turn AT&T Stadium into such a big home field advantage?
I mean, I just can't say enough about the fans because it just seems like every time you walk out the field, you're thinking, man, I think that was the best crowd ever, and I feel like we've been saying that the last 2 years consistently, and just the way they bring the juice. You know, going out there, you know, Saturday night against the Lions. I mean, you know, you can see it right away. I mean, our fans are incredible, and our team feeds off it. And winning your home games has always been important in this league, and we're doing a great job of it right now. And you got to give our fans a lot of credit.
Hey, Coach, best of luck this weekend getting that 2 seed. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, man. You guys have a great weekend. Thank you.
All right, you too. Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Cowboys. Brought to you by
McCarthy.
Black Rifle here Coffee. On 105.3 The Fan. We will pick this game, my 5 things, and it's ready. Bobby Belt. It is ready. The out-of-contact sports update out of nowhere that just kind of spurred of the moment during this show. We will do that coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. I think you'll laugh.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Fist bump time, boys and girls. It is 9 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan, getting you to your sports weekend. First weekend without college football since mid-August.
Yeah.
Late August.
It was a mid-time as I finished my burrito.
It was a mid-time? You didn't enjoy the college football season?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's first weekend without college football since mid-August.
Oh, yeah, it was mid.
Anytime without college football is mid.
It is very mid. So that's a little bit depressing. But we'll have college football on Monday for the national title game, the Natty, as the kids would say.
That is what the kids call it, the Natty.
So are they doing a Monday night football game for the playoffs this year again? They are doing the Monday night game, right? They did it last year.
Yep.
And we were in that.
Yeah, that was brutal because I had to do the turnaround, remember?
Yeah.
It was a Monday night football game in Tampa, and I flew back and on like an hour's sleep came in here and did the show the next morning.
Yes, that's right. And you did the show from Tampa that morning.
Yes, and
Monday
you know
morning.
what? You know what I remember most about that show? That was the legendary moment within this show.
Weren't wearing pants.
I really wasn't. I was pantless in that show. That was the legendary show where Peyton told us about old Molly and his trip to the strip club.
Oh,
The Gentleman's Club.
Oh, yeah, the Gentleman's Club. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't call it.
We
strip
got to
club,
respect
the
them.
Gentlemen's Club. They're dancers.
What a time. Haven't been back since then.
Really?
Yeah, I know.
Even with old Mackenzie.
Yeah. No,
Would she go with you?
Yeah.
She
said
would?
Yeah,
She
said
get
she
down
would.
like that?
I plead the fifth, but
Would Sarah go with you?
Absolutely.
Have you gone with Sarah before?
we should go double date it.
We should do.
Oh my gosh, that's such a great
What
idea.
content that would be.
Oh, the content would be
Yeah.
great.
We have not gone together.
But you would.
She absolutely would. She's a big fan of him.
Kristen would not.
I wouldn't say she's a big fan of him. She enjoys them. She thinks they're fun.
Kristen would not go, and I've never been.
You've never been to a...
Nope, zero interest.
Well,
Never had
you're
interest
going to
in
go
Really?
in Vegas.
Oh, boy. Oh, man.
I hope Kristen's listening right now.
You are going to go. You are
Divorce
going to
papers
go.
coming.
That's right. The Rhino. We're going to the Rhino.
Spearmint Rhino?
Yep. Yes, sir. On the way back from the all-you-can-eat sushi spot we're going to go to.
Chicken wings and C-sections cars.
Nope.
Can't wait.
I don't know about that. Okay. Let's pick this game this weekend. Let me give you my 5 things that I want to see.
Give them to me. I want your 5 things.
All right. 5 things I want to see from the Cowboys this weekend. I'm hearing music in the back. I'm waiting for the music, the crescendo here. Number 1, early lead. Washington has nothing to play for. You have everything to play for.
Pride, sir.
Yeah, pride doesn't exist. A loss, and this team is in a very tricky spot when it comes to making the conference title game. Period.
Yep.
Because that means if you lose this game, so if you lose this game, because we got scenarios here too, because if you lose this game and Philadelphia loses, but Detroit wins, then Cowboys are the 3?
Yes.
And Detroit's the 2.
Which is the most unlikely of scenarios, would be that one, I feel like.
I think Philadelphia could lose to the Giants.
I don't think Dallas is losing to the Commies.
I don't think they are either, but I'm saying, like, it's, I don't know how much different. If you just put the Cowboys as a loss, I think that is the most likely. Or would you say?
I would still think Philly. I would pick Philly to beat the Giants this weekend. But
so either way, if you lose this weekend, you're at best the 3. I guess you could be the 2 if Detroit loses too.
Yeah.
But assuming Detroit beats Minnesota, you're at best the 3, at worst the 5. So don't put them in a position to lose. Number 2, get some semblance of a running game going, please. Not in lieu of a passing game, but actually show us that when you need tough yards, you could pick up tough yards. That's kind of all I want to see. I want to know that when you need the yards, you can get the yards. Number 3, more the same types of tackles for a loss in the run defense as last week. I think it was a major reason they won that game. They put Detroit behind the chains a few times. They were able to eke out the win. Because there was about, 7 tackles for a loss on running plays?
It felt like it.
And half of them were tank?
Yep. Boy, DeMarcus Lawrence has been the king this year of when they need a play, he makes a play.
Yeah, they don't win that game if Detroit gets 4 or 5 yards on those plays, I don't think.
Absolutely.
Number 4, find someone other than CD or Cooks to rely on. They've got to figure out if they can trust Tolbert or Gallup both will randomly show up. Like Tolbert randomly showed up in that Miami game with a big catch. Gallup I think it was
Gallup randomly shows up with a ball at his feet and, dropping one or.
No, if it's at his feet, I don't blame him. But he randomly showed up in that game.
Well, it's at his feet because it leaps from his hands.
Oh, yeah. But he randomly showed up and drew like a pass interference call last week.
Yeah.
Like he'll randomly.
He was good a couple weeks ago. Who was it against? He was good against somebody a couple weeks ago. Miami, I think he had a decent game or one of those.
Was it Buffalo? Maybe Philly?
Nah, I don't remember. One of those games he didn't play so bad. But I mean, he's not been the same player the last 2 years. No. And I hate it because he's such a nice guy, and I think he is. I think he was a good player. He's just not a very good player anymore.
Yeah, he was. I thought he deserved the contract. It just post injury, he's just not been the same guy. But I think they have to find. They can't. I mean, I thought they force fed the ball to CD too much last week.
Oh, I love it. Give him 25.
Okay,
targets.
but like again, if you do that, fine.
He was pretty efficient.
Nobody like that's not. You don't see elite quarterbacks force feeding somebody 20 times a game.
No, but I mean, 17 targets. If he's catching 13 and going for 227, that doesn't feel like forcing.
No, you'll take it.
Yeah, he's efficient.
You'll take it.
He's efficient regardless of the volume.
Yeah, what I don't want is just 20 targets, 10 catches.
Sure.
And then number 5, get out healthy. There is no need in a blowout to have guys out there risking injury. Learn from Mike McDaniel and get out.
Yeah. Would you rest Tyler Smith?
Yeah, I wouldn't play him.
Just go with TJ Bass, who has not been bad. TJ Bass has had to step in a couple different times recently, and he's played well.
Yeah, I would not touch him. I would let him go. So my pick is Cowboys 21.
21.
Commanders 10.
Ooh, low scoring
game.
UJ, what's the over-under on this one?
I'll look real quick.
It's not one of those ones it's like 30, is it? I think this one's at least 40. Commanders love.
I think it's 41 and a half, 42 and a half maybe. It was in the low 40s.
Commanders. 46?
Oh.
Woo! That's high.
Take the under.
So Cowboys are looking for some revenge this weekend after last year's loss to the Commanders. Boy, they punched you in the mouth last year. And these last couple years have been a house of horrors for Dak. I like the Nate Newton philosophy or the Jimmy Johnson philosophy that Nate Newton had relayed on Wednesday night during Cowboys Crosstalk, which is don't style point this one. You're better than them. Just worry about limiting mistakes. Let's not leave here with injuries. Let's not leave here with bad penalties and turnovers. If you do that, you will naturally beat them, even if everybody else thinks you look flat. Don't worry about it. Just get out of there with a victory. That's what I want. I want them to get out of here with a victory. Myles Garrett resting for the Browns this week. Opportunity for Micah Parsons to maybe catch up a little bit, wreck some shop.
DPOY.
Do you think there's anything Dak Prescott can do with Lamar Jackson resting? If Dak has a 6-touchdown, 400-yard game,
no,
can he do anything to close that gap?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's all but locked up.
I think it is,
especially with Lamar not playing.
Just makes me wonder. I do think there is still an opportunity. If Micah Parsons absolutely wrecks shop, that could do it. He could. There's the Myles Garrett gap is close enough that Garrett not playing might matter.
I'll tell you what, I can see this happening. Who's quarterback for them? Tyler Huntley
for the Ravens this week? Yeah.
If he goes out there and puts up 55, I can see that. Then I can see the
like if he plays the best game at quarterback of the year for the Ravens.
Yeah, I can. Okay, then you might have something, but I think for the most part, no, it's Lamar's
wrapped up. But Micah still was something to play for, including a holding call. Maybe he finally gets a holding call. That'd be nice if he could draw one of those. This is a game that I think Dallas wins pretty convincingly, but like I said, there's been enough weird voodoo at Landover the last couple of years for Dak Prescott that I don't feel totally comfortable in it. But go ahead, give me the Cowboys in this one. I'll say 28-10. Cowboys take the victory, the number 2 seed, and they end up, in my opinion, with the Los Angeles Rams. I think that's what we're heading for.
Oh, okay. Peyton, do you have a pick for this game?
I do. I didn't overthink this one at all. 27-13 Cowboys. I mean, Washington, they're not playing for anything. They want the higher draft pick than they do to want to, upset the Cowboys in any way. The Cowboys have everything on the line here. I feel like they're going to come out strong, even though it is a road game. So that's why I have Cowboys 27-13.
All right.
How do you power rank your realistic options for the Cowboys if they're the number 6? Because obviously there's Vikings and Saints. Those are not likely. The likely ones are Seahawks, Rams, and Packers. How would you power rank your preference of playing those opponents next weekend?
I mean, look, I was at that Rams game, man. I don't know how the Rams have won 6 of 7.
I think it's just a different football team.
But they had the same guys, right? There was nobody that was hurt in that game.
Yeah, but I mean, you're one of the ones who says you subscribe more to what a team is over the last 5 weeks than what they were in the year, and they've been
better.
They've been a better team. That's the only team that has really given Baltimore a run for their money recently.
Yeah,
I mean that's a game they arguably should have won in Baltimore. And so, to me, the team I want to play the most, Packers. Seahawks, I understand there's some concerning stuff about the Seahawks. They got those 3 receivers. Seahawks played really well. To me, you took the Seahawks' very best punch and you still beat them.
They can't stop a nosebleed.
I don't think they're doing that again to you. And so I think it'd go Packers, Seahawks, and then the team I don't want to play the least is the Rams. But I think the Cowboys beat all 3 of those teams.
I do too.
I would pick Dallas in all 3 of those games.
I do too. All right, let's do a little degenerate here before we get to the out of context sports update.
I have a couple of selections for you.
4 of them to be exact.
Bo.
I like Buffalo minus the 2.5 against Miami. I think Buffalo wins this one by a touchdown.
That line's moved a little, hasn't it? In Miami's favor?
A little bit. It was at 3.5. Now it's moved a little bit. I like the Giants plus the 5. You can maybe get it at 5.5 against Philadelphia. But I'll take the Giants plus the 5 points.
Good call.
I like the under 46 in the Cowboys game.
Yeah, you just added that one to the degenerate after seeing it.
I mean, even yours is under 46.
Yeah.
28-13?
Yeah. 28-10. I'm 38, yeah.
I like the under in that one. And I also like Washington plus 13.5. So I like the Cowboys to win by 11. I like 21-10. I like this Washington plus the 13.5. There are your 4 selections. We will put that up on the social medias at RJ Choppy.
X, formerly known as Twitter, as all the news sites like to refer to it now.
All right, so this happened earlier in the show. Bobby and Peyton planned this without me knowing. And so La'el Collins had his introductory...
His ganger.
...words that were spoke yesterday. And you set it up by saying what?
I said La'el Collins talked about why the timing was right for both sides in his return to Dallas.
I mean, it just was.
Choppy, what did you think about that?
So they played that, and I was just like, wait a second, what? What happened there? I was completely thrown off guard, and I was like, oh, my God, it's great. That was well done. Then they played the whole clip, and I couldn't make it through the clip. I was laughing too hard. So I was like, all right.
It reminded you of your old days at ESPN.
It reminded me back when I worked at ESPN, I had to start off like doing updates. Those minute-and-a-half long thingies that you did every 20 minutes or whatever.
Da-na-na, da-na-na.
And you would just get an audio cut, and you would cut it down to be as short as it possibly can go. And it's just so bad. That's why everybody got rid of them. Mm-hmm. For the most part, they're all gone. So I was like, all right,
what was it here? It was the fan flash.
Fan flash. So I was like, all right, let's just do one. Let's just try to get one together. Let me see if I can put one together. And I took a bunch of shortcuts here, and I made them all out of context. Like none of them are answering the question.
But it's a good snapshot for people to get their sports news of the day today as well. If you missed something,
this is a good one. So you gave Peyton. You found music.
We've got the Sports Center music.
My God,
now you gotta let the little crescendo play for a few seconds. I know it's been a while since you've done a Sports Center update, but you got to let the intro play, and then Peyton's gonna cue you in. Okay?
All right. So Peyton, you have the cut list. You have the script. I sent you a second updated one. I sent you the updated one. You've got that. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try to do this, and I'm going to try to do this without laughing. There's no chance I don't get through this thing without laughing.
Hit it, Peyton.
I think you'll like this. I don't know. Oh, man, here we go. All right, it's a big weekend for the Dallas Cowboys. They take on Washington in Week 18, a chance to wrap up the 2 seed in the NFC. Quarterback Dak Prescott spoke of the possibilities of having 2 games in the postseason at home.
Yeah, it's great.
If they win this week, they would avoid San Fran all the way to the NFC title game. And since that game, Bobby, in the Bay Area this year, the offense has gone from stagnant to elite. They scored just 10 points in that game, but owner Jerry Jones is hopeful they can at least get to 17.
So that's improvement.
It is. Coverage starts at 12:30 right here on The Fan on Sunday. Meanwhile, they have signed La'el Collins to the practice squad. He's been out of the league all year after a disappointing 2022 in Cincinnati. La'el, why was 2022 so hard for you?
I mean, it just was.
Team will see how he feels after yesterday's practice. To the hardwood. Mavericks take the court against Portland at the American Airlines Center, most likely without Derek Lively or Grant Williams, but head coach Jason Kidd isn't too worried.
No one's dying.
Tip at 7:30 tonight. Draymond Green. He's allowed back in the team facility. Suspension's coming to an end. He'll continue to have meetings with the league office to get back on the court. How did Draymond's meeting with the commissioner go last time around?
Unfortunately, I hit him.
The golf two-time major champ Colin Morikawa, 8 under 65 at Kapalua in round 1.
Pretty good.
He is one shot off the lead, and Rory McIlroy says this is how golf should be played.
I hit him.
Reminder, Rangers Hot Stove Show, hosted by Jared Sandler, Tuesday night from 6 to 8, Performance Showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway. Take your picture with the World Series trophy.
Wonderfully done. Those are your headlines. See, I feel like I've got everything I need to know to head
Boomer
into this
could never
sports
do that.
No.
Oh, man.
No, certainly not without
That
some
brought me back to my
sarcastic
days.
pun. That was great. That was fantastic.
Thank you. That brought me back. Okay. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins the show next.
If you're a new listener to Sean and RJ, thank you.
Yes, indeedy.
Thanks for joining our clubhouse.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Man, Peyton is going to get in trouble one day. He is. It's
One
Sean
day.
and RJ.
One day he's going to get in trouble.
Man, there's no
I'm
doubt
clean
about
right now,
it.
baby. I'm clean.
Bobby is going to get him in trouble. Nick Eatman joined the show here in a couple of minutes on 105 The Fan. Sean's out back Monday, we think.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. Does he have a little sinus pressure? Does
Sinus
it feel
pressure, little sniffle,
Does it feel something a little,
sore throat?
It's like, can't come in. 3 days.
He's a little sick. A little not feeling.
I'm just kidding.
Great.
If I could have taken off last Friday, if Sean wasn't already out, there's zero chance I would have come in last Friday with my voice the way that it was.
You didn't have a voice.
No, exactly. So I actually, I'm just trolling. No, nobody go snitching to Sean when he comes back. He's probably listening right now because he tolos. You know?
He does tolo. I don't know. We'll see.
Did you know this board moves?
It does. Yeah.
That's not good.
It's not really stable. Boy, by the way, people are loving the.
They loved the Sports Center bit.
Out of context.
It's like
Sports
you've done
Center
this
update.
before.
I know.
It's like you've done one of
we
those.
We may have
Sports
to
Center
make
bits.
that every once in a while a staple. Like Peyton, your new job is just to like listen to all these audio cuts, take like a 2-second random out of context thing, and let's do it.
Yeah, as long as we have more than 6 cuts on the sheet.
Well, I don't get paid for that many. So
well,
Very nice,
I mean,
very nice. Nick Eatman joined the show now, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, the official casino. The Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We're going to get Tyler Smith this week?
I don't know. I think I don't like the fact that he didn't practice those 2 days, but as Mike has said, I don't know what he said this morning to you guys. I didn't get up that early.
Why weren't you up at 6:30? You didn't want to hear Mike McCarthy brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, I have 4 kids, so I was up at 4 also. So, like I'm up in some form, but no, not really. I didn't.
It's just anything, Nick.
He's pointed to Saturday. I don't know if that changed. He said Saturday's got to be the day that Tyler does something, and we're not there yet. But I just more I think about this, more I'm hearing things. I think it's going to be TJ Bass.
Okay, and your comfort level with that, because I do not feel bad about TJ Bass stepping in and playing. I feel like the couple times that he's been asked to just kind of step in and do spot duty this year, I feel like you haven't had. Obviously, it's not the same as having Tyler or Zach in there, but
right.
I don't feel like it's a Chuma Edoga situation when TJ Bass has to step in.
I don't think so either. I think if he's not playing football, he's got like a black T-shirt that says staff on it, and he's like a bouncer. And I think he'd be really good at it. He'd probably not get paid the same, I think, but I think he's just that brawler type. He's just gonna fight, and I think that that's what they need. And I don't think he played. When he's played, like you said, I don't think he's played poorly. It doesn't help that when he's next to Chuma, like the Arizona game, I think it would be nice to have a Tyron Smith next to him, so he can kind of just focus on what he needs to focus on right in front of him.
Nick, we were doing Cowboys crosstalk on Wednesday, and Nate we were talking about how do you approach a game like this? How do you make sure that you don't take your eye off the ball, overlook a team, overlook an opponent? And Nate Newton had said something interesting about a game they played in 1991 in Green Bay where Jimmy had told them going into it, like, you guys are so much better than them that I don't want to take anything for granted. I just want to prioritize, do not turn the ball over, don't have any dumb penalties, don't get hurt. If you just focus on those things, we're naturally going to beat them because you're just better than them. And so they won 20-17, and Nate said they were getting killed by the analysts on the air. Oh, man, Dallas looks so flat. And they're like, what they didn't understand was that was our goal, is just to go in there and take care of business and not do anything stupid in the name of that. Do you think that should be the approach this weekend, is like, hey, just focus on, don't make mistakes, and you will beat this Washington team?
I think that is the approach. I want to point out about that Green Bay game, honestly, that wasn't football, okay? Like, you're supposed to be on opposite sides of the field. That was like the weird, like, Milwaukee game where you put both teams are on the same sideline. That's ridiculous looking. But anyways, I think that is the approach. I mean, what's Washington playing for? Who's the quarterback? All this stuff. You know what? at the end of the day, if the Cowboys just go out and say, we're not going to make mistakes and we're going to go out and we're going to play our game and we'll win. You know, and I just look at it like cutting off one of the corners of a table. You just keep leaning on it, it's going to fall down because they're better. They got more weight, they got more strength. And that's what happened in the Thanksgiving game if you think about it. I mean, as the game went on, the better team ended up dominating, but as the game went on, you saw who the superior team was.
Yeah, you did. There's no doubt about that. You saw who the superior team was in that one. Is the cold weather affect Dak throwing the ball with his thumb?
Probably. I don't think he throws it as well as he does at AT&T when it's 72. You know, I think it. I don't know if it bothers him. He would say no, but they don't pass the ball around when it's colder, and they don't pass the ball around as well. I've seen him have some success in cold weather games, and I think one of his best throws he ever made was against the Giants on, January the 2nd or whatever, back in like 18. But that's not, you're talking about the thumb injury. It's not, that was before that. I think they can move the ball in this kind of weather. It's not going to be that, it's going to be cold, but it's not going to be like, rainy, and it should be windy. But I don't think there'll be an excuse of not being able to move the ball efficiently.
Will Micah get a holding call called against him?
No.
No?
No.
We're just done with it. We're just done with that?
I just don't think he'll get the call. I don't think he'll get it. I think he'll get another sack. I know he wants to get over 13. He's got 13 and 13 and a half, and now he's sitting on 13. Now he wants to get to that 14. He wants to get to 20, this weekend. That's what he feels like he can do. But I don't know. You don't see that. It's like it's gone on long enough. You just don't see these things until they actually happen.
Nick, when you look at the setup that it is for the Cowboys this weekend, there's a number of different scenarios. Obviously, if they take care of business against Washington, they get the number 2. But the potential opponents that you're looking at there's 5 up to 6 if you include a tie scenario with Tampa Bay, which seems unlikely. But the likeliest scenario it looks like right now is Seattle, the Rams, and the Packers. How would you power rank your preference if you're the Cowboys and saying the order I'd want to play these teams is 1, 2, 3 when you look at the Rams, Packers, and Seahawks?
Yeah. For me, I would say the Packers, then the Seahawks, and then the Rams.
I got it exactly the same.
And it probably goes down to quarterbacks, of who you want to face. And when I look at it, Jordan Love's had 30 touchdowns. He's had a good season. He'll be playing his first playoff game. I think, right?
Yeah.
So, he'll, that matters. I would think. And of course there'll be a lot of storylines around that one, if that happens. But when I think of weapons on offense and things like that, I would say, all right, I'd go Packers and then Seattle. Yeah. Seattle gave it to you, but you also scored 41 on them. And you scored a lot on the Rams too. I think the Rams are a different team right now with their running back, and Stafford. He's won a Super Bowl. I'm not crazy about him. I'm not really scared about him. But they do have Aaron Donald, and they're playing better, and they got all these receivers that are tough matchups. So, that's what I would think. But also look at crowd though. Who's going to be in your stadium? Green Bay. They're going to have like a whiteout or something like that, I'm sure. Nothing would mess that up more than the cheesehead, you know what I mean? But, at this point, though, if you get a home game, that's the best Christmas gift you could get, even if it's late. And I don't think you should worry about, you're not going to be scared of any of those teams, honestly.
Who do you got in this game? What's your score?
I got the Cowboys winning kind of an ugly game, 28-19. I think it'll take a while to get kind of, wrestle it away from them. I think Washington will play hard, but I think it'll take a little bit. I do think the Cowboys are better, and I think eventually over the 4 quarters they'll get there. 28-19.
I don't care for that score. That means the over hits it to the under. So whatever.
Sorry.
No, we're good.
What is the over?
You what?
What is the over-under?
46.
All right.
There's a
Ooh.
lot of low numbers this year, this week. I mean, we're approaching Army-Navy with some of these games.
Patriots-Jets are 30, Nick. It's a 30-point over-under.
The Chiefs-Chargers, which normally would be Mahomes and Herbert, is only 35.
Yeah. I don't look at that stuff really, but it's interesting. But I say that, and what I hit like 47. I mean, like
you were right on it.
Wink, wink. No. I mean, I don't really see it, but yeah, something like that.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, join us here at 105 through the Fan, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I wanted to play this. Something just got stuck in my throat. I have no idea what it is. You said the Gardner Minshew.
I'll set it up for you. Max Crosby, Colleyville Heritage legend, over from sort of your neck of the woods there, Chop, or your future neck of the woods, Colleyville Heritage.
It's my kids go to school.
So Colleyville Heritage alum Max Crosby was talking a lot of S to Gardner Minshew of the Indianapolis Colts last week, and there was a pretty funny mic'd up clip of Gardner Minshew just kind of being a little thrown back by how mouthy Max Crosby is.
Little ass boy.
Dude, Max Crosby is so damn angry. Bro, he's just...
Like, the thing is, like, he's not really that angry.
I know, right? He keeps calling everybody little ass boy. Hey, little ass boy. I'm like, I'm little out here, but not always, you know?
I'm little out here, but not always,
you know? He is so... It is impossible to dislike
chill.
Gardner Minshew. I love it.
He's so chill.
Hey, little ass boy.
I'm little out here, but not always.
Save that.
Yeah,
for the
you
next
save that for the sports.
Hey, little ass boy.
There you go. Save that.
I do enjoy Gardner Minshew. He's a character. He is going to have a great year as a studio analyst one day, I bet. I bet he'll be great on like Fox NFL pregame or something when he's done.
When he replaces Terry Bradshaw so they get a real quarterback in there?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Gardner Minshew, he could have won 4 Super Bowls with those Pittsburgh
With that
teams.
defense.
Yeah.
Might have happened. All right, we will cross talk with the KNC masterpiece. It is Mike Baskey's Crosstalk. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you over to
Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The people have spoken. And Mike Bassick is back for another crosstalk.
Yes,
In
sir!
fact, they spoke so hard that Sean is not going to do Fridays the rest of his life so that I can do crosstalk. I like that. But when Sean is back, my crosstalks are completely over.
Oh, no.
Because Sean Sharif and maybe somebody else says I am not focused enough during these crosstalks.
Well, maybe you should use this crosstalk for content and not for your vendetta.
I want it
then.
to be a Mike Bassick crosstalk,
Okay.
not a controlled crosstalk. We have controlled crosstalks all the time.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Uncontrolled crosstalks are the best, except I do have a real question, starting with Bobby.
Hit me.
Baby, one
Bobby,
more time.
out of all of the games, excluding the Cowboys game, what game intrigues you the most? There's so much on the line this Sunday, or I guess Saturday night in the NFL. What game are you most excited to watch?
The best game, I think, will be the Dolphins and the Bills. Yeah. And there's obviously a lot on the line there.
Here we go.
But it's actually Houston versus Indianapolis. I am fascinated to see how C.J. Stroud, who's stepped up in so many different ways, I'm fascinated to see how he plays in basically a winner-go-home game.
Especially he stepped up against the Carolina Panthers this year. Choppy, what game, if you have to now eliminate Miami and Buffalo, because that game has now been eliminated, Bobby is watching that game.
I picked Houston and Indy.
Yeah, he took Texans Colts.
I wasn't listening.
All right.
Okay. Choppy, I was listening. You know why you're interested in that? Because you think my Trevor Lawrence is going to fail me and lose to the Tennessee Titans.
I do not think that. I know your Trevor Lawrence will fail.
Oh
my God.
Man, it's funny because there's a bunch of outside of there's a bunch of garbage this weekend. Like all these bad quarterbacks playing. It's obviously if Bobby is going to allow me to say Bills Dolphins, then I'll say Bills Dolphins.
I'll allow it. It is my crosstalk.
I have Bills. Yes.
I think the Bills are going to the Super Bowl.
I have a Bills 40-1 ticket.
How much did you bet?
Is it to go to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl?
Win it.
How much did you bet?
Oh, I just bet $10 to win 400. Yeah, those bets, those 40-1 bets. I mean, you don't. I don't throw money down. I just throw pizza money down on those things, and let's go.
What pizza costs $10 anymore?
Hey, it's my cross.
Well, it's actually $11 for like a DiGiorno pizza at Tom Thumb. So,
Corey and Kevin, I've asked a great question to start off crosstalk, but sometimes we ask that question during the show.
That's true.
Are we asking that question during the show?
Probably about 122 would
right
be
before
my
Master
guess.
Piece of the Week today, Mike.
Okay. So I will not ask you two guys that question.
Okay.
See how professional I am?
We
so
are like
far?
4 hours away from it.
So,
It's like-
Corey, behind you is a number 99
J.J.
Sam
Watt.
Houston
99.
Texans jersey. Sam Houston, not Houston.
All right.
Sam Houston.
Yeah.
Where are we at right now, man?
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington, right off of Collins today. And this is a really great opportunity for Tolos to come out today.
It's
because
not a great opportunity, though, for J.B. Hunt final mile 18-wheeler.
That truck?
Did the axle break or something?
I don't know.
The for an hour? It's been out there for an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough right there. So Collins Street's a tough place.
Yeah, so if you're trying to find where the Buffalo Wild Wings is, there will be an 18-wheeler blocking 3 lanes with 2 Arlington police cars with their lights flashing. That is exactly where Buffalo Wild Wings is.
Just turn there.
When I pulled up, I thought that truck was just waiting a really long time to make a turn. and then I saw the cop cars roll up. I was like, oh,
There's a bunch of cop cars. Mike, here's what's important about today, though. If the Cowboys win against Washington.
That's not an if.
All right. Win the Cowboys.
For the purposes
yes, for legal purposes.
Oh, okay.
If the Cowboys win against Washington, people are able to come in today and register to win tickets for the Cowboys' first home game playoff game.
Ooh.
If the Cowboys win. So you can register today. And those tickets will go into next week. We'll announce it next week. So you can come in today and register for Cowboys playoff tickets if the Cowboys win Sunday against the Washington Commanders.
All right, my
So-
next question.
Oh, and hold on, let me add something
Bobby
else.
has something
let me add
big
something
here.
else too, Bobby.
I want to know if you guys are in the, or you went to the Roanoke, Virginia Buffalo Wild Wings last time. So is this the Arlington, Virginia Buffalo Wild Wings?
No, we decided to diversify, and we're back in Arlington,
Wow.
Texas. For
Arlington, I mean, Texas and Virginia share a lot of cities.
Yeah. What if there's a Fort
Find out
Worth,
how many.
Virginia?
Do we have a DC? Do we have a district?
We have Italy. We have
called
Paris.
Austin.
We have a lot of.
Yeah, that's a good point, Bobby.
All right, Kevin. My question to you is:
Tell me about it.
Why'd the Stars blow it?
You tell me. They
Man.
were up 4-2, and then
You were
they
there.
immediately gave up another goal, and then they were like, "Hey, how about we give a 2-on-none to give up the game winner in overtime?"
Yeah, the game ended once number 29, who's way better than any Dallas Star. Let's be
Is that
honest.
McKinnon?
Here. Yeah, he is. He was by far the best player out there, and it honestly nothing against Wyatt Earp Johnston, or
Wyatt Johnson.
yeah, or any of the Dallas Stars players.
Just give me a name, any one of them.
Name one.
The Stars.
He knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
Just
well,
kidding.
I'll tell you what. How about this? On the penalty kill, I'm not sure if this is right or not. It feels like we immediately put in 2 and 18, which is Hockenpah and Steele. I guess they're our best penalty killers. Like I was trying to learn. It seems like they go on the ice when we commit a penalty. 2 and 18 go on the ice immediately. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it felt like that last night. So I think they're penalty killers, which they did do a decent job of that throughout the night. Not the best, but a decent job. But
Did you have fun?
It was a blast. It made me want to buy a 10-game package.
Wow.
Do it.
Oh.
Do it. They're fun, man.
They are. I also have 2 kids in basketball and baseball, and so there are very limited nights to go to Dallas Stars / Dallas Maverick games. But I felt like when my kids go off to college, my boys at least, that there will be more time for stuff like that because I won't be going to so many high school events.
Can I ask you, because I know it's your cross tub, but let me ask you something.
Yeah, I like
When
this.
your kids go to sporting events, are they into it? Like, not like, do they cheer? Like, my kids don't say a word when they're at a sporting event. They're just watching the game. They do not cheer.
My Jake does. My 15-year-old, ever since he's been, let's say, 10 or 11, yes, he is. I remember he had to go to Josh Young's first ever Major League game. We had to be at that one, and I got tickets for it. And when he hit the home run, he was jumping up and down for 20 seconds, screaming because Josh Young hit a home run. So if I take him to Mavs games or whatever, he does. My other son, he doesn't cheer very loud, but he does. He is engaged in the game. But I couldn't get him to go to hockey. Either one. They did not. I asked. I was like, hey, you guys want to go to Dallas Stars game? They're like, we don't care about it. But I'm Hockey Mike now. Obviously, my hoodie is 0-1.
Oh, yeah. What else would you have gone with last night if you hadn't gone with the hoodie?
I think just normal clothes.
You have any Dallas Stars gear?
I don't. I need to, but I want to get Heiskanen. I'm saying that right.
Yeah.
I like just saying Miro because
That's fine.
That's fine. You can say Miro.
Miro fiddles.
Tough. I do like Johnston. Like I would want to get 53 or I'd want to get 4 right now. I'll tell you what, Robertson. He's bigger in person than on television.
He's tall.
But I might want to get a McKinnon. He is the best player I saw last night.
He is a very good
he's very
player.
good.
But you'd want to get
thought it was a
Heiskanen because it's the same number as Dak. That makes that's
yes,
why, right?
True.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is I might want to get a number 20 for Colorado because he made a beautiful pass to 63 to start the scoring off. I mean, it was just from behind the net. And then
You should buy an Avs jersey and wear it on the radio and then bring it to the games.
Yeah,
just wear it all the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy an Avs jersey as you're
late
trying to
in
be
the game,
embraced
we
by
were
the
having
Stars
trouble
fans.
clearing the puck, and 20 cleared the puck for us and sent it back down his way to their goalie. I was like, that's a great job by 20. So he was great for the Stars last night in a Colorado Avalanche jersey. But it was really fun. I will say this. I hate saying this now. I've been to 2 Maverick games this year, and I've been to 1 Stars game. I am 0-3 in that building.
Oh, my gosh. We need to build a new building quickly.
I am now watching enough
It's the only
Stars
option.
action that the Stars game was, I felt like, more entertaining. Even though, look, it ended up being 5-4. There were plenty of goals scored in the game. But you watch a basketball game, it's usually especially Mavericks game. It's 120 to like 115.
It's man, it's amazing how different the presentation is of Mavs Stars. Like, it is sensory overloaded in an NBA game. In the Stars game, there's a lot of fun and music, but there's more downtime because it's just different, right? It's up and down, but it's not the same kind of up and down with the scoring.
Mike, you were talking about that a little earlier this year with baseball and how you went with your family and you were able to talk. Do you feel like with hockey there's a little more room to have conversation as well?
Yes and no, because a goal could be scored
at any time.
In a weird time. Like, there's not at times there are where you can feel the kind of momentum building up, especially on a power play, because you're just like, I got to watch this because there's a lot of opportunity for Colorado when they're shorthanded. It felt like they were like, man, they were getting 2-on-1s all the time while we were on the power play.
That's not what you want.
But I felt like there are times, but I was really into the game. Like, it was a great game, and there were quite a few Colorado Avalanche fans there. It's amazing because I feel like a lot of Texans have moved to Colorado and not vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
But it felt
Why would
like
you say that is?
Weather.
Mm-hmm. Weather.
Weed. Yeah.
Access to weed.
There's plenty of access to weed here. Ask Randy Gregory, right, Bobby?
Oh, my God.
Jeez. That's illegal, Mike.
I mean, he's in San Francisco, so.
But he had no problem getting it here.
Holy moly.
I mean, I watched the Von Erichs. I've watched a lot of documentaries. I
You
don't
know,
think they had any problem
what's
getting
ironic,
drugs.
Mike, is I feel like if you did get a chance to talk to Randy, you'd feel so bad about always making those jokes. You would feel so bad because you'd see he's such a nice guy.
No, I know he's a nice guy. He let the San Francisco 49ers kill the clock one game. It was great. Ride that pony.
My God.
So this is why I get killed off a crosstalk.
Jeez, Mike.
Corey.
Randy Gregory placed a phone call.
Corey.
Yes.
Wait, he's on the 49ers now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to win a Super Bowl.
I remember. Well, no. If the Cowboys can play the 49ers, hopefully he rides that pony one more time when the Cowboys are pulling a guard and we get automatic first downs. Or he forgets how the ball is snapped, or he forgets where the neutral zone is.
You hear that wrap-up music, Mike?
Corey.
Jerry Jones coming up here at 10:30. We will talk with Cowboys owner GM Jerry Jones.
Mike likes it at 12:45.
Buffalo Wild Wings off Collins and Arlington.
Yeah, if you're looking for us, just remember, look for the
my
JB
God.
Hunt 18-wheeler blocking 3 lanes. It's right there. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan, Mike and KC in the Masterpiece.
We have Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington today.
Oh, interesting.
I just combined those things off of Collins, and since I got here before they opened, I got to ring the doorbell. And
you could ring their bell.
That was really neat. And people are asking already, are they open now instead of 11 a.m.? We can figure it out. We'll get you in.
As a matter of fact, Mike has a deal for people.
If you are the first one here, we have to give away today mini helmets of the Dallas Cowboys. If you want another team, sorry, we don't have those. Funko Pops of CeeDee Lamb, Cowboys t-shirts, Cowboys hats. If you are the first one to Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington and you're willing to hang out with us for a little bit, you get your choice.
Oh.
I will let you, instead of drawing a name, I always say I have to draw a lot of names, and if you put your name in the bin for Cowboys tickets to possibly a Cowboys home playoff game.
If the Cowboys win, that drawing will be for the Cowboys' first home playoff game.
But if you leave, you're still in for that drawing.
Yes,
You're
true.
not in for the other drawing. So when I call your name, I do call you a loser of the T-shirt or of whatever, because you're not here to get it. But if you'd like to be the first one here, we have a lot of loyal Buffalo Wild Wing Tolos on Fridays through this whole season. This is the last regular season Buffalo Wild Wings. So if you're one of the loyalists and you get here first, I will let you just pick one thing from the table and you get it. You don't even have to worry about your name being drawn.
All you got to do is be part of the loyalist party.
And I get to make the rules here.
Okay. Well, I guess I can't do anything to stop that. I have a feeling this is going to be a tough question. And Mike, I'm not going to start with you.
Okay, that's smart.
Corey, I'm going to start with you because maybe you can think of at least one person. Who, if anyone, do you fear from the Commanders? And then we'll get into where the Cowboys hold all the advantages.
That's a hard one.
There is a key player for Washington that
I already know your answer.
May not get a lot of playing time.
Terry McLaurin is your favorite.
Let's fire off cut number 11. That was going to be my guess as well.
Jonathan Williams in motion. Howell drops back to pass out of the gun. Steps up in the pocket. Throws on the run for McLaurin. He's got it. And a sigh of relief on the sidelines. Kendrick was in on the coverage. A gain of 25.
And actually, that's not the guy.
And that was their biggest play of the year.
I don't know.
Terry McLaurin is a fantastic receiver, and I wish he had a better team to be on because that would be better for his career. But I don't think he's going to do that much damage against the Cowboys this weekend. I think whenever Sam Howell puts the ball up, our cornerbacks are going to be looking for ways to get the ball in their hands. And the pressure combined with it, Sam Howell's already given the ball up a lot this year. The Cowboys' pressure is going to add to his propensity to try to throw it away, and the Cowboys are going to have probably 3 picks in this game. No, the person that I fear the most, who might not get enough playing time due to those interceptions, Tress Way. Tress Way punted 7 times against the New York Jets 2 weeks ago, and he had 5, 3, 3. Yeah, he punts a lot. And that is a dude right there that could definitely put the ball near the 2-yard line and put the Cowboys in a tough spot to drive 98 yards for a touchdown or a fumble at the goal line.
I'm going with Dexter Manley.
No.
It's a good one.
I was going to say real quick, if he punts it to the 2-yard line, can we just remind Cavante Turpin and, maybe the kick returner from Michigan and stuff, if you stand at the 10-yard line, if the ball
goes
is
over your
going
head,
over your head,
just let it go.
You let it go.
Yeah,
just
I
let
feel
it
like
be.
has that rule changed
It definitely has changed.
Is it if you get past the 5-yard line, don't do it?
It's got to be because everybody feels
people fair
punts
catch
all
inside,
the time.
somewhere between the 6 and 10-yard line. People fair catch all the time.
I am not too opposed to the way that Cavante Turpin has done his job. Oh my gosh, there we go. The first people have walked in the door.
Tie?
Well, one guy walked in first.
Okay,
so
that's true.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the way that Cavante Turpin has done his job though, because I think he's done it pretty reasonably well. He has a pretty good, like a lot of those guys that are very aggressive and want the return. They're like, I'll take it at any point. But I think he's done a pretty decent job of saying, you know what, that one's not mine. Kick returns, he's kind of the same way. There's some that I'm like, I thought he would try to take that back. But I think he's done a pretty decent job. So Tress Way and his ability to punt, because I think the Cowboys, I think we'll see more from the punter this week than we will see of touchdowns from the Commanders.
I mean, I did hear this. I don't know if this is going to happen. I do think it's 41-0 Dallas.
Okay.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Is that this is Ron Rivera's last game to ever coach in Washington. Probably his last game to ever coach in his life, to be honest.
As a head coach?
No, ever.
You don't think he'll get
I
any
think he's
job?
good. He should retire.
Oh, my God.
He's older. He's beaten cancer. He's fully vested. He has millions of dollars. Enjoy the rest of your life.
Can coaches do that, though? It feels like coaches can't
Reluctantly,
quit.
yes.
Yeah.
Like when nobody wants them anymore, or they go to
then they'll accept. All right. I
or
guess
Ron
so.
Rivera will be the coach of the Arlington Renegades at some point.
Well, Bob Stoops does that.
Bob
Yeah,
Stoops.
Bob
Stoops should be retiring soon too from that.
Why?
Is that they're saying they really like him. He's a player's coach. The players really like him. They know this. They know Monday morning, is it called Black Monday in the NFL? He's going to get fired on Monday. And maybe those guys will say, look, we've had a really crappy year. We got our coach fired who we really like. It is the Cowboys. Let's give, for the 14 guys that are active for this game for Washington, let's give our best and see if we can help out our coach go out in a blaze of glory. That, I guess, is their, one thing that maybe their players will rally around, is that this is the last game Ron Rivera will to coach for Washington. Maybe somebody will, make a mistake and hire him.
And I was going to say, for Terry McLaurin, he is, depending on how you feel about individual history, how much he cares about it, is if he gets 54 more yards receiving, obviously, or more.
That's 1,000, right?
Yes. He'll be the first Washington player ever to have at least 1,000 yards in 4 straight seasons.
And I think that would be a personal thing for him. He gets his 54 yards and then says, all right, I'm done for the day. But I think Sam Howell has everything to play for.
He was great last year in this game when the Cowboys didn't try. He got a whole job for a year based off of it.
And I think isn't he trying to fight for another job next year? I know Bieniemy and him have thrown the ball a lot more, but he's trying to say, hey, I would rather not this backup. Team. Oh, I would rather this team not be in position to draft number 2. I know that everybody else in that room is probably, or in the office,
he's
is
had
probably
16
saying, hey,
games to figure that out, and he can't.
He should have cut a deal. Hey, if you make sure we lose, we'll make sure to keep you on to compete with our new rookie quarterback.
Honestly, he's competing to be the backup.
The backup for next year?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. But, yeah, I would think that he would want to you're right. He would want to put his best out there. Whether or not he has the group to do it with him, that's a different story.
And I just don't think he does on either side of the ball, because here's one of the last things I was looking at is with that loss to the 49ers, the Commanders have broken their all-time franchise record for most points given up in a season. They defeated the previous record, which happened in 2013, which was the last year of Mike Shanahan. So, previous record for most points given up, coach fired. New record for most points given up. Obviously, I'm with you, Mike. I also think Ron Rivera is going to get fired.
I have a football question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think Kyle Shanahan, at the end of his coaching career, will be considered better than his Hall of Fame dad?
Well, his dad won 2 Super Bowls.
Huh?
So
I'm asking the question.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, and also to go along with what Shanahan did offensively, I know he had Kubiak with him and everything, and they worked that together. But he was with Elway. Their legacy at the moment is too
well, for
good.
sure at the moment. That's why I'm asking. Like, if you could predict the future, do you think Kyle will be considered a better than his dad? Like, 15 years from now?
I would say no as well, but I don't think that's an easy question at all. We're the KHC Masterpiece.
Clemmy won. By the way, 4 people are already here. 4 Tolos have showed up
keep
during
track
segment
all day. Okay.
Well, no, Clemmy's the only one who gets like
number 1 status.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, we're live at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington, off of North Collins. Coming up next, Stars lose, and Mike was there.
Because?
Let's talk Avs, Otter, and more puck next right here on The Fan.
You are dialed in to
of the Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
And we're back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
To win it in overtime, he scores! Nathan McKinnon wins it in overtime, and the comeback is complete. Trailing 4-2, the Avs rally all the way back to win it by a final score of 5-4.
KNC Masterpiece. No, that was not choppy.
It sounded like
right
choppy.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. They have opened up early, so if your map app says you can't go in until 11 a.m., lies. You can go in right now. We didn't talk about that Stars game yesterday.
Yeah.
If I was Wedgwood and the turnover happened, I would have just skated off the ice immediately. Thanks a lot. It's 2-on-0 with one of the best players in hockey.
He would have just empty-netted it?
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't want to be with you at the Alamo, because he'd be like, let's just give up.
When the turnover happened, I looked at my buddy I went with and said, oh, no. Like you knew it was over. When in the corner, when McKinnon got it, and then got free and then had a person to possibly pass to, like, this is over. And then it just took the 5 seconds for him to skate down the ice and put it in to be like, we lost.
3-on-3 hockey.
Okay, and I know it was more.
2-on-0.
I know, yes, it was. I know it was more than 5 seconds, but what about giving up a goal almost immediately after the Sagan goal that made it 4-2? I know it was not 5 seconds, but it was like less than a minute.
I think, it was about 40 seconds that – because the guy, I'm sorry, I don't know the Stars announcer. When he was saying who scored the goal, Tyler Sagan, and then he had to shut his mouth because as he got out the words Tyler Sagan,
the Avs scored.
Then the Avs scored.
Yeah.
So it was a very good game. Not being a hockey expert, but enjoying hockey this year, it was really fun to be at. Good game, very. It felt like you let one slip away because you had the lead multiple times where you felt. Comfortable might be too strong of a word, but when you got the 2-goal lead, you're like,
and
okay.
you gave up the tying goal with less than 2 minutes to go.
Right, I think it was 1:09.
Yes.
And so it was a fun game to be at. A lot of Avalanche fans there, obviously more Stars fans, but a lot of Avalanche fans there, which I was surprised that they have such a strong following in Dallas-Fort Worth. But I think that they're better than the Stars.
Okay, I was going to ask you that, yeah.
And I know that it's not like I'm watching tons of Avalanche hockey, but I've watched them play the Stars twice, and they seem to be better. And by far, when McKinnon is on the ice, he is superior to anybody on the Dallas Stars.
Hasn't that happened now twice against Colorado here, that they've given up leads and lost against them?
Yes.
Why is Colorado seems to be a good team from behind.
You know what's interesting about that is we've talked about how much better the Stars have played in close games, but they have been susceptible to giving up and it's frustrating because sometimes they get 2 points. Sometimes, like last night, they only get 1 point. But in a situation like Colorado, as soon as they got that tie, you knew that meant a point for Colorado.
Yeah.
And we're about to the halfway point of the season, and maybe it won't really matter at all. But this is a 2-point swing or a 3-point swing where you could have taken 2 off the Colorado ledger and added another to yours.
I'm going to ask a question that really doesn't have an answer, but I'm going to ask it. If Otter is healthy last night, do they score the tying goal with 1:09 left?
All right. So
I know Wedgwood had some really nice saves.
That was a very difficult goal.
He had a solid game, but I was just wondering, does Otter make a difference in the final 2 minutes?
And that is the weird thing that segues into the next thing I wanted to talk about while answering your question is I think he does because he has had a really subpar season by his standards, which makes it odd that last night he was announced to the All-Star team. I'm not saying he hasn't had a season in the past or a career thus far that's worthy of all-star appearances. It's just, if you're going off of this year, this ain't it. Like, he's down in the low 20s in save percentage, in the 30s in goals against before his injury. I have to admit I was surprised by that.
There was one with probably 4 minutes left that he made the stop with the stick and he was out of the net and then he falls back into it and catches it glove side, and I was like, wow, that was amazing. That was a great moment. But that last goal that tied it up went over his back. He didn't even see it. Like he was. That one was too difficult. But maybe Otter's in a different position. He got kicked in, accidentally. But I think that it was just maybe Otter is in a different position and isn't down, so the puck rolls over his back.
I will say this: if you're kind of at best a casual fan, and like I've been throughout my lifetime, man, if you go to a Dallas Stars game, and it was a great atmosphere,
energy,
it was.
Yeah.
It was really fun. I would recommend going to a Stars game if you can, just to get a better feeling or sense. I'll tell you what.
And Jeff Kay, by the way, is the announcer in the arena.
I really want to go to a Stars playoff game because the buddy I went with is he's actually a huge Boston Bruins fan. He's from that area, but he also really likes the Stars because he's lived here for over 20 years. He is like, I went last year to a Stars playoff game. He said, this is, a good regular season atmosphere, but it's like it doesn't even compare to when it's a playoff game. So I really want to go to a playoff game this year.
And the good news is the Stars are still in excellent position for that. And Ottinger is getting closer. The Stars have said Ottinger has gone from week to week to day, which is probably going to be really important because last night kicked off a string of 6 games in 10 days.
Okay.
And you
I don't even know who the backup is while Otter's
and
out.
they had been using Matt Murray or as a emergency call up and stuff. But getting Ottinger back would be really important just because he's a quality player. I know this hasn't been his best year, but then when you look at the rapid fire nature of the schedule coming up over the next week or so, it feels like all the more important to have a little bit of a switch up there.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is watching that. Nothing against the Stars defensemen. I'm not an expert once again, but I love watching it. Feels like they need to trade for another defenseman to try to add one that is better and then maybe knock some guys down the list.
So I'll give you this example, and I hope if you're a combo Stars and Mavs fan, you agree with me on this, is the Stars have struggled with this for a couple of years. The thought was they felt better about their defenseman depth this year. But I feel like they have a lot of defenseman depth at 5 and 6 as opposed to defensemen 1 and 2 or 3 and 4. Yeah. And so that's the issue that you run into is you have a lot of defensemen that could probably pick up somewhere else and get a little bit of time. Yeah. But how many do you have that you're like, hey, I wish we could give them more time on the ice?
And I do feel like the last thing I'll say about that game is I thought this Wedgwood for one, and then 2, Colorado had some great scoring opportunities that they didn't score on. And so that's where I looked at the defense going, if the pass is just 3 inches closer to this Colorado Avalanche guy, he nicks it in really easily. They just had some runs that the Stars didn't have. The Stars obviously had the lead for most of the game, but I felt like defensively there was a lot of open space for Colorado to possibly score. They just didn't take advantage of some opportunities.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout-out to my beautiful wife and our newborn. We got her 2-week checkup today, and she has been an awesome baby. Congratulations to you guys.
So far.
Coming up next, and then they start to walk and talk.
And they say things.
Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager. It's Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys. Good to be on with you. Great to be on with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Obviously, I know a win is the primary focus going into the game against the Commanders. I'm curious, is there anything else in particular you want to see on Sunday to give you and to give the team confidence going into the playoffs?
Yeah, not really. You can talk about every phase. You can talk about the whole game and talk about the way you'd like to see it played. And see us be able to execute some things. But in general, we've had the opportunity over the last few weeks to work on many aspects of what we'll be needing to do in the playoffs. And so anytime we have the game we're going to have Sunday, we'll incorporate many of those. So if you needed some practice time or needed to hone up in a particular area, that'll serve that purpose really well. The key thing is obviously you would like to get out there as healthy as you can, but make no mistake about it. This is a playoff game we're playing Sunday, and we have to win this game. And when you go into a situation like that in the NFL, that's a challenge because any team on any Sunday can do it. And so we've got our work cut out for us. That's the order of the day. Executing. They're going to be up there to stop the run. They're thinking we won't be able to run as well as we'd like to run. We're going to have to show them we can run. We're going to have to show them that we can get some of the stops and not have a repeat of that butt kicking we got up there the last time we went up there this time last year.
Mm-hmm. Now, speaking of the run, yesterday Tony Pollard said, I thought I would have had a better year than I am thus far. Did you also think Pollard would be having a better year than he is thus far?
I did. And that's a term when you say a better year, it implies so direct to him as an individual. We all know that that's just not the case. As far as him individually, coming off his surgery, as far as some of the things that he's been able to do this year, that's a little bit unfair to say wish he'd had a better year. I wish he'd had a better year if we could have executed across the board our runs, a running game particularly, but also I thought that we'd have more production from him coming out of the backfield in the passing game. So all of those things you could easily say, well, I wish he could have had a better year, or maybe thought he might be going to have a better year. That implies our offense to the overall picture, and I think we all understand that. The facts are, though, that I can't tell you how much it means. When we lost him against San Francisco a year ago in the playoffs, that was dramatic. That was a difference maker. And we know what a team we were playing at that time against San Francisco. So can Pollard get back to a level of that kind of play like he was going into that game? I don't dismiss that at all. He can. And he's shown some things out there that give us his burst and those skills that got him thought as highly of as he is.
You know, Jerry, Mike has talked a couple times with us, Mike Bassick here. It's human nature. Sometimes you kind of let things slide a little bit whenever it's not like super meaningful. And I know you're saying winning this, getting the number 2 seed is important. How do you like personally combat whenever maybe things can be a little lackadaisical this week? How do you combat that with your team?
Well, I've absolutely, if I were ever going to bet, not on the game. We're not talking about it in that sense. This is an expression in general. But I will tell you right now, this team will be focused on every first down It'll be focused on the execution of every play at all positions this week. I can't imagine any more focus on this game than any playoff game or, for that matter, championship game we've got ahead of us. I really mean that. Everybody here realizes the importance of getting a chance to have these playoffs and play a big part of them right here at our own stadium. We know what that means to the big picture. No single thing could be more important to us, in my mind, than to put us in a spot to play these games coming up, these next playoff games at our own stadium.
And, Jerry, we were, I feel like Lyle, we've been told, that's depth. You can't expect a lot out of him. I heard McCarthy talk about him a little this morning. And I'm not really sure what exactly the reasons were for the departure before, but have you gotten past those reasons, whatever they were? And is there anything motivation-wise that you're hoping to see from him if he's called upon?
Well, certainly. Boy, he was our enforcer. That was his nickname that he had been given when he was on the team. He's got a nasty attitude when he plays football, and boy, was he a great pick for us, and he did well in his career. And proud to have him. He's got a mother that's wonderful, and certainly been everything that I thought Lyle could be when we drafted him. On the other hand, we did make a change, and is it a unbelievable, from my standpoint, thing to have him available for us, have him right here, living right here, and be able to come in here and help us out if called upon. But he's capable of playing in games and capable of having winning grades in games. And, boy, that was a fortunate thing for us to get him.
So, Jerry, the Jimmy Johnson Ring of Honor ceremony was tremendous. You were out there with the Ring of Honor, legends for the Dallas Cowboys. I was wondering, from a perspective of your current players, how much motivation is it for them when they see just the ovation that those guys get, not only for being great Cowboys, but they're champs. They are Super Bowl champions, pretty much all of them out there the other night. How much do kind of Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, those guys go, I want to be one of those legends that is considered a champion in Dallas?
Well, I think you can assume that is the case. I remember Emmitt Smith telling the story of when he walked out on the field there at Texas Stadium for the first time and saw that Ring of Honor. And, boy, he was a player of goals. He's a man of goals. And he said, I'm going to have my name up there. So it is motivational. All but a couple of those guys that were there the other night are Hall of Famers as well, the NFL Hall of Famers. And so that says everything when they hold it in that high esteem to be in our Ring of Honor. But I'll assure you, from my standpoint, they're up there because of what they mean going forward. Just the ambassadorship of what their names and careers and reputation mean. That all figures in, and that's why they're there in that Ring of Honor if I have a chance to put them up there.
We saw Troy Aikman and so many other great players out there. It was pretty amazing to me. I know this isn't necessarily the focus for this game, but Dak currently leads the NFL in touchdown passes. That would only be the second time a Cowboys quarterback has ever led the league in touchdown passes, behind Roger Staubach 50 years ago. Does that surprise you at all?
Well, I would say that, Roger Staubach at Canton is the most highly sought former player or coach, that when visitors come to Canton, they want to know where Staubach's helmet is, or his recognition is in the Hall of Fame. And so to think that Dak is sitting there in some of the same territory as Aikman and Staubach, that says it all. And of course, Dak has a legacy of his very own that has everything to do with what Roger Staubach told me when I was looking for a potential quarterback and for looking down the road from Tony Romo. And I said, do we have a guy that moves around, or what do you think? You have a traditional drop-back passer? He says, well, Jerry, I don't know about either one of those, but he said, get someone that the players will follow. Get someone the players will follow. That's the most important ingredient I could offer to the problem. Having said that, boy, Dak Prescott is someone they follow.
Yes, he is. Yeah, we see it all the time. And speaking of, we got 7 Pro Bowl selections from this team. And I was just kind of curious if your feelings on the Pro Bowl selections changed since the game's not quite the same as it was whenever we were growing up.
Well, no, because I know what a really great recognition it is to be recognized in that way by a combination of your colleagues, your fans, your peers, your fans, as well as the management and the coaches around the league. Now that's quite a gauntlet of opinions there, and so when you're brought up, it's something. We had other players that are alternates that would most surely get play time if we don't end up in the Super Bowl and we have players eligible to play. And they're the pretty obvious ones that you might think out there that you don't see their names. So those don't get noted until they make room for them when somebody is either injured or can't play in the game. So it's even better than it looks with the recognition we got for our team.
But obviously the hope is those players don't even have to look at that field. They're looking at a different field, right?
Yeah, and again, you asked the question, really, that's the nature of the game because of the way it's played today, the actual game itself. And I don't think so at all. I think the recognition, we all understand we're unique. Every time you go out there, you've got injury risk, and there is a legitimate question as to whether or not you want to potentially have that kind of risk when you go out over a recognition game, a all-star type game. And so with as much at stake for the teams that are involved. And so I'm okay with what we're trying to do. We're trying to make it a entertaining presentation of those guys that deserve to be out there because of the way they play the game, physically as well as talent-wise.
Now, one of those Pro Bowlers, CeeDee Lamb, yesterday said his primary focus right now was helping this team win a Super Bowl. But then after that, if it's time to talk contract extension, he would love to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league. Do you think CeeDee Lamb has shown this year that he has the potential to be the number 1 receiver in the league if he's not already?
Well, let me just say this. He has shown everything that I thought he would be. And you guys know well enough that you don't talk your business and negotiate in a public forum.
Sure.
And but the point is, he has certainly met the mark of anything that we thought he could be when we drafted him. And we drafted him with our first pick. We pushed aside a pressure player, pass rusher, and some other positions that you might have normally used at that level. And when CD dropped down there to us, it was a no-brainer to bring him on. And he's lived up to that. And I think he's just getting started. I think there's a lot more for him to come.
Hey, Jerry, yesterday the NFL Players Association released a list of top coordinators in the NFL, and you guys had 3 in the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and special teams coordinator in the top 5. And I was just kind of curious and those guys specifically from your group, what do you think it is about, what characteristics you think about them that the players respect so much about your specific coordinators?
Well, I think when you win 11 games, 12 games, those are the things that go with it. And I'm not trying to take away anything from the individual aspects, but it's very predictable that if you have success, then you're going to have recognition of your staff, your coordinators, and then you will have them recognized to the point that other teams will be interested in them. That's just the deal. That's the way it works. As you know, there's nobody in this country that believes any more than I believe personally, and being promoted and being rewarded for your hard work and being rewarded for dedicating yourself the way you have to do professionally. And so I'm all for. I've been very active in my lifetime in the NFL, helping our own coaches when given the opportunity and deserving get advancement with even other teams. So I very much believe in that process.
There were names like Aaron Glenn for the defensive coordinator for the Lions, who also, played for you, and there were lots of different names on that list. Do you think owners and GMs around the league should strongly consider the names that were on those lists whenever looking for hiring in this offseason?
Oh, it isn't a should matter. They do. That's how you do it. And all GMs and owners hunt for Red October to find the best talent available when you have an opening. And that's as it should be. I've always I've never known it any other way. I came in as this weekend, past weekend indicated. I came in and made the selections of who I wanted to be on the coaching staff right off the bat. It was very much with the knowledge that potentially the Cowboys had one of the greatest coaches in the history of the game in Tom Landry that had been the only coach for 29 years. But I hit the ground running in this thing called the NFL, evaluating coaches.
Now, obviously, the primary focus right now is the NFL, but another big potential focus for you guys could be the World Cup. I saw earlier this week that MetLife Stadium in Jersey is going to remove about 1,700 seats in hoping of helping them get the World Cup final. Have you guys heard any update about the timetable for when y'all will find out if AT&T is going to get to host the World Cup final or perhaps even a semifinal?
Yeah, we're on that by the minute, if there's such a thing. Certainly by the hour, by the day, by the week, or by the month. We're working as hard as we can to give our best presentation of why it ought to be here. This is as far as the world is concerned, this area that we're in, Dallas, Texas, this is our country in my mind. And this is the vibrant part of the country. This is where young people in this country and progressive people are aspiring to build their lives and their careers. So if you want a good shot of what it's like to have a North American flavor to a sporting event called these Olympics, we have got the ideal place in the country right here in Dallas, Texas.
And appreciate the time as always. I know you're geared up for the playoffs, and y'all are 5 wins away from being world champions, so let's get after it.
Boy, it sounds good coming out of your lips to my ears.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Jerry.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He loves your lips. Or the words that come off of your lips. He's enjoying them.
I do appreciate that. Now, something else super positive, unless there's anything you wanted to break down from that, or we can just switch gears entirely.
I mean, Dak Prescott, Zach Martin have both said must win. Jerry Jones has said, that. And I heard McCarthy this morning with Bobby and Choppy. And, it was kind of the same vibe was, we've all made the decision of what we want to commit to this to get out of this place and be in the best position for the playoffs. So I think we're all there.
Should they lose, though?
Oh, my gosh. What is he doing?
They're cooked.
Then, yeah, they shouldn't even show up next year.
Do you think Philly's going to lose, too?
No. What I'm saying is we felt the same way on a October 1st Sunday in Seattle. And the Rangers lost 1-0, and it felt like in 13 minutes. That game was like an hour and 52
That was the fastest game.
And then they were distraught, and they had to fly to Tampa Bay across the country as they had lost home field advantage, and we thought it was over.
That's true.
And then they never lost another game on the road all year long.
You
should the Cowboys lose just so they set up the Texas Rangers situation.
This is going to be weird because I'm going to say no, but then I'm going to say, Rigo, will you throw to cut number 1? Because this is oddly all going to tie together. Take it away.
Thomas has a hit tonight, a single into right. He's 1 for 2. Both runners are moving around, and Montgomery a pick throw to second, and they pick Pham off the bag. Corey Seager covers. Pham just got too far from second. Then he's picked off to end the 6th.
He deserved that, too.
Jordan Montgomery. There has been a couple of reports about this, but one of them specifically from Randy Miller of NJ.com, NewJersey.com if you like, published a column yesterday saying not only is the belief across baseball that Jordan Montgomery wants to go back to the Rangers, but the Yankees now believe he is going to end up back with the Rangers. Because otherwise I get you're just talking about, well, sure, they won the World Series there. I have no doubt he would like to go back with the Rangers. But then when you hear the Yankees, who obviously would have been one of the teams interested in his services, they also believe that Jordan Montgomery will end up back in Texas.
I think we're getting closer to spring training starting, and I'm wondering if some of these numbers, whether it's Jordan Montgomery, whether it's Josh Hader, because we thought before the playoffs Montgomery would be around $20 million a year. Then he had a great playoffs. I'm just wondering, I don't know this, is if his number is getting closer to 20 a year, where I think the Rangers maybe were more comfortable at before the playoffs started. Obviously, there's a lot of things that have dictated the Rangers offseason, unfortunately, that their spending can't be as much as maybe they hoped after they won the World Series.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if numbers are coming down in the free agent market, whether it's Josh Hader, whether it's Jordan Montgomery. This is great news if a team is kind of saying, shoot, man, we are going to maybe make a bid for Montgomery. Obviously, the Yankees had him a while back and didn't think he was good enough to be a starting pitcher.
Right, which is kind of weird, yeah.
But maybe numbers are getting down enough where Ray Davis and Chris Young are saying, hey, now that it is January 5th and the agents are starting to go, man, the number we wanted doesn't seem to be presenting itself. Maybe they're getting to a number where the Rangers can compete.
And that, that TV number, is it 90 million, did you say? Have they agreed to a 1-year deal on that?
I have not seen that.
I think I saw that in a Heyman story this morning.
I'm not disputing that. I haven't seen that.
I just wanted to know, and I'll look back up just to check, but Mike, the fact that his wife is doing the doctor's residency in Boston, your wife was a doctor.
Yeah.
How much does that matter, like, for him being like, I got to be in Boston, or is she too busy? And he's like, look, man, we'll meet back up in the off season.
1, Boston would want him. 2, when you're in residency, they say you're supposed to work 80 hours a week. You work more like 110 hours a week.
I don't know if there's that many hours.
Because you're supposed to get off work at it's weird that they make you do 36-hour shifts. Like, that's not. You wouldn't think that's smart that on hour 33 you want your doctor, your /resident, making a life or death decision as they have been working and somewhat up for 33 or 36 hours. But when they're supposed to be let go at noon, sometimes there's things that they have to be there till 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. and that it doesn't count, but you're adding an extra 2 or 3 hours to that. So I don't know. I would say that you won't really see your wife much no matter what, but you would want to be in the same city that she's doing her residency. I wasn't.
Yeah.
But
and from the Heyman story, Kevin, word is they may get a one-time payment of about $90 million. And that's the Rangers' local TV situation, according to John Heyman.
Which is which is potentially good news to have some certainty there, and then hopefully they're negotiating something else going forward for a longer-term thing.
Yeah.
Great bit of information right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. Coming up next, I'm hoping we can talk a little Giannis Wemby, but also we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. We'll do that next right here on 105 through the Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. Mike Bassick is signing those passports. We're having a good time. Just Talk with Jerry. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers, we're going to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Well, we're good because we started the countdown, made sure Jerry was aware. The Cowboys are 5 wins away from being champions of the world.
He loved hearing that.
Is that what came out of your mouth?
Yeah,
yes.
Right off your lips, man.
Yes. Yes. I wanted to know, because one of the things he said, and he said it emphatically, and I understand why that is, are you in line with Jerry when you're like, hey, I don't really need to see anything specifically Sunday except just win the game, because that creates an infinitely easier path in the playoffs?
Well, yeah. Obviously, that's the bottom line, but you'd sure like to go into the playoffs with some feel-good momentum about yourself, the defense playing well, the offense breaking out and scoring some points since they haven't scored more than 20 in the last 3 games. I think, I think those are side things to winning, but if I can get those and win, then I think that would benefit you playing a first-round playoff game. Can you do a little bit better job stopping the run, running the ball? How about protecting Dak much better? Because I think teams have kind of adopted this philosophy that if we stop Dak, we stop the Cowboys' offense. And so they're selling out and blitzing. And the Cowboys have to do a better job of protecting the quarterback. I think he's been hit maybe as much as anybody in the league so far this year, and he's still leading the league with 32 touchdown passes and only 8 interceptions. And if you think about the 8 interceptions, 3 of those occurred in 1 game. So in 15 games, he's only been picked off 5 times.
Wow, that's pretty impressive there. Are you hearing the same rumblings that we are hearing about maybe there won't be a lot of Commanders starters on the field on Sunday?
Well, they've got a bunch of injuries they're dealing with, right?
Do they, Mickey?
Well, I think the Jonathan Allen thing's real.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll accept that.
I'll buy that one.
Yeah. That's getting a big bulldog off the field, right?
True. And that's nice.
And there's some other guys. I mean, I don't know that anybody's going to, be worrying about Cam Curl, the safety, not playing, or Christian Holmes. And he's in concussion protocol, so he's probably not going to play. Now, the Curtis Samuel thing is big, that he didn't practice yesterday. But, look, as a franchise, they don't want to win the game, right?
No.
They want to solidify that second
Correct.
Pick in the draft if they should win, and with the amount of teams that are now 4 and 12 and 5 and 11, you throw yourself into the 5-win thing, and you could fall out of the top 5.
Maybe Sam Howell wants them to win, so they don't get that automatic quarterback draft pick.
Right, and he can maybe hold on to his job.
Yes.
But look, here's what happens in games like this. What you don't want to happen is get off to a slow start and let a bunch of athletes who are competitive by nature suddenly think, oh, we can win this game, and then their competitive spirit kicks in when they have really nothing else to play for except pride. But if you think about it, if you've played anything in your life and probably you're not winning the game, and then you got a chance to win, and then you're all in, right? And they got to make sure that doesn't take place in the first half.
Yeah, I think that seems pretty important for this one. Now, Kevin asked the question earlier to us, Mickey, who you fear on Washington's team, and I said Tress Way because he can put you – he's the punter, and he can put you on like the 2-yard line. That's a tough situation to have to drive 98 yards for a touchdown. Is there anybody now that Jonathan Allen's not out there, is there anybody that you're like, I got to key in on this guy? I do fear him.
I mean, they do have some guys that, kind of big play guys, but – and McLaurin's always been a pain in the Cowboys' side offensively. Yeah. So you got to watch out for that. What you don't want is to give up. I mean, go ask Detroit. Don't give up a 92-yard touchdown pass, right? Don't give up something big that they don't have to really work for. I think that's the thing that you want to prevent. Now, Sam Howell is, he's had his days, but, 20 touchdowns, 19 interceptions, that's not the way it works, right? So I just think you just got to put them away no matter who they are. I mean, they haven't won a game in what, 7 weeks?
Yes, they have 7 straight losses.
Yeah, so don't let them get the idea that, well, we could win one, right? And I'm sure the owner might come down from his box and say, hey, take everybody out, right? I want that second pick.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't verbally express that, right? Like tanking. But I can't imagine they have, I mean, from a franchise standpoint, right, that any ambition to win this game, even the intense hate they have for the Cowboys, that they'd love to spoil something, but I think they'd rather that second pick in the draft.
See, and I think it's going to be tough to convince anyone that the Commanders specifically tanked out this game, because then you could just point to the last 2 months of football that they've played. And you can like,
right.
Have you seen that? We've been
just
terrible for a while.
We're just kind of bad, right?
Yes, exactly.
And so they just haven't been good all year. I'm sure, I don't know if Ron Rivera is buying in on what we're talking about, and I'm not sure even if they win, he saves his job, right?
No, I do not believe the outcome of this game will be relevant to his future as a coach.
See, and that's why a lot of people wonder, why, when a coach is basically get fired, why didn't you do it, 3 or 4 weeks ago, right? And that's always if you're an owner, that would be one of your concerns that, okay, I know this guy is not coming back, but let's go through the rest of the season. And then they might win a game or two at the end, and it still didn't change your mind about him. And so that's why a lot of times guys get fired during the season, because you don't want anything to look like it's trying to change your mind, right? You've already made up your mind, so just go ahead and do it.
I'm kind of curious, Mickey, about, and this might be a conversation for next week, Kevin, but coaches.
You're not looking past the Commanders.
Yeah, don't be getting, come on. Your focus is on the Commanders.
No, it's
not.
What?
The team should be focused on the Commanders. I got to focus on the whole thing. The coaches on this team, and I mean, even like Will McClay, how many of these guys do you think are going to be looked at seriously for coaching jobs for moving on from the Cowboys?
Well, Will's been a yearly thing, right?
Yeah, and that just doesn't seem like he wants to go anywhere.
I think he looks like he is, other than last name, he's part of the family here right now.
yeah.
And I think and from his own family standpoint, I think he has no. I mean, he would like to move if he could, but I think he'd rather stay here. Let's put it that way. From the coaching standpoint, well, it comes up all the time. Somebody wants Dan Quinn to be a head coach. But I think for the other guys, I don't know that anybody's even though they've done a good job, I don't know if anybody's in line to be anybody else to be a head coach. Do you?
I mean,
unless we need a new head coach, is that what you're saying, Mick?
No.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Wow. From your lips to Mickey's mouth.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
They hadn't won. If they win, that'll be 3 consecutive years with 12 wins, and they hadn't done anything like that since 91 through 96 with double-digit wins.
And you're definitely right about that. What I will be curious about is sometimes, Mickey, is people are, I guess for lack of a better term, kind of punished by their own success, because if you do that but still stall out in the second round of the playoffs every single year,
right?
Like that's the kind of thing I wonder about. I know that's down the road.
Well, and here's the downside of that. So you make a change, right?
Sure.
Because you want to get better.
Sure.
What if you get worse?
Oh, absolutely. A viable possibility.
And sometimes people don't consider that. It's like, well, we're stuck in this. We got to get better, right? And you make a change, and the change doesn't work as well as it had been.
Yeah, R.C. Slocum.
Yes. Thanks,
Good one,
Mike. Yes.
I
didn't
to
want
see
to get
Mike
rid of
was there. Yeah. I thought he was just a hockey guy now.
I am.
He's a hockey and a burger guy. They, unfortunately for you, Mick, the timing here, they delivered his food right when your segment started. And so he's like, I'm going to get after this black
Mickey's
bean
out,
burger.
right? I got a burger to take care of.
Mickey's not going to get cold. This burger is.
Yes, that is an excellent point. Now, Mickey, Mike has gone on record with the very bold 41-0 Cowboys prediction.
Yes.
What is your prediction for
Well, you're not
Sunday?
going to believe what I thought of coming in. I'm going, I think I'm going to pick 30-0.
Oh, my gosh.
They're not even going to score against
How
the
about that?
Cowboys.
I love it.
Me and Mike.
Yeah. We're not letting up, though. In my score, Mick, we just keep piling
Just keep piling it on. Put in the backups in the fourth quarter, and they're still scoring.
Well, you know what I like about Mickey's prediction is that theoretically would be 3 touchdowns and 3 field goals. And if you recall, Brandon Aubrey needs 3 made field goals to have the most made field goals in any season ever without a miss.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
sure you thought that far into it.
I don't think I factored that in. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
He's pulling for it, though.
Yes. Okay, good. All right, we will catch up with you again on Monday as we get ready for the playoffs. Thank you very much, good sir.
All right. Talk to you then. See ya.
Bye, Mick.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, I wanted to shift to an entirely different sport. Although, Mike, how pumped are you that he's also predicting shutout?
I don't know how they're going to score.
They'll get crossing the goal line.
That makes sense.
I don't think they can.
Or kick it.
Kicking it, yeah, they could kick it. They could. What if they're within?
They might
60
late in the
yards.
game. I'll be surprised if in the first half Washington has points. In the second half, maybe they could score points because the game gets out of hand.
Yeah, I could see that. I wanted to go ahead and fire off cut number 15 if we can. And, Mike, I know you were at the game, the Stars game last night. I don't know if you went back and caught up on this or if you guys watched this game at all.
A true closer on this team. Lillard drives into Sohan. Wembanyama wipes it away with the rejection. It's Jones racing the other way. Vassell. Wembanyama 3. Good! We are tied!
Now, there were a handful of plays from
Kevin Harlan makes everything sound better. It was great. Don't
That
get me
was
wrong.
an awesome play.
I saw highlights of it, but Kevin Harlan just is – I don't know. I
He's
think he might be
phenomenal.
the best in 2023, 24. I think he might be the best at calling sports.
Yeah, I love him.
I could
man.
see that.
Yeah,
I would be hard to argue against that.
He's
Now,
a fun interview too, man.
he is. Wemby had an incredible game, 27 points, 9 rebounds, 5 blocks, but he got to understand the pecking order as Giannis had a better game. But Corey, did you stop down and did this game pique your interest? I know the Spurs are terrible, but this game was super fun, especially in the last 4 minutes.
No, I was totally in on the Stars, and whenever I watch the Stars, they lose, Kevin. So
if you would have known they were going to lose, would you watch
I would have
this
definitely
instead?
have watched this instead
Okay.
because I'm very invested in the future of a very young, bright star in this game.
I have an answer to my own question. All it is an opinion answer. When do you stop caring about the talent of a prospect and start going, he can't win? So Wemby right now, I'm not saying him, but the Spurs are 5-29. Nobody cares that they're 5-29. Nobody cared that Luka's team was an under 500 team. I can't remember their record in the 2018-19 season. But when does it change to we are enamored with the talent of this young player to you don't win? Because isn't that where Luka's been for years now? We don't care. Nationally, you don't care. He makes first-team All-NBAs. He makes All-Star teams. He has all these unbelievable games with 50 points or 15 assists or whatever it is. It's like, we don't care. You're not going to win the championship.
Yeah.
And so Wemby right now is in the honeymoon phase. When does that end with him and go, dude, you're 5-29?
What is the feeling in San Antonio? What is their feeling? Is their desire to get another high draft pick to pair with Wemby?
I think
or is it
so.
to win today?
No. I think it's definitely the first one. I think he has until at least the end of next year.
I'm with you.
Okay.
My answer is year 3.
Okay.
In year 3 of an NBA basketball player, we are sick and tired of your prospect status and your numbers. Why aren't you winning? And so
Is that around time to start getting a new contract too, or start discussing
after
that?
year 3 is usually when you're talking about the max out extension. But I do think for Wemby, I'm not. So I just want to make sure I'm not. If you're a Spurs fan, good for you. But I'm not saying Wemby should be winning now or Wemby should be winning next year. But all of a sudden, the spectacular highlights don't matter. The 50-point games don't matter. Why aren't you winning the championship? Because I'm just going off of Luka. I'm going off of other star players. In year 3, you better show a sign or two that you can win a championship pretty soon, or we fall completely out of love with you.
I think I'm inclined to agree with that. And thus far, I know we're getting about halfway through his rookie season. 19 points a game, 10 rebounds a game, 3.2 blocks a game, 3 assists per game. So he has been really good. His three-point shooting has been troubling for something that got hyped up a lot.
Yeah.
But he's a rookie.
Plenty of time to grow.
Exactly.
Still needs to become a man, right? Like that.
Yeah,
that
he
part
needs
of,
to get on. In fact, last night, that game, when you look at Giannis's body, his first and
Yeah,
almost second
yeah,
year
yeah.
in the NBA, a little bit different. Giannis wasn't that skinny. He also wasn't that tall, but he needs to get on some sort of Giannis weight program
Get
for the
some
next 2
HGH.
years.
Did you hear No.
Okay.
Did you hear Giannis after the game? He goes, I heard some idiots saying he was 7 foot tall. Whatever. That guy is, I don't know, 7'4", 7'5", 7'6". He's enormous.
He is he 7'4"?
Giannis?
Yeah.
Isn't he
No,
7'4" though?
I think he's like 7'6" or something. Wemby
But,
is.
it's great. I look at it and go, it's so interesting because those are great numbers, right? Let's just say in year 3 he averages 30 points, 14 rebounds, 3 block shots, and they don't make the playoffs. We're gonna go like
He'll get dumped on for
yeah,
sure.
he's gonna get completely dumped on. So it's always fun to have a superstar young prospect because winning doesn't matter yet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Odell Beckham Jr., Grambling State, and our phone lines. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll talk about it next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington, off of Collins on 105.3 The Fan.
Fancy Masterpiece is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
And we're back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
5'9", climbs the ladder, makes the grab there. Into Rams territory. Empty set for Jackson. Pressured from the backside. Off Swan and Beckham's loose. Underthrown, but he's got it. And a Ravens touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. Got all kinds of giveaways that Mike and Corey have already been doing. Plus, remember, you can sign up for the Miller Lite ticket giveaway if the Cowboys win on Sunday. Pair of tickets to the Cowboys' first home game.
Man, that'll be really
playoff
awesome.
Home game.
Playoff,
Their
yeah.
first home
Not
game
just a home game.
Yes,
Yeah.
playoff game.
Cowboys
I
lost
can't
their
go
first
back
home
in
game.
time.
Yeah.
1960, the Cotton Bowl, I guess.
They lost.
At this stadium, it was against Eli.
And we also lost.
Yeah,
right?
we lost.
He signed his
We're not
name.
good at first home games. You know, playoffs, different story maybe.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
we win all the playoff games here.
I'm still laughing about the Micah Parsons. If I stand up, I might tip the weight of the world.
That's right.
I'm still laughing
It could
about
throw
that.
off Brandon Aubrey.
I just love the way he thinks, man.
Right now, it's time for some Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com hotline if you want to get involved. The first one I was thinking of, and this is why we played that highlight, do you think Odell Beckham Jr. needs forgiveness for renting out a yacht called the Spirit of Baltimore that he's going to take offensive players on before the playoffs?
Yes.
Oh, didn't he do this with the Giants?
Yes.
How did that turn out?
They lost in a bad way. It's not good for him.
And didn't
Or
everyone
maybe
put
he's-
that photo of them like on the boat
Yeah.
doing the thing? They're like,
They were all
"Whoops."
shirtless, right? Like in that Derek Jeter A-Rod
I don't
photo.
remember that. It's weird that you remember that.
I think so.
I
Or
don't
one of them
remember
was
that.
holding a joint or a blunt or something.
Was that with like Ray
or a
Ordonez
cigar?
and,
It was a cigar.
and Nomar Garcia-Parra? Are you talking about that
Yeah.
shirtless
Yeah.
deal they did?
That was weird where A-Rod
What?
was like, hey, we should all take our shirts off, guys. And everybody was like, I guess. And A-Rod was like, excellent.
Hey, do I owe Odell Beckham Jr. an apology? Because I thought his career was done.
Yeah.
And he has played in 14 games this year. He's not going to play this week. He's healthy, but he's not going to play. So he stayed a lot healthier than I thought. He had 35 catches for 565 yards and 3 touchdowns. So obviously not a Odell Beckham Jr. standard year, what we were used to when he was in his prime. But he was,
by any means,
he accomplished, I mean, I'm not trying to take a shot here. He accomplished a lot more than Dez Bryant when Dez tried to do this with Lamar Jackson and the injuries. I think, did Dez have 1 catch or 6 catches? I can't remember.
I thought it was a few. Yeah.
He might have had 6 big time catches there. But I look at Odell Beckham Jr. and I go, hey, way healthier than I thought. So please forgive me for saying his career was over. I don't know how much teams worry about him.
Yeah.
But he still is an NFL receiver.
That's a valid point.
I mean, if I thought he wasn't and he still is, like that's
when Mark
that's
Andrews went down, I think you can see from that Cincinnati game, he had 7 for 116. And then he has against the Rams 10 for 97 and a touchdown as well. And so I think that it did turn to him a little bit, but even after that, the targets the last 3 games have been low. But Mike's right. He made it through a season healthy when a lot of people were like, he's done. So that's a valid point there, man.
You know, as I'm looking at Baltimore stats, we also forget this. Now, you probably couldn't count on him anyways. But they also lost J.K. Dobbins the first week of the year. And they were relying on him to carry the ball, I don't know, 10 times a game. I'm not saying they were relying on him to do a whole bunch, but they were thinking he was going to get 10 touches a game. Then they lose Mark Andrews, their best catching player, obviously tight end, not wide receiver. But it wasn't like Lamar Jackson didn't have adversity or they stayed healthy around him all year.
Yeah, trying to overcome all that. Now, Kevin, I always question this. This is something I want to know should get forgiveness or not.
Oh.
And it does stick with Odell Beckham Jr. I don't think he deserves forgiveness if he screws his team over there with the boat. That's just the way it is. But I've heard him and Braxton Berrios say this, and they've said one of the best teams I've ever the best team I've ever been on. Whenever they start a speech like that with "this is one of the best teams" and they change it, if you're one of the teammates, do you go, "God, man, like what do we got to do?" Or that dude doesn't believe we're the best team. He just lied to us.
It's
what are your
motivation.
thoughts?
Go win the Super Bowl.
Like Mike was like, "This is one of the best shows I've." You know what?
Well,
this is the best
I
show
know
I've
yesterday
ever worked on.
I had to leave a little early for the dentist, and Corey ranked it as only our third best show of the year.
Yeah. Oh, man. 'Cause you didn't lose your mind yesterday.
We didn't make you mad.
Yeah. Which, by the way,
maybe that's why I enjoyed the show.
That's a little bit different, Mike. Maybe that was our curveball show. You know, our fastball show was with lots of humor to make him mad. Our curveball shows should be ranked up there too.
Do you think this is a fastball from the infinite basketball knowledge of Gilbert Arenas? He was talking about the Knicks, and he said, the Knicks need a real superstar like Anthony Edwards, which is fine, or wait for it, Jalen Green. Now, if you need a quick catch-up about...
The dude for Houston?
Yes. Jalen Green right now is averaging 17 points a game on a robust 40% shooting percentage. That's the true superstar that they really need.
I think Jalen Green still has
the Knicks, who have Jalen Brunson right now.
They have potential. Green has potential to get better.
I agree.
Like, he's not reached his peak yet, but to say that that's what they're missing on their team, like, hey, maybe projected 3 years from now, Jalen Green reaches his full potential and is a star.
And he put him right next to Anthony Edwards. I was like, there's a pretty big gap right there.
I feel like this is a guard talking about guards.
Yeah.
Because if you look at Houston and you wanted to say a superstar in the making, right now it's Sengun is the superstar in the making. I'm not saying he will be a superstar, but he's the one that looks closest to really changing a franchise than Jalen Green, who's a good player. He's a really good player. I don't want to take anything away from him, but Gilbert Arenas has some strong takes.
Who was the first one you said, though?
Anthony Edwards.
Oh, yeah, that's legit.
I agree.
Yeah, that's legit.
But that makes it even weirder to me that he puts them in the same category and he goes, I don't care who the F they have to give up. They have to make this happen.
Now, maybe he thinks that Jalen Green is available, talking to people that really follow the NBA.
Yeah, maybe so.
I was saying, hey, Houston is an up-and-coming team, but their issue is they're going to have to max out like 4 guys on their team, and I don't know if you can have 4 max-out players on one team. Financially, it just usually most owners will say, I can't pay 4 guys almost $200 million a year. Like, I just can't do it. It's not possible. So I don't know this. The only thing I can try to give Gilbert Arenas credit on here is maybe he thinks that Houston, because I did hear this, that out of their Jabari Smith, Sengun, Jalen Green right now, the one guy that they don't want to max out is Jalen Green.
I mean, they've already dropped his minutes because of that. His field goal percentage has been atrocious. I get it. This one, I'm really fascinated, y'all's take. Does the Grambling State women's college basketball team need forgiveness?
What happened with them?
Earlier this week,
Nobody knows.
Oh, that's fair.
Except for Kevin.
But when you hear this story, I think you will agree it's noteworthy. They played the College of Biblical Studies in basketball.
They have a basketball team?
They do.
Oh, that reminds me of my grandfather.
Everybody needs recreation.
Oh, Grandpa Bassick would say, yeah, they played the School of the Blind.
Oh, my God.
Well,
okay.
I mean, usually you win against them.
Sure. Grambling State won. Final score, 159-18. And when they posted it on social media, they put up amen with the prayer hands for their victory over the College of Biblical Studies.
I give the College of Biblical Studies credit. Would you have ever guessed a college name that has a women's basketball team or a basketball team?
No, probably not.
Except, again, everybody needs recreation. You know, they need something to do.
Yeah. I mean, is that what they did? Did they just pull 12 young women out of class and say, you're playing a basketball game today?
I mean, they had uniforms and stuff. I don't know.
Like, we do have uniforms.
Uh-huh.
You're going to put on these uniforms, and we're going to play a game today.
The game started 34-0.
I will grant forgiveness.
Well, that's not fair. It should start 0-0.
Okay.
They're already at a disadvantage.
Fair point. I don't want to get caught up in this again. The game did start 0-0. Okay. Then Grambling scored the first 34 points.
Did they not pray for a win in that game? Is that what happened?
You have to think.
Grambling State prayed for the win, and the Biblical Studies team didn't?
Yeah, if College of Biblical Studies would have won that, there would have been an earthquake or something. So God couldn't have let that happen.
I'm looking this up while you move on. I'm looking up the College of Biblical Studies and seeing what their record is in all sports.
I will
if they've ever won a game.
Grant them forgiveness for that headline, Kevin.
That's
because
pretty
I think
tough.
it's clever. I really do think it's
It's
clever.
in Houston.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that.
Jalen Green. Okay, let me ask you this.
He plays in Houston.
Jalen Green played for the College of Biblical Studies in that game. Could they have won?
100%.
They lost by 141 points.
He would have had 141.
Oh, my God.
Maybe 300.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
Well, he would have.
Does Ron Rivera?
He is very serious.
And he would have blocked every shot and stolen every ball. And it might have been the opposite score if Jalen Green played on the Women of Biblical Studies versus Grambling.
Does Ron Rivera
need
forgiveness? He says about his tenure in Washington, I'd like to think we're in a better place than we were before I got here. The 4 years before Ron Rivera was there, 25, 38, and 1. The 4 years Ron Rivera has been there, 26, 39, and 1. So they're exactly the same.
They
almost.
won one more game
and lost one more game.
Don't worry about that part. They added another game.
Technically, that would be fractionally better mathematically. So you know what?
Yes.
Let him keep his job.
He likes to think it. You don't have to like to think it. It's true. It's a fact. Unless they lose this weekend, right?
And then they're not.
Then they're not. So that's a different situation.
It's a big game.
Yeah. This is a big moment for Ron Rivera.
Number 2 seed for us.
Yeah.
Ron Rivera's statistical truth.
Yes. That's all he
On the
needs
other
right
side.
now. That is, no, he's right, man.
What have you learned, Mike?
I have learned that the College of Biblical Studies in Houston, Texas, has 2 athletic programs, men's basketball and women's basketball.
Okay.
Yes, they did lose to Grambling State by a whole bunch. They also lost by 23 to Randall University. I believe that might be Randall Cunningham School.
Don't know that.
Ozark Christian College. They only
Bateman's
lost by
the coach
39. Houston, because it's Houston.
What?
Tillotson University. They lost by 40 plus. They played them back to back. They did lose that one 106-19 the first time they played them on Veterans Day, so that didn't go well. Somehow they competed against Xavier and only lost 94-22.
Wow!
So this
Grambling
is
State would destroy Xavier.
This is pretty par for the course there.
Yeah.
Now keep going on. I will click on now the men's basketball schedule there.
It is also a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout-out to my girlfriend. She's agreed to make the hour-and-a-half drive Tuesday night to come hang out with you guys and have a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We're going to be having that going on 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas in the showroom. Downstairs at our studio, Josh Spores is going to be there. Josh Smith is going to be there. The World Series trophy is going to be there. There's going to be autographs from 6 to 8 p.m. There's going to be a show. It's going to be fantastic.
I would also like to shout out the person that tagged me in the 2.5-minute video of Frank Gore's longest runs in his career. And they're all touchdowns.
All 4.5
they're all
yards.
touchdowns, Mike. They're all like 30 and 40-yard touchdowns that he was able to break away for. So this is awesome.
Was
Thank
the first footage like black and white?
It is grainy. I'm not going to lie.
In 30 years, he had 4 carries over that got a first down.
It's a little grainy. That's the truth. Thank you, at Chris651 Fort Worth, it looks like.
The men's basketball program at the College of Biblical Studies, they are 6-6 this year.
Really?
They are not
Points
bad.
a game? You have points per game on there?
No.
That's pretty impressive given what we just went over with the women's program.
They beat Kansas on November 7th, 81-79.
No,
Now, if I take out the word Christian Then they.
I was like, I feel like I would have heard the College of Biblical Studies went and upset the Jayhawks.
Well, and
They beat all of North America, which I think is pretty impressive, 85-65.
That Kansas game was a home game, so they were in the house of the Lord. So that was definitely a big one for them.
Yeah, there you go. They lost to St. Mary, hopefully not the high school in Dallas.
Thank you for the updates there, Mike, from the 972.
That'd be a bad loss.
Who's next? Is that A&M? No, that's a different one.
They lost to Texas A&M.
Let's go.
International University.
Shout out to my granddad, Pop. Just glad he made it to the new year from the 972.
Nice job, Pop.
Is a lovely
You guys
shout
have any
out
grandparents who are alive?
Yes. I have 2 grandparents that are still with us.
Wow.
And the other 2 died.
Yeah, mine are all dead.
Mine are all dead, too.
But I love them.
They didn't make it to 24.
Oh, that's a topic for next week.
What?
Next week I have a topic, Kevin.
Okay.
And it is, what's the coolest thing you ever found out about your grandparents? Because my grandparents are some studs that I didn't know about.
Man, I remember that one thing I found out about my grandma when she started talking and we were driving in the car and she didn't understand how modern language works.
That's the coolest thing, Kevin.
Concerning.
The coolest thing.
Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings.
I feel like when old people die, they have a long resume.
What? What does that mean?
Well, when I went to my grandfather's funeral, I was like, dang, he did a lot.
He did a lot of cool things.
But he was 86 or so when he died, so he had he had time to do those
Do you
things.
think you'll accomplish more in this back half of your life or the first?
He was like in war and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Helped run and start companies. There's already too many companies out there.
Built a boat.
Yeah, they're going to say, Mike Bassick died. He talked about sports and gave up a lot of home runs. The end.
Made a lot of people laugh along the way.
Weird that you wouldn't even say in Major League Baseball in that sentence. All right,
worked with the #1 radio show in
good point.
middays in
That
DFW.
is a good point of all formats. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will these head coaches still have a job on Monday?
No.
Okay, well,
Next
Corey
segment.
has spoken.
Bill Belichick.
We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Wow. As the clock, though, is rolling. Ball's placed on the 40. Less than 40 seconds to go. Zappi with a fake snap. Fake spike. But man, it's intercepted. Oh, boy. Rodney Thomas. A Bailey Zappi fake spike leads to a game-sealing interception.
KNC Masterpiece back here live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. If you want to come and see us, got Cowboy swag being given away. Plus, you can register to enter for that Miller Lite ticket giveaway. If the Cowboys win on Sunday, Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of tickets to the first Cowboys home playoff game, which will obviously be coming up next week. And so you can register for that. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Deep. And
somebody dipped here.
I know. I liked it.
I got a question, Kevin.
Yes.
I know we're going to talk sports and everything.
Is it about Bob Waterfield?
It is not about Bob Waterfield.
Okay.
Do I need to check emails? Or
No,
anything?
no. Just remember that name.
All right. Do we want to start taking calls before gridiron gravy and allow other people to do the dip now? Is that something that we would be interested in doing? 877-881-1053. You get to say your name, and you get to do the dip every. Well, you could be that guy that day. So would that be something of interest to the Tolos and Twolos out there?
I think that would be fun. We'll see what kind of feedback we get on that. Now, Monday is Black Monday, and I have a list of 9 coaches. I want you to let me know if you think they're safe or getting canned.
All right.
Arthur Smith with the Atlanta Falcons.
Safe.
I think he's safe too, and I think it's unfortunate because he's had a bad run there.
You think
But
he
I
should
think
get canned?
there's an opportunity. If they lose or if they win, there's a very distinct possibility that he's in the playoffs. He wins the division. So
if they lose, I think he's getting fired.
You think he's getting fired?
Is he the one that drafted the bad quarterback?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
was that his decision? He was
Yep.
like, "This is my guy. I will stake my job on it." Then he's.
I don't know if he
getting fired.
said it like that, but yes.
But I mean, that
Yeah,
know
pretty
that's what
much,
you're
yeah.
doing if you're saying, "This is my guy." Because if the general manager drafts him and says, "This is your guy," then I think he's off the hook there.
Matt Eberflus with the Bears.
I think he's safe.
I think he's done a good job at the end of the year here.
5-2 in their last 7 games. I'm inclined to agree with
And
you.
he fired people who he thought were making Fields robotic.
Well, it looks like that was a pretty good
Coaches,
decision.
other
yeah.
coaches.
This one's a little weird because he's been like the interim head coach. Antonio Pierce with the Raiders. They've gone 4-4 under him, and maybe more importantly, several players have stepped out and said, we want him to be the coach.
I think
Okay,
I
I'll
think what
say
he's
he
done, he's
stays.
created some culture there that here. Unfortunately, Mike, I think their GM ownership group is too dumb to listen to the culture, and like I really think they've just done an abysmal job at putting the right people in place there. But I think he built culture first, and then hopefully he can get some of the coaches around him to continue to add to it.
Bill
But I think he stays.
Belichick.
Fired.
Gone.
And then he will be, as we're going through this list, he's going to be somebody's head coach.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you hire him? Unless you're like the Cowboys, where you're just like, look, McClay and Steven are not giving up power for personnel.
Let me ask you this then. You said, why wouldn't you hire him? Then why is he getting fired? Has he lost touch with the personnel necessary to win this game?
Would only hire him if he never picks a player out of college. He is pathetic at it.
He is bad.
And so if that's the case, if I feel like I have a situation where I think I have a talented team. Obviously, you are getting rid of your coach because you might not think highly of your coach, but you have to think highly of your team. That's why when you hear the Chargers I think Justin Herbert is become a disappointment. I get he got hurt, but I think he's become a disappointment. A lot of talent that's not realizing his talent. But maybe if you're Belichick, you say, that guy has all the talent in the world. I think I can really help him there, and I do that. But if you're telling me Belichick is coming to a team and he's supposed to draft the next quarterback, he's supposed to draft you the defense that works for him. He can't do that anymore. He is a horrible for almost a decade now.
No, I'm not arguing that at all. Robert Saleh with the Jets, 17-33. That winning percentage is the worst in franchise history for coaches who have made it this long.
Gone.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for him because he went to a bad situation in the first place.
Yep.
Got it ready for a good situation, and it was all revolving around the quarterback. But the fact is, you can't develop any other quarterback after we spent a high pick on it for you. Can't do that.
I think, and his constant praise of Zach Wilson is weird to me. Dennis Allen with the Saints, which they could also be in the playoffs come Monday. Same for the Bucks. I'm going to combo those.
I don't know.
I
I don't know that the
second
Saints
year?
care enough. I don't know that the Saints organization cares enough to make any drastic changes right now.
Yeah, I think this is only his second year. I think they give him another year.
Same with Todd Bowles then, second year.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Mike Vrabel with the Tennessee Titans.
I don't know why I'd keep him. I really don't. It's boring football, for one. Their personnel's never been dynamic. They've never really, aside from having Derrick Henry years, it's always been meh.
But I don't
think he's a great strategist.
They did make the playoffs. I'm not saying they were great in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You done?
I would be if I'm Tennessee. But then again, it's just boring.
I'm not
there.
keeping count of how many coaches I've fired so far.
I think 3 or 4.
I fired
He's such
3.
a borderline guy for me.
Yeah.
Well, the next one, the last one is
nothing
Ron
inspiring.
Rivera.
I want to fire him.
Yeah, there's nothing inspiring
that?
about him.
I
Ron
hope
Rivera.
he's a horrible coach on Sunday at noon.
Yes, agreed. All right, so Ron Rivera fired.
100%.
Let's keep him.
This is one of the easiest ones.
Keep him, man. They've been bad for a while, and Cowboys. I'd love to keep it that way.
They were never good under him. Am I correct? Did they?
No, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
They won
Like he's-
26 games. That's more than before he got there.
Yeah, by 1. But they also expanded the schedule. Now, you said at noon on Sunday you want Vrabel to be a terrible coach going up against the Jags. Doug Peterson says he expects Trevor Lawrence to be questionable for Sunday. So when they put out the official report today for game status and everything, he says looking like Trevor Lawrence is going to be questionable.
Yeah, he hasn't had a good year. He hasn't had a horrible year, but he hasn't had a good year. And this last about 4 weeks, that hasn't gone well. He's also dealt with a lot of head injuries and other injuries.
Now, I want to see if you can remember this name. Dak Prescott.
Remember.
Is 1 game away from leading the league in touchdowns. The year after he led the league in interceptions. He would be only the second player in the history of football to do this. Can you name the other person?
Steve DeBerg.
No.
Jameis Winston.
No.
Vinny Testaverde.
Bob
Brett Favre.
Waterfield
Never
was
heard
the
that name
name.
before.
I told you that name
yeah.
earlier in the
I
segment.
talk to him sometimes when we're
Nobody's-
trying to get deals done.
Yeah, he's a sales guy.
That's a different person.
He's a sales guy.
Yeah.
Bob Waterman.
I think his son's really good at lacrosse.
Mm-hmm.
Is Bob
He has a
Waterfield
big green egg and stuff in the
different
backyard.
person? Is a former 2-time NFL champion, NFL MVP, 3-time first-team All-Pro.
There is no history in the NFL.
This
if we talk
happened
about
in the
Babe Ruth
1940s.
or Ted Williams or Bob Feller or Cy Young, we know all the historically great players
Nobody
in
knows who
baseball.
Bob Waterfield is.
Even Broadus doesn't even know who Bob Waterfield is.
I bet Broadus does.
He went on to coach the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, great.
Hold on.
He does know,
a
man.
lot of stuff.
Kevin,
He
so
barely played. His football reference page has 6 years on it.
dude, this guy had 17 and 24 one year. That was the year he led the league in interceptions.
And in touchdowns that year, by the way.
Wow.
Just if you want to
Did
see
this guy
how much
quit
the
because he
game-
got an insurance job, or
He had a year where he had 8
cars became
touchdowns.
available for the first time in
He's in
human
the Hall of
history.
Fame.
He had a year where he had 8
he's like, I gotta
touchdowns
quit,
and
man. I'm gonna sell
18
these
picks.
I'm gonna sell these
18.
T Ford things.
He had
or whatever.
10 more interceptions than
Model
he did
Ts?
touchdowns.
God. Bob Waterford.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
What team did he
Waterfield.
play for?
The Rams.
No, there wasn't even Rams back then.
It
was
says
there?
Yes.
Ram.
What,
There
Chicago
was
Rams?
back then, but he eventually would go coach for the Rams after he played for the Cleveland, then Los Angeles Rams.
Cleveland Rams.
Cleveland Rams. No such thing.
And by the way,
They even have Rams in Cleveland. Have you ever seen one?
I've been to Cleveland. You've been to Cleveland.
I've
Never seen a Ram.
Not a single one.
Literally never seen a Ram.
Yeah. And I've been on the mean streets of Cleveland, too.
one more quick note for you. There's somebody who has a year-long parlay that goes across golf. The Nuggets win the NBA Finals, the Golden Knights winning the Stanley Cup. If the Jacksonville Jaguars win the AFC South, he'll turn his $500 bet into a $290,000 victory.
I want to be friends with that guy.
That ain't happening.
I want to.
Oh, no.
Do you want to be? All right. He's like, guys, watch party at my house this week. Do you want to see him win or lose? Like, which one would you rather
Win.
see, him win and get that money, or
I
him
need to
lose?
know.
and
I need to
just-
know what kind of person he is.
We'll get to that later. We got to
Like,
go. We got to go.
No, when we get to Vegas, do you guys want to do like together some stupid parlay like this?
Yes.
Like we just bet on 5 things for
Yes.
$20 total and see if like
I do.
Absolutely.
we
Me-
get to some point where like we might be millionaires.
I am
They're
absolutely
gonna lose
in
the first game.
on that. Coming up next, live at the KNC Masterpiece at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington, off of Collins. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington. It is also a shout-out Friday, and I really like this one from the 214. Shout-out to you guys. It seems like every time that I need just a good moment or a deep laugh, you guys deliver. Thank you. Love you guys. Love you back. That is outstanding. Right now, this could be easy or it could be difficult because it's Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. And remember, you have to give an answer for both. I'm curious if, I don't know, I said it like that. I'm curious if.
Curious?
Yeah, I don't know why.
My name's Corey,
yes.
and I can see how that would happen.
I'm curious what people come up with for the loss from the 469. Cowboys win because Washington is tanking for a quarterback. I agree with that. I just think they're not good in general as well, and I just think you've seen that intensify over maybe like the last 3 weeks. I have a Cowboys win and Cowboys lose because would you guys like me to go first?
Before you do that,
Okay.
I'm also curious about whether or not, like, how far do you want to get CeeDee Lamb bigger numbers? Do you want to pad some stats before the season's over, and how intense, like how focused they are on that? I'm just listening to Mike McDaniel talk about things on the sideline as he's calling plays.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, man, once we got down there and didn't get that touchdown, I knew that I was going to get Mostert a touchdown on the next play. And so I'm always curious about like how the Cowboys are going to approach this when it comes to stats and what's going to matter there. Because if CeeDee Lamb wants to be paid like the number one wide receiver in the league, you want to try and give him the numbers to prove it.
I'm really conflicted on this because on the one hand, I bet he doesn't think that anymore because he got Bradley Chubb hurt that way.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
And so he's already said that's something he regrets. So I'm conflicted because on one hand, I know what Jerry said is, hey, we just need to win this game. Doesn't matter what it looks like. To me, I guess it does.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they've been so good at home they've not looked great the last 3 weeks, and especially the offense. I would love to see, I'm not saying just a stat pad, but I would love to see this game naturally break out to like a 34-7 type flow or something like that by the end of the third quarter.
End of the first quarter.
Oh, that would be great too. Just so I could be like, all right, I know it wasn't against a great team, but it was on the road, and our offense looked good.
And, Mike, I
don't
know,
think they stat pad at all.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask also. Like, I don't know how often players are sitting there going, man, I need 220 yards this week.
Yeah.
Versus, man, I just want to make that one play right now that embarrasses the cornerback I'm
One
up
thing that
against.
we
I
don't know, to your point, we don't know inside contracts. So if I need to play a certain amount of snaps for a $250,000 bonus, players definitely want
Sure.
that. So there are certain things that players are concerned about because literally there's a bonus on that. I think you only stat pad at the end, and the Cowboys aren't in any of this situation, is if something historic is on the line. 2,000 receiving yards, 2,000 rushing yards, all-time leading touchdown pass, touchdown passes in a year. There's nothing on the line like that for the Cowboys.
So then I hear what you're saying. I just want to make sure. The only person who's ever done it is Roger Staubach. You don't think they're trying to get Dak?
No,
okay.
I don't think he cares that much. I think they care about winning.
Sure.
I think if this was you're about to beat, and I'm sorry, it's probably Tom Brady, like Tom Brady's all-time record for career touchdown passes, or I don't know if Tom Brady has that one too. Is it maybe Drew Brees? All-time touchdown passes in a single season. Yes, that becomes historic. Literally nobody knew till you told us about Roger Staubach, and I don't think Dak really probably knows unless you were in the and maybe you were in there. I'm not saying you were. Somebody in there, Todd Archer, put a microphone in front of Dak's face and said, "Did you know?" And Dak's gonna be like, "Had no effing clue," and don't really care. But I guess like that would be cool to be a part of. But they would know if they needed 2,000 yards for a very historic something. So I don't think anything historic is on the line to try to keep somebody in there longer.
No, I think that is great insight from the 214. Cowboys win if Dak scores 3 touchdowns and the defense scores 1. That actually sounds like a combination that would probably make me feel pretty good about the game. And the Cowboys lose if they run more than 25 times. I'm assuming in this instance that's the Cowboys is the they.
Okay, Cowboys lose because?
You want to go with that one first? Let's do it.
All right. Well, they're taking the J.B. Hunt 18-wheeler to Washington, D.C.
Is that thing still there?
No, it's actually, I think, in the parking lot here.
Nice.
I think they moved it to the parking lot here.
You get a wireless and go
so
out there and help them?
Probably.
An axis breaks or something, and the Arlington police have to try to, clear it out, and they just don't make the game on time.
Okay.
I think if they show up,
they're going to
win the game.
Okay.
That being said, it's hard for me to see them losing this game. It was hard for me to see them losing the Arizona game, but if you do go back, I'm not saying they should have lost, but they did have 3 of 5 starting offensive linemen out that game. Now, you do have Tyler Smith out this game, it sounds like.
It is kind of sounding like that,
But that means 4 of your 5 guys are going to be out there.
I believe that will be the case.
So if you just look at Hankins is supposed to be out there this week,
it's looking good for him, better than it is for Tyler.
So I know Diggs isn't coming back or Vander Esch is coming back. You weren't expecting them to come back. But you are pretty healthy going into this game. I know you haven't, in a weird way, you have not played well in 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks of, at best, average football for the Cowboys. But even if they play average against this team, they'll win by 10 or more.
And so when I came up with Cowboys lose because – and I had to go big picture. That's the only way I could figure out the way they lose this game is their struggles on the road. The Cowboys are 3-5 away from AT&T Stadium. So they're 3rd in the NFL in points per game, 29.4, which is very impressive. On the road, it's only 21.5. So it takes so when we were talking about, because it's 37.4, 37.5, I think it's 37.4 at home. So when we talk about the splits between home and road and why you so desperately want that number 2 seed, that's why. But that is how I could see them losing.
But, Kevin, the last game they played at home, they only scored 20 points.
That is true.
And they won. Therefore, if they get to 21.5 in this game, they should technically win that one as well. So I'm just going to go on that front.
I do think if they get to 21.5, they will win this game.
Yeah.
And if
I don't know how they're going to score that half point, but it's
something bad has really, really happened in this.
Cowboys win because I think Dak Prescott goes out there and puts it away by halftime. I really do think by halftime.
How many points is that?
I'm saying we're putting it 28 points in the first half.
Okay.
That's a lot of work, but I think there's going to be some interceptions early in this game because I think Eric Bieniemy wants to prove like his mettle too, Kevin. Like I think whenever it comes to potential head coaches for this job, I think that Ron Rivera could be out. Maybe Eric Bieniemy is being looked at. I don't know if that's the reality there, but I think that that's kind of always been something that could be in place. And so he gets that opportunity. I think he wants to let it fly. And the Cowboys, they love when the ball's in the air. So I think Cowboys win because they put up too many points at halftime.
And you said you think 3 picks?
Yeah, 3 interceptions.
I'm going Cowboys win because, man, you're talking about Washington's ability to turn the ball over offensively. Their defense is awful. They rank 32nd in scoring defense.
And they're without one of their best defenders.
Yes, they give up 30 points a game. They're 32nd in total defense. They're 31st in average yards given up per play. Every metric you look at by this Washington defense, they are horrid. And so I think you should be able to destroy them offensively.
This is arguably the worst team in week 18 in the NFL because if I look at Carolina, I'm not saying they're good. They're horrible.
Yes.
But Bryce Young is playing to get better.
Yes.
And I'm not saying Sam Howell isn't, but Sam Howell's career's over after this game's over as a starting quarterback. He will have to regain a job.
It feels like that is the
case. As an injury happens, right? I mean, I hate saying this, but this is what we hope for when we're kind of AAA players or backups. You're like, you're not going, I hope he gets hurt, but you know that person has to get hurt for your next opportunity. Kurt Warner in St. Louis. I'm not saying that that's going to happen for Sam Howell, but this is it. This is the last time he's ever going to start an NFL football game without there being an injury. And now maybe he regains a starting job because he plays well in that situation. But Bryce Young, they're still trying to develop him. They're still trying to put together plays on Sunday for him to try to be successful. I feel like in this one, it's like, just play this MFer out and let's go home.
I just wanted to address this real quick because I see it from the 806-817-972. What about Trey Lance? I don't care or want to see anything from Trey Lance in this game because I want to see Cooper Rush in this game because you might need, hopefully you don't, but you could potentially need him in the playoffs. It's not Trey Lance time.
No, Cooper Rush hasn't played in, I don't know when, but it's been a long time. I guess he might have played him against Buffalo at the end or whatever. But if for some reason you get the whole fourth quarter that you're up by over 20 points and you give Cooper Rush, I don't know, 13 snaps, I wouldn't just hand the ball off. I'd hand the ball off some to make sure, but I would run kind of
try to get a couple drives
an
going.
Offense because – if for some reason Dak gets hit and he has to miss, let's just say, a drive in a playoff game, like he's just not ready to go back in for a drive, that's a drive that you'd like to still try to put up points or change the field position, so that would give Cooper Rush a little bit of work in a real football game.
I think you guys will get a kick out of this one from the 817. Cowboys win because Dak beats up on an NFC East opponent like usual. Cowboys lose because they accidentally go to Washington State.
Oh, man, like my buddy that is an idiot.
Isn't that what started my buddy's an idiot?
Yeah, my buddy argued with me that the Commanders at the time named something else played in the state of Washington, and I was like, they just showed a shot of the Washington Monument. And he was like, that's in Washington. I was like, buddy,
TV's confused.
Come on, man. Hey, I do have a question. This is Shout Out Friday as well, too. I have a question. Should myself and my son Avery, or maybe even the whole family, go to Plano East, Plano West tonight? Was that something that was later on in the show?
No.
Plano East is playing Plano West, Mike, and it is Jimmy King night at Plano East. So they're going to be honoring him, and Plano East is currently ranked number 1 in the state, number 4 in the country.
And they just beat, I think, number 2 in the state at a tournament this past weekend. One of my buddy Matt was reporting about
Round
that.
Rock Stony Point.
Yes. And at a tournament, and they are excellent.
Are they a good team?
Yes.
Like, Kevin, you and I watched some really good high school basketball
You can't be
teams.
number 4 in the nation.
They are really, really good.
Okay. Like, not a good team.
I think I might go to this game tonight, though, on Jimmy King
Who
night.
are you going to cheer for?
I'm just going to be neutral because I'm
going to wear maroon
I'm Plano
there?
Central.
I saw Jimmy King play against Duncanville at SMU.
Jimmy, he's not playing tonight, Mike.
I know,
he
but
won't play in this game.
I'm just telling you,
he doesn't
this
have
guy
any more,
who we've had on our station, who's a big Tolo,
Who's not Mavs man.
He is not Mavs man.
We
learned that the hard way, didn't we?
He's a good guy, but he also lost to Duncanville.
Also,
is that why you remember that? Because you're like, I remember all the people who.
I remember it being a very big deal because 2 All-Americans were playing against each other, Jimmy King and Greg Ostertag. And it was at SMU, so it seemed like as a kid a really big deal that a high school basketball games at SMU. And there's this kid that they're like, this is one of the best players in the country. He's going to Michigan. And he was very good in that game. He wasn't bad. And then you have this 7-footer in the game, too. So it was a really, cool game to be at.
Also, shout out to Brian's daughter, Marissa, who is heading off Monday for her trip to Tokyo Disneyland, where she will be a princess. At, Disneyland Tokyo. So shout out to her. Best of luck. Have a lot of fun.
Yeah, she worked her way up to that. I remember that story.
I wonder how different Disneyland Tokyo is to Disneyland California.
Let's go look it up, man.
I just wonder if you go to Disney World, Disneyland Tokyo, how different are the Disneylands?
You know what? They actually have.
We should do a show trip.
If you resubscribe to Disney Plus, they have a breakdown of all these different rides and stuff. And they, I was watching a thing about Haunted Mansion because that was not the Haunted Mansion, the movie, but a documentary about it. And they talked about how different they are at all the different Disney amusement parks. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah, let's talk to the boss and see if we can get a show trip to Disneyland Tokyo because we got a Tolo's daughter that's a princess there. That's our connection.
Our phones don't even work.
Okay. Mike, they worked today. That's what bailed them out of being in Forgiveness Friday.
Everything was fine. I'm sure it'll be all right.
How do they work and then not work?
I don't know, Mike. I don't know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. It's time for the Combo Platter. Sunday is National Bobblehead Day. So give us a sports opinion, and then how many bobbleheads do you have, and what is your favorite one? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
we're back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts and Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it.
Oh,
left.
look out.
Picked up! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sunday is National Bobblehead Day. Corey, I know you already knew that, but I'm just reminding everybody else as we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. If you want to come hang out with us, Sunday, National Bobblehead Day. So it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion. And then, how many bobbleheads do you have? And what is your favorite one?
All right.
You look defeated by this question.
He doesn't like bobbleheads. I can tell by his reaction. He's not a bobbleheader.
No, actually, this might be the saddest part. But I got to come up with my sports story first.
No.
My story is going to – everybody out there that's listening is going to be crushed by the story I'm about to tell. But I can't tell it yet because I don't have my sports opinion ready, Kevin. So if you would give me just a moment to come up and clear my thoughts because you shook me with his bobblehead thing.
Man, we sent out a run sheet and everything. From the 817, I want to give my husband Christian a shout out. He's the best. I love him so much, and he listens to y'all like it's a full-time job. Shout out to you, Christian. Thank you for making sure we can keep our full-time jobs. From the 940, Corey Seager will be the 2024 AL MVP. I have 68 bobbleheads. Most are Rangers giveaways, plus all the Dirk bobbleheads in his final season. But my favorite is Sister Jean from Loyola Marymount, that bobblehead.
Okay.
And to this day, it's still so weird to me that RJ has had like such an agenda against that old lady.
Right here, I was with them. I was at the game with them, sitting next to him. They beat Tennessee in the tournament. So
he's like, that old lady gets too much screen time.
Yeah, so in 2019, here was the two games that we watched. The first game was Loyola Chicago versus Tennessee, and it was an upset. And they beat Tennessee.
Yeah, Chicago,
and
not
Grant
Marymount.
Williams.
Thank you.
And then the next game was Florida versus Texas Tech. And Texas Tech won. I think it might have been 2018. I might be getting my years wrong.
Remember, he ranted against that lady so many times.
Because he was there. Jason Witten was like 5 rows in front of us, rooting for Tennessee. So I understand, why he doesn't like her.
Right.
She didn't beat the team, but she was on the team that beat Tennessee when they had Grant Williams 20 pounds ago.
From the 512. Rangers re-signed Monty before January 31st. You love to hear it. And I have probably 30 bobbleheads split up between home and the office. Favorite one is Ric Flair.
That's pretty cool. That's a cool bobblehead to have, actually.
We're all, absolutely.
Since we're near the Rangers' place, Globe Life Field Park, because I've been to both of them. When there is a bobblehead giveaway, you know it coming to the park. Because if I'm doing the pregame show, I usually get to the park approximately 2 hours to an hour and a half before the game starts. And there's all these people lined up outside the stadium, or people that have just gone inside the stadium, but all they did is they got in, got their bobblehead, and then are walking out of the stadium. Either they're leaving because when the Rangers weren't good, they didn't care to stay for the game, or they were going back to put the bobbleheads in their car to then go back into the game because it was still 2 hours away from starting. I get super nervous on those days because I always assume I have the time wrong on the game.
Mike thinks he's late.
I'm going to
the
get
game
fired.
started already.
The pregame show is probably starting now, and I am not here. And then I finally get there, and I'm like, oh my God. There's always that 1 minute or longer of like panic that I misread the game time.
I'm prepared.
Okay. Are you sure?
My sports opinion. The Rangers trade Nathaniel Lowe for pitching. However, do not replace Nathaniel Lowe at first base. They instead bring Wyatt Langford up and go 4 outfielders, 3 infielders next year.
I thought you were going to say 2 play first base, not 2.
No, he's an outfielder,
You
Kevin.
can put as many as you want on the infield.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. We're bringing Wyatt Langford into the infield, and he's going to play on the infield as well.
Would you trust having 5 infielders and then just putting Leote and Evan Carter back there because they could cover all of the outfield? Just
a lot of range.
Yeah,
a lot of range. Nobody's
range.
getting one past this. But we get pitching. That's the real important part there. And here's my bobblehead story. When we got done last time, Kevin, on air, you and I together before our break.
Okay.
I got home and Carter was cleaning his room. He had all 4 of my bobbleheads. I had a Yu Darvish bobblehead, an Elvis Andrus bobblehead, a Corey Seager bobblehead, and a Michael Young bobblehead. He had them all in his room, on his dresser. Lucy, as he was cleaning, he moved them to my dresser, and he put them on top of it. And I have this tray, and Lucy came in to grab the tray, and all 4 of the bobbleheads fell to the floor and shattered to little bitty pieces.
Oh,
so I now have...
How bad did you berate and scream at Lucy?
That is a fair question.
Man, okay.
What's your problem?
First off, Carter's cleaning his room, so I couldn't be mad at him for that, Mike. You know, hey, doing a good job. Unfortunately, it did look like a big pile of clothes everywhere in his room. And Lucy, I mean, she felt bad already. She was already like, Daddy, I'm so sorry. And I was just like, oh, my gosh.
But next time you got her favorite thing, did you just dump it out?
Did you say, don't worry, they can't be replaced?
God,
that's what I'm thinking. Like, this Michael Young one, like, I love Michael Young. He's one of my favorite players of all time.
And you smashed his head.
And you, Lucy, you did this. And then, like, there's the Corey Seager. He shares my number. He shares my name. And
With
shattered on the Yeah, it's different. He has a different spelling. It's stupid.
So he doesn't share your name.
Well, it said the same. You know, not like we say our names differently. It just
that's a good point.
So yeah, that's my bobblehead story, Kevin. Is that I don't have any bobbleheads anymore. Thanks to my children who break everything. My kids break all my stuff all the time. I'm tired of it.
It would be amazing if you did. It would be such a horrible thing to do.
He's going to smash some of Lucy's toys. I knew he was going to say that.
And you said, hey, Lucy. And you just threw it on the ground as hard as you could, and it exploded.
Mike?
You said, this is for the bobbleheads. And then you just walked out of the room.
Mike, I'm not saying you've done this, but I want you to be honest. Have you thought about breaking things of your children's when they broke something of yours?
Oh, yeah.
Remember he was talking about one kid getting dunked in the pool, and he was like, just dunk the other one. And be like, how do you like it? We're having fun. I'm having fun.
What was that weird shower thing that you told us one time? Didn't you say you were like harassing your children in the shower or something?
He told Choppy to go like up into the stands and root against him because his kid was being rude or something. I don't remember the shower
No,
thing.
there was...
Like, I know that at times I'm like, to my boys, did you take a shower? And in there,
and then you said you were gonna like sit there and make sure you
watch them. No, I'm watching you wash your armpits. I need to see how you wash your pits at this point to see how you're in the shower and you don't smell any better after it's over.
From the 817. Cowboys will win the Super Bowl this year due to a little bit of that extra Rangers karma. Their favorite bobblehead is Ron Washington while he's in the midst of running. Oh, okay. Mike, do you have a sports opinion, and are you a bobblehead guy?
I am a bobblehead guy. I know I need to get to that second. I'll just stop it at this and then go back to bobbleheads. Man, I might have 100 bobbleheads.
Awesome.
But some of them are chipped and stuff like that. They're in my kids' room. So just like you, some of them get broken. Some of them are missing parts of their body, I guess, or whatever. That they
you can say body. I know that person's not alive.
So my sports opinion, and this isn't going to be positive, but I'm not going to make it that negative either. There's a lot of NBA rumors starting to happen as we've hit the new year about trades. And obviously the Mavs, we talked about the Pascal Siakam slight rumor with the Mavs, and he's rumored a lot of other places. And I was on YouTube and I saw, I don't remember which one, I didn't watch it, but a picture of like 3 different players that could help the Mavs. And you just kind of see these Isaiah Stewart with Detroit.
Oh, I
whatever
could
it is.
see that.
And that would make a lot of sense for the Mavs. I don't think they have the assets to make a trade this deadline. I think that they're going to have to wait because after this year is over, the pick goes to the Knicks. I'm going to assume the Mavs make the playoffs this year. They're not one of the 10 worst teams in the NBA. The pick will then go to the Knicks. Then the Mavs will be able to trade their 2025 and 2027 first-round picks. They can trade 2 first-round picks after this draft is over. And so that makes them a lot more viable. What else? Rashawn Holmes is then a expiring contract. He has another year on his contract. Tim Hardaway Jr. is an expiring contract. Jaden Hardy, I'm not saying expiring contract, but now you have to make a decision on Hardy. Dude, like he's probably going to get $15+ million or more in free agency, and it might not make sense for you to do that in the role that he has with the Dallas Mavericks. I think the Mavs, after the draft is over, will have more assets, and then they will be more desperate, and not in a bad way, to then make a move. So I think my kind of take today is the Mavs will not make a trade to help this team because they don't really have what it takes to trade this deadline. It will be in the off season where they try to improve the team and make some trades after the draft is over.
Do you have a singularly favorite bobblehead among the group? So my
favorite bobblehead is this. One of my favorite, I guess I'll say coaches, but he would just come in as a roving instructor, was Gary Carter. He was a catcher for the Expos and the Mets. Most people would probably know him as a Met because he won the World Series in '86 as the New York Mets catcher. He was a great guy. And so if I have my year right, in 2003, he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame. And so I'm playing for the Norfolk Tide at the time. That's AAA for the Mets at the time. I believe it's the Orioles now. And he's there, and it's Gary Carter bobblehead night. Well, we all got a Gary Carter bobblehead in our locker, and I got him to sign it. So I have a Gary Carter Norfolk Tide bobblehead that he autographed. And not long after he died, I believe he got cancer and passed away. So I like having a lot of Gary Carter autographed stuff because he didn't live a long life. There's just not a lot of Gary Carter stuff out there to get. So great person, would give me little tips to help me out on trying to hit and stuff like that. He's like, don't concentrate on the pitcher so much when he hasn't even come set to his stretch. You're left-handed. Just kind of peek at the shortstop. And then when you see the pitcher coming set with his hands, then move your eyes to the pitcher, because just keeping your eyes on a pitcher for 5 to 10 seconds as he's just taking signs and everything, sometimes you'll lose a little bit of your focus. Your eyes will lose a little bit of that focus just staring at one thing that long. So he kind of was like, don't stare at the pitcher so long. And I always thought that was a really cool little tip.
That is a great tip. Sunday is National Bobblehead Day as we're doing a little combo platter from the 8-2-8. Dak throws for 6 touchdowns on Sunday and steals the MVP. Favorite 2 bobbleheads, Eric Nadel sitting at his desk and Dirk wearing his German national team jersey.
I do have Dirk's first ever bobblehead.
Do you really?
Like from 2000.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't have the box, but I do have the bobblehead. And that one is in good condition.
And it seems like bobbleheads are like oddly similar to Legos in terms of resale stuff. If you have the original box and packaging, that really helps if you want to.
So don't put them on. Don't leave them like you leave them in the box. Don't put them on display on your dresser or your kid's dresser.
Put them on display just because I don't think I'm going to resell all this stuff one day.
And you think Noah is going to stay out of that room?
No, he's done really good with that's a no touch. He's done well at that, but not perfect.
I will say for that person, unless Lamar Jackson off the field does something completely and utterly horrible, where he can't even play in the playoffs because they're like, you're never playing football the rest of your life for this inhumane thing you've done. There's no way. Dak would have to throw arguably 10 touchdowns.
Yeah.
If he throws 10 touchdowns in this game,
he's winning the MVP.
Then maybe
Agreed.
he has a chance to win the MVP. But like literally 6 touchdowns is still 4 short of even being considered as the MVP of this league this year.
I like this from the 214. All of Barry Bondage's bobbleheads have heads accurate to his body size.
No.
You don't think they're accurate to his body size?
That is not his name. I know what you're doing, and I don't like it. No, I don't
That's
like
Tolo
what
John
you're
right
doing.
there. Tolo John
no,
gave me that joke.
no. I
love
did
it.
not say
Very bondage, Mike.
that word.
man.
No.
That was the downfall of the Eagles
Yeah.
when they went to the escape room to do bondage. Right? That's what you said?
No, that is not what I said.
I bet we'll hear that in Masterpiece of the Week.
From the 469 opinion, Kyrie and Luke are going to the finals. Their favorite bobblehead is the Texas Rangers Game of Thrones night with the Night King riding a horse. I always thought that kind of looked like Dirk as the Night King.
But wasn't it a Ranger player?
Maybe it was.
I feel
Maybe
like
I'm
they used-
conflating
'cause
two
they
different things.
They put like Jeff Bannister on the Game of Thrones.
I do have that one as well, but there's a different one where there's a player riding on the horse, looking like the Night King from Game of Thrones.
Might not be wrong. Kyrie was at the NBA Finals, I believe, last year too. I think he goes and watches it, and he's there. So,
golly, man,
but they ain't going. They don't have the defense. I wish they do have the offense. If they just played offense,
they
have a chance to win it all.
And from the 214, see, I very much disagree with this, not just about bobbleheads, but about a lot of stuff. They're just stupid dolls. All right.
In the end, if you want to just say that, yes, they are.
Yeah.
I mean, our clothes are just stupid clothes.
Yes.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah.
These headphones are pretty stupid, honestly.
But
Yeah,
for a
throw 'em
lot
on
of
the ground, shatter them.
Yeah,
in
like
front of your kids.
Henry Ruggs.
If you heard that story,
I remember. I was
yes, I do too. If you heard that story that Mike said, it didn't sound like the Gary Carter one was your favorite because you would get all of the money off of it. It was the story that led to it. I'm sure you
The
guys.
Corey Seager one means a lot to
I'm
me.
sure you guys do the same thing as well. I would share this with Brandon, and it's just a fun thing that you remember like that.
There's a personal story to the Gary
Yes.
Carter bobblehead. It's not like I have a Gary Carter bobblehead that I bought. I do buy things off of eBay. They do not mean as much to me. Like if I got an Evan Carter, I have 3 Evan Carter autograph cards. It would be cooler if, in a moment, I took my son to meet Evan Carter and Evan Carter autographed something for my son. That would be a cooler autograph than the autograph that I have that I know is worth more because it came out of a Bowman Chrome pack.
Brandon's maybe his favorite autograph item that he has is an autographed Dirk baseball, like you were saying, because Dirk waited and signed the things, and he waited for Dirk and everything like that. I'm not saying that would be the most valuable thing he has, but he loves that. I feel the same way about cards and everything like that. Sure, I want cards that are valuable, but there are some really cool stories and sometimes sad stories. I remember sitting next to Corey when he brought his Will Clark binder up to the Beckett spot, and as soon as he opened it and I looked at the first page, I was like, oh no. And then they told him that those cards weren't worth the most money. I'm sorry.
You know
about
what,
that, Corey?
It's okay because now I have an autographed Will Clark baseball with an with a regular Will Clark card.
That's a rookie card.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I'm gonna have to get those all autographed. I guess I'm gonna have to meet Will Clark someday.
Yeah, can't meet Gary Carter. He's not alive.
He's no longer with us, Kevin.
That's why I like that one. I can't go get Gary Carter to autograph it.
That is true. I'm sorry. We just got a message that's like.
I saw it.
Okay. Do you want to?
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay.
Shout out, guys. This is for Shout Out Friday because everybody out there deserves a good shout out. From the 817, shout out to me, please. I got out of Springwood Mental Hospital 6 months ago. I am alcohol, drug, and suicidal free and on the right medication. Thank you, Kevin, for making mental health awareness so important to your message. Daily guy, you guys rock, Flower Mound. Is that their name, Flower Mound?
No, they
maybe
live there. Probably.
Maybe they represent all of Flower Mound. That's a super cool message. And
I am kind of curious about this because I didn't hear a lot of that kind of discussion. I never hear it on when I was listening to radio before we got into radio. And I am kind of curious that like we said yesterday, we talk about a lot of things with the Tolos.
Yep.
We share a lot of stuff with you. I wonder how many times you've gone, you know what, I do need to check in on myself. I know there's a Tolo that was up here a few minutes ago that's messaged me. We've had some conversations. And so I do wonder how much of a door that opened for a lot of other people to say, you know what, I need to do that too. I need to check in on myself.
And how helpful is it for y'all as well? Like there are times when I maybe don't want to go to Talking Doctor or I don't want to talk about my stuff, and I'm like, well, that doesn't really work with
radio.
The message, if you're like, well,
Yeah.
I'm just not going to talk.
You know,
about
that's
it.
a really good point, man. Like we kind of got to live our words a
Yeah.
lot of times.
Yeah.
So, and I do. I come in, I talk to Kevin, and I'm done with talking doctor. I've done everything I needed to do that day because Kevin's my talking doctor.
All
I
right.
need is somebody to listen.
Sure.
And more times
That's what
than
I
not.
do when
I
I
don't need a
walk into
solution.
there. I don't listen to you guys at all. I just start talking.
Yeah,
and
no, I've heard
to
the show
listen.
before. From the 903, Mike, speaking of eBay, did you buy that neon old Milwaukee sign
Okay.
yesterday? Or did you find out if your dad found it?
No. So my dad texted me, and I was like, it's still in our garage, like my parents'
Yeah.
garage. And he's like, no, I wish.
Oh.
But there is one on there literally is one on eBay. It's for $100. They sent me an offer for $90. You know how when you follow something,
watch list it. Yeah,
it'll sometimes they'll say, oh, somebody just watch listed. Let me try to give a discount.
Got to do it.
I'm thinking about it. I just don't think there's many people looking for 1980s old Milwaukee nightlight clocks that are that big. But I feel like that is a heck of a thing. I just don't know where to put it, and my wife has no connection to it. It was in my room as a kid. So,
Do you think I should put a bid in for $100?
Well, you'd win at 100. It's buy it now for 100.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
But
so
are you
should
going
I
to try
do
to
it?
resell it to him at a marked up price?
150.
No, I don't think that.
Because I have it now. And
Do
so,
they even make old Milwaukee beer anymore?
You know what?
I
Yes, they do.
don't.
Yes,
They
they
do?
do. Yes.
Okay, there
but
you
here's
go.
what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy it, and then I'm going to walk in, and I'm going to say, Mike, guess what? And I'm going to throw it on the ground right in front of him and see what he thinks about that. What do you think, Mike?
Because of that one time he ate your sandwich or your
Yeah, that
taco
Yeah,
or
he ate my
whatever.
That was a
taco.
great taco.
I know it was a
though.
great taco.
It
That's
was
why I ordered
shrimp
it.
tempura. Great. It was one of my favorite tacos I've ever had.
As we move into Mike Likes It, if you've never heard that story, we got an order of food, and Mike ate Corey's food.
Just grabbed my taco.
And then,
There was no names on anything. I just thought it was a bunch of
but
tacos.
we all put in a specific thing to order. Did you eat something that you ordered?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that one you didn't order. But he went to Corey and he goes, hey, I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, it was really, really good. And you would have thought
you
he
ordered
would've-
the right
Of course,
thing.
I know I ordered the right thing. I eat that taco all the time. I love that taco.
Well, I'll get you a shrimp tempura taco the next time we're in a tempura place.
Yeah, because this happened like 2 years ago. All right. Mike Likes It. What do you got?
Okay, I want to talk about the Texas Rangers since we're right next to the World Championship Texas Rangers Stadium. I see a few people in here with World Championship, World Series champion Rangers hats. I don't think this is big news. I don't think people are really going to care too much about this on the outside. But this is interesting to me. The Rangers hire Dave Bush as Director of Pitching Strategy.
He pitched
Now,
here, right?
If he did,
I think Dave Bush
if he did,
pitched here
I
for a
don't
minute.
know.
Yeah.
But he has spent the last 4 years as the pitching coach of the Boston Red Sox. Now, they fired him at the end of the year, but this says here that the Rangers are going to primarily use him on the major league side, but he will be involved in all aspects of the organization's pitching operations. So I'm going to just throw this out here and then you guys can discuss. I think Chris Young understands there is a negative situation with the development of young pitchers in the minor leagues to get them to be major league pitchers in the organization. Before he was here, now that he is here, he still sees the same issue. I think that he's trying, whether it was right or wrong to fire some of the pitching coaches after the 2022 season, that's up for you to debate. I'm not debating that. But now he's bringing in another major league pitching coach, yes, to help out with the major league side of things too. But I think also to try to look at Jack Leiters, Owen Whites, Cole Winn, I don't know anymore. I'm just throwing him out there because he was a first-round pick in 17. But I do think that Chris Young knows there's an issue, and it looks like, guys, he believes the issue is, whether you agree or disagree, he believes the issue is they do have talented young pitchers. They're just not developing them.
By the way, Dave Bush he was here for 17 games in 2011.
Oh.
So he was for that year he was here with us.
So he
had
has
a
a
5.79
American League
ERA.
championship ring.
Yeah. I think that was more than just developing and adding those pitchers to the team, making sure that you have pitchers, because I think this is another thing, maybe you can trade. you need tradable commodities. If you're going to make deals, you have to have commodities that you can move around. And so I think that is something that Chris Young recognized and said, I think last year he knew, even going into it, this is going to be a problem, but I can't fix everything. I'll do everything I can. I got a new manager. I added players to this team. We won a World Series. Now I have the credentials to go to my owner and say, I need to fix this too. We've done this part. You've seen that I can do my plan. Let me go make this happen for you guys.
I will admit, I don't think this is the right move. Like I've said before, I think the person who is directing this entire thing, I think you have to go to the root of the problem. However, I will admit, Mike, you make an interesting point. If the Rangers as an organization are like, we don't think that's the issue. We still think we've gotten the right people in here. They just have not been developed the right way. Yeah. I appreciate them taking a plan of attack to try to fix that.
And it really does need to be corrected. You can't, as the Rangers are showing this year, now there's obviously a little bit of a situation with the television thing right now, but they can't keep spending the way they are. I saw somebody report yesterday on YouTube, well, the Rangers bought their championship, and I thought, yes and no. Jonah Heim, not bought. Traded for peanuts when nobody really wanted him that much. Nate Lowe, got for peanuts. Nobody really wanted him. Yeah. Yes, the middle infield was bought. Josh Young, drafted. Evan Carter, drafted. Leody Taveras, signed as a 16-year-old, out of Dominican Republic, I believe. Adolis Garcia, nobody wanted, picked up for peanuts. That's your team. That's your team on the field. So we bought
your pitching was purchased.
Yes, you bought 2 of the 9 players on the field. That's a bought team. Like, I feel like sometimes people need to really look at what they're saying first before they say it was a totally bought World Series.
And why did you have to buy so much pitching on the flip side?
Right.
Because your guys, whether you think it should have been Leiter by now or White or whoever,
right,
they should be coming up. This should be the year where you're like, hell, I don't know. Who are we going to bump out? Sorry, Dane Dunning. We got too many studs coming up.
Yeah, Dane Dunning purchased.
And I guess you could say they bought Mitch Garver as a part-time DH. That's the weird
2
thing
years
when people
ago.
say it. But
not this year. That was 2 years ago, and he was injured for most of that season.
But to your point, they did buy the pitching. Now, at the end, their best 2 relief pitchers were developed. Leclerc and Spores are their guys.
By the way, Spores is going to be at the showroom on Tuesday night.
Tuesday.
To hang out with Jared Sandler from 6 to 8.
All right,
free for you.
I know you guys were on vacation, right after Christmas was over. I came back, and I had a whole rant. I don't know if rant's the right word. I had a whole discussion on why I want the Rangers to trade for Dylan Cease, and I know it will cost a lot. But the kind of report that you said, it looks like Montgomery could be headed back to the Rangers. The Yankees believe that they're moving somewhat on from maybe trying to get Montgomery to be a Yankee because they think that there might be something cooking between the Rangers and Montgomery. That's great news. That is A-plus great news for Ranger fans and for the Texas Rangers, I believe, if it comes about. But it says the Yankees have sincere interest in Dylan Cease. This is according to Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, very good reporter. So this is not like, somebody just, I'm making somebody up here.
Yeah.
Ken Rosenthal has good information. He also says the Orioles are a team that are really connected with Dylan Cease. He says teams like the Braves and the Reds, who had interest in Cease, appear to have moved on to other targets, with Atlanta trading for Chris Sale and the Reds signing Frankie Montas and Nick Martinez. Nick Martinez being a former Texas Ranger. The thing that I don't like in this article is the Rangers aren't involved here. I think Dylan Cease could win a Cy Young. I do think he is that good. He has to have the right situation. He's been in a bad organization. There's not a connection here, at least in the article from Ken Rosenthal and the Texas Rangers. I would love for the Rangers to use it's going to take a lot. He has 2 years left on his contract. I would like for the Rangers to use a lot of their minor league assets, if possible, and get Dylan Cease, because I get it, you wouldn't have developed him, but if Mike Maddox, can help out, which I think he could, if you just look at what the Rangers have in veteran pitchers, I think Dylan Cease could put up an ERA under 3, strike out 200 plus, and be a 15 to 20 game winner, which gives you a chance to win a Cy Young.
God, can you imagine Boch having that kind of guy to and like how aggressive he would be from there on, man. Like this team would be rocking.
Plus, I would love it because that's literally never happened in the history of this organization that we've won a Cy Young.
Last question before we get to C block.
Even though Nolan deserved them all.
If you could get Jordan Montgomery for nothing but money, but trade for Dylan Cease, but you have to trade 2 of your top 5 prospects, obviously not including Evan Carter or Wyatt Langford, and 2 other prospects in your top 15. Would you rather trade 4 prospects and have Dylan Cease for 2 years at approximately, let's say, $35 million for the 2 years combined, or sign Jordan Montgomery to like a 5-year contract for giving up no prospects?
I would take Montgomery under that instance.
He's an Astros killer too. Like they can't hit him. They don't know how.
I see the appeal of both paths.
And that's what probably the Rangers those are discussions that they have.
I'll take Cease. I'll do that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Yeah, we'll talk with our good friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com next on The Fan.
from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Earlier in the show, Hockey Mike had asked about how Miro was doing. Well, the Stars just spoke about that, said Miro is going to get tests and will be listed as week to week, no surgery imminent, and not out for the season. And I know there was a concern.
Was that when he went into Wedgwood? So there was a scary moment. I'm assuming this. Miro is playing defense, trying to stop kind of a break, and his body goes into Wedgwood, and it was a bad collision, and his leg got caught up underneath him. And so I'm assuming this is the moment that it could have been really bad.
So week-to-week evaluation now, which is tough because you just got Ottinger upgraded from, I guess, week-to-week to day-to-day, and now I guess it's kind of good news, though, because there was concerns about potential surgery being needed, and they have avoided that for now. He is week-to-week. We will keep you updated.
Well, you're already bad defensively.
That is
below average, so I think this could put pressure on the Stars to say, look, if he's going to be out for a month, let's say, maybe it's time to pull the trigger.
It's tough because salary cap, they're pretty
they're
strapped.
I got to text old Brian Ray and ask who their best young defensemen are in the minor leagues and if they can help yet.
I think that kind of affects the salary cap too, right? On call-ups and stuff. We'll have to ask the hockey
What do you do, just do less players? Hey, we're only going with 12 players tonight?
I mean, that's kind of, well, that's why they had to use the emergency goalie and everything.
Wyatt Langford, baby. Just
no,
bring him in.
That's a different sport right now.
He's from Florida.
It's time, for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. Who knows?
He can swim, I bet.
I bet he can skate. I bet he can
if the ice melts, he'll survive.
I bet he could jump over that wall over there without even touching anything. All right, let's talk with our good friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. Kyle, how are you doing today, man?
I'm just sitting here on the phone, just enjoying you guys cross-talking between Stars, Rangers, minor league, the Texas Stars, the Frisco Rough Riders, swimming. I mean, Mike brought up swimming if the ice melts. Honestly, I could just sit here for the rest of the segment and just let you guys keep going. It'd be awesome.
This is a very versatile show. Yes. Do you think it's Thomas Harley that will get the bulk of Miro's minutes in his absence?
We got to I think, I have no idea. I'm not.
Okay, fair. I appreciate you saying.
I have no clue.
Okay.
Before we dive in on that, because you do some high school stuff, right, Kyle?
Yeah.
Should I go to see Plano East, Plano West tonight in basketball at Plano East with my son, who goes to a Plano senior feeder school, and watch the Plano East #1 in the state team play against Plano West in a cross-city rivalry?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the Plano schools this year. It doesn't matter if it's basketball or baseball. Plano is really good across the board. So, yeah, anytime you could go see a little crosstown rivalry and get to go do it with your son, I think that's great. Yeah, that's a no-doubter. I think you should go watch it.
All right, there it is. I'm leaving the wife and other kids at
home.
Oh,
my gosh.
No, I'm not leaving her forever, just at home.
If it wasn't in Plano, I'd go.
Okay, all right. Why? You just hate
like
Plano?
A 4-hour drive.
It's not
at 5
that
o'clock.
Anything outside Mike Bassick's 10-mile radius, he thinks is another state.
Might as well drive to Houston to watch the game.
When I was in college, I used to call the online stream for Highland Park baseball. And there was one day I saw Mike Bassick walk in and sit down in the stands of Highland Park baseball. So that must have been within your 10-mile radius.
Yeah, I also coached a lot of those kids at that point, so I was rooting for them.
You had a personal connection with them all, yeah.
Financial connection.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a Cowboys question.
Playing the
I really can't figure this out. I know we've talked about the struggles of the run game, but I was looking at a breakdown in terms of directional running. When the Cowboys run off the right guard, 22nd in the league, 3.75 yards per carry. I was like, yeah, okay, I get that. It feels like maybe we're not quite as enamored with that side of the line, specifically the right tackle aspect, and so if you consider his involvement. But everybody seems to love the left side, the entire left side of our offensive line. When they run to the left, 3.36 yards per carry, 28th in the league, and it is actually going straight up the middle where the Cowboys have had the most success running the ball. Help me out with this.
Ooh, I don't know really on that one. I think it's interesting because you could argue your two best offensive linemen this year have been Tyler Smith and Zach Martin. Some would argue one or the other. I think they've both been great, and why choose between a good thing? I think your guard position is as strong as any position group, at least from a starter standpoint on the team this year. So maybe running up the middle, you get both of those guys involved, and you can kind of just rely on both of them. At the same time as adding in a Tyler Biadasz up front. The one thing I want to see more of, and I believe they're 28th in the NFL in terms of outside zone running and getting outside the tackles. I want to see more of Tony Pollard in space. I want to get him outside, get him to the numbers, because some of the times, at least in the early parts of his career, where he was able to break the home run ball has been outside the tackles. It's been whenever he's out in space or off of a screen. And I want to see more creative ways to try and get Tony Pollard outside. So that inside running, the inside zone running, that works great. I mean, I think you can maybe rely on that from time to time, but teams are able to sell that out if you're not able to keep them balanced. And to this point in the season, the Cowboys' run game has been nothing more than just trying to keep a defense off balance. So why not try and evolve it a little bit more as we head into the postseason?
I think that's an interesting point, too, because this morning when we had Jerry Jones on, he mentioned that he had more expectation of getting Tony Pollard involved in the passing game than he has been this year. Kevin, I think that was your question that you asked him this morning. So, is that something else that you haven't seen this year that you were hoping to see?
Not at all. I think Tony Pollard as a whole has been put in – it's a role change from RB2 to RB1, but from a statistic standpoint, it just hasn't taken that step forward. The one thing I think Tony has done well has been pass protect. I mean, that's kind of been the number one thing he's done. His pass protection has been borderline elite in the NFL this year, and that's saying something because that was not a strong point of his game early in his career. It was mostly Ezekiel Elliott. If he's in the game, he's going to pass block. And now it's Tony Pollard that's become a crucial part. Some of the plays against Detroit that were big-time turning point plays happened because Tony Pollard was able to stand in there and make a block. So if you're taking him out of that situation to get him involved in the passing game as a receiver, as a ball catcher, as a pass catcher, it's got to be effective is what I'm trying to say. If you're going to take him away from pass blocking and having an extra guy in the backfield to protect Dak Prescott, it better work, and it better be quick to a certain extent because you got to get the ball out quickly and then allow him to get into space. And so, yeah, I think it's a great idea on paper to try and get him involved more because he is a weapon that has not been really unlocked throughout the year. Maybe that's a way to do it, or maybe you keep him protecting Dak Prescott behind the line of scrimmage and he's able to distribute the ball elsewhere.
I think we all understand and know why the primary focus is nothing individual and just win this game one way or another on Sunday. But do you think it would be motivational at all to go up to Micah Parsons and say, hey, you're about to finish second for Defensive Player of the Year for the third straight year? That's a shame, huh? Do you think that would light something with inside of him to make sure he can change that?
I could probably make it over there by the end of the call. Do you want me to try and make that happen? I could probably try and run down there and see what I can do.
Yes, a little bit. It's Bosa, then Watt, now Garrett. He's going to finish second again. We need to get him over the hump.
Get him to that next level. If he balls out this weekend, if he has just an incredible game, he could win it. I don't think it's locked up for Garrett. So I think I'm with you because if the sack numbers were even a little bit inflated, I think it's running away with it. It's Micah Parsons because he affects the game so much. And if you need any proof on what he does affecting the game, just look at the pressure rate for the Cowboys. And this is a good instance because they're first in the NFL in pressure rate put on opposing offenses. They put pressure on the quarterback 43% of the time. That's an insane amount of time. Just for comparison, Washington, who's not very good at rushing the passer, is 31% of the time. So that's a full 12 percentage points better than other NFL teams for the most part. And that's what Micah Parsons brings because he's a good chunk of those pressures. So
Yeah, I hope he has a big game. I hope he comes out and he has multiple sacks. Plus, he gets over the career high of 13. He's sitting at 13 again. That's been the number the first 2 years. He'll get over 100 quarterback pressures. He should get that. So there's a chance that he could go off and then win that award, but he needs to really have a great game this weekend.
Have you gotten the feeling that Tyler Smith, it's more important for him to play in the playoffs than it is for him to play this weekend? And where is he, like, is it more of a mental thing with him, or is there a physical problem at the moment?
It's a little bit of both. It's pain tolerance to a certain extent. I was talking to Nate Newton about this, and it was on 105.3 The Fan earlier in the week with Crosstalk. He was talking about how he tore his plantar fascia back in his playing days as an offensive lineman, offensive guard, and he said it's all about pain tolerance. He said his pain tolerance was pretty high. He was able to jump back in. He was back in practice within a couple of days. Didn't miss a game, and he was rolling. But with Tyler Smith specifically, he's been on the bands throughout the week with Britt Brown. He does a great job with his rehab. They're not going to rush him back if he's not ready. And maybe it's a pain tolerance thing, maybe it's a health thing. I think the number one priority by far is get him ready for the playoffs. But if they had the chance to get him out there and he's able to go this week, certainly you're going to see 73 play. If I had to put a percentage point on it, I would say it's right down the middle, like 55-45, and the 55 just the slight lean one direction. I say he doesn't play this week. And Dak has talked about it. Zach Martin's talked about it. It's a must-win, like you said. There's no other scenario here. You have to win the ball game. But I think if he's not able to go, he'll be held back, and they'll probably feel better about it going into the playoffs.
Is there a particular battle with Washington that you're, like, very excited about and you want to see?
Yeah, it's the interior. Honestly, it sticks right there. It's Zach Martin, Tyler Biadasz, and whoever plays left guard, whether it's Tyler Smith or TJ Bass, going up against the interior of that defensive line, because that's the best part of their team is Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen. Those two guys are still Pro Bowl caliber players. They didn't make a Pro Bowl this year, but they're legitimate players that are going to continue to put pressure. And we've talked about it a little bit on our podcast throughout the week, but you don't want to poke the bear there. This is a team that's 4-14 or 4-12 or whatever it is, and they're set up for that 2 spot in the NFL draft, and they haven't had a whole lot to cheer for. If you make it personal, and with the hatred that Washington has for the Cowboys, they will make something happen. So I'm really interested to see what that battle looks like, and if that's the case, I think it'll be a good back and forth. You just got to keep an eye on that if you're Dak Prescott, to make sure and to get rolling outside of the pocket if you have to stay safe and stay clean in this one.
That all being said, how much do you think Washington has already scouted Drake May? Like a lot?
They've probably done their homework, I would assume.
Okay.
It's interesting, too, because Drake May being a North Carolina quarterback, that's what Sam Howell came out of. Sam Howell was a North Carolina quarterback. Sam Howell was the predecessor to Drake May. So, I mean, do they feel confident in the fact that that's the guy? Maybe they get lucky and the Bears do crazy, and the Caleb Williams isn't the first overall pick, or maybe Michael Penix Jr. works his way into that conversation. I don't even know. Draft's a long way away, but I'm sure they've done their homework on all the quarterbacks that are available.
How many points will Washington score on Sunday?
13.
Wow.
That's more than any of us have even given them. Yeah, I like
Mickey
this.
said
13.
0.
Yep.
Mike said 0.
You said Mickey said 0?
Mickey said 0.
Yeah.
Mike said 0. And you're at 13, huh?
Yeah. Well, this is a team. I mean, think about who their offensive coordinator is. I mean, Eric Bieniemy is not going to just lay down and quit and just let this thing ride. They're going to take some shots. And unfortunately, whenever they allow themselves as an offense to take some shots, they allow their quarterback to take some shots as well, because he's been hit 100 times this year. He's been sacked 61 times. Feels like every time he drops back, he's having to avoid pressure and just get the ball out. It's part of the reason why he leads the NFL in interceptions. But they're gonna connect on something, I think. And other than that, it'll be a couple field goals. They'll have one big touchdown play. They'll get a couple field goals. But Dallas should have this one put in hand pretty early. And I think this is a team that is ready to go into the offseason. The one thing is if you allow them to have confidence early in this football game, then they'll stick around and they'll make it interesting. But I don't think Dallas even wants to mess around with that.
Yeah, so Kevin was pulling for a Trey Lance sighting.
No, he was not.
Mike, remember earlier?
No,
he was like, more
that
Trey
is
Lance.
not
I think
accurate.
He said Sunday's Trey Day.
That is inaccurate.
Yeah, and it's funny because if that were to be the case, you would have to make him active. He would have to be on the active roster because you can't have him as the emergency third quarterback, because if you wanted to see Trey Lance in any sort of action, it would have to take both Dak Prescott and Cooper Rush leaving the game with injury to be that deactivated emergency third quarterback. You would have to make him one of the 48 active players on the roster if you even want to see him in the game. Because
No
you can't
thanks.
be like,
No
Cooper
thanks.
Rush, he tweaked his ankle, and then Trey Lance is out there. Like, no, because if Cooper Rush tweaks his ankle and he's the emergency third quarterback, then it would have to be Dak that goes back into the game because you couldn't activate him unless there was an injury.
Appreciate it as
Sorry,
always,
Kevin,
good
that's not
sir.
gonna-
No,
I
I
think that's gonna
don't
happen
want
for you.
Trey Lance in this game.
Bye, Kyle.
Thanks, guys. I hope for your case, Kevin, that we'll get to see Trey Lance on Sunday. It'd be great.
Hey, Kyle, we'll be in
That's
Frisco.
great, Kyle.
We'll be in Frisco next Friday, so hopefully we get a chance to hang out with you, man.
Oh, no, are you the one over by Stonebriar?
I believe so.
It's in
Buffalo
Frisco,
over
man.
there.
Off
We
of
just told
Preston.
It's off Preston. I'll send you the link.
I'll make it out there. We'll make it happen.
Yes.
Yeah, listen to this
Let's
guy.
roll.
Well, which one in Frisco? I might have stuff to do.
If the Cowboys are still playing.
They
will definitely still be playing.
I heard Jerry Jones. He said that this is a playoff game. If we lose, we don't get to play next week.
Bye, Kyle.
He's already gone.
Okay.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Decision on his part.
Yeah, agreed. Right?
Can you imagine that? Well, we said it was a playoff game.
They're just eliminated.
But
Coming
you get to
up.
play next week. Like, no, we refuse to.
Coming up next, outside of Cowboys Commanders, what NFL game are you most looking forward to this weekend?
that's a
Plus,
good question.
Masterpiece of the Week. It is a packed segment next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington, off of Collins on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan interview replays are proudly presented by Ciroc Vodka.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
And we're back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Just Scott. I mean, this is like you'd acted like they scored the touchdown.
There's Allen faking to the right, going to the end zone. And who else? Gabe Davis with the touchdown catch on the opening drive. Big game, Gabe!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. If you want to come out, still got a little bit of time, remember you can register for that giveaway. Miller Lite's going to give away a pair of Dallas Cowboys playoff tickets if they win on Sunday. You get a pair of Cowboys tickets if you win the drawing to their first playoff game. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a bit. But besides Cowboys Commanders, what NFL game are you most looking forward to this weekend?
This is tough.
No, it's not.
It is tough because
the Jaguars are headed to Tennessee, man.
That is not. Nobody else is going to say that outside of Jacksonville.
Ryan Tannehill's starting for Tennessee instead of Will Levis this weekend, so they're trying to win it all.
Yeah, this is a big game, man.
At 6-11.
What do you think's going to happen?
I don't have any faith in Jacksonville, man. They played horrible. Remember, they're 9-7. At 8-3, we had a real discussion. Can they be the 1 seed? Like, think about that. I mean, I know that still but at 8-3, we had a segment here. Kevin, you asked me the question, do you think Jacksonville can get the 1 seed? And we looked at their schedule, and we looked at other teams' schedule, and we came up with, hey, they could get the 1 seed.
Yes.
And then they were 8-7. They lost
it's
4 in a row
amazing.
after that discussion. Luckily, I mean, they had a really tough game last week where they beat.
That game was terrible.
26-0.
Yeah. Was it 26? Yeah.
It caused one of the owners to throw a drink on people.
I mean, that's how dominant Jacksonville was.
Yeah.
I'm scared to death of this game, but I'm interested in this game. Obviously, they are better games, but that's a huge game. Obviously, whoever wins Saturday night, which is a huge game between Houston and Indianapolis, they're going to be all in on that game because they could be division champs if Tennessee wins at home.
And I have to admit, that is not the game that I would have selected. Corey, what?
I knew that there's other games. That's why I had to select a game that matters to me.
I'm going to go, and I don't even think a lot of people, this is going to be their number one answer. I'm going for Texans and Colts because I am really fascinated. I know Stefanski's got it in the bag when it comes to Coach of the Year, but the job that DeMeco Ryans has done, C.J. Stroud has done, I'm really intrigued to see if Texans can win this game and then at least make the playoffs and perhaps win the division.
Good God, look at how many 8-8, 9-7, 7-9 teams there are in this mix here. I'm going. This is weird, and I don't think this one will be anybody's number one. Vikings-Lions. Here's why.
It will not be.
For one, if the Vikings win, they have an outside shot of getting into the playoffs and being an opponent of the Cowboys, correct?
That would be awesome.
I believe 11% chance.
Yeah, it's very low, but it's an outside shot.
It's a shot.
And if they win, it could be in a chaotic moment, much like the Cowboys-Lions ending recently, where Dan Campbell's trying to do something where he's just being a meathead, and he's like, "I'm doing this no matter what."
Yeah.
And so, I'm looking forward to chaos. Plus, will the fans start booing if something goes wrong there, or if the referees will they get mad at the referees for a bad penalty call, and they feel like they are owed one from this past week. So I think that could be a very entertaining game, or it could just be a blowout and we can move on with our lives.
See, and this line of logic is interesting because this is what I thought most everyone was going to say from the 5-8-5. I'm hoping Pittsburgh wins, Jacksonville wins, and don't forget, you can't have the Colts and Texans end in a tie. And if that is the case, all of those games will be decided by the time the Bills and the Dolphins play. If all those results went like that, the Bills would roll in knowing either we win and we're the number 2 seed, or we lose and our season is over.
Everything's on the line.
That's crazy. I get it. Like you were talking about with the Vikings, is the Vikings need to win, and if they don't, they're out. Or I could see in other teams like, hey, we may be 5, we might be 7. The Bills are like, we could be 2, or we could theoretically be out.
And the Dolphins are battling for the number
the second seed as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot on the line for the Dolphins here too. That's going to be the best game.
And you talked about how well the Dolphins had played at home. Is obviously they want that number 2 seed.
I'm not trying to say Baltimore's not great. If the Bills win this game, I think they're going to the Super Bowl. If they lose, then obviously there's that outside chance you just mentioned that they don't even make
and I'm
the
not
playoffs.
saying that would happen.
But I think it would be very difficult at that point. But I think if they win and the Bills move up to the 2 seed, because they beat Kansas City. Am I remembering this correctly? Right? The Bills beat Kansas City earlier in the year. I'm pretty sure about that. Is that they would go to the 2 seed.
They would.
And that I think that all of a sudden they would, to me, have a great chance to make it to the Super Bowl.
If they were, and this might be a conversation for next week, if the Bills were to beat the Ravens in the AFC Championship game, is that acceptable for Lamar Jackson, or do you think if he wins MVP, it's Super Bowl or bust?
Yeah.
Man, it kind of feels like, I don't know if the Bills will be in this category. It feels like the Cowboys might be in this category, the 49ers, the Ravens. It feels like there are several Super Bowl or bust teams here.
I don't know, man. The Ravens signed Lamar Jackson for a long-term contract, so I think they can look back and go, well, there's always next year.
Oh, man.
You know, I think there's
always
always
the
next
hate
year.
on Lamar Jackson the
Well,
last 2
maybe
to 3
they
years.
can look that way. Lamar Jackson can't look that
if
way.
he gets another MVP and doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, think about, I know it's a little bit different, but our guy Dirk Nowitzki.
That's the one I always think about, that comparison. And then they got wiped out in the first round. He got crushed.
Yeah, he loses in the NBA Finals up 2-0, has a great regular season, loses in the first round, and it was like we had to defend him to the death here in Dallas because everybody said he's not good and he can't win.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Rigo.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, as good as it can get. It's Friday, and I'm happy for that. I'm thankful for it. All right, well, Masterpiece of the Week is very simple. What do you call it? We just review the
Is it
dumbest...
simple, Rigo?
It is very simple.
Okay.
Basically, we review the dumbest things or the most interesting or out-of-pocket things that were said this week on this very fine program. And so we're going to start with the namesake of the KNC Masterpiece, Kevin Hageland. You're fed up with Mike's math.
The 13th is a Saturday.
That's a great story, Mike. How is that helpful to this conversation?
Now go backwards and figure out what day the 9th is.
Or you could just go off of, he just said it was Tuesday.
It's true. I'm not embarrassed by that at all.
I'm trying to just confirm it. There's a way to confirm. I could say it's a Wednesday.
So you don't just take Corey's word for it?
No.
Why did you say it like
That's
that?
probably, listen,
We
man.
get dates wrong. You get dates all the time wrong. I get dates all the time wrong. Kevin thinks like in 2019 there was some important game for Monday night, Saturday night football. We have to go back and check. It was on a Sunday, November 17th.
Why do you guys remember so much about that game?
Well, 'cause we looked it up.
35-27.
We looked it up because
Dak
we
had
needed
444
to know
yards.
because you brought it up as a topic.
Michael
And so,
Gallup, great day.
What's next, Regan?
Sounds like there was an excessive amount of time spent on that.
Yes, there was.
All right, Corey, you went ahead and you unleashed your inner Zeke Elliott this week. Feed me.
Either feed me or become the food.
It's true.
Yeah.
Who do you say that to?
Cows. And they become the food. You know, that's the point. They feed me. I'm not exactly sure what I was talking about there, but I do think that is, like, that's nature of the world. Is either you eat or you get eaten.
Yeah, especially if you're in the zoo.
Yeah.
If you're
Don't eat animals at the zoo.
Why not?
No. The zoo animals. You either feed me or when you come into this cage, I have to eat you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about Siegfried and Roy.
Yeah.
And somebody else that had as an animal. And I can't remember what it was, but they were hungry. The animal was hungry, and that's why the person gets eaten.
The whale, the Shamu
There it
whale.
is, Shamu.
I don't know if it's in San Antonio, but one of the killer whales got tired of the person in the pool.
It just ate them.
Didn't eat them.
No, attempted to.
They like thrash
They
them
let them
against the
know.
wall.
They let them know
man.
who's the king of the ocean.
Speaking of whales,
I'm not going to lie. I seriously thought they stopped doing the whales.
Okay, that I didn't realize that.
Wait,
I didn't realize that's what I.
Rigo, play that one again for this to be the winner, please.
I'm not going to lie. I seriously thought they stopped doing the whales.
Why did you think that?
I didn't. I meant like
Is that-
as an exhibit.
Uh-huh.
I didn't realize.
Is that the mandolin effect? You were like, I just thought it.
There's not the DNA structure for those things to happen, and I know they're both mammals.
What about the blowhole?
It doesn't work that way.
Why do you
How do
always
you
take
figure?
it too far? You always take
yeah.
it too far. Kevin.
There's a lot of science behind where things have to
No,
make
there-
things.
Never mind. No,
And if you
I'm
did
not
that-
doing this.
And if you did that, it wouldn't be an accident, Kevin.
That's true.
It would
Well,
be
and
on
it-
purpose.
Well, and it wouldn't be a masterpiece of the week without a Mike Bassett clip.
He's putting together things with his teammates, like bondage things with his teammates.
Yeah, dude. That was just a real question.
That's not what I said.
That was a real
Don't
question
point at
from Mike.
me.
I had no clue what the Eagles were doing this year. I
A
just knew that they
bonding
were,
activity at an escape room is what I said.
He just starts handing out a,
there's
he
a-
has a box. He opens it up, and he's like, "Look at all this letter."
Every time I talk, I have to unzip my mouth.
What do you know about that?
Come on, dude. You've seen that mask,
the
right?
Bruce Willis movie.
Oh, I'm marking that.
8mm. That was one of them.
Wait,
too.
what was
That was Nicolas Cage.
That was
That
tough.
was the one with Samuel L. Jackson. And,
Unbreakable?
no, what's the movie called? And the guy who is a
Fiction?
Scientologist. Yeah, Pulp Fiction.
There was a moment. There was a gag.
Play
in
Santa
order.
Claus in the. When does Santa Claus commercials go off the air? By the way, what's that guy's name?
John Travolta.
Because in my head, I'm like, it's
Big
not Lee
range.
Trevino.
Big range.
Lee Trevino and Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction. Punt, punt.
I'm like
Grizzly Adams
John
did have a
Travolta.
beard.
Like he's Santa Claus in that commercial.
Yeah.
Santa Claus that ended a long time ago. About 10 days
You
ago.
looked at your watch.
Yeah, just
You
give me the
couldn't
time.
figure it
It
out.
ended at 1:37.
Back to you, Rigo.
That's it. That's all we got.
Ooh, I'm voting for the first one. The first one where Kevin lost his damn mind on Mike's calendar. I'd like to hear it again, Rigo.
I would love to play it for you again.
The 13th is a Saturday.
That's a great story, Mike. How is that helpful to this conversation?
Now go backwards and figure out what day the 9th is.
Or you could just go off it. He just said it was Tuesday.
It is, but you,
can
have to
hear him
confirm
hitting
it.
the table. Like
You just don't take
background of
people's
that.
word for it. That's how people get into cults.
Yeah, man.
What? By listening to what day things are?
No, you just take their word for it. You're like, sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah, I'll
You
show
need
up.
to confirm things
Here's
before
my
you
money.
join cults.
Here's
I-
naked pictures of me.
Mike, I know we don't always get along. I will tell you, I think it's very unlikely you would be in a cult. Because I can see you
He knows a
sitting
lot
there
about cults.
and being like, hey, this is really stupid, though, right? And like just telling everybody that. In the
And you
row.
also watched a lot of cult documentaries,
Yeah,
so you
the
would know that you're
Nexium
getting
thing,
bamboozled.
horrible.
Yeah.
Luckily, he's in prison.
I'm going to vote for Corey saying, feed me or become the food.
I'll go Wales.
All right. So he's going with the whales.
Guess what? I'm the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
I'm voting for you thought people were doing whales at
SeaWorld.
SeaWorld. I almost
I'm not
called
going
it
to lie. I
Shamu.
seriously thought they stopped doing the whales.
Oh, you think they're continuing to do it?
I really didn't know that I said it like that. I definitely regret that.
Corey and I both recognized it immediately.
Yeah, we knew what we were talking about.
Sometimes when you're doing this show, if you're talking and you see other people's heads perk up and they look at each other, you're like, oh no.
What did I do?
What have I done?
Mike's done that before where he's talking and we do something. He's
Yeah.
like, what? Hold on. Let's shut the show down for a second. What's going on over there?
What I just said.
What are we already doing? We're like, no, it's a breaking news story on something.
Are you proud?
No. I'm not proud.
I'm proud of
That's
you.
why I want it.
This was our 4th show of the year. Rank this show.
877-881-1053.
Okay. From 1
You
to
can go
4.
ahead and rank it, though.
I'll have to think about it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
Not including Monday.
Only 4 shows,
The
dude.
first.
Isn't that tough?
Because today's the 5th.
Uh-huh.
And if you go backwards, it'll work out.
It's only been 4. That's back to Tuesday. And it was it's Tuesday.
Tuesday's the 2nd.
Yeah, Tuesday was the 2nd.
If today's the 5th, Tuesday's the 2nd.
You know what? Now this is my least favorite show of the year. Coming up next.
It's my favorite.
It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.2 The Fan. Tolo's.
back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone else with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got you covered with everything you need on Sunday. Specs Tailgate Show with Chris Arnold, Blake Elliott from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., leading right into the official pregame show for the Dallas Cowboys. Remember, during that, Chris Arnold will have his player profile this week with CeeDee Lamb. Everything you need leading into Cowboys Commanders right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific. Hagee, how are you?
I am doing excellent. Thank you so much for asking. We kicked this around a little bit earlier. Sunday, National Bobblehead Day. Are you guys fans of the bobblehead, and do you have a favorite one in particular if you are?
I am a fan of the bobblehead. At one point I had a decent collection of them. Kind of gave them away and whatnot over the years, but I still do have one, and it sits inside Studio G at the house, and it's a 2010 opening day. No, it's a 2010 World Series first pitch bobblehead.
Ooh,
featuring W, HW, and Nolan Ryan.
Ooh,
that's awesome.
A three-headed monster?
Yeah, it's a triple bobblehead.
Wow. Okay, that's impressive. I think my new favorite one is at least the photos and the renderings of what we're going to be getting with Adolis Garcia a little bit later on in the baseball season. I don't know if you guys saw the Call of Duty Adolis Garcia bobblehead. That thing looks sick.
Yeah, mine is the Gil Brandt Hall of Fame bobblehead that they had. And matter of fact, he signed them for everybody that he gave them to. So
cool.
I have it in the background when I do for Zoom stuff or broadcast podcasts. I have it sitting right there on the shelf. So yeah, him in his Hall of Fame jacket.
That's sick.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
You have a Jason Garrett bobblehead?
Yeah, I do. I actually had a picture of Garrett when he would walk by every day of my desk there at the Star. It was a picture of him holding the Coach of the Year trophy. And I had it to the point where I had elevated it high enough in my office where he could see it as he's walking by.
Showing love
to Jay Jeezy.
As you're writing in your cubicle the Fire Jay Jeezy article.
As Hellman is editing the fact that for the third straight year that I said you need to get rid of this clown.
How impressed are you guys that Aaron Rodgers was voted the most inspirational player on his team for this season?
I find it to be hilarious. I want to know what some of the criteria were in this, but yeah, I mean for 2 plays of work, is that what it was? 2 plays of work?
Yeah, pretty much.
He tried his best.
He was such an inspiration. The way he almost didn't come back, never did.
Zach Wilson.
I know. I was thinking that too. Like he
knows he's going to fail every time he throws a football. Yeah, he keeps trying. That's inspirational, man.
Yeah, I imagine Aaron Rodgers is going around just like giving unsolicited life advice, and that's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek thing. Like,
okay, yeah. Oh, all right. So so you think when he gets the plaque, it'll say inspirational in quotation marks, and nothing else there will have quotes around it.
Yeah, everybody that voted for him will be chuckling amongst themselves.
I could see that. I approve of that. Now, I'm curious y'all's take about Mike was saying he's been to the Mavericks twice this year. They lost, and now once with the Stars, they lost. So he's 0-3 in person. Do you ever let your record at sporting events impact how often you go?
In the playoffs for sure.
Wow.
In the playoffs for sure. But I think you want to try and get out of this funk that you're in. You know, obviously you're in a bit of a slump right now, bit of a fan slump, Baskey. You want to work out those kinks before the playoffs. But if you can't get it done before the playoffs, then you need to go ahead and just find that recliner that you love in the living room and enjoy the game.
Or just go to the parking lot and listen to it on the radio. That's another option.
I'd like to see somebody get Mike's season tickets to the Mavs right about now.
Yeah.
A nice lotto pick dropped in on this thing. That'd be amazing.
Oh, yeah. Then you get
Man,
to keep
Chief,
your first
you don't have your
round
mustache.
Yeah, and then it goes to a second-round pick, right? And then that pick conveys to a second-round pick.
That's true.
I just noticed that, man.
Broadus just noticed. We're in the midst
Your
of a bet
mustache
payoff.
is gone?
His mustache is gone. He's got kind of an Amish look to his face today.
It's the Amish strap on for a reason, Broadus.
Wow. I think that beard could have been a little thinner down in the neck area, though. You know?
Right. If I was going
to make it pop.
Yeah.
I should have cleaned the neck as well just to really isolate the chin.
Yes, that's what I was
thought
kinda
the
thinking.
dirty neck sort of just provoked, like it's just like it's a chin strap, neck beard, disgusting, unkempt.
And he did that on purpose.
Yeah.
He let everything go except the mustache area.
I don't know. I think it needs to be a little bit more tidied, you know?
Listen, I can go to the bathroom and trim up the neck hair if you prefer. I mean, you have to look at me for
How's
5
that?
hours.
Do you have scissors or a razor there?
I brought just a tiny little sort of Manscaped trimmer up here so I can get it right off. Because I didn't want to, like, I had errands to run before the show. I didn't want to walk around in public like this, so I waited till I got upstairs here in the studio to shave it.
I know we're short on time, and maybe this is something we can pick up a little bit later on in the show, but did you use a manscaping set of clippers for your upper lip as well? Do you?
No, not one that I use. I have separate, but it's of that of that nature.
not
You know,
really,
a Manscaped nature,
That's
like
your
a little
nature.
tiny
Yeah.
little handheld. You know, that's all you need.
I agree.
What other?
She
Do you guys
said.
have other bet shenanigans?
Yeah, I got
happening
a
today?
tube of wasabi paste in my left hand right now, and for the 3 o'clock hour while we're interviewing Stephen Jones, I have to have a wasabi mustache. So that's about to.
It's gonna hurt for 60 minutes. That's
60 minutes. Yeah.
the whole time.
It'll be okay at the end of the day.
No.
I don't know if Chief or I will make it through the end of the show without vomiting, without becoming physically ill. We can put it at that. It is a multiple bet payoff Friday. He will be attempting to drink an entire gallon of milk in a short period of time.
Don't do it.
And I'm going to eat a sandwich in the men's room, which is a disgusting thought to me.
Before or after DJ's in there?
Right? I don't know who's going to
during.
there.
I'm texting DJ right now to tell
Oh
him.
my God.
It'll happen at some point.
I should have got him some of that. Yeah, I should have got him some of that gumbo. That would have helped him.
There. Yes, I want to hear that.
that's
I don't want it, but I do.
Man,
What sandwich is it?
I'm going to order a number 13 from Jersey Mike's.
There you go.
Mike's Way, no onions or tomatoes.
I heard DJ's going chili dogs for lunch today.
Oh, this sounds like a brutal but very entertaining edition of the G-Bag Nation. Roll home with them. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Through your phone, smart speaker. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one on a fabulous football Friday going into week 18 atop the division. Welcome in here on your home of the first place Dallas Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers. General at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here. 75 and Fitzhugh. Eric Chiafalo is in. Zach Wolchuk is with family. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Of course, he has one eye on that college football beat with the national title game coming up Monday night. We'll have Danny Cannell join us at 4 o'clock. Gentlemen, Stephen Jones at 3. It's a proper football Friday, isn't it?
Yes, if that's what you want to call it. I got a little butterflies before this kickoff today, boys. I mean, I'm a little bit nervous as to the way this show is going to go. So to be quite honest with you, I'm not doing that great today. But it is good to see you guys. Sorry that you have to see me.
As you are preparing to open up your first half gallon of whole milk, you know, I don't know if that was the way to go.
That's only a half gallon of milk?
I know. I'm trying to think, like, maybe this is a gallon. I know it says it's a half a gallon, but
it's an interesting container. I've never seen one like that. That's a hippie half gallon.
Where do we get that? At the
organic cream top?
What
that sounds
doing?
extra fatty, dude.
This is the supernatural, beyond organic, beyond delicious, low temp pasteurized, grass-fed cows, regenerative farms. But
Man, I want to throw up just listening to that.
Let's go. I mean, it's all about the eye test, right, Broadus? I mean, you're not a numbers guy.
Right.
Let's not worry about the numbers here saying half gallon. Let's go eye test. I think we all eyeball this and say that's a gallon of milk.
I can't agree with you though on that, because I think you have to go on the actual measurements. The eyeball test, it looks like a gallon of milk to me, but
it looks like more than a gallon.
I would have to say the fact that I don't think they could say half gallon and not be a half gallon. So I think you need 2 of those going down today.
I think you're heading for a stomach ache and some serious indigestion and maybe some vomiting. So you have that to look forward to.
I suggest some magnesium, bro. Get you some magnesium on the way home because your stomach's about to be rumbling.
Yeah.
It's going to sound like a marching band in your joint.
I mean, this might be a 3-day payoff.
I know.
Be playing percussion all weekend.
Nick Cannon in my belly.
Yeah.
So, yes, I think in total we'll have 5 bet payoffs today.
Yeah.
And, we have to pick more games coming up at 2:20. We can't. I'm on a 3-game losing streak, the worst run in G-Bag Survivor Bet payoff history, and I don't even know what to do now because I've lost confidence in my picks. So I feel like it's just a lost cause. I want to end the bit, really. I don't want to be a poor sport or anything like that, but I'm like, do we have to do this for the playoffs?
Yeah, we do.
Like, this has created an unreal amount of anxiety for me over the last 3 or 4 weeks now. It's just been constant, like, crap, I got to do some messed up stuff.
And you can't enjoy your football Sunday the way you really want to, because you have that extra layer of stress going in, and then you live through, because all these games come down to the wire. It's all one score. It doesn't matter if you're up a bunch at one point in the game. It's going to be at least a close call by the end, and you might actually end up losing this thing. You can never be confident in any game, any pick.
No. These are things that, like, fantasy football leagues do for the one loser.
Yeah.
We do it almost every week during the NFL season. And I think it's insane. There's been a lot of good stuff that's come over with the Nosebleed Boys. But this
ain't one.
This is pretty intense, man.
Yeah, I mean, do you ever show up to work just sort of knowing you're going to puke that day? Like, that's what happened to me today. It's not something I'm accustomed to. I'm going to go ahead and crack this open, by the way.
Yeah, there it goes.
I mean, I'm already 6 minutes into my challenge.
Yeah.
You guys are trying to screw with me.
Try to work for a 5-11 team for 3 straight years. That'll make you puke every day. I would literally pull up. I'd pull up at Valley Ranch, open the door, and puke, and then go in the building is what I would do.
It's a bet payoff in itself right there.
That was before you had the big tuna in your face.
3 straight 5-11 years?
Don't remind
me. Did that really happen?
Yes, it did.
Wow.
That's why I'm doing radio with you right now.
That's Landry-esque.
Yeah.
The end for Landry, not obviously.
It was the end of me. It was the end of me too.
The thing about milk is you got to have it in a glass.
Yes, you do. You don't want to be.
We're not paper cupping this thing.
Did you
We're
ever
not
think
solo
about
cupping this thing.
Chocolate milk, maybe?
I did, but I didn't think you guys. I mean,
No, that's
you
cheating.
believe polls aren't going to allow that to happen.
You know,
cheating?
And an unknown fact, because we're always drinking milk with food that pairs well with it, like chocolate chip cookies, pancakes, breakfast, stuff like that. Milk tastes horrible.
This is I honestly like
He's
you
liking
should
it. No,
take
no.
a tiny
He's
sip.
liking this
Well, that's
right
the thing
now.
about this challenge. Much like the burger challenge I had to do.
Yeah,
there's a first half of this game that is all smooth sailing. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
But then the trouble's going to start hitting in
It'll
hours
settle
2
in.
and 3.
Yeah.
So I'm going to appreciate these moments where this milk is delicious right now.
Was the hardest challenge the boomstick one you did?
No, you're forgetting the little nitro that almost
Oh,
killed me.
that's
I
right.
think you've
Little
screwed
nitro.
yourself over here, though, because the whole milk, not only does it have a lot more fat in it, but it has a lot less sugar. And that sweetness of the sugar, like maybe not ideal for a day-to-day diet over 40 years. I think you're making the better health decision with the whole milk. But in the short run, I think you wanted the sugary skim today.
This is the cream top as well.
I know.
I know. So
You're-
it's like
yes.
delightful. It's going to sit heavy for sure. But this is the
cream
closest.
makes it more delightful.
It is, yeah. Like
Okay.
it's tasty, cream
Okay.
top. Like it is.
Okay.
There's something
Is this
rich
the
and nice
normal
about
milk
it.
that you drink on an everyday basis?
Yes, I'm not really an everyday milk drinker, but whenever I do,
Whenever I do.
I prefer supernatural.
You got a lot going on over there, Chief. Looks like you have your fingernails painted as well.
Yes,
if you don't mind me noticing.
This was I tried to get it off before I came in, but that wasn't going to happen.
What are the chances?
I literally,
socks-
by way of good morning, I wake up and my 2 and 3-year-old are ready to paint my nails. I haven't even wiped the crusties out of my eyes yet this
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
What are the chances he's not wearing matching socks? Is that 100% right now?
95%.
You think so?
Yeah. Did you see yesterday with the shorts on?
Okay, there we go. There's one.
What
In
color was that
Argyle.
one? What
That
color was that
burgundy
one?
Argyle.
Yeah, burgundy Argyle.
And black.
There we
and
go.
black tube
There
sock.
we go.
100%, boys.
There we go.
Consistency is the mark of a champion.
Yeah, you are a champion.
Well,
No doubt about
speaking
it.
of consistency,
2 glasses of milk down already. I like this.
the Cowboys have been consistently bad on the road this year, but just one game standing in their way of the 2 seed happens to be a game on the road against a divisional rival. As we open up every Football Friday, we do need to get some predictions in here. I just don't see it with Washington. I think there are games, especially, that are relevant here where there's so much on the line and you're so much better that you could will yourself to victory here. Even if everything goes wrong for you for 3 quarters, you will still find a way to beat Washington on Sunday afternoon. I think it's possible it's a 1-score or 1-point victory. But for prediction's sake, I'm taking the Cowboys 38 and Washington 3.
I like that, dude.
It could be a 1-score game.
Every
or a
option is
1-point game.
on the table.
But I'll give it a 38-3.
Don't be surprised if it's a buzzer beater, nail biter.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a boat race.
It'll be a 1-score game one way or the other.
That had a little Pat McAfee to it right there.
Well, hey,
It did have
I
a
better
little,
stay away from that. He's getting his ass kicked in the ratings.
It had a little Pat McAfee where you were kind of calling the dogs, and then all of a sudden you just hammered the dogs.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That Pat McAfee bit right there.
Look at the cream in that, dude.
That is insane.
You see how
Wow,
it creams
okay.
up? It really is delicious.
Okay, and the cream adds flavor.
It
Okay.
does. It does.
All right. So you get kind of like nature's milkshake out of that.
You do. Yes, exactly.
What kind
man.
of cows we're dealing with? Like grass-fed cows? Is that what it says on the bottle?
This is grass-fed, low-temp pasteurized. This is as good a milk as you can have in your body that's not actually raw milk. And I should have teed up a local farmer around here could have bring me some. That would have been even better.
Yeah.
Forgot.
So you want to go just straight out of the udder into the fridge and drink it?
Basically.
That's how you should do milk?
Yeah. That's why Tyler Biotis comes to my place once a week.
Really? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, we'll get to Jerry Jones with KMC Masterpiece highlights from earlier today before too long in the show. Would either of you gentlemen like to offer a prediction before we move on?
Well, it's not going to be as dead balls right as yours.
Thank you.
But I do think, we're talking about bad weather, right? Isn't this going to be kind of disgusting? Minus the field of feces, you're going to also have like rain, precipitation. It's cold. It's nasty. That doesn't bode well for a Cowboy offense. So I'm guessing like 24-13 kind of deal.
Yeah, I'm doubling up on this one. I'm going Dallas 28, the Commanders 13, and it's also going to be my survivor bet payoff of the week. The Dallas
Spoiler
Cowboys.
alert.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah,
Well, that sounds fun.
yeah.
We do have to pick games here, and we'll do that coming up in about 10 minutes, and we'll get to the G-Bag of the day coming up at about 2:30. Dak Prescott is trying to become the first Cowboy quarterback to lead the league in passing touchdowns. Staubach tied in 73. This would be the first outright dub for a Cowboys quarterback. He's sitting on 32. Brock Purdy is sitting on 31, which is one of the things going for Dak this week.
Brock's not playing.
Yes. And Washington has the worst defense in the NFL, both by points and yards.
True to both.
So this is a heck of an opportunity. I think this would matter to me if I was the player. You know, obviously we want to win the game most importantly. But if we get into a situation where we're blowing them out, you're damn right I'm throwing for the end zone and trying to get as many touchdowns here as possible. And should he hold on to sole possession of the NFL lead in passing touchdowns, he'd become the first player in the Super Bowl era since 66. And just the second in league history, along with Bob Waterfield in 1945.
That was
46,
he played for the Rams, yeah. Bob Waterfield, number 7.
To jump from the NFL's interception leader to passing touchdown leader in consecutive seasons, according to NFL media research. So best of luck to Dak Prescott there. Quite a turnaround for
Bob
him.
Waterfield, quite an actor, too, by the way, out there in Hollywood.
They did that a lot back in the day.
You like played football and you were an actor.
Well, the Waterfields are a talented bunch.
Yeah.
All of them.
Mavs game night. They're going to host the Trailblazers again this evening. I'll be down there. Injuries, again, a factor with Lively and Williams nursing some tweaked ankles. Mild sprain is how a kid described it, but should be a great chance for a victory as long as you take it somewhat seriously. You don't have to take it fully seriously against this Trailblazers bunch. Should be a lot of easy opportunities, and they'll shoot themselves in the foot consistently for 4 quarters, but you never know. They could get hot. They're young and athletic. Stars fell in overtime last night. Brian, what are just a horrifying final 30 minutes of your sporting evening?
Yeah, that was a terrible way to end it. It just too much speed, too much talent. McCarr, McKinnon. You just felt like that the Stars were playing with fire at the end of that one. The extra attacker for the Avs, it paid off for them. You know, it was tough. And once you knew that thing got to overtime, it was their talent. Dallas is a very talented team, don't get me wrong, but it's just one mistake. The way that these guys skate, the speed, the precision, the skill that they have. I mean, they don't miss. You get these guys, you get other teams in overtime, they'll miss shots. These guys won't miss shots. They'll force you to turn the puck over, and that's kind of how it rolls. So it's a tough one. They got a point out of it, but boy, it'd been nice to get the extra point if they could have.
Situation like that, I just like to turn off the TV and say, what the puck,
What the puck?
Hey, they'll host Nashville tomorrow. Miro is week to week now with that injury. By
the way, at least he's not out for the season. That's one of those things you could have worried about. And with Ottinger coming back too, I mean, Wedgwood has had an incredible run, but right now you need to find a way to get Otter back between those pipes.
All right. It looks like Chiefs already about a quarter of a gallon in, maybe a fifth of a gallon.
Yeah, because there's a skinny top, the bottle gets fatter and fatter. And so as you pour it out, you're like, is any even coming out of here? I don't know. This is going to suck really
But you're
bad.
on your 4th glass or so, aren't you?
Yeah, and this is probably like a 6-ounce little glass, but I don't know.
Did you use a bigger glass?
Could I?
Could you?
I if we had one, I just forgot to bring it, so this was the only thing I could find in here.
Yeah.
Chiafalo is already mid-bet payoff. We have 4 more that will be executed or begun throughout today's broadcast. I'm feeling pretty good right now. I've been doing heavy weights the last couple of days in my workouts, Chief. So I'm starting to get that pump in my arms a little bit. That gives me some pretty good confidence going into a situation like that. I can tell you're checking out the guns here, even though I got this hoodie on. They're popping.
Very impressive. Very impressive. It's bulk season in the Dawson household.
So I'm feeling strong and confident. I think I'm going to be heading towards my first pull-up by the time we get to about June at this pace, Brian. I need to lose about 20 pounds, it turns out.
Let me tell you this.
I stepped on the scale for the first time in a while.
If I had to do a pull-up to say that you can continue to live, you guys come and say some nice things about me.
Hey, pull-ups aren't easy.
They're not at all. I admire people.
I learned that the hard way in 8th grade.
Anything with body weight that people can, they used to have this presidential medal thing, like if you could do so many pull-ups and, you got this badge. Yeah. When that thing came around, I just immediately I didn't even try. I just didn't even try.
Do you think, Broadus, you could do one single perfect push-up?
Push-up? Yeah, probably a push-up. But not a pull-up for sure.
No, definitely not a pull-up.
My shoulders just, and that's not the excuse. I got the crawfish pot shoulder, and it's not an excuse, but pull-up of
Well, you're a tall guy,
long-armed.
Yeah, tall and long-armed. That's going to be a difficult.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, Dawson. When you're weak, you're weak. You know,
I understand that. Yeah. No getting around it.
Yeah.
G-Bag Survivor. Okay, we'll set the table for a massive bet payoff Friday, and to make matters worse, another game or the misery will continue next Friday. Who's the clear winner coming up this NFL weekend? You've already heard Brian's pick. We'll get ours and see where we're heading next in the nation.
Quality sports.
Bag Survivor. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 5 minutes here for you on The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Man, this song, it just gets me excited for the Rangers season. It really does. And before too long, we are going to be heading for Surprise, Arizona in spring training. There's discussion about Trevor Bauer. We'll discuss him coming up at 6 o'clock. He is asking to get back into Major League Baseball. We'll talk about should the Rangers be the team to give him that shot. Seems like the starting pitching is going to be a little bit of a challenge maybe for the first couple of months of the season. Okay, let's check in here with Eric Chiafalo, who is in the middle of a gallon of milk bet payoff. He has the entire 5 hours to do it, but this is not going to be comfortable, is it, Eric?
No, this is not going to be comfortable at all. My body is not, it's not built for the milk, really. Like I am a casual.
Built for MILFs?
Yeah, 100%. I'm a casual milk drinker. So the heaviness of milk really sets in, and I'm probably, like you said, a quarter gallon of the way through. And it's like I definitely am already at a point where I'm like, I don't really want anymore. So I'm going to pause for this segment, and then I'll start sipping again during Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, you got to give your stomach a chance. I think every 15 minutes, what's sitting on the top of your stomach drops down a level, right?
Okay.
So that would be my only advice. You don't want to pile up a bunch of milk on the top of your stomach. I think it will make you throw up pretty quick.
Okay, well, then that's going to be the plan here until something changes. We'll start doing some halftime adjustments perhaps.
You might have to sprint at some point at the end, but I definitely try to pace that.
Yes, I want to wait till the end if I sprint and then because I don't want to puke in the middle of it, and then you got to get back into the milk.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, puke up what you've been eating and then go start eating that again or drinking that again. That's never going to work out. So I'm trying to avoid puking until hopefully the very end.
Yeah, if you have to, that'd be the time
if I
to do
have
it.
to.
Yeah.
But also it's 2 payoffs because I also got the Amish look that I continue to have to look at on the Twitch cam, which is off-putting.
That is pretty funny. And Brian's got his bet payoff. That's going to start at 3 o'clock, right?
Yeah, that's 3 o'clock after Krusty's Corner and when we start with Stephen Jones. So, yeah, I've got the tube of wasabi.
I don't think you're going to be able to conduct that interview.
There's not going to be a question for me likely because I've just
you'll get one off.
Just the fact that I've just wanted to smell.
I mean, breathing an entire upper lip
it's not
of
gonna,
wasabi.
It's not going to be good
through the nose. It's gonna singe the hairs.
It could burn my skin. I could be like the Joker maybe.
Yeah,
like with a burnt type face.
You're probably gonna need some Neosporin tonight. A little swing through CVS on the way home.
Yeah, I think I got some of that. I cut myself quite a bit.
I don't even care anymore as far as the team. It's hard to figure out which team. It's a very difficult week. I'm just going to go with Buffalo. I figure
play Miami, huh?
They're in a must-win situation as far as they know, right? They could still miss the playoffs.
Yes. Now it is going to be the Sunday night game, so at that point everything will be in place. They might go into that game knowing they've clinched the playoffs, but they need to win if they want to win their division and then have playoff games be at home and be the 2 seed. So no matter what, they're playing for something, but they might not necessarily be playing for their playoff lives by the time Sunday Night Football rolls around. But I think that's a good pick. I really do. Josh Allen dominates Miami, and it's not going to be much of a home field advantage. There's no hot sun to deal with. It's a night game. There's going to be a ton of mafia there, and the Dolphins are extremely broken right now as one of the least healthy teams going into the playoffs, truly limping their way in. So if I still had Buffalo, I think that would be one of those teams I'd be very interested in taking. This is tough, though, man. You're trying to figure out who needs it. I think I'm going to go with a bounce-back game for my guy Baker. And
that's a good pick.
Seems like he's going to be healthy enough to go, even though he is banged up. I think this is a moxie game. And who do you want more in a moxie game leading your squad than Baker Mayfield?
I think the NFC South has got me 3 times this week, so I'd be terrified to do any surviving inside that division. But, I think that's about as good as it gets this week, Chief.
That's a good call. I mean, one of the 2 payoffs I'm suffering right now is because I thought Atlanta could go into Charlotte, North Carolina, and beat a 1-win team. Of course, I was wrong.
Me too.
Now I'm betting that a Tampa Bay Buccaneer team can go into Charlotte and beat a 2-win team.
Atlanta, New Orleans got me. I mean, it's been bad, Brian. Who are you going with this week?
Yeah, I've been saving this one for this moment. Just for this moment. I've been saving this team the whole time. And that will be your Dallas Cowboys going into Landover, Maryland, and finding a way to get a win against the Commanders. So give me the Dallas Cowboys for my Week 18 bet payoff.
Man, kudos to you. That's veteran level survivor stuff right there. Like keeping the Cowboys in your back pocket. You knew it was going to be a must-win game for them because you knew the Eagles were going to collapse. And so you're sitting in a great spot, man. You're sitting in a great spot. They're going to win. The Cowboys are going to win. It might be weird.
Where'd Wolchuk? Did we get it?
Oh, yeah. Wolchuk did text me.
Yep.
Let's see what Wolchuk's got to say. He says his first response was, "Oh, bleep, driving. I'll check in a minute." Then he responded another text. He says, "Please puke today." And then he follows up with another text and says, "I'll take the Bucks."
Okay.
He did it cynically, though. He says, "I'm taking the Bucks," so that, of course, means Baker will have 3 or more interceptions, and I'll be doing another payoff. But he's taking the Bucks.
And how many does he do? Is Wolchuk just one?
He's got one.
He's got one.
He's got for sure one when he comes back.
Philadelphia was his game last week. He had not missed a game since it's like week 4. Like he was on a run where he had not missed a game since then.
Now I know I hate him.
Yeah.
Dude, how about this ridiculous animal here? 682, I'd trade places with you, Eric, because I drink damn near 2 gallons of whole milk every single day.
That's bad. I think you should stop doing that. I think you should look into that. That's like calcium overload in your kidneys. I did quite a bit of research in anticipation of this bet payoff. I was just like reading randomly, this milk article that I found interesting because I did drink a lot of milk as a kid.
Because you were considering the Milk Me Challenge as a payoff.
I was. And I don't think it's good as a lifestyle to be drinking that much milk,
Right.
You do a gallon here as a bet payoff, cool.
Right.
If you do it every day for 20 years, 2 gallons, you're putting so much damn calcium through your kidneys. You're asking for trouble. That's my PSA to you, sir. Check in with a doctor before you continue. Here's Lucius Alexander and your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, here we go, boys. All right, let's have a little fun right here. Got some audio clips for you. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking because these audio clips have a little length on them today, all right? All right. But if you see anything out there that we should be playing, you want us to react to, send it to me at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can go to Twitter, follow G-Bag Nation, and you can follow every last one of us there too, by the way. Our winner is Lions head coach Dan Campbell. He was on with 97-1 The Ticket up there in Detroit. Detroit, what up, though? That's an Odyssey station. And in my day, they would say Dan Campbell came on the radio and charged these two right up.
Yeah, I told our offense, I think I said this before, and we're going for the win. And we're going to go down, we're going to score, and we're going for 2. And I wasn't coming off of that.
So if it was like 10 or 15, like a holding penalty, you still would have gone for it?
No, if we're getting outside the 10, no.
Okay, that's
we
why I'm
walk
asking.
outside the 10 every week, good on good. We do it every week, O versus D.
Yeah, like when you got the penalty and moved it to
go ahead and say it. Say it. Both of you.
What?
Yeah.
Say it. Say what you want to say.
I think from the 7, it's a low percentage play. I think your chances of winning are lower than if you kick the extra point.
I would like you would say it to anybody else. I'm on the radio. Say it like you want to say it.
Yeah. I thought it was a reckless decision.
Thank you.
Okay, but you don't regret it?
No.
Of course not.
Say what you need to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Say what you need to say.
He literally even sounds like Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
In whatever movie that is. That I can't remember now.
That's that milk getting to you, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Big Lebowski?
Yeah, Lebowski. Thank you.
Hey, you seen the McPoyles from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? The McPoyles? I believe it's McPoyles it's called.
I have not seen the McPoyles.
Go ahead and Google that and just put milk next to that Google, bro.
Okay.
Yeah. They wear like robes. They drink warm, room temperature milk.
Oh.
They're kind of pasty.
Yeah. Oh, wow, dude.
Yeah. That's what you're making me. That guy on the fan text, and I drink 2 of them a day, whatever.
Yeah.
I believe that was McPoyle.
One of the McPoyle brothers.
What Chief's going to look like at the end of the show.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. All right, let's go to this one right here. Shaq got dunked on last night. Charles Barkley dunked on him. They were talking about Denver and Golden State. Let's see what it is. Who was the better shooter, fellas? Chris Paul or A. Wiggins? What do you think?
Wiggins.
Yeah.
I would say Chris Paul, to be honest with you.
See, but look, both of you guys kind of like, I don't know. You're not standing on it. You're not screaming about it, right?
Yeah.
Shaq was.
Listen, I understand that, and you're saying they don't need a 3, but that's where Chris Paul was standing.
He's at the 3. So he's at the 3.
The other guy was
3.
way in the other corner, which was a bad pass by Steph.
But listen, I'm trying to win the game, so who has a better percentage?
Steve,
That's the guy I'm getting
Chris
to.
Paul at the top, wide open.
Bro, he don't have a good percentage for the 5th damn time.
It does not matter. It does. First of all, you don't even know the percentage of the guy in the corner. Stop it.
Way better than Chris Paul.
No, it's not even Chris Paul. You want to bet?
Yeah, bet it.
I'll bet you right now. You think Wiggins a better shooter than Chris Paul?
Yeah.
You're a damn fool if you think that ball has to go to the top. Chris Paul's a better shooter than Wiggins.
He made a bad pass. He made a turnover.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's trying to tell me Wiggins is a better shooter than Chris Paul, and not in your wildest dream.
He's not shooting well from the 3 this year.
Neither is Wiggins.
Yeah. But he's doing better than Chris Paul.
Bet me. I don't even know it. I guarantee.
Wiggins only 30% from deep this year.
And what is Chris Paul?
Chris Paul, I can actually
betting 30.
I can actually tell you exactly what Chris
betting 30.
Chris Paul from 3 coming into this game shooting 36%.
All right, I was wrong.
Okay, now, say it again loud with some bass in your voice. Put some bass in your voice.
I don't need bass in my voice.
Let's take a break here. We've got much more to come on Inside the NBA.
Give me something funny because I'll smack
you. Well done. Yes, that surprised me. I guess Chris Paul's become a better shooter. Wiggins has not. Because that's
Wiggins.
Wiggins is supposed to be one of his strengths.
Didn't Drake do a song for him?
Yeah.
Draft day.
It was him and Johnny
Johnny
Football.
Manziel, bro. Draft day. Wiggins.
The Drake curse bleeds into his music as well.
Gosh, bro.
Was that a Canadian tie? I think so. For sure.
Let's see. Frank Caliendo, the comedian.
Yes.
Jumped on the ESPN broadcast last night with Bill Walton. Did a Bill Walton impression right next to Bill Walton.
Oh, jeez.
Ah, yes, the beautiful desert. Here we are, the cacti, plural for cactus, as if you didn't know. Look at the beauty, the sensational, the green that you wouldn't even believe was an owl. Where is Harry Potter when you need him? Being delivered by is that a Gila monster? Is that what that is?
That is a Gila monster.
Gila, it doesn't matter which it is. Here we go, an epic battle at the McCabe Center. You're not getting a word in. I'm making a lot of people incredibly entertained at this point, trying to stop you from talking. Here it is, loving, enjoying the earth that is. We're at the McCabe Center, the center of a cactus, a prehistoric giant cactus patch where they constructed this great building that we're at today.
Where have you been? You're finally here. This is like Saturday Night Live when I finally have somebody who I can talk to.
What?
That was good.
It's like Saturday Night Live. Like I can finally have someone to talk to.
Who knows?
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Caliendo's a beast, though.
Yeah, that was good.
That was incredible.
That was good.
And Frank's a huge sports fan, so he is the absolute man. Hopefully he's on Radio Row this year. We'll have to get him on.
And Spurs head coach Greg Popovich post-game with the media last night. He made it quick.
Great game. I couldn't be more proud of the group. We did a lot of great things, and a lot of people played well. Unless you got a question that makes sense, I'm out of here. What else can you say there? Come on, Mikey. What?
Did you like how Victor?
I just loved it.
19.
I loved it. I loved everything about all of them. There's nothing I didn't love about any of them. That answers all the questions, right?
Wow.
Have a good night. See you at the bar. We invited?
Yeah, huge story on ESPN, the back and forth with Giannis and Wemby. It was iconic.
In that game, yeah.
An iconic matchup, and hopefully the beginning of something really cool. Okay, is it the Lions head coach Dan Campbell, our maybe two-time champ at this point? Charles getting Shaq with a good burn there at the end. He was right. Frank Caliendo did Bill Walton, and Greg Popovich made it quick with the Spurs media there. Which way are you going today, Chief?
I'm going to go with the champ.
All right. How about you, Lucius?
Yeah, Lions coach.
2-0, Brian.
Big Dan Campbell. Sorry.
I'm going to vote Caliendo as well. which means we jump on to Twitter at GBagNation. I'm going to create an Insta poll there, and you can vote at the break. We'll come back and announce the winner, and then get Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are you taking us, man?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions for my guys, but I also need to tell you about the officials this weekend. We'll do that next.
Many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else, y'all? Go see them today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and Chia follows Bet Payoffs continues. You can watch us at 105.3thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Stephen Jones coming up at 3. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, sure. Appreciate that. Does it bother either one of you that the Rams don't care about if they're the 6th or 7th seed in this thing?
I think I can understand why if you're maybe the Cowboys, you feel some type of way about that. But, I mean, what are their two options? It's go to Detroit or go to Dallas.
Yeah.
I think anybody would tell you, is there really that much of a difference? I got to go play Detroit in Detroit or I got to go play Dallas in Dallas. It's pretty much the same thing. And even if, I probably would rather go to Detroit instead of going to Dallas because Dallas is so good at home.
I mean, you got smoked by Dallas earlier in the year.
Is it enough to say I want to risk health of guys that matter whenever I could just, I can give my veteran quarterback who probably needs a week off before going into the playoffs, give him that week off because maybe it's 55% you'd rather go play in Detroit, 45% Dallas, but I'd still rather just have a healthy team, know that they're healthy and rested, and go to Dallas, if that ends up being the case.
I think he nailed it. I wish we were better than that, but I think there's a drop off from San Francisco in the NFC, and it includes, the rest of the conference pretty much. There's a big gap down, and you're a division winner, not in the South. You're probably one and the same, and I agree with Chief. It's not worth it if you do prefer Detroit to risk players to injury to get there.
My next little question for you too is, you're in a situation like right now. Do you think the league has created with the 17th game? Is this their way of creating the extra bye during the season?
Oh, at the end of the year?
Yeah, with the 17th, with the 18th game, excuse me.
Yeah.
The 18th game. Have they created, has the league, by adding that extra game, just manufactured an extra bye?
Those are some very bassy burps coming from Chiafalo, by the way.
Was the mic on those? I apologize.
Yeah. I don't think they were, but I think ours picked it up. I definitely felt the reverberations on it.
And they should be if you have to burp.
Yeah.
That's right.
I believe so.
Cheers.
I'm sorry, Brian, what was the question?
Has the league
the bye week?
Have they created the extra bye?
For some teams they have, but I don't think that was any part of their plan, and I don't think they care much about it. That's just sort of collateral damage in something that is more important to them, which is right now, I believe there's technically 20 teams that still have a chance at going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Even though we know it's much smaller than that. But mathematically, there's 20 teams going into the final week of the season, and I believe that's a record high.
You had the same thing happening in week 17 during the 16-game season. You were already getting teams resting in the final week of the season, right?
Yeah.
Is it more now?
I wonder because I wonder how long, and I probably should have gone back and looked this. How long has the league been scheduling the last game of the year being a division game? Because that, to me, I think that's the thing that I need to look at right now. Is everybody playing a division game? Was that the intent, to make everybody have to play?
For sure. Because that lends itself to games mattering if it's a divisional game. More often than not, the divisional game's going to matter, at least for one of the teams, if not both of them. But we're at a place now where teams like the Rams, who technically the game does matter in terms of seeding, but they just don't care.
They don't care.
Because they're already actually in the playoffs, and that's all they really cared about. They don't care about the seed and where they're going to go play. And that's not something I think the NFL probably foresaw.
Yeah. Is there a way that Dallas could lose this game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's certainly a way that it could happen. It would be strange. A lot of things would have to go Washington's way, and it would involve a lot of self-inflicted wounds, I would imagine, from the Cowboys. And maybe having a half-hearted, just assuming you're going to go in here and get the win kind of deal. But I don't predict that.
Yeah, I think it would have to be Washington going away from trying to pass it so much and saying beating the Cowboys is so important. We're going to run our quarterback. We're going to run our running backs because they do get some success going with the ground game. Obviously, it's going to take turnovers. I think the Cowboys are so much better that it should not be much of a concern, Brian. But what happens if the Cowboys line up on offense and Washington is stuffing your run without committing anybody extra?
Yeah.
And they're dropping so many players into coverage that, the Cowboys are having a hard time picking up first downs.
Right.
I think we're underestimating how bad this team has been on the road. There is a constant denial picking up as soon as you win a game with this fan base and with this media. The Cowboys just aren't that good to go anywhere and assume victory.
Yeah.
The only thing that really gives you confidence is that Washington's defense is pathetic.
Right.
And they don't run the ball. And if they did run the ball and had the defense that they had last year, we would be in for an absolute dogfight. And I think the Cowboys struggle enough offensively on the road that Washington could gimmick up their defense and keep you under 20 points. And at that point, a special teams play or a turnover would probably decide the game.
All right, man, I'll tell you what, I think those are all very, very well thought out there. All right, well, here's somebody that's going to have an involvement in the game. Sean Smith is your official for this weekend.
How are you feeling right now? 7 minutes away from putting wasabi on your face.
I'm not looking forward to this at all.
Good.
I'm not looking forward to it. The smell of it, the look of it, the burning feeling it's about to happen for the next hour. No, not at all. Not at all. I can see you're a little bit of going through some misery right now yourself over there.
I am, dude. Yeah. Like getting through 1/2 gallon of milk is no joke. And knowing that there's a full one of these awaiting me in the fridge still is just, it's gut-wrenching.
You'll be
literally.
Fine. You'll be fine. All right, Sean Smith. What you need to know about Sean Smith and his crew. Again, he has not officiated a Dallas Cowboys game this year. His crew does, they are the 5th most penalizing team in the league. He tends to call more penalties on the home team than he does on the visiting team. He's called 100 penalties on the home team, 89 penalties on the away team. That's 15 penalties. And this is one of those that, to me, this is when you try and control the game. And as an official, and you want to make sure that both teams understand who is controlling the game. 24 of those have been called by this crew.
Wow, that's a lot.
Unnecessary roughness. 12 against the home team, 12 against the offensive team. Defensive pass interference would be the next at 23 calls, 10 against the homes, 13 against the aways on the DPIs. Delay a game is something we've seen the Cowboys have some struggles with communications at times on the road. Delay of game, we've seen some delay of game calls a couple different times on the road for the Cowboys. 8 of those calls, those are 3 for the homes, 5 for the aways right there. Roughing the passers, one I always pay attention to because the officials can control the game that way. We've seen Sean Hockley affect games that way. This guy will not call as many of those. He's got 5. He's got 3 for the homes, 2 for the aways. And the final one I want to point out here, and you don't see this too often with these officials, taunting is one. Sean Smith's crew has 2 taunting calls this year. Both of those have been against the home team. So need to be mindful if you make a play and you pop up and you start to get in someone's face.
Or you wave at them.
Wave at them.
Yeah.
Point at them. Whatever you're going to do.
Very unsettling.
Be careful here because all of a sudden you're going to get the taunting penalty because this crew, like some of the others, this crew throws that more than others. So, yeah. Sean Smith, your official. So that's it for the day.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Have we heard from Stephen Jones yet? Please say no, please.
No, not yet. Who won G-Bag today?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Let me jump on here to @GBagNation where we create an Insta poll for you when there's a tie in studio. Dan Campbell wins with 70.7% of the votes.
Dan Campbell.
Frank Caliendo, just 29%. So congratulations to Dan Campbell, makes it 3. By the way, once you jump on there @GBagNation, you can follow us all. All of our Twitter accounts are right there in the bio. And we'd appreciate that. We'll follow you right back as well from the @GBagNation account. If you want to follow us, we'll follow you right back. Okay, now when we return, Stephen Jones is scheduled. Have some football coming up as well right here to the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to be joined by Stephen Jones here for his weekly conversation. Bet payoff is starting. There is Brian Broaddus. You can see him with a very uncomfortable look on his face as he has just smeared some wasabi spread across his upper lip, and I believe he will be broadcasting for the next hour under these circumstances. Brian, how you feeling?
Not great at all. This is really starting to burn.
I can imagine.
Quite a bit.
I don't know if you're man enough to make it through this hour. I don't know if anybody else is. That might be an impossible bet payoff you're attempting to do. As Stephen Jones joins us now right here on your home of the first place Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good, guys. How you doing?
Well, we're doing great, man. I mean, home field advantage for a couple of games possibly if you can take care of business on Sunday. This suddenly has a ton of gravity to it, doesn't it?
Well, it's obviously why you grind out a long season, and you just never know where you're going to end up. Your goal is week in and week out is to get better and execute better each and every week. And then at the same time, you're trying to grind through any injury bugs that may, that you may have to get over the hump on. But, at the end of the day, short of this game being for the number one seed, it's about as good as you could ask for. And, our team's played well. Obviously, we think we can play better, more consistently in terms of the execution. But we've given ourselves a great opportunity here to go out and win the East. And as you said, a couple of home games if we can execute and win games as they come up. But obviously, though, our 100% focus right now is to go to Washington, and that's always tough. In the NFC East, you don't ever take those for granted. We know they'll give us their best shot, and we've got to go in there and play well. And if we do, then good things will happen.
Stephen, T.J. Bass, he might have to play this weekend for you, depending on Tyler Smith's situation and all that. Has he exceeded expectations? And I know he was a guy that probably should have been drafted last year, but you guys did a great job of recruiting him and getting him here. But has he exceeded your expectations as far as what he's done for you this year?
Well, I think anytime you get a guy through college free agency, now he was a priority for us because we did have him on our draft board.
Sure.
And had him in the late rounds there. And as you said, probably should have been drafted and certainly playing to that level. So I guess, to some degree, anytime you get a guy in free agency that's able to make you 53 and then go into games and play at a level where you still can execute at a high level on offense, then you have to be pleased. And certainly he's a grinder. He does things the right way, and we feel comfortable putting him in there. At the same time, Tyler Smith's one of the best young guards in this league. He's learning from the best, and a guy like Zach Martin, Tyron Smith, and company in terms of being in a great room. I wouldn't underestimate Tyler not being ready to go Sunday, but certainly we're going to do what's best for him in terms of the long term. But, those plantar fasciitis, it's kind of an odd deal that you kind of pleased that they totally tore versus being strained or partially torn, because then they're a bigger problem.
Steven, final week of the season, there's plenty of contract incentives in play for numerous players. How aware are the coaches of things like that?
We don't bring that into play at all. I've never heard of players talking about them in the locker room. It's never gotten back to me. I mean, everybody knows we got to play this game to win. Nobody's everything's at stake here, and certainly it's not something that ever comes up, and certainly not anything that we would visit with the coaches about as we move forward. We just want to go win the football game.
How ready to play could Lyle Collins be, in a week or 2 weeks? Or, what's the outlook for Lyle?
I think, obviously we have great experience with Lyle. I know eyes lit up, with guys like Zach and Tyron. When he came to work out, they were all out there for his workout. He's a guy who's much respected in our room. You never underestimate what he can do. We just thought being able to get a veteran offensive tackle, in the room, getting prepared on the practice squad. Certainly, we've, had some, situations there with Tyron Smith and Chuma, but really like our guys. It's nothing against our young guys like Waletzko and Awesome Richards, but we just felt like it was a smart thing to do as we head down the home stretch here.
Stephen, can you tell us the bottle of wine that you sent to Mr. Bidwell in Arizona for their victory, or any champagne? Is there something you can fill us in on that?
Well, certainly when I see Michael next, I'll give him a big pat on the back. As we all know, in the NFC East, whether it's Jeff Lurie, whether it's Josh, whether it's any of these guys, I'm a great friend with John Mara. As good of business partners as they are and root for each other off the field, we all know we root against each other when it comes to playing other opponents. So, but certainly that was a big deal for Arizona to step up in a big way. Good to see a Texas man and Kyler Murray, who had probably maybe, if not the greatest high school career in the history of Texas high school football, certainly one of them. And he certainly played at a high level.
Stephen Jones with us here on The Fan. How much interest was there in Dalvin Cook?
Yeah, those are all things. He's on their practice squad, which means, you can't protect your practice squad players, so you never know. But at the same time, anytime a good player comes available, and certainly Dalvin Cook's one of the, he's a top guy in this league in terms of his career, but he is a member of the Ravens now on their practice squad, and we're always looking to get better.
It's Stephen Jones here with us. How much confidence do you have in the coaching staff now making the playoffs 3 years in a row?
Well, they're certainly just doing a great job. Obviously, Mike's leadership with his staff, whether it's the Dan Quinns of the world or the Bones of the world, we just think we've got an outstanding staff. I know they're going to have this team really prepared. Everybody knows what's at stake Sunday, and certainly, we've been on a run these last 3 years, these last 2 years, certainly in the middle of the third, and we all know, it's always good to be in the tournament, but certainly we have higher expectations for this football team, and love the staff, love the coaching staff, love Mike's leadership in terms of giving us a great opportunity to take the next step in terms of what we want to get accomplished as the Dallas Cowboys football team.
What would it mean if Dak can go ahead and lead the league and be the first Cowboys quarterback to do that outright with the passing touchdowns?
Well, he's just, nothing surprises me with Dak because no one works harder at his trade than what Dak Prescott does. And as great a player as he is on the field, a great competitor, does things the right way. He's a better man off the field, a better leader off the field. He has the it factor. He's the unquestioned leader of this team. And nothing would be more fitting for whatever comes his way because he certainly deserves it, and we're lucky to have it.
We're lucky to have both you and your dad, Jerry Jones, on every Friday here, and twice a week, really, both of you guys. It's outstanding. He said this morning, basically it's a must-win game. We have to win this game. It's like a playoff game already. With what's on the line, do you feel like it's must-win?
Yeah, this is what it's all about. This team, there's no question. You can't deny it. We play unbelievable, much better at home than we do on the road. Hats off to our fans. They've given us a tremendous home field advantage. We play better as a team, and if we want to be and do the things that we want with this particular football team, they're a lot easier to achieve right here at home. And with the opportunity to make that happen, this is just a big time football game for us, and is one that we really need to win.
Stephen, when you've always been fair with your contracts, and sometimes even more, even given more than probably you should have, just to try and be fair. But when you see your players that are having success, and for example, a guy like a CeeDee Lamb, is it easier to justify your expenditures when you see that kind of production from a player like that?
Well, certainly. That is the way we've been, is we certainly want to treat our players fairly. At the same time, we want to have great communication with them in terms of their business, and they know what we're trying to do. Dak understands it. Certainly, the guys who are at the top of the food chain, if you will, in the salary cap, we have to have those visits with them, because if we want to accomplish what we're just getting ourselves in a position like we are going into Sunday, then you have to have some cooperation there in terms of, having enough to put great players around them. And they certainly respect their teammates more than, as much as anybody. We just hadn't had issues in that area, whether it's a Zach Martin, a DeMarcus Lawrence, a Tyron Smith, Dak now, and certainly with CD and Micah looming. Obviously, those are huge priorities for us, along with getting Dak extended. It's a big part of what we do. But I also know they want to win and understand, there's a salary cap, and we have to work around that.
Now, bear with me on this question. I'm not sure exactly how I want to ask it, but, Stephen, one of the most things most fans are really curious about with the Cowboys, but really across the league, is one thing that fans and people like to talk about is just, what the process is of making these in-game decisions in the moment. And it always really ends up falling back onto the plate of the head coach ultimately. But the process involved, how many people are involved in these decisions. For example, Greg Zuerlein, 59-yard field goal a couple of years back. Some people would say, hey, maybe you should go for it there, or whatever it may be, or calling a timeout or any type of in-game, in-the-moment decision. And I'm curious kind of what is the process like ultimately when it's in that moment? Is it Mike McCarthy deciding for himself kind of based on the knowledge and lead up, whatever it is, just kind of a gut decision for him? Or are there people in his ear saying, hey, we should probably kick the field goal here, or we should call a timeout here. What is the in-game process like when it comes to making those sort of game management decisions?
Well, Mike has the ultimate call as the head coach, and that's a question you should probably broach with Mike, and he can go through his mechanics. But certainly he has great people around him, a great staff around him. As we all use the term analytics are certainly involved. You hear these head coaches, not only Mike, but most head coaches around the league talk about the analytics aspect of decision making. But at the end of the day, when it works, it's great, and when it doesn't work, you're going to get criticism. And that comes with being a head coach in the NFL, for that matter, college, for that matter, high school. When you're the head coach and you make a decision and it works out, then it's great, and you get a lot of credit. And when it doesn't work out, then certainly people are going to be there to question those things. And obviously, some of these become quite difficult. They can be a flip of the coin as to whether you, do something or don't do something, go for it or don't go for it, throw it or run it. Those are all things that can be second-guessed when they don't work out. But Mike ultimately has that call in game, and, it's probably a great question for y'all to broach with Mike.
Yes, sir.
Steven, you ever get tired of answering our questions? That's the question I have
or
for you.
Or just listening to them.
Yeah, or listening to our questions that we ask.
I'm actually great with you guys. I enjoy being on with you, and y'all been great. And I know this is our last one in terms of the regular season. Hopefully we'll be smiling and having a lot of good things to talk about. But, boy, as you all know, Washington gives us fits up there. It's an NFC East game, and we better come with our A game, because I know Coach Rivera well, serve on the competition committee, and know he'll have his team prepared.
Well, Steven, my final question for you this week then is, you saw the ball in CeeDee's hands go out the back of the end zone, and I know you're a traditionalist, and there's certain rules you don't want to change, but did you kind of have a flashback of like, wait a minute, maybe I need to change that rule about the ball going out the back of the end zone on those fumbles?
Well, I was very much up in the air before that, but you know where my vote's going to be going forward. It's a rule that you do.
You're the first person I thought of.
Until you once or twice.
Yeah.
And, it's just such a difficult rule. If you fumble that ball forward in the field of play, you keep the ball. It's just something, more and more now that we have it happen in the midst of a huge football game. It'll be something that we broach, but at the same time, as you said, Brian, we got a lot of traditionalists that don't like to change rules that have been in place for a long time. But at the same time, we do that in the competition committee. Most of the time, it's in the name of the health of the player, health and safety of a football player. But there are things sometimes that they get your attention, and we need to be aggressive and maybe look at making a change. So it'll be an interesting debate in the room. I know, as you said, there's a lot of traditionalists, but at the same time, I know, I'd like to say I'm on that side, but I think my mind got made up permanently on that play.
Have a great weekend over there, man. We look forward to you coming home with the crown.
Sounds great, guys. Take care.
There you go. Stephen Jones with you here on 105.3 The Fan. The NFC East on the line Sunday at 3:25. Thank you. I couldn't believe it. I got halfway through that question. I was like, oh, my goodness, there's still halfway to go.
Yeah, dude. I forgot how meandering that question was.
And he almost cut me off there about 20
seconds
seconds
to
go.
He did. But then he let you down easy, man. He gave you an answer. Like very, very impressive, well thought out. He kind of was just like, you need to ask Mike about this, but I will go toe to toe with you in terms of stamina. You think you can ask me a minute-long question? How about this minute-long answer and response?
He did. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Longest question gets the longest answer.
Yeah.
You said Sirline, bro.
He had a little bit better patience than he did 2 years ago when he was originally asked that question. Now the wasabi it's not hanging on to Brian's upper lip that well.
It's trying.
Every time you talk, it's like shake, rattling, and rolling down. I think you might need to reapply.
I will.
I think you need to go back for a second.
Does it burn?
Oh my gosh!
It burns because it looks hilarious.
Lucius, this is not good at all.
I'm gonna be honest. It looks like you've been deep deep down south
Yeah.
eating a delicacy called donkey. And you just got back. I'm just saying.
Yeah, dude, that's dung on your face right there.
I'll tell you what, man, this is I'll probably have to reapply, but yeah, this is burning.
You're wishing you'd ask Stephen Jones that question right about now.
Hats off to you, Dawson.
Yeah.
Hats off
Yeah.
to you at the end of the day.
Dude, I thought about it several times in the middle of that. I was like, could I pull out of this? And I was like, there's no way you can. There's no way you can. You've already said you would twice.
You said Sirloin, bro.
I could see Chiafalo's jawline just getting more and more tense as the clock went on. I hadn't asked the question yet. I was like, dude, if I don't get this question off, I'll never hear the end of it.
Oh, it was amazing. It was perfectly uncomfortable. But everybody being in on it, like the text and the Twolos and the tubers, everybody was in on it. So we all can appreciate just how badass that was.
We do this for you. Here we go, Nation. When we come back, what do we have? NFL news of the daytime, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Late season Hail Marys and a stat of the day for you next year in the Nation.
A winner may seem like a have another to get down
first
here.
half gallon. This sucks, dude. The tummy is definitely aggravated.
I can
and
imagine.
Timing up the milk me challenge for me with the bathroom sando challenge for you is ultimately going to be the demise of you.
I mean, I think it's a horrible idea. You're taking cow milk and putting it in a human's body. It's not supposed to happen. We don't take other animals' milk and consume it. Who does that?
Goats?
Who does that?
I think there's some goat milk that gets consumed.
Yeah.
By cows?
By goat milk's on the shelf.
Yeah.
I've never had it.
But like a cross-species milk, right? We don't do that.
Yeah.
We'll kill and eat the meat. But
For sure.
I don't know if the universe intended this.
I don't.
But there's so much excess after we have all these cows to make the burgers and the steaks. What could we do with the milk? So we create a marketing campaign, and the next thing you know, you're drinking something that is actively agitating the living crap out of your stomach.
Yes.
You never
Literally.
drink that much.
100%.
And it's normal. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Thanks to Stephen Jones for joining us. Biggest L, Biggest Dubs coming up at about 3:40. Here's Chief with your NFL news of the day.
You inspired me there, Dawson, with the way you hammered home that question, man. That was impressive. And now I was going to put a longer pause on the milk consumption, but I'm like, no.
I don't think I've felt like that since junior high speech class, where you're almost having an out-of-body experience.
Yes.
And you're like, wow, I'm saying this right now.
You can feel, yes, you're like getting a little bit sweaty, completely uncomfortable.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Okay, NFL news of the day here. Plenty to address. The first of which is seeing our guy CeeDee Lamb. Not only is he obviously having a monster season that is putting him in the not only top 5 conversation, but is he the best? Is he the guy? But one of those things when you start really parsing through and doing the hair splitting on who is the best is, I would say big moments, big games, third downs, fourth downs.
93-yard touchdowns.
So, yeah, absolutely. CeeDee Lamb on third and fourth down this year, he's first in receptions, he's first in yards, he's first in first downs, and he's first in passer rating when targeted.
Wow.
So he really is sort of a cheat code. When it's a must-have situation, third down, fourth down, he's the guy to go to. And so defenses, I would imagine, are going to make it a point, especially in the playoffs. Hey, this is the guy we've got to remove here. But when you see the Cowboys in a high-leverage offensive situation and they go away from CeeDee Lamb, you better look back at the replay and see, it's because they had 3 guys on him. Otherwise, freaking feed this man.
Yeah, he is a machine. And I think it's notable, Brian, that they're doing it without another really good wide receiver, or at least another consistent wide receiver. And they're doing it without a security blanket, too. Dak doesn't have Beasley or Witten or Schultz. There's no guy that he's just feeding when stuff starts going down in the pocket. So CeeDee's his security blanket and his most explosive player at the same time, with the absence of other consistent, credible threats. I don't want to disrespect any of those guys because they've made plays, but nobody's doing it on a regular basis. Nobody got a game plan for.
No, I think that McCarthy might have learned his lesson after the Dolphin game. Where, in the second, now after that game, the question was, God, this is burning my lip.
Yeah, that's right.
The wasabi mustache.
Seriously,
you didn't even reapply.
Wastachey.
It hurts. I mean, this seriously hurts.
Yes.
So what's the most pain?
It's
on the skin burning.
Yeah, it's like the icy hot.
Yeah.
It's the icy hot on your body kind of feeling. When it's just burning. It's not the smell, which I've gotten used to. It's just the burning. It just hasn't stopped.
Yeah. Well, you're halfway home.
Yeah. Anyway, I kind of feel like that maybe McCarthy, after what happened in that Dolphins game, learned his lesson. We just got to give him the ball. We just got to keep throwing him the ball. If 17 times, however many times we have to throw him the ball, just keep throwing it to him. And teams are trying to take Ferguson. Well, you mentioned not having a guy. Teams are trying to take Ferguson out of this thing too. So, all of a sudden they figure that out. But with the way they move Lamb around, it's hard for teams to get a beat on him that way, to double him.
Yeah.
Because of how creative they are moving him around. And I think that's what McCarthy and those guys need to continue to do.
Yeah, for sure. And that's all the more reason, if you already are playing with the advantage of being, because of CeeDee's versatility, you're able to create advantageous matchups and not allow the defense to dictate, oh, we're just going to bracket him, oh, we'll double cover him, whatever, and we'll take him out of the game, then if you're consistently able to get him where you want to go, then you should be consistently targeting him. They did the other night for sure, but in the most high leverage, when they decided to pass, when everybody was like, you should have just ran the ball, they go for the pass, they're not even targeting CeeDee Lamb on that play. To me, that's an obvious, that's the guy to target there. Let's if we're going to go down, let's go down knowing that we were doing it with our best players. So high leverage offensive moments, expect 88 to get the ball. And if he doesn't, really be wondering, why the heck did he not get the ball here?
I think it just comes down to adaptability with this team, and they might have a game plan, but if the routes inside that game plan aren't working, they need to go away from it quickly. And I believe they are. In most situations. There's been a couple of games where maybe they haven't made the adjustment quick enough, but there's plenty of spots you can line him up at where it's going to become very difficult or disadvantaged to double team him. And you give Dak and him a couple of series, and if it's going well, you let that continue, but you can't let him be taken out of an offense for any more than one quarter. That would be my rule. Have we gone a quarter without CeeDee Lamb making an impact on the game? It's time to reevaluate what routes we have him in and think about where we need to improvise.
Ron Rivera said he did not know that his career record is sitting at an even 500 right now. Now, we know that he's 4 quarters away from no longer being the head coach of the Commanders.
Yeah.
But they asked him about it. Hey, finishing above 500, is that important to you? And he's like, well, now it is. That was his response. So he was alleging sort of that he didn't realize his record was a clean 500 record, and now it'll either be one game over or one game under to close out what is probably his final game ever as an NFL head coach.
Probably. There's some crusty owners out there that are probably, like a good talking with Ron Rivera. He's 61 years old. But yes, I would not be counting on another opportunity to be a head coach if I'm Ron Rivera right now. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Jonathan Allen is out. A couple of other starters are out. Guys are making business decisions going into the offseason.
Yeah.
It's a tough place for him to be, but I'd say good run in Washington.
Yeah.
What do you get, 4 or 5 years out of it?
Yeah, and that's the thing. And, Ron Rivera, he's in talking to some folks out that direction, he was very kind of standoffish with media, and now he's come to the point of the realization that, this is kind of where it is. This is my fate. And, he has nothing to – he's the one. He essentially was the head coach and the general manager of that team. So anything that, for him to be removed and them not play well enough, that's on his watch. And so, and I think he has to, I think he does understand that, he got another opportunity there to build a team, coach a team, and, it just didn't work out for him.
Bills defensive back Damar Hamlin is the Week 18 NFL Players Association Community MVP after he distributed more than 2,000 toys, 50 bikes, and hundreds of books to 750 Pennsylvania kids at his 4th annual holiday toy drive. Someone responded to that tweet by Adam Schefter saying, bro saw Joe Flacco cooking and decided to lock in. As, of course, it is the final week of the season and comeback player of the year, the odds continue to go into the favor of Joe Flacco. He has been on a mad run over the course of the last 5 weeks or so of the season, and what was inevitably Damar Hamlin's award, whom I believe has like 1 or 2 tackles on the season, Damar Hamlin. He was supposed to be the shoe-in comeback player of the year. Last week, he was minus 450. Joe Flacco was plus 400. Earlier this week, I saw Damar Hamlin minus 130, Joe Flacco plus 100. So people are alleging that, all right, final week of the season, let's go ahead and Damar Hamlin find a way to just anything you can, even if it's sort of off the field here, let's lock in this comeback player of the year award.
Yeah, you have to, man. That man, Joe, he's on a mission there. He's gonna throw 2 picks and for about 400 yards every game. And with that defense, maybe that's a winning formula here. It's an exciting story, isn't it?
It is.
We need a little bit of that. I always liked the old man. I was never a huge Flacco fan. I'm surprised he was still in the league a couple of times the last couple of years. But now that he's here,
it's a great
AFC
story.
As good a storyline as anything else.
So funny if he ends up taking down the Baltimore Ravens in the playoffs,
that would be awesome.
It'll be as storybook as anything we've ever seen. Who should get the offensive rookie of the year? Should it be C.J. Stroud or should it be Puka Nacua? Nacua's got almost 1,500 yards receiving.
He's playing this week to try and break the rookie record.
He is. Yeah, the Rams are sitting all of their guys, but Nakua's 28 yards away to set the record for most receiving yards by a rookie.
C.J. Stroud's the most impressive rookie year I think that's ever happened in the NFL. No disrespect to Nakua setting a record there. You step in and you do that without a winning team around you in an organization that's been a dumpster fire for like the last 4 years.
Yeah.
That's really impressive what C.J. Stroud did. The numbers, the big plays, the chunk plays. I mean, it's tough to go away from Nakua, but I'm going C.J. Stroud with my vote.
Yeah, I understand that. The quarterback position, what he's done with a rookie head coach, and not much legitimate talent around him either. It's not like he was just in a Dak Prescott 2016 situation. Hey, you got the best offensive line. You got legit weapons. Let's go drive the bus here. He's throwing to Noah Brown, for game-winning touchdowns and crap. So I agree. Broadus, do you know who currently has the receiving yards record for a rookie in NFL history that Nakua is trying to pass on Sunday?
Is it Terry Glenn?
It is not.
T.O.?
The year 1960.
Oh,
wow.
1960, Charlie Hennigan?
Bill Groman.
Bill Groman. He was a scout.
Really?
Yeah, Bill Groman was a scout back in the day.
And
where was he playing? Was he in Houston?
Great hands. Oh, no, I have no idea what team he played for.
But that was 1960. Would that have been AFC? Is that an AFC situation? Charlie Hennigan.
Pre-merger?
Yeah, merger was not till 68, right? After 68. So I was wow. NFL would be. I thought
it was Houston. I've met Bill Groman.
Yeah.
I met Bill Groman at a Dick Vitale party at the 2010 Final Four.
He was a scout.
You were cutting it up with Bill and Dick?
I was. Well, not Dick. Dick was a big shooter back then. He only had a few seconds for you. Thank you, Chief. Biggest L, biggest dub coming up next. Danny Cannell at 4 o'clock talking college football here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
G-Bag's Brian.
Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods and more Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Brian brought us in the final 12 and a half minutes of his bet payoff. He's got a wasabi gel on his upper lip. And it's burning the hell out of him.
It is hurts.
It's so funny. His eyes are watering. They're red. He keeps sneezing. He looks like he's in extreme discomfort.
This is not good. Seriously.
Well, I tell you what, that gumbo you made today was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was outstanding.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you bringing these yummy delights in from time to time.
Thank you.
Nailed it.
Thank you.
And here's Eric Chiafalo with your biggest L, biggest up.
That's right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? It's time to party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Nice little L to the Seahawks rookies last night. They had their rookie dinner. They had to front the bill. $22,203.60 before tip.
Was it all of them?
That's what I was trying to figure out, because didn't they have 2 first-round picks? Or am I tripping about that? I think it was only a few of them.
That don't sound too bad. 22,000, some football players. That don't sound too bad, bro.
They didn't hit him.
You think that might be more of a dub than an L?
You kind of got off easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of feel like that maybe they had a preset menu of what they could order. Like, okay, here's the menu. You could have a steak, a lobster, or you can have some type of veal dish. Or they probably had a preset menu and they charged them for the number of service that they did, the head of the number they had.
Yeah, I'm seeing. I mean, it looks like a pretty wide variety here. Pretty wide variety.
Did
they did their thing.
No, how the alcohol bill look?
That's a good question on the alcohol.
Because usually that's where they get crushed.
See, that might be where they saved the money. Looking at what I'm seeing here, it's really just food. Like they just got a bunch of Bunch of hungry dogs in
Boys
there.
went to a BYOB.
Yeah. Yeah.
After hours joint. I got a table for us, bro.
Yeah, they got sea bass on here.
Okay.
They got lobster. They got lobster mash.
All right.
Lobster mac. Bone marrow. What is this? Steak gaucho?
All right.
Cowboy steak?
Maybe that. Oh, okay. There you go. That makes sense. A lot of ribeyes and bourbon cakes.
That bone marrow, Lucius, you're right about that.
Yo,
man.
that bone marrow is good. Do you have like to sip it out of the cup when it's good and warm too after you've had your meal? Oh,
I could
digest.
I've done the thing where you like scrape it off the bone down onto like a burger or something.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Toast. You put it on toast.
Bone marrow toast.
Yeah.
It's like one of the healthiest things you can eat, right? It's like extremely good for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's tasty.
Yeah, my uncle used to say, crack open that bone, eat that marrow, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. All right, here we go. Another L. There's some, I would say, some pretty good L's this week. I mean, there's a couple of lists you didn't want to be a part of this week, where L's are being taken, of course. And one of those lists is Cat Williams' list. My goodness, he did some serious calling out.
We thought that Epstein list was going to have him jumping. It was that Cat Williams list. Got him jumping out of here.
Quite a podcast.
The Epstein listers are very thankful right now that Cat Williams decided to sit down with Shannon Sharp this week and sort of, get us off track a little bit of the Epstein stuff. But I would say Steve Harvey, Kevin Hart, Ludacris, Cedric the Entertainer, all taking an L courtesy of Cat Williams this week. We have a Dunkin' Donut nightmare. Big L to this customer. And really everybody involved. I would say from top to bottom, there's not a single winner in this. A customer filed a negligence lawsuit against Dunkin', claiming that he was injured by an exploding toilet at one of the coffee chain's locations, of course, in Florida. This gentleman named Paul is seeking more than $100,000 in a lawsuit. It was filed this week. And I wonder how much more, because it seems like if you're suffering what he described as severe and long-term injuries from an explosion of a toilet in a men's room and a Dunkin', I think you deserve more than $100K.
Yeah.
So I would like to know how much more than $100K, but he's suing him for that. After the explosion, it left this gentleman, Paul, covered in human feces, urine, and debris. He walked out of the men's room seeking help from workers and the store's manager.
They all ran from him.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm like, for those folks, you're like, that's a huge L for them. You're just here. I'm just here at my Dunkin' job, bro. And now all of a sudden you're gonna come out of here claiming that the toilet just exploded on you, and now this is my responsibility.
Yeah, you walk around a Dunkin' Donut with feces on you, talking about help.
My gosh, bro. Yeah. Real disaster there.
Nobody's gonna help you, bro.
I'm going to take a big L on a plane here coming up in the not too distant future. I think my biggest L was Saturday. We're flying into San Francisco. I got the aisle seat on the left side. Abby has aisle seat on the right side. The people in the middle and in the window, when the plane stops, decide we are going to be first to leave this plane.
Oh, jeez.
So they make Abby get up and go back like 3 rows so they can crowd my space, and now they're standing right next to me. Right? And of course they didn't go anywhere because the people in the row in front of us stood up and they're in the aisle.
Right.
So they're just standing there. And at some point I say, sir, would you mind? You made my daughter move back there.
Uh-oh.
We had the aisle seats. Can we just relax until and he looks at me and he wanted to kick my ass.
Huh.
But his like wife or girlfriend kind of grabs his shoulder and says, come on, honey, let's just, it's okay.
Jeez.
And I'm like,
oh my gosh,
I'm gonna get beat up on one of these planes because these people crowd my space when it's time to deboard the plane.
Yeah, I think that's 100% worth it. I mean, it's like, what are we doing here? What's the point? You're not gonna be able to go any further. Yeah. You just kicked out a young lady out of her seat. She's got no idea what's going on. That's not fair.
I think the stewardess, the flight attendants, need to make an announcement when we land. You're not getting up until the row 2 in front of you has totally evacuated. Mm-hmm. Then and only then will you get out of your seat. I mean, they give you like 500 rules. Why can't we add just a semblance of civilization to the end of their chief?
Couldn't agree more. Big L to the couple who were having a fence installed at their home, and the workers requested to be paid in cash, so they had $4,000 in an envelope on the kitchen counter. But the gentleman returned back to his kitchen about 30 minutes later, only to find his dog Cecil just crushing the cash with his mouth.
Oh, he was eating the money.
Yeah.
$4,000. He says, I walked back into the room. All the cash was on the ground. And he's just standing there. He ate some of the money. I'm in shock. I'm yelling to my wife. He ate the money. He ate $4,000. The couple set about trying to reassemble the shredded bills. So this is a disaster. They came up with $1,500 worth of bills with serial numbers that were intact enough to have them replaced by their bank.
Okay.
A couple more $100 bills were retrieved later in the evening when Cecil vomited.
Okay.
So now you're parsing through dog vomit.
Oh, Cecil.
And then the rest was waiting for him to go number 2 ski so you could get the they ended up getting $3,500 back.
Not bad. I'll take that.
So
if you show up to the bank with a serial number on your piece of $1, they give you the whole thing?
It's a hell of a story. Maybe if your dog's throwing up.
I was wondering about that too, Lucius, because I had never heard of that. I thought it was pretty much done, man.
Yeah. I would have given up. I wouldn't have thought there was any chance.
Same here.
But get on them for the stick-to-itiveness there. They got their money.
Sent that dog to Virginia.
I thought for sure they were going to give those
on a farm somewhere.
Give
More news.
I thought for sure these idiots had given the money to the contractors before the job had even started.
Right. Tale as old as time.
Yeah.
Big dub to Shaquille O'Neal. After nearly 30 years, the Orlando Magic are finally going to be retiring his number, and I believe it's the first number in their franchise's history that they will be retiring. So big dub there to Shaq. And Oscar Pistorius, big dub for getting out of prison.
Yeah.
So there's your biggest sells and biggest dubs of the week, boys.
Poor little Tink. All righty. Thank you, Chief.
Sir.
We got 3 hours to go in the show. And coming up next, it is time now for the 4 o'clock hour of the G-Bag Nation. We're talking college football. It's all going down Monday night. And one of our college football guests throughout the year has been Danny Cannell. He'll join you one last time. We'll talk college football with him next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
We will gladly be. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have 2 bet payoffs down already today. The question for Stephen Jones happened live at about 3:13 if you want to go back and listen. Brian Broaddus just took care of his wasabi gel.
It's still burning.
Upper lip bet payoff. Yeah, I think you need vinegar to rub across that to neutralize, from what I've researched and read.
Well,
and
Dawson has rash experience.
Eric Chiafalo is halfway through his gallon of milk bet payoff or so. He's coming up on a half gallon in. And we have more hijinks in store as a quadruple bet payoff Friday, a football Friday, is about halfway done here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we're going to talk some college football because the Natty's coming up on Monday night, and one of our favorite guests that has joined us all year long, thanks to our friends at Bet Online, is Danny Cannell. And he joins you now here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up, fellas? I mean, it sounds like I'm missing on all the fun. Is that a wasabi dip? Is that what I mean? Like a lipper? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it's the actual, like, the wasabi ball, Danny. And I had to put it on my lip
as a mustache, not a lipper.
Yeah, for an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, outside. As outside. Yeah.
Wasabi would be a nice flavor to get, like, in Skull or something like that, I think, though.
Zen.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Be an interesting flavor.
Zen pouch. Wow.
We're just doing radio bits and trying to entertain the audience. You know how it is as an experienced broadcaster like yourself at this point in your career, right? Do whatever it takes.
I mean, absolutely. Whatever it takes. I love it, man. It's great to be on with you guys.
Okay, well, let me ask you, what do you think would be worse, 60 minutes of the wasabi mustache on your face, Danny, or over the course of the 5-hour show, consume a full gallon of the wholest milk imaginable?
I got to be honest. I think the wasabi would be easier. I think I would do the wasabi. I don't mind spicy food. I like a little sushi. I can take it, and especially since it's on the outside. Now, if you had to, like, keep it in your mouth, I think that'd be a different one. And I would definitely, after a gallon of like whole milk, I would probably be yakking, within an hour, or I don't even know if I would survive the whole show. Like that's where I would go. My wife is super healthy. This is kind of embarrassing that I have to admit this. I haven't had real milk probably since I've been married, which is like 15 years. Wow. She gives me almond milk, rice milk, so like all those different milks. So we don't even get milk in our house. So my body would reject it in the worst way possible.
Danny, this wasabi thing is like wearing the old like Tiger Balm or Icy Hot, back in the day when you used to put on your back and your arm, shoulder area. Yeah, it's very much like that, and it is tearing me up right now on my lip.
Well, power through.
I'm trying
to make sure you can't wipe it off early.
No,
make sure you power through.
Danny, I do imagine these last couple of weeks for a Florida State fan and alum and player like yourself has been pretty much a bet payoff. Watching this whole thing go down without you, hasn't it been?
Yeah, definitely. But I thought Florida State was off limits. I thought I told your producer we're not allowed to talk to them after that embarrassing Orange Bowl. Like, that was off limits. So now I'm just really irritated. No, I'm kidding. It was rough, though. Like 63-3. I mean, I don't care who's sitting out. It's embarrassing. It's a massacre. And I am generally curious. I had a lot of trolls coming at me saying, "Oh, this is going to set back the program for 5 years. They're going to be in the tank now." I'm not willing to go that far. I mean, you can recognize that, what was missing from that team, but Georgia had a lot of players missing too. I do think Mike Norvell, I trust him in that position, but the whole bowl season to me is one big joke, outside the playoffs, which, are phenomenal. It's just, you never know what you're going to get. Who wants to be there is the question we ask. And then who's playing is the next question. And sometimes you see teams go out, they're fired up for whatever reason. The coach, maybe he's a miracle worker as far as a pregame speech giver or getting them ready to play. Other times you see teams just not ready to go, and for whatever reason, I thought Florida State had an excuse. Now, I don't like excuses as a competitor. I don't like the fact the players opted out and said, "Hey, we're not going to play in this game." But at the same time, in the aftermath of the committee, leaving them out, Florida State getting snubbed, I thought Florida State should have boycotted the bowl, just sat out altogether. If you don't think Florida State's good enough for the playoff, why are we good enough for the Orange Bowl? And essentially, I think that's what they did. I mean, I think they kind of did boycott the Orange Bowl without physically, not going to the game. I think they did clearly boycott the game.
In spirit, at least. Danny Cannell here. spitting fire. We're off and running with some great takes there from you. Now, what do you think as far as if they had played their guys, could they have played with, the teams that we did see in the Final Four?
I think unquestionably yes.
Yeah.
And it's a really hard point to make now after we watch what happened, but you have to consider the amount of production that was on the sidelines. And I think Georgia is a school that has had since Kirby's been there, so 7 or 8 years, they've had top 5 recruiting classes. Florida State is kind of new in this territory, and they've been building on transfer portal, and they just had their first top 5 class in about 10 years. So the depth clearly isn't there. But with a full complement, of characters, even without Jordan Travis, they had their 2 top receivers in Keon Coleman and Johnny Wilson, who are both going to be Keon Coleman, I think, is going to be a day 1 draft pick. Johnny Wilson will play 2. They had their best running back sit out, Trey Benson. They had their best tight end, Jaheim Bell. They had their best pass rusher, Jared First. And then there's the mentality of, what happens when those players sit out. It's tough to overcome that for a young team, and then all of a sudden it goes sideways and you're done. But I do think that defense, to me, would have kept them in the game, especially versus Michigan. The matchup, I think, would have played out similarly to the way it played out for Alabama. Florida State's defense, I think, would have done maybe even a better job than Alabama's, kind of containing Michigan's offense. And, if we were worried about Jordan Travis not playing, Jalen Milroe only threw for 118 yards. Brock Glenn, the true freshman who played in the ACC championship game, which was the reason that left out, he threw for 136 yards. It wasn't anything to write home about, but it was more than Jalen Milroe. And they had the other quarterback, Tate Rodemaker, the other backup would have played, who played more than adequate against Florida. I'm sure some people are rolling their eyes. I can feel it right now that are listening. State guy, but we'll never know, and it's just an argument can make it either way. Because I can totally understand people that say, they would have gotten boat race, they would have been a 2-touchdown underdog, because that was the hypothetical. The look ahead line had Florida State gotten in against Michigan, I think was 12.5, 13. But we've seen teams win as underdogs before, and I would have absolutely snatched up Florida State in the points, but we'll never know, which I think is one of the biggest reasons I'm upset about it, is I felt like Florida State deserved to have that opportunity. Even if they would have been a significant underdog, they have to recognize the regular season, which they completely ignored by allowing Alabama to lose against Texas and not be penalized for it.
Well, Dan, I'm not going to make you feel any better here, but the 2 best teams I saw during the season when everybody was involved, everybody's health and everything, was Florida State and Washington. Those were the 2 best teams that when you looked at, and again, I'm an LSU man. I saw opening day what Florida State potentially could do and what kind of season they could have. But you give Florida State all their players, that is one of the best teams in college football, in my opinion. So I'm sad that you guys didn't get it. I kind of understand what they're trying to do here, but with all that being said, how does Washington how do they beat Michigan in this game? Is it going to come down to big plays? Can Michigan stop the big play in this one?
So I don't think they'll shut them out. I don't think you're going to see a shutout. I think you almost have to look at Washington and say they're going to get 2 touchdowns somewhere.
Yeah.
Just because they have not only Michael Penix, but they have 3 of the best receivers in the country. Their wide receiving core is deep. It's not only Rome Odunze, who, some people, he's starting to gain some traction, saying he's better than Marvin Harrison Jr.
Right.
They also have Jalen Polk and Jalen McMillan. And as much as they're going to try to pressure him, I just feel like Kalen DeBoer, the head coach of Washington, is an outstanding play caller. They're going to get a free guy. They're going to expose a coverage. Michigan will bust a coverage, and they'll get 14 points. So I think they'll give up some big plays. But I also don't think Washington is going to light up the scoreboard against Michigan's defense. I think. But the good news, if you're a Washington fan, they have won, deep with their defense before. They had a 15-7 win against Arizona State. They won 24-22 against Washington State. There was an Oregon State game, I think was, one of those games were right around there in the low 20s. So they've proven they can win lower scoring with defense, but I don't think it was against the type of offensive line and run game that they're going to face with the Michigan Wolverines.
It's Danny Cannell, brought to you by Bet Online. A lot of the conversation here, of course, is, the Longhorns. Where were they lacking most? Where do they go from here, in your opinion, and can they stay up here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some Longhorn fans that feel like it was a missed opportunity, and I would agree, especially in this type of, we're talking about Florida State. It felt as wide open for the 4 teams that got in as it's ever been in the history, the 10-year history, that really anybody could win it, and that includes Texas. I think they're short, and the secondary, I think, got exposed somewhat. Now, that was an incredible performance from Washington, but that's been their weakness all season long. I think that's been an issue. I think that's one area they've got to get better. I think the offensive and defensive lines are good enough, and now it just becomes like a depth issue. They've got to get more depth because when they go to the SEC, I've been as much of an SEC antagonist as anybody, but it is going to be a gauntlet, especially now with the schedules, with the expansion, and with Oklahoma, Texas going. It is brutal, so they have to add depth. And I do think at quarterback they have to take the next step. Like, I think Quinn Ewers was a really, really good quarterback at Texas. I don't think he was great. I think he can be, but in order to do that, like, he's Arch Manning, who a lot of people think could be great, which I think is a really good thing. Like, I think Sark is in a really good position because he can let them compete for it in the spring. You'll find out your answer, and next year, let's say Quinn Ewers beats him out because he's an experienced guy, he's going to have to elevate his game to keep Texas where they are, because he's shown at times, the game he had against Alabama was awesome, and it was just – and for whatever reason, he does feel like he rises to the occasion against on the biggest stages, but now he's got to maintain that level because those middle-of-the-road SEC games are where you can get clipped, and that's where he's got to, continue to excel, and he's got to stay healthy. It's second year in a row he's missed a little bit of time. He's had injuries. So I think quarterback has to be shored up a little bit more, either with, Quinn Ewers taking a step up, being more consistent, or with that Arch Manning waiting in the wings, maybe it's his time to go too.
What are you hearing about Arch Manning? Do you believe he can, continue the family legacy?
I just had this conversation with somebody that's, very familiar with Texas program, and he said, he was telling, I said, what's he like in practice on a daily basis? And he said, oh, he's a Manning. Like, you can kind of tell. And I think you can tell, like, the way he handles himself with the press. He's very mature. He's very polished. You can tell he's been around people that know the game. And I like the way he's handled himself. Like, I don't think he's been above it. I think he's come in there, humbled himself, and kind of checked his ego at the door, if there isn't, an ego. And he's kind of done and gone about his work. But I do think he's put on a lot of weight, and he's kind of matured, which is totally normal and necessary for a freshman to come in. And I think he's been absorbing the system faster than most people thought, which, again, I think that's a credit to kind of the lineage and the ability that it's kind of in your blood, and you've been talking ball for so long that you understand a lot of those concepts. So, yes, I think it's almost an impossible task for him, and I feel bad for him that he's going to have to try to live up to his uncles and his grandfather. But if anybody seems ready to do it, it sure seems like it's him. And I think that's one of the reasons he chose Texas. Like, he's going to have good talent around him. They're going to have a good offensive line. They're going to have good weapons on the outside, and he's going to have a great play caller in Sark. So I think it's all set up for him to succeed.
Does it get any more perfect than Brian Ferentz's Iowa offense not scoring a touchdown in the final 163 minutes and 22 seconds of their season and his tenure as their OC?
Oh, my goodness. Well, that was so gross. It really was. And it's been such a thing, the drive to 325, which the amount of points that he had to score, and, of course, he came up well short, and now he's moving on. I feel bad for Kirk Ferentz because I think he's an incredible coach. But, like, it's his son, right? He's so loyal to his son, which I completely understand. Like, if I have all daughters, but if I employed them, I would want to keep them employed, right, and work with them. It'd be fun to go to work with your son every day. But I think it was just the writing was on the wall, that it was so obvious, and they put those standards in that, barometer for a reason. So they had an out at the end of the year. What I would wonder if I'm an Iowa fan is Kirk Ferentz. Like, I don't picture him bringing in any version of the air raid or some high-powered offense that's going to spread you out and go no huddle. I think he's probably going to go get something, just a tweak of Brian Ferentz, still keep it old school, and just with a few wrinkles, which if you're an Iowa fan, I don't know how excited you are by that.
Danny Cannell, Bet Online. We got to run. I'm sure you do too. But what's your favorite bet to make on the Natty Monday night? Where are we putting our money?
lay them with Michigan. The last favorites in the national championship game have won by double digits. I think they're the better team. Scares me though. Kalen DeBoer is 5-0 as an underdog, not only against the spread but straight up. But I do think that run comes to an end, and I think Michigan runs the ball, keeps it away from Penix and that offense. Washington's defense, 130th in the country in success rate against the run. They're not very good. That plays right into Michigan's strength. So I think Blake Corum has a big game. I like the Michigan Wolverines to win and win big.
Thanks for your insights, sir, and we'll look forward to catching up with you next year.
Absolutely. You guys are awesome, man. Have a great day. We'll see you.
Salute. There he goes. Danny Cannell with you here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now. Eric Chiafalo, whose mid-bet payoff, Brian Broaddus, recovering from his bet payoff for a top 10 at 420. And Eric, you have Zach's broadcast responsibilities on that. Where are you taking us?
Tomorrow is National Play Outside Day. What is the top 10 things we as adults miss most about being a kid next year in the nation?
Oh, looking forward to that so much. time now for the top 10. I have a sandwich. I'm prepared to head to the bathroom and do this bet payoff. And I got to tell you, one of the most disgusting things in my life is going into a public restroom and smelling, somebody that's gone number 2.
Oh, I will. That was your kink.
I will hold my breath, an entire trip into a restroom. If in the first half step in, I can smell that somebody's been in there dropping a deuce recently, I'm just like, I don't want to breathe this at all.
Yeah.
I imagine there is fecal material floating around in the air and I'm inhaling that into my lungs. I want nothing to do with it.
Science reflects that's true.
It does.
And now it's going to be on your sandwich.
And right. I never take food or beverage into a restroom because it's disgusting.
At least not public ones.
Yeah. I keep my toothpaste in my bedroom and I will take my toothbrush in close to a sink and brush, and then I'm out. I take that stuff back to my bedroom because I don't want it sitting around in the bathroom where other people are doing that.
Oh, wow. You're super anal about this stuff.
That is amazing. Yeah.
I am. Segment here, the top 10 is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. I'm taking my sandwich into the restroom. I believe Carter Freeman's going to join me with a camera, so we'll be up there on the Zoom. Here's Eric Chiafalo with Zach's Top 10.
What Dawson, as he's leaving the studio, what he doesn't realize is I just painted the walls in there after a half gallon of
I figured you did. I figured you did.
My stomach is starting to get on the fritz, and it's not a vomiting fritz. It's a different exit, and that is going to be a rude awakening for him. It's going to be the worst sandwich ever eaten. So it's a 12-incher too. He's got 12 inches worth of sandwich. He's got to hammer home in a milk me sort of bathroom. It's a bad day at the office. 877-881-1053. Tomorrow is National Play Outside Day. Now it's not super special because what I found out is the first Saturday of every month is considered to be National Play Outside Day. So, there's a lot of, 12 of these a year, literally sort of a dime a dozen. But I figured we could do, playing outside connotes sort of being a kid. And if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch right now, you'll see Dawson. He's in front of the mirror. He's in front of the sink.
I kind of feel like he needs to go by the stalls.
Yeah, he needs to get over by those stalls. I think he's as far away from the urinals and the stalls. Now, don't get too close to that far one there, Dawson, because
there we go. Right there, Dawson. Right there in that area.
He's in the midst of it. Okay, very good.
There we go.
This is the same bathroom that RJ
he can't
Choppy.
do it. He's walking. Come back. You got to go back. Go back.
Oh my gosh, I feel bad for him. He's talking to the screen even though we can't hear him.
This is unfortunate.
Wait.
Nope.
Dawson? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I got you. Yeah. I got you. How's your sandwich?
It's all right, man. You're a disgusting human, by the way. But I did get you the chocolate chip cookie to help that milk go down a little bit easier later on the show.
Oh, thank you.
Dawson, I think you need to go closer to the stall area. I think you're by the hand washing. I think you need to go over to the stall.
You need to sit down on the toilet.
I think.
I'll make another trip by there, but it's disgusting enough here.
No. You need to walk closer over by the stalls. There you go.
It's fair, though, because
sit down in the stalls.
Sit down.
Yeah.
That's the same. Oh, no, that's the stall. That's the stall.
Yes.
Oh, no. He's sitting on the toilet, consuming.
You got to throw those jeans away, bro.
Oh, my gosh.
Did he just try and flip us off there? I think he did.
Those pants got to go, fam.
Oh, no. This is the same bathroom that Choppy goes barefoot in, by the way. Can you guys even fathom?
That's gross.
Oh, my dear God. Okay. Literally the stall that Dawson's in, that stall has seen some things over the years, but really over the course of the last 15 minutes or so that
to the point where
truly not safe for work.
To the point you would actually go in the ladies' restroom to avoid having to go into that particular stall. Right?
I'm impressed with the way he's hammering home the sandwich. With every bite, you can tell he wants to vomit. He's covering his face. He's trying not to open his mouth even while taking the bites. He's just, how can I not open my mouth and eat what is in the air?
He is like he's powering down that sandwich. By the way, he is really going to town on it because he wants to get out of there. He does not want to be there any longer than he has to. Jeez, that's impressive.
I'm like a dog with a steak, just chew it twice and like a boa constrictor, just inhale that thing.
He's treating the sandwich like a boa constrictor might. That's the General Gavin Dawson in the midst of a double bet payoff Friday for him. He's already
a boa constrictor.
Okay. So as he sits on the most disgusting toilet in the building.
That toilet was streaky too, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Had them little streaks that didn't go all the way down.
Oh, he had to walk out. He had to walk out.
He's
he had
back
to get
over
out
at
of
the
there.
mirror.
He's by the mirror.
What kind of streaks you'd be embarrassed to do at somebody else's house? Like, oh my God, I gotta reach down there and clean that out.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a little evidence.
Oh man.
You're looking for that brush, but you might have.
Come on, man, what I got it at?
I'm really impressed with the way he's doing this. He's wiping tears out of his eyes, I believe.
He set his pants down on that thing, man.
Yeah,
on that seat, bro.
He did. He sat completely.
That seat is gross.
Oh wait, the sandwich is done.
He just housed it.
He did.
He absolutely housed it. Look at him. He's still chewing. He can't leave until it's completely swallowed and done.
He is bringing you a cookie, though.
But the bathroom sando has been completed. Wow. Very impressive. Very impressive. Nice work, Dawson.
Hats off to you at the end of the day, bro.
I don't know whose eyes were more watery. His eating that sandwich in the bathroom or yours brought us after the heat of the wasabi mustache.
It's still burning, and actually Dawson gave me some of that.
Buddy just walked out of there with without washing his hands or anything.
And he's about to give me the cookie.
I appreciate that.
Take that cookie, bro. That's for you.
He is back, man. How awful was that?
That's not the way to eat. No.
If you only knew what happened in that stall literally 10 minutes ago.
I could detect it. My senses were working in there, and unfortunately, I can confirm I do not have the C19 because my sense of smell is fully operational. Unfortunately,
you just had the
for now.
You just had the Washington Commander fan experience when eating a concession item. This is what you did, man.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right,
One more to go, baby.
What do you miss most about being a kid? A survey, 2,000 adults revealed the top 40 things that adults miss most from their childhood. Tomorrow is one of 12 National Play Outside Days, which I believe connotes children.
We do that around here nowadays?
We do. Yeah, we do it.
Your kids play outside?
They do, yeah.
They're really good for them.
My wife's serious about it.
Good for them.
Yeah, the first Saturday of every month is apparently National Play Outside Day. So that happens to be tomorrow.
Right.
Saw the list. Let's party. So what do you miss most about being a kid? Anything stick out to you guys in particular?
When the family plans a road trip, you don't have to drive.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be hearing my wife say, "Oh, yeah, we'll just drive down there to San Antonio." I can hear in a whole nother room. Like, that's me.
Yeah, it'd be easy. I'll be sitting there for 6 hours on the phone, thinking about where we're going to stop to eat. That's a good one. For me, it was just, we lived on an acre.
Yeah.
And the backyard was a full-on half soccer field. The driveway was a huge basketball court. The side yard was the perfect 3v3 football field.
Right.
I could hit golf balls into the woods behind me and then just go find them. I had a driving range there. So just all the sports as a kid.
Jeez, bro. House of activities.
Yeah, I miss that. I miss the side yard football games.
Yes.
You get knocked under the concrete. You get up. You scratched up. You didn't care. I'll tell you what I really do miss. I miss Saturday morning cartoons.
Hello.
I miss Johnny Quest. I miss, Roadrunner. I miss all these cartoons where I used to get up at 7 a.m. and just watch cartoons, but I
bowl of cereal.
Yeah, just don't even.
No responsibilities.
No responsibilities at all.
That part.
That's really it,
And then
man.
it would be the college football. There'd be one game on, and you were we'd watch cartoons all the way up till ABC would come on with that one college football game of the week. But yeah, I miss playing outside and the cartoons for sure.
Yeah, just any street sporting.
The summer off, you have the whole damn summer off. Man.
Yeah. If you weren't outside doing stuff, your folks were yelling what are you laying around the house for?
Oh yeah, we just get kicked out the house.
Yeah,
and don't come back because you guys tear up the house.
Yeah.
So stay out.
Yeah.
The staying up all night with friends, playing video game stuff. The LAN parties, I believe is what they called it, LAN, like the Xbox. Everybody brings their console. They got their screen. And now you're Haloing all together in the same spot.
Same room, yeah.
Pretty epic stuff. Shout out to the 951 for that one. But there is the 972. The thing I miss most about being a kid is just being happy.
Yeah.
Which is actually number 16 on the list.
Yeah.
Waking up feeling excited is number 16.
That's
2,000
gonna be
adults.
awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's the thing. You spend your whole childhood, for the most part, looking forward to getting older. All the older people in your life are telling you, no, you don't want to grow up too fast.
As good as it gets right here.
Yeah.
But then you inevitably don't listen to it until you realize it yourself at whatever age that is. But yeah, I think like the height of fun was probably like ninth grade, and in those summers, because you're old enough, you can kind of do some stuff, but you also you don't have a car yet. You're not obligated to work. So it's like, man, once you get like a summer workout out of the way, now you and your boys for the rest of the day, what are we doing here? It's going to involve a nap. It's going to involve, where are we going to eat? Are we swimming in somebody's pool? Are we just playing video games all day? Like, that's it. That's it. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, let's go swing by the natatorium, bro. See what's popping over there.
Yeah.
You got nothing to do. You get on bikes.
Oh, bikes, yeah.
One person has a car. Eric talked about the age where one person has a car. So y'all got to pile in that joint.
Man, good times, good times. Climbing trees is on the outside looking in.
Water volleyball.
Water volleyball's great.
Playing in the pool all day long.
My tree climbing career ended tragically in the 8th grade with the worst case of poison oak you will ever see.
Ooh,
like head to toe.
Calamine lotion all over your body.
I remember days in that August crying because everything itched, and I did not anticipate it was going away at any point in the next 2 weeks. It was the single most torturous, thing I ever passed through.
You was 34
years old. It was unreal. I remember my dad making fun of me at the dinner table for crying about it one night. I was like, it won't go away.
Did he call you the P word?
I don't think so. No, my dad wouldn't do that. No.
All right.
Humiliate you with PG.
Yeah. Just undress you with a bunch of dadgummits.
Yeah.
Falling to sleep quickly and easily is also on the outside looking in. Things that adults miss most about being a kid. Your laundry being done for you.
Nah, never.
Never was the case?
Nah, never. Unfortunately.
At least you know how to iron.
100%.
Man, there's something to being able to iron a shirt. That's a skill. That's an underrated skill.
Starch down.
Yep.
Clean.
There you go.
My mom is so good at laundry.
Yeah.
Great. She'll still do my laundry for me
if
she's visiting or I'm visiting.
Oh, yeah.
She will.
Beast.
So jealous.
Having sleepovers outside looking in. You know, as a kid, sleepovers are awesome. And then you get to a point where you're like, no matter what happens here,
Get the
I am
hell out
going
of the
back
house.
to my house.
Yeah.
No matter how this plays.
You guys
here.
need to leave.
I know one thing about tonight. I will be back at my house when it's all said and done. Having your packed lunch made for you, a couple of things.
That's great. Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely
That was
something
great
you miss.
when you have a dad and mom that are in the restaurant business.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, you get some good sack lunches.
Number 10 was seeing friends every day at school.
That's cool.
It's number 10 on the list. Things that adults miss most about being a kid.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say Christmas and birthdays.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that meant that you were going to get gifts.
Right. Opening presents.
This year, I got a frying pan. It was a great frying pan. I was very thankful for it. Yeah. It was probably the best gift I've gotten in a decade, to be honest with you.
Look at that.
Yeah. I think the last good present I got was like a PS2 when I was about 23.
Shout out to anybody that gave Dawson a present last year or the year before that.
They've dried up. It's all about the kids.
No, for sure. And I'm experiencing that in real time these days. Number 9, getting pocket money. You know, here's $10.
Yes, bro. Lunch at school was $2.60. Can't get lunch for $2.60 now. Can't even get a McChicken, a chicken burger for that price.
I had a
Twix.
50-cent lunch.
50-cent lunch.
50-cent lunch, Salisbury steak, potatoes, a roll, and a drink, like a punch drink.
You ate that mess?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah.
Wow.
A school Salisbury steak. Y'all would eat that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
as
I would.
the
Yes.
kid.
Oh, yeah. These you would. Absolutely. With the brown gravy.
Yeah, it tastes like Luby's, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
They must have been doing it better down here.
Oh,
then.
heck yeah.
The
they
rich
were,
get
man.
richer. He paid 50 cents for his whole damn meal.
$1, you get a couple slices of pizza. Those square pizzas.
Yeah, the school pizza was
The
badass.
worst pizza.
No, it's not.
School pizza was awesome. School cheese sticks were even better.
I feel like you could taste the mildew in that pizza.
No.
If you're lucky.
What, the square pizzas?
Yes.
Oh, no, the square pizzas are amazing. You fold that joint, you can see all that grease foam in the middle.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, it was awesome. I'll tell you what, and sometimes they wouldn't completely bake the rolls, so they were a little doughy, and then you add a pat of butter on them.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
This is kindergarten brought us here, lathering butter on his half-cooked roll.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Happier than hell.
Oh, I'm super happy.
Playing in the park is number 8. Things that adults miss most about being the kid.
I never did that. It was too hot. It was too hot. Like you're on that equipment and it's like hot and it's like you touch it and your hand's on fire kind of. No.
Yeah, but the elementary school, like at the park, like just ready to just dominating the park, whatever that means for that day.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're being chased by some girls.
And you got to stay 90 feet away now because you're an adult.
Yeah.
And you have a record.
Cat's out of the bag now. Thanks, Lucius.
And they're Googling you. Yeah.
Number 7, spending a lot of time outdoors. Number 6, waking up on birthday mornings, feeling excited. There you go, Lucius.
Yeah, man.
Number 5, things that adults miss most about being a kid. Being looked after when sick.
Hello.
That is huge, man.
Yeah.
You just fight through it now.
Yeah.
You just fight through. Power through.
Now we're all, who are we? Who's the coach? What is sick?
Yeah.
We don't get sick. We don't get sick.
Oh, it's our manager.
Dusty Baker.
Dusty Baker, yeah.
Yeah, now your boss calls you. Hey, so you still can come in, right? You feeling all right? How you feeling?
Maybe mask up on the elevator.
We need you, buddy. We really need you.
Number 4, being cooked for.
Yes.
Yeah, if that goes away, if you grow up with that and then it goes away from you, that would be gut wrenching. Like, and that time for me in college was tough. It was some rough looking meals for a while. Number 3 is no life admin. Which I guess is sort of like responsibilities, just like general responsibilities.
Yeah, you don't have to keep up with like cards of things, like an insurance card. If somebody has a nosebleed, you don't have to do all that stuff.
Yeah, just
you don't have this stuff.
I don't think you need to do it either. They'll call you after a couple of months if it's delinquent.
Words to live by.
I'm just trying to get that childlike sense of freedom.
Miss Dawson's writing a $7,000 check to the people.
Number 2, waking up without a care in the world. And number 1, school holidays.
There you go.
That's right.
Beautiful.
Snow days and stuff.
Yes, dude, the snow day. The unexpected school holiday. That's the best one. You're waiting to see if your school is on the ticker at the bottom of the local news channel.
Yes. Or teacher administration days. You're like, I don't know what this is, but we all.
Yeah, we're out of here, dude.
Have fun at school, teachers.
Yeah.
Losers.
Preparing game plans. Okay, we got
plans.
Yeah, lesson plans. Is that what it is?
Game plans. I understood what you were
That's
saying.
the football guy in you, Dawson.
Speaking of game plans, we got a rim sesh coming up next. We got some good basketball news, and Chief will deliver that for you. At 5 o'clock, the one thing I need Mike McCarthy to get better at, ASAP. That's next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Franco's with
105 Show of the Year. Get your picture taken with some of the Rangers and one of the most prestigious trophies in sports. January 9th with 105.3 The Fan. Players scheduled to appear at Josh Spores and Josh Smith.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone. With incredible savings, y'all. Why go anywhere else? See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It's going to be the greatest hot stove show you've ever experienced. We've been doing these for years, but now the World Series trophy is going to be there, and you're invited to join us at the Fan Performance Showroom Tuesday from 6 to 8. And the trophy's going to be there. Josh Spores is going to be there. I got to high-five Josh Spores just for that epic return that he had.
Sporesy.
I mean, he was Dunsky, and he came back and was like, actually, I'm going to be the best reliever that you've seen so far in the postseason. Watch this. And again, that's coming up on Tuesday, 6 to 8. You can get more details at 105thethefan.com. Here's Chief with a rim sesh.
Yeah, and I'd like to apologize on the front end of this thing. The rim sesh in the middle of a milk me challenge is like a oil and water sort of mix here. So apologies there, fellas, but let's go ahead. We'll cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation is going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
Very considerate of you.
I gotta join you, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Mavs employees receive an email from Mark Cuban informing them of a plan to pay approximately $35 million in bonuses in the wake of selling a majority stake in the franchise.
Dang.
Yes.
That email was sent out within the last hour, and apparently it's going to be approximately $35 million in bonuses spread out amongst all Mavs employees. And to calculate the bonus, they used a framework that took into consideration how long you have worked for the Mavs. And they note that you will be receiving your bonus in the very near future. So if you work,
so it's just time served, that you don't have to have like a fancy salary or anything like that?
No.
So there's going to be people that have been lifers that are about to come up and be able to retire. God bless you, Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
God bless you, man.
I'm pocket watching Chris right now, bro.
Pocket watching, bro.
all of a sudden CA's not on the schedule anymore.
Hey, CA's pulling up in an Escalade to the next remote.
How y'all doing? Y'all seen these rims? These rims spin. Look at that. They gave me spinning rims.
All that in a bag of chips.
You know, Bobby Carella, his mom's worked for the Mavs for like, I want to say about 30 years.
Pocket watching her too.
Yeah, but hey, good for her.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
No, all of them. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to CA. That's just beautiful, man. It's good news all around.
Yeah.
Now,
it's a legacy move right there. I salute him. I got to get at least 20% more respect from Mark Cuban right now.
Minimum.
Yeah.
How about Nikola Jokic last night? Last night was a great night of basketball. It really was. I mean, you had Giannis versus Wemby. That was a pretty epic showdown that we'll see how Wemby's career goes, but they might look back on that rookie year, that night going toe-to-toe with Giannis. Epic highlight moments, dunks, blocks, was sweet. But I think the highlight of the night was freaking Jokic, man. I mean, he continues to just sort of outdo himself. He's a multi-time MVP. He's a champion now. We know how phenomenal he is. But what a shot. A contested pull-up three from basically half court and at the buzzer to win the game. Yeah. As a center.
Right.
As a 7-footer. That's where we're at now.
Couldn't let Caitlin Clark have her week. He just had to one-up her.
That's true.
With a full-size ball, no less.
What kind of
shout out to misogyny.
Everything was more difficult for him in that moment. He one-upped her in every single way.
How do you like a plan is to try and get the last shot off? Is to throw it to a 7-footer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
in
crazy.
Space and just let that thing fly.
Let your center hit a step back half court three at the buzzer, and it'll be a high quality shot as you could get here.
Yeah,
just crazy.
I mean, you take away the turnover potential quite a bit with the inbound pass. It's just he's a cheat code.
Yeah, everything about him, absolute cheat code. Luka dealing with some right ankle swelling, questionable to play versus the Trailblazers tonight.
No.
But once he gets word about the General Gavin Dawson being in the building tonight, he's going to show up and show out.
That's all right. We'll just get more Kyrie. It's a better show anyway. And Luka.
Whoa.
Abby was actually hoping to get a high five for the second consecutive year from Luka. He came out at halftime last year. Abby ran up to the front row, stuck her hand out.
He'll hit you.
He high-fived her, and so did Spencer Dinwiddie.
Yeah, he'll hit you.
So we really appreciate Luka. He does love the kids.
Tim Cato last night with us was telling us that the Mavs really still don't want to involve Josh Green in any trades, despite how he's sort of been playing lately.
Rodney Bourbois,
some laughable stuff.
That's how you know Mark Cuban's influence is still too high.
Yahoo.
It lasted 4 minutes. I'm sorry, Cubes.
That 20%'s down to more like 2%. But Yahoo and Jake Fisher sort of co-signed Tim Cato with us last night, saying that the Mavs have been very quick to reject offers for Josh Green, fresh off his new extension. So there's
I've been saying we're going to have to be patient with Josh Green. I think he's gone backwards over the last 12 months, though. Last year at this time I was getting really excited for a bigger role, but he hasn't taken another step. He's still so young. Do you want to wait like 3 or 4 years in hopes he can be a championship rotation player? No. If somebody wants to give you a good championship rotation player now, you do it. And let them try to figure out Josh Green's upside. It happens. But if you get another championship, it'd be well worth it.
Agree with you 100% on that one. There's a little rim sesh, boys.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, the bet payoffs continue. We'll check in with Eric Chiafalo as he has opened up his second half gallon of milk. Is he going to be able to get it down before the end of the show? That will transpire over the next 2 hours. But coming up next, the one more thing Mike McCarthy absolutely must do to complete this Cowboys offensive makeover. It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the scenes.
So easy, because you can buy all your tickets right from your phone.
Jackpot.com notifies me right away if I win. It's safe and secure, and I never have to worry about losing my lottery tickets again.
This is the greatest thing ever. I can buy tickets right on my phone for Powerball, Lotto Texas, and other lottery games while I'm sitting on my couch at home.
Don't wait. Go to jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, right now, get a free lottery ticket with your first play. Go to jackpot.com. That's jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I got some good Cowboys content here for you, and I think the biggest opportunity for the Cowboys offense to get better without finding better players. General at your service, Eddies. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, Super Bowl champion. He can find you some better players now, and he's busy doing that, watching film on a nightly basis, already preparing for the draft.
Yes, sir.
Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. LA Live's coming up in 38 minutes. Eric Chiafalo is in attendance. Zach Wolchuk's on family duty. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You need to check out the fan socials today. We've had a lot of bet payoffs already, including Brian Broaddus with a wasabi like creamer gel mustache. It not only singed his nose hairs, but it left like a chapping burning on his upper lip.
It's still burning.
Yeah. He's going to be in physical pain. Chiafalo gave himself the Amish beard, which is not a look I've seen since about 1998.
It's as unattractive as every time I look at the screen. I'm just blown away that you guys have lasted staring at me for the last 3 hours.
Look up the performers Penn and Teller.
Okay.
Penn and Teller, and tell me if you don't look like. I believe
Mr. Teller?
I believe it looks like Penn.
Okay.
Penn and Teller, Vegas. Since we're going to Las Vegas, tell me if you don't look like. I think his name is Gillette Penn.
He's the big guy.
He's the big guy. He's not so big anymore.
A little bit like him.
Yeah.
I can see it for sure.
Eric is also laboring through a marathon bet payoff, the gallon of milk, and he's got 2 hours to get down about a half gallon here. You can watch us on 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube.
The burps are on the attack right now.
Yeah.
The burps are really coming after me. I would say this is slightly less difficult than the cheeseburger. Boomstick burger. That one was a real grind at the end.
Well, see, I feel like you're going to be hitting critical mass on the milk in your system at some point.
I know.
As this half gallon. I wouldn't speak too soon on that, but you're doing a pretty good job, But now I'm pretty jealous of the volume on some of these burps. I didn't know milk could create them like that. Yeah. I mean, those are strong.
Yeah, I'm not used to these. I'm not used to these burps, and then you can feel it sort of coming up, and you're like, oh no, stay down.
I thought maybe we had an incident there in the break room, but I did want to just bring up briefly, just because I'm fascinated by things that happen in the world that we don't have answers to, but the situation in Miami where like 100 police cars showed up and like a few of the people are saying there were alien shadow figures and they'd basically EMP'd our cell phones so we couldn't shoot video of it, but there's like overhead shots of like all these like 100 police cars in Miami around the mall, right? And some eyewitnesses are being like, yeah, there were shadow aliens, and some people saying, no, I was there. There was no shadow aliens, okay? But I just want to know why did 100 police cars show up? Now, the report was over teenagers fighting with sticks. Now, you got teenagers fighting with sticks. You got to get that taken care of. Somebody could get seriously hurt. So I would send like 4 squad cars, not 100 for teenagers fighting with sticks. So I don't know, maybe we can get some sort of, video surveillance footage, far enough away, but sharp enough to, give us an account. You see this right here, Brian? It's in Miami.
Yeah.
100 squad cars showed up for teenagers fighting with sticks. Makes no sense.
No sense. Yeah. The amount of police cars there would make you think there was something super serious.
Yeah. We gotta lock down city blocks right here. Maybe we have some Tolos out there in the law enforcement community that, are aware of what's happening. The truckbreak.com fan text is open for you.
Maybe these kids were just super highly skilled individuals.
Yeah.
Four cop cars rolled up, and they're like, "We're going to need some serious backup. These kids are badasses."
It was more than kids with sticks.
Yeah, there's
like
tridents.
talented kids with sticks.
Yeah, like Ninja Turtles.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
At least that's how the cops, the first 4 cops that rolled up, that's how they went home and explained it to their wives. You wouldn't believe these kids.
You think some cops got
3
hit?
ninjas. You wouldn't believe it.
It was Rocky, Tum Tum. It was all of them.
You think some cops got hit with sticks and they had to call more in?
I think everything's on the table here, Broadus. I don't think there's a single bad theory that you could throw out right now, even that one.
You're calling it a bad theory?
No, I'm just kidding.
This
is all insane.
But
I mean,
but that's what I'm saying. Did they initially send in like a small number and then they figured out, like you said, they couldn't handle them. Some cops couldn't handle getting hit with sticks.
A lot going on here. Yeah, maybe the kids that were fighting each other, all of a sudden they're like, okay, we're going to team up for a second.
Yeah.
We're going to take down the cops, and then we'll get back to what we got going on here. I don't know.
All right. Biggest opportunity for the Cowboys offense to get better. What do you think that is? While maybe you share with us or your insights into the Miami Mall scene at 877-881-1053. I do want to salute the Cowboys offensive coaches for getting a lot of stuff better this year. Horrible start. They got better in the middle of the season, which I think is the mark of a quality coaching staff, or at least one of them. And they did that while going backwards in the run game. Their run game players got worse.
Yeah.
Because you took Tyler Smith out of left tackle, replaced him with an old guy, and that old guy can't run block as well as he used to, and you have less young guys run blocking. But the problem is they can't really evaluate running backs well. They don't have a good handle on the running back economy. And I want to say they make horrible decisions all the way around the running back position. So I can't be confident that they're going to find a better player than what we have in Tony Pollard or what we experienced with Ezekiel. Like, they had old Zeke for 3 years, didn't know it. They put Joseph Randall on us. They put Darren McFadden on us. And they're like, what? It's going to be great. It's been crap, okay? So we got lucky that they drafted Tony Pollard. They didn't know they had like the second best YPA player in the NFL behind Christian McCaffrey sitting on their bench. So they let him sit on the bench for 3 years, and then they finally used him. He got hurt. Okay, so this team does not know their butt from a hole in the ground when it comes to the running back position in the NFL. Okay, they drafted Zeke. I guess they should get some credit for that, but they drafted him way higher than pretty much any other team would have. I need any more examples. Pretty much dominated that point, but there is something that can be done. And there is a group of individuals over there that are showing they're competent in problem solving. Yeah. And those individuals, as I led into this take, are the coaches. They're the offensive coaches. And, and if this run ends without, getting to the Super Bowl, to me, the biggest reason is going to be your offense is one-dimensional. And a lot of the talk is going to be like, how do you make the run game better or the offensive line better? And we'll see if they want to do that. We'll see if they throw all in. I've been saying they need to draft one and sign one as far as a first-round offensive lineman and a quality veteran. The last 3 off seasons when it comes to the offensive line, they have shown no propensity or desire to do that. They've got Tyler Smith. And that was a nice pick, okay? But I've been wanting a big-time investment to get a guaranteed good running game and great protection for Dak Prescott. They don't want to do that. They're prioritizing other positions, and that's fine. A lot of different ways to build a football team, okay? So how do you get a good running game while also building out the rest of the team? How could you possibly do this? It comes back to these coaches, okay? So we go to Reed Hansen, local media guy. He posted a chart that looks at motion at the snap frequency and success rate on those plays over your team's average. You're using motion at the snap on a run play. How does that compare to all of your runs as a team? The best teams doing the motion at the snap and producing, the Niners, the Dolphins, they do it more and they're better with it. Kansas City's pretty dang good with it. The Cowboys are about average. The Cowboys are about average. They're not the worst at the frequency of they do it. And when they do it, it's about like their static runs is what this chart says. So how would you look at this chart and say it's a good idea to run with motion at the snap more when this chart right here from Reed posted that from Doug Football Analytics. Really, really cool, like fan analytics site. I think Doug's doing some good work over there. The thing that we need them to do, Mike McCarthy, I think specifically to insist on, is practicing this enough to get to a point where your success rate running the football is significantly better when you are employing motion. That's what the 49ers do. That is what the Dolphins do. That is what the Chiefs do. That is what the Rams did when they won the Super Bowl. I don't know how you can look at this chart any other way and see those 4 teams like a massive blinking light at you. Like, oh, wow, those are teams that have been in Super Bowls and are having the best offense, and then the Cowboys are average at it. I don't think, Chief, this is something, Brian, that you can flip a switch on heading into the playoffs and say, guys, we're not doing enough motion at the snap on our run. We're not providing enough deception for the defense. And by the way, your numbers suggest you probably shouldn't even be trying it right now because it's not any better. You're only adding risk. This comes down to practicing in the offseason. As we were going through the post-bye offensive evolution of this football team, we looked at those numbers and it said, the Cowboys have become the number 1 team in the NFL in motion, right? And that was good. It didn't look or totally feel like an elite modern motion offense, but I went with the numbers. Now that I see these numbers, it's clear what they are missing. The ball fakes, the receivers, tight ends, and backs going in different directions to create the confusion with the defense at the snap. And I think this is something you're going to have to practice all offseason. And I do believe, Brian, this is something you could improve on significantly without adding better players.
Yeah, the one thing, and it reminded me, I hadn't studied much San Francisco film, this year because when the Cowboys played, it was very early, and I haven't seen a lot of common opponents and stuff but I'm watching, and it reminded me of how much San Francisco will send motion twice in the same play.
Yeah.
They'll have a motion that goes out and then another motion that comes in, or a motion that goes out and another motion that goes out.
Yeah.
So it's like in pre-snap, it's like, usually teams will have one guy move.
Yeah.
Or flip or whatever. San Francisco does it. They'll do it like a guy, he sets, and then the next guy will move. So it's kind of like you're really playing with the defense's eyes with your pre-snap motion, especially not just one guy, but 2 guys. And not just both guys going at the same time. Motion, set, motion again. And you're like going, damn, that's a pretty creative way to kind of mess with the defense a little bit.
I just hope that because the Cowboys got so serious about scouting themselves and making adjustments, they're up for this challenge. I could see them looking at this past bye week and being like, we can't install this. We're going to need multiple sessions throughout an offseason to get the techniques, the positioning down if we hope to execute like this. What can we do now? Now we can do route combinations and wide receivers in motion. We can do that kind of stuff now, and it helped them significantly. The final step, I think, to evolving this offense could make them the kind of team next year that's like, man, our offensive line isn't good, but we're still running the ball well.
Yeah.
The 49ers offensive line isn't great.
Right. You see that with the 49ers offensive line. You see that with even the Dolphins offensive line. It's been super, super injury riddled, and they've found ways, thanks to explosive runners and then also play designs that are hugely advantageous for the offense. Yeah. And I think that there's layers to it. The Cowboys have implemented, and kudos to them, to where you go from the first few weeks of the season not really doing much of that stuff to all of a sudden you're making that a part of your identity, moving guys around, and everybody's got to be on the same page. And you can tell once they get on the road, it's much more difficult to pull off. And when you get teams like the Niners or the Dolphins, a McDaniel, a Shanahan, this is like so much their football identity. They understand not only how to do it, but the why behind it all and the timing of everything. And there's so many, like, you're creating leverage as blockers. Like you're setting guys up not only with deception, where eyes are going all over the place, but once the ball snapped, because you were in motion, you did it right, H-back. You are now setting up a beautiful angle here to make it an easier block on yourself. And now, boom, we're springing it.
Yeah.
Like the geometry involved with all the leverage and the angles. Like I think there is so much. It's an orchestra all trying to hit the right note, and you don't just snap your fingers and say, okay, we're all gonna hit this. Here's the new song and we're all gonna do it together. It takes a ton of time and repetition. And I think what they were able to do after the bye week was pretty impressive. But there's only so much you can really accomplish here without, spending a ton of time on it. And you need an off season and somebody who really understands the why behind it all. Hey, when you're going in motion here, it's not just because I'm sending you in motion. There are a few reasons why you got to get to this point when the ball snapped, because you got to be this far away from the defender, because we're setting that defender up to just be out of the play, and boom, we're going to go for 40 yards on this run.
How did it evolve? How quickly was Mike McDaniel able to install it to that degree of, technical?
It seems like, pretty quickly. Last year was his first year, and Miami was doing this stuff.
Yeah.
But he's been with Kyle Shanahan for years. That's what he's building his entire offensive philosophy on.
Yeah.
McCarthy and company and Schottenheimer, they're just dipping their toes in these waters.
Yeah. So, but once you understand it, you could install this in a year, assuming you have competent players.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like it's really the match between Tua and McDaniel is like, I think that's what really makes this thing work. You've got a sponge. I know that Tua struggled with his health and all that, but the way his accuracy, the ball handling, the deceptive plays, how smart Tua is. I think that's just it allowed him to really push it, to get it turned around quickly.
Yeah.
Just because of the quarterback's ability. Yeah. I think the quarterback's perfect for what McDaniel's offense is really all about.
Right on, guys. Well, thanks for your thoughts on that. It's time now to get the audience involved here. The Tolos, we're talking to you at 877-881-1053. It is time for the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's what you're drinking and what you thinking. Next, right here on The Fan. I do want to chat D&M leasing with you. So hopefully, if you want or need a new vehicle, you think of D&M leasing first. It's more important than ever at a time like this because